transmigrating as the villain. I discovered that I have already won the protagonist's girlfriend, but I couldn't feel happy at all. It's because my character in the original book was a eunuch. The original owner was also mentally twisted because of being a eunuch. He used his family's power to forcibly marry the female lead. For 5 years after the marriage, he tortured the female lead every day. But aside from spitting on her face every day, he accomplished nothing. Because of this, when the protagonist appeared, the female lead was still pure. I stumbled upon this novel video. I commented on it with a funny take, and here I am. At that moment, I didn't think much and rushed to the bathroom like the wind. My good brother, you must not let me down. With the help of those 5 companions and my girlfriend, I showed a look of surprise on my face, having narrowly escaped death. My good brother. Just as I was feeling relieved, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. The villain rescue system is officially activated. This system will assist the host in battle and sever the protagonist's halo. The system will measure the extent of the severance completed by the host and award severance points. Based on the points, the host can exchange for severance blind boxes in the system store, which may grant the host abilities of the protagonist. Wow, joy sparkled in my eyes, and just as I was thinking about how to reverse the situation, a tense voice came from the door. Young master, madam, he is from the Shin family. However, before he could finish, he gasped in shock. Young master, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. It was evident that the original Tian Yan's pathological torment of his wife had left this young maid unbalanced. But I interrupted with a sharp glance, saying, Madam is back. The young maid hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, I understand. I understood and waved my hand. The young maid quickly got up and left, but her steps seemed a bit unsteady, not because of her, but because of Tian Yan's earlier actions. I came out of the bathroom, fully dressed, with a look of helplessness on my face. Just now, the young maid's murmurs reflected the original character's pathetic setup, yet no one dared to mock the principal in this matter. Before I could think further, a crisp sound of footsteps came from the far end of the living room. My eyes lit up instantly. Truly, she is the female lead, someone who can captivate even the Dragon King. But there was another glimmer in my eyes. Even if she is the female lead, she is now my beloved wife. At that moment, a transparent face appeared. Name, Lu Ruyan. Identity, protagonist, childhood friend, age 24, charm 93, severance degree 0%. Seeing that 0%, a spark flashed in my eyes. The first step to severing the protagonist's halo starts with you. With that thought, I looked at Lu Ruyan at the entrance changing her shoes and said, Don't change your shoes, come to the room with me. However, when Lu Ruyan heard your indifferent voice, her smile instantly faded, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Yet, seeing you walk towards the second floor, she gritted her teeth and slowly followed. Just as Lu Ruyan reached the second floor, a small white hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her. Before she could react, she was pulled into the adjacent room. At that moment, the young maid spoke up in a panic, Sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan quickly covered her mouth and said, Ro, are you crazy? How can you call me that in the Bai family? Meanwhile, I in the room couldn't help but smile. This young maid was indeed not simple, just as I had observed. Name, Shinro. Identity, important female supporting character, half-sister with different fathers, age 22, charm 88, severance degree 0%. It seems that being half-siblings is the key. But now, Shinro couldn't care less. She anxiously grabbed Lu Ruyan's hand and said, In any case, don't go into the room with him. Lu Ruyan had a bitter smile on her face. Ro, I know you care about me, but I've been married to this devil for 2 years. I've gotten used to his torment. Don't worry, I can still endure this little physical pain. And thank heaven that this devil is a fool. No, he isn't. Shinro saw it clearly just now. So, Lu Ruyan appeared even more anxious than him. Alright, Ro, I can't stay here with you. If he can't wait and comes out, just hold on a bit longer. Brother Chin will come back to save us. While saying this, Lu Ruyan opened the door. Shinro initially wanted to reach out and grab her, but Lu Ruyan extended a finger and seriously said to her, Remember, don't call me sister-in-law in the Bai family from now on. Your identity must not be exposed, otherwise, we're both finished. But tears were almost spilling from Shinro's eyes. She hated herself for bringing her here at this time. Now she could only watch Lu Ruyan enter the room helplessly. No, he couldn't. He stepped out anxiously, but before he could walk out, a slightly deep voice came. Xiaoro, go to the shop in the south of the city and bring back the clothes that the young master ordered. Upon hearing this voice, Shinro's body trembled, and she nervously turned her head. Li, the steward? The steward Li nodded indifferently. Hurry up and go. But Shinro seemed to want to say something more. But she was interrupted by Steward Li's frown. What delays the young master's matters will have consequences. Do you understand? Hearing this, Shinro broke out in a cold sweat and quickly nodded. Yes, I'll go right away. As she left, She glanced at the tightly closed door and gritted her teeth. I must hold on. Watching Chin Ro leave, a glimmer flashed in Steward Lee's eyes, and then he took out his phone and sent you a message. At this moment, I was sitting on the bed in the bedroom, watching Lu Ruyan just now close the door and walk towards me. He stopped 3 meters away from you and coldly asked, "Are you going to hit me again?" Hearing this, the corner of my mouth twitched. The original owner had taken her with force, and I was not worthy of her. With a twisted mind, he could only rely on such things to fulfill his spiritual world, which is why he was quickly defeated by the protagonist later on. But now, I chuckled lightly, patted the bed, and said, "You are my wife, why would I hit you? Come sit here." Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth slightly but didn't move. "What trick are you trying to play now?" I naturally didn't answer her but slightly raised my head and said with interest, "You wouldn't want Chin Ro to get hurt, would you?" Upon hearing this name, Lu Ruyan's pupils instantly widened. "Surprised, are you?" I looked up at her with a playful expression. "Do you really think just anyone can enter the Bai family's door?" As I said this, my tone turned sharp. This sudden sound startled Lu Ruyan, making her shiver all over, but she gritted her teeth and sat beside you, begging, "Please don't hurt Ro, he's just a child." I lightly raised the corner of my mouth. "Then let's see how you perform. What do you want?" "What do I want?" I gently smiled and slowly turned to look at him. Lu Ruyan instinctively crossed her arms in front of her, suddenly recalling something. With a strange expression, she said, "Don't think I don't know who you are. What else can you do?" With my short temper, upon hearing that, I stood up abruptly and grabbed his hand with a loud smack. In the next moment, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "How is this possible?" At that moment, he could only slowly close his eyes, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Chin, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to protect you." Sister, detected Lu Ruyan's disintegration degree increased by 0.1%. Hearing the system's voice, a satisfied glint appeared in my eyes. It seems my guess was right, but isn't this disintegration degree a bit too low? However, it quickly increased with my actions. Lu Ruyan's disintegration degree kept rising. The system's prompt sounded incessantly in my mind. As days passed, I leaned against the headboard and pondered. The ancients were not wrong. Once I relaxed completely, I turned to look at the patient beside me. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was like someone who just had a bath, eyes closed, with unknown sweat or tears on her eyelashes. Name, Lu Ruyan. Identity, main character's childhood friend. Age, 24. Charm, 99. Disintegration degree, 22%. To my surprise, not only did the disintegration degree rise, but the charm value also increased. At that moment, the previously bustling system prompts rang again. Detected Lu Ruyan's disintegration degree reached 20%, awarded 2,000 disintegration points. System store opened. With a thought, the mobile store interface unfolded before me, featuring 5 colored blind boxes, each with its price. Looking at the most expensive one, which costs 100,000 points, I couldn't help but complain about the system. "You could have just taken it directly, but instead, you give me a box?" I'm practically crying. "Host, please don't be too moved." I immediately rolled my eyes. Am I really that moved? I know that the golden blind box is the best, but this 100,000 disintegration points. I slightly pouted. Turning to look at the closed-eyed Lu Ruyan, I thought, in her current state, I can't just fleece her like a sheep. I looked helplessly at the green blind box, decided not to think too much, and exchanged for a 2,000-point green blind box. "Congratulations, host. You opened a green blind box and received a reward of 20% shares in Shenyun Group." However, upon hearing the system's prompt, my expression darkened instantly. "Hey, let me ask you, what is my current identity?" "Host, you are currently the head of the 4 great families of Nanjing, the eldest son of the Bai family, and the sole heir of the group. What good is a measly share in a broken company to me?" The system felt a bit awkward but still replied, "Host, please note for approval, all blind box rewards are sourced from the protagonist." Upon hearing this, my pupils contracted, and a glint of gold flashed in my eyes. I checked the time. It wasn't dark yet, so I quickly got dressed and pushed the door open to leave. Just as you left, Lu Ruyan, lying in bed, opened her eyes. "Bai Zhe, you bastard. You're obviously not Tian Yin. Why did you wait for more than 2 years?" As she accused you, she pulled the sheets over herself. "Brother Chin, forgive me." Just as I came downstairs, Butler Lee walked in holding a stack of documents. "Young master, someone just delivered this. It's the share transfer agreement for Shenyun Group, and it even has your signature." I took the document, looked at its contents, and nodded in satisfaction. However, seeing your expression, Butler Lee suddenly remarked, "Young master, you haven't smiled like this in a long time." I darkened my expression and said, "Uncle, you must be seriously ill." Butler Lee chuckled awkwardly. "Young master, what I meant is that Shenyun Group has business conflicts with your Xingzhou Group and has always been an enemy. How did the shares end up in your hands?" Hearing this, I smirked mischievously. "Uncle Lee, you'll find out more things later. I don't have time to explain now. I need to meet my shareholder friends. Uncle Lee, prepare the car for me. I'll go myself. You go help me with another matter. Hurry. After whispering a few instructions in his ear, Butler Lee's eyes suddenly flashed. Young master, if you want me to verify this, I'll personally take care of it. No, I shook my head immediately. Don't rush. This person is still useful. Remember, don't alert the snake in the grass. Soon, the car slowly stopped at the entrance of Chen Yun Group, and at that moment, an impatient voice came from nearby. Can't you read the sign? Only internal vehicles are allowed to enter. Do you understand? Still resting with my eyes closed, I opened them in surprise. The protagonist hadn't arrived yet, and there was someone in this world who dared to stop me, the young master of the Bai family. Just as I opened my eyes, a look of astonishment appeared. Name, Wang Ji. Identity, secondary male supporting character. Age, 29. Disintegration degree, 0%. At this moment, I was puzzled. How is it that every time I step out, I encounter someone related to the protagonist? Wang Ji. Wait, isn't Long Wang from a security background? This Wang Ji is the security captain when Long Wang was a guard. As the plot progressed, he helped the protagonist dominate the underground scene of Jiangcheng. With this thought, I reached out and held back the bodyguard who was about to get out of the car, then lowered the window and said, "Hey, you, come here." However, upon hearing your voice, Wang Ji snapped, "What the hell?" He sauntered over with a lazy gait, full of resentment towards the rich, asking, "What do you want?" I looked at him with interest and replied nonchalantly, "Don't you recognize me?" Who knew that this would make Wang Ji scoff? You rich kids all speak the same way. This is Qian Yun Group, not your home. Not everyone is going to yield like your family's servants. Besides, if you're so rich, why make things difficult for a small security guard? Isn't there a rule that I can't let you in? That made sense, but I just waved my hand slightly. Come here. Seeing this, Wang Ji leaned his head closer to the window. Well, you're right, but since I'm so rich, if I don't make things difficult for you, should I make it difficult for myself? Just as my voice fell, a loud slap echoed as I struck Wang Ji's face. Wang Ji fell to the ground, bleeding, with his disintegration degree reaching 10%, earning 500 disintegration points. Hearing the prompt, a flicker of surprise crossed my eyes. A single slap had brought about 10% disintegration. As I delivered the slap, the bodyguard in the passenger seat also jumped out of the car. At that moment, Wang Ji, stunned from the slap, covered his face and shouted, "Hey, why are you hitting me? Just because you're rich, does that make you something special? The owner of the Benz is hitting people again. Shut up, you brat." The bodyguard was thoroughly enraged and jumped in, kicking Wang Ji right in the mouth. Wang Ji immediately had a huge bruise on his face, covering his bleeding mouth. What the hell? The bodyguard went up and kicked him again on the shoulder. Do you even know who you're talking to? Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 20%. Dare to tell our young master to move his car? Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 30%. You're really asking for trouble today, you blind fool. Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 40%. Listening to the incessant system prompts, I was filled with satisfaction. In such a short time, I had gained 4,000 points, making that golden blind box costing 100,000 points feel not so far away. Meanwhile, the bodyguard's one-sided beating of Wang Ji naturally attracted a lot of attention. Soon, 7 or 8 security guards in uniforms like Wang Ji's rushed over. "What are you doing? Stop! Why the hell are you hitting him? Stop now, or we'll call the police." At that moment, with Wang Ji pinned to the ground, hearing the voices of support made his cries even louder. "Help! The Benz owner is hitting people again. There's no law, no justice." The 7 or 8 security guards were all young men full of vigor. Upon hearing that a rich person was bullying the poor, they all rushed forward, baring their teeth in anger. At that moment, the leading middle-aged security guard saw the license plate number and came to an abrupt stop, not moving his feet. "Captain, what's wrong? Captain, our people are being beaten. These rich people are just too much." This middle-aged man was naturally more experienced than these young lads, and he shouted, "Stop it all." Then he jogged to the side of the car. "Excuse me, sir, do you happen to be surnamed Bai?" I raised an eyebrow slightly. "Do you know me?" The security captain immediately put on a flattering smile. "Oh, young Master Bai, how could I not recognize you? I wouldn't recognize your car either. You are the sole heir of the Bai family. We, the servants, naturally have to pay attention." Upon hearing this, the group of security guards who were about to rush forward hesitated. Even though he was still groaning on the ground, Wang Ji couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "The Bai family of Jiangcheng, the first family in Jiangcheng, the local emperor. Oh no, oh no, I've just crossed paths with the young master." Detected Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 50%, awarded 2,500 disintegration points. At this moment, the security captain turned to Wang Ji and shouted, "Get over here." Hearing this, Wang Ji shivered all over, completely ignoring his injuries, and crawled over. Then the security captain shouted, "You blind fool! Young master, by hitting you is a blessing." Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 60%, earning 3,000 disintegration points. Wang Ji, now crying and sniffling, said, "Sir, I'm sorry. I was wrong not to recognize you. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, please forgive me." Looking at Wang Ji, who was kneeling outside the car, crying, I tilted my head slightly and said, "I still preferred your earlier defiant attitude. How about you bring that back?" Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 70%, earning 3,500 disintegration points. This made me exclaim, "Wow, I can just fleece the supporting characters like this. That's already 14,000 disintegration points." Wang Ji, still sobbing, wailed, "Mr. Bai, how could I act defiantly? I was blind. Please, Mr. Bai, spare me." I maintained my expression, and with a snap of my fingers, I said, "How about you stop pretending? Don't hit me, please, Mr. Bai." Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 80%, earning 4,000 disintegration points. Then I turned to the so-called security captain and asked, "Can I go in now?" He immediately showed an awkward expression. "Of course, Mr. Bai, you can enter." I just dared to plead for Wang Ji, but this door is indeed the internal entrance for us. Outsiders need permission. But the security captain hadn't finished speaking. I slowly took out the stack of share transfer agreements and said, "Who said I'm not an internal member of Qianyun Group?" The security captain saw the text on the agreement and stood frozen in place. "Wang Ji, you really deserve this. You should be punished hard." "Mr. Bai, please come in." In the end, he waved his hand and quickly opened the door. At this moment, Wang Ji, who was still being beaten by the bodyguards, cried out loudly, "If you had just shown the share transfer agreement, I wouldn't be in this situation." Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 90%, earning 4,500 disintegration points. Then the door opened, and the car slowly entered Qianyun Group. However, Wang Ji's disintegration degree showed no progress. I raised an eyebrow, thinking I was just 10% away. Why not find a way to complete the disintegration directly? It would save me the trouble of dealing with the supporting characters later. I then said, "Stop." Meanwhile, outside, the security captain saw the car that had just entered stop again and hurriedly ran over. "Mr. Bai, do you have any further instructions for me?" I turned to look at him and said lightly, "As a shareholder, I should have a say in some personnel changes." Although he didn't understand why, he quickly nodded. "Of course, Mr. Bai, you are a shareholder. Alright, starting tomorrow, I don't want to see that person anymore." The security captain was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. Bai, I will report this to the HR department right away." Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, a prompt sounded in my mind. Wang Ji's disintegration degree reached 100%, earning 5,000 disintegration points. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the first complete disintegration of the protagonist, earning an additional reward, a random blind box." Drawing the random blind box now. "Congratulations, host. You drew a purple blind box and received the reward, Misty Valley Water." What is this? Why do I suddenly feel something is off? This seems to be a martial arts technique. The original protagonist indeed learned in a place called Misty Mountain, and his 7 senior sisters also emerged from this great Misty Mountain. Wow, this makes me feel like the protagonist's little junior brother. TSK, TSK, TSK. Although this thing is powerful, I'm not happy at all. At this moment, several major shareholders were in the boardroom of Qianyun Group for a meeting. A female secretary entered the room without permission. "President Mu, something's wrong. That spoiled young master from the Bai family has barged in." Barged in? What the hell? Who does he think he is? Just because he has a good father, does he think he can do whatever he wants? I've never seen someone so arrogant. But before their voices of condemnation could fully escape, a sarcastic voice floated in from behind the secretary. "Well, today you'll see." At that moment, the chatter in the conference room came to a halt. The notifying secretary looked pale, bowed to President Mu without saying a word, then turned and ran out of the conference room, as if afraid of getting splattered with blood. As I walked in, I didn't stop, scanning the room and casually saying, "Who just said that I can do whatever I want because I have a good father?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room stiffened, but no one dared to admit it. However, I didn't expect anyone to admit it at this moment, so I directly said, "Oh, you're right. Having a good father does mean I can do whatever I want. So, what's up with your attitude? You're acting like a spoiled brat." The people in the conference room, fearing your privileged father, naturally didn't speak up, but a cold-eyed beauty spoke directly to you, saying, "Bai Zhe, you are not welcome at the Qianyun Group's shareholders meeting. Hearing this voice, I turned my gaze toward her. Name, Mu Qian. Identity, female lead's third senior sister. Age, 27. Charm, 94. Disintegration degree, 0%. Wow, her charm value is even higher than Lu Ruyan's before her transformation. TSK. As Mu Qian looked at you with disdain, a slightly frivolous voice chimed in. Are you holding a shareholders meeting here? Mu Qian frowned and replied, this has nothing to do with you. Please leave immediately, or I'll call security. Hearing this, I found it amusing, and the bodyguard standing behind me snickered. That's right. The blood on his collar belongs to your security, doesn't it? I then took out the documents and said casually, if this major shareholder isn't here, what's the point of holding this shareholders meeting? As soon as this was said, the silent conference room erupted in disbelief, everyone looking at me with incredulous expressions. Mu Qian furrowed her brows even tighter, took the documents from my hand, and flipped through them quickly. The more she read, the worse her expression became. These bastards! With a loud bang, she slammed a heavy palm on the conference table. I was closest, so I saw it clearly. Wow! That solid wooden conference table now had a handprint on it. But it made me ponder internally, indeed, this is the protagonist's senior sister. Trying to force such a woman won't work. I'll have to think of a long-term strategy. Then Mu Qian casually threw the documents onto the table for the remaining shareholders to circulate, turning to Li Lixing and asking, what benefits did you give them to make them do this? Betraying me? Betraying my mother? Mother? I was taken aback, just about to think of another way when she brought it up herself. I gently coughed and said, I didn't give them any benefits. They just wanted to switch sides. You're switching sides, so I'm dark and you're bright? Mu Qian's back teeth ground together in frustration. At this moment, gasps rang out in the conference room. What? That's a full 25%. Even President Mu's shares are only 20%. How did he do it, getting so many small shareholders to give him all their shares? The faces of the crowd were filled with shock, and they all looked toward Mu Qian. They suddenly felt like the sky was falling on Shenyun Group. They knew that their own Shenyun Group had conflicts with Xingzhou Group in many business areas. Now, a rival had become a major shareholder of their group, on par with Mu Qian. What a terrifying business war! However, I remained very at ease with their reactions. These shareholders only knew that the shares came from numerous small shareholders. But these so-called numerous small shareholders were actually all prepared by Mu Qian for her beloved junior brother. Mu Qian was on the verge of exploding, and I was eager to see what this powerful, strong-willed female lead would look like when she blew up. Then I found an empty seat and slowly sat down, looking at Mu Qian and saying blandly, President Mu, now that all the shareholders are here, can the meeting start? At this moment, Mu Qian's graceful neck trembled with anger. She couldn't understand how the group she had specifically arranged could betray her. Of course, she couldn't understand. The system wasn't human, it resisted immediately. There was no reasoning in this. At that moment, a middle-aged man sitting closest to Mu Qian slowly stood up and whispered in her ear, President Mu, if it doesn't work out, please have your wife step in. Upon hearing this, Mu Qian raised an eyebrow, nodded slowly at him, took a deep breath, and said, due to unforeseen circumstances, I need to verify some information, so I propose we pause the meeting. I agree, they all chimed in, standing firmly on Mu Qian's side. Watching this situation unfold, I appeared nonchalant and nodded. Seeing this, Mu Qian gritted her teeth and turned to leave. But just after Mu Qian left, I smiled, realizing that the real big stick behind Shenyun Group was Mu Qian's mother. Now that she had controlled this sudden variable, she would surely seek help from her mother. Isn't that just perfect for me? Truly, thank you. Before long, the door to the conference room opened again, and a fragrant breeze wafted in as she walked in. With a rustle, all the shareholders around me spontaneously stood up, bowing respectfully as they said, Lady Yun, you've arrived. A brand new face also appeared before my eyes. Name, Mu Yun. Identity, important female supporting character, ambiguous object of the female lead, age, 36, charm, 98, disintegration degree, 0%. Seeing this panel, I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wow! In the original story, the protagonist often secretly met with his third senior sister, and when she was busy, he would even take care of her mother. Well, that's quite the care, isn't it? Just as I was stunned internally, Mu Yun's voice, sharp like a hook, came through. Isay, look how grown up you are. Don't you remember I used to carry you when you were little? Hearing this made my eye twitch. Is this some kind of trick? I'm a man holding the script. The original described you as having no signs of aging, but the system panel just revealed everything to me. I immediately stood up with a grin. Linny, of course, I remember what you just said. Upon hearing your response, Mu Yun realized your intentions. This kid clearly came to stir things up. After all, How could she not know whether she had reported anything herself? The reason you went along with your words must be for ulterior motives, but on the surface, she didn't show any signs of abnormality and continued to smile at you, saying, Xiaozhe, Aunt Yun, how many years has it been since we last met? Come, let Aunt Yun make you a cup of tea. Let's have a good chat. In fact, upon entering, Mu Yun only saw you and felt relieved. After all, if your father had come here, he would have lost all composure. Hearing Mu Yun's words, I knew she was looking for me for a reason, so I nodded directly, sounds good, thank you, Aunt Yun. At this moment, Mu Qianqian, standing behind Mu Yun, grabbed her arm, saying, Mom, while casting a wary glance at you. However, Mu Yun gently patted her hand and said, You're the major shareholder of the company. Stay and handle your matters. Mom will go have tea with Xiaozhe. In Mu Yun's eyes, you were merely a spoiled brat, a Tianyan. How could you possibly outplay her? Therefore, she didn't take you seriously at all. Now sitting opposite each other at the tea table in the prepared room, I took the time to admire Mu Yun, who had a charm value of 98. The fitted cheapao accentuated her nearly perfect figure, with the slit pressed flat by the chair, leaving only a narrow white gap that sparked limitless imagination. I gazed at her unabashedly. If it had been Mu Qianqian or my wife, Shen Xingming, their expressions would have immediately shown disgust. But Mu Yun didn't. She continued to calmly prepare the tea. However, in reality, Mu Yun's internal thoughts were completely different from her outward expression. She had certainly noticed your glimmering gaze. After years of navigating the world, she had seen all kinds of looks, but you, Bai Zhe, were different. A Tianyan actually harbored such thoughts? How pitiful. Everyone in the original story knew, but no one dared to mention it, including Mu Yun, who could only chuckle inwardly. At this moment, she placed a small cup of brewed tea in front of you, softly saying, This is top-quality Mingqian Longjing. Give it a try and see how it tastes. Seeing this, I naturally picked up the cup and drank it all in one go, then nodded in satisfaction, good tea flavor. Isn't that obvious? Mu Yun laughed, As long as you like it, I'll pour you another cup. The laughter didn't reveal any underlying motives, but Mu Yun's thoughts didn't stop. It was crude for you to taste such expensive tea and simply say it has a tea flavor. Back then, Brother Bai built his fortune from scratch. This enormous family business was only to be inherited by such a spoiled descendant? TSK. It would be better to find a smart child in an orphanage and start from scratch like me. After pouring you another cup of tea, Mu Yun got straight to the point, having circled around the topic. Xiaozi, I've been told that you actually hold 20% of shares in our Chen Yun group. Listening to this, I maintained my calm expression. I nodded and said, That's right. Yun-yi, do you need me to show you the share transfer agreement? No need for that, Mu Yun smiled and waved her hand. I'm just curious about how you managed to get so many small shareholders to willingly give you their shares. I won them in a lottery, but can I tell you? I wore a thoughtful smile and then looked at Mu Yun, saying, Yuning, Mu Qianqian didn't inform you about this, did she? Mu Yun was taken aback by your response, confused as she asked, How would Qianqian know? But my smile grew more pronounced. It seems your daughter's business espionage tactics aren't as effective as I thought. Upon hearing your words, Mu Yun, who was about to pick up her cup, trembled slightly, causing the cup to tip over, spilling the scalding tea onto her skirt. The sound Mu Yun made from the burn made my heart tingle a bit, but she quickly stood up, saying, Be careful, it's hot, and her hand instinctively fell onto Mu Yun's thigh. Mu Yun, my disintegration points increased by 1%. Hearing the system prompt, my smile deepened. At that moment, Mu Yun thought, How dare he do this? He's quite bold. He's Bai Zhe of Tianyan. In Mu Yun's heart, a flicker of unease appeared, but she managed it well and quickly released her grasp. She took a tissue from the table and handed it to him. I took the tissue with a slight smile, saying, Thank you, Yuni. Given your reaction, you wouldn't say you didn't know about this, would you? Mu Yun had knocked over the cup due to her tension. Now that I mentioned this, it made her overlook the teasing from before. She then turned, smiling at you, and said, Xiaozhe, what are you talking about? Aunt Yun is getting older, but I can't help but wonder how Qian Shen could do something like this. It's illegal. Oh, really? My tone was calm as I slowly took out my phone from my pocket. An unread message from Butler Lee appeared, a short video clip. I clicked play and handed the phone to Mu Yun, saying, Aunt Yun, wanna take a look? Mu Yun's eyes flickered as she recognized her daughter in the video. The man, around 50, handed a USB drive to Mu Qianxian, while Mu Qianxian handed a bank card to him. Watching the scene unfold, Mu Yun's grip on the phone tightened, and a clear astonishment appeared in her eyes. Her disintegration points increased by 1%. This was the task I had Butler Lee undertake when I left the villa. The original mentions that Butler Lee is the Bai family's most capable assistant, so I didn't need to test him at all. At this moment, while Mu-yun observed the surveillance footage, her expression seemed only slightly affected, but her mind was in turmoil. Xian was always careful. How could she have been caught like this? He was not a spoiled brat and had never cared about the company. At this moment, his mind raced with strategies, completely unaware that at this moment, I had once again gotten closer to him, and this time I was bolder. As I reached out, I whispered in Mu-yun's ear, "Aunt June, you wouldn't want your daughter to go to jail, would you?" Her disintegration points increased by 1%. This made me feel even more at ease. Mu-yun hadn't noticed because her mind was racing, thinking of strategies. Should I act dumb at this moment? Pretending to be unaware of the situation, then scolding Xian for not being more careful. No, wait a minute. If that's the case, the initiative. Suddenly, Mu-yun realized that the initiative seemed to be in his control. A flicker of astonishment flashed through her. At first, Mu-yun had approached the meeting with a lofty attitude, thinking she could easily extract information from a child with just a few casual words. But ever since she drank that cup of tea, everything seemed to fall into your rhythm. Bai Zhe seemed different from the spoiled brat he used to be. As she felt puzzled, she slowly turned her head, to find that you had unknowingly closed the distance and had a look of longing on your face. Mu-yun finally reacted, slamming the phone down on the table and standing up, distancing herself from you. Mu-yun's disintegration points increased by 1%, while Mu Qianqian's increased by 0.1%. The second system prompt made my eyelid twitch. Indeed, using this entry point to disintegrate Mu Qianqian was the right move. At this moment, I was still savoring it, standing up, and the somewhat pale-faced evening cloud coldly spoke up. With just a video of unknown origin, you slander my daughter for breaking the law. You are too naive. Her emotions are no longer as stable as usual, but I remain as steady as a mountain. Then while walking towards him, I said, "Aunt June, you should know in your heart whether your daughter has done this or not." Then I took a few steps and arrived behind Mu-yun, my tone carrying a bit more patience as I continued to say about this video. "I haven't given it to my father yet. I believe Aunt June should understand what I mean, right?" Hearing your words, Mu-yun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. If this video were handed over to your father, the Chen Yun group would face a devastating blow. Then he immediately turned around, looked at you who had already come behind him, and said coldly, "What do you mean?" Listening to this, I slowly raised my palm, reaching out while softly saying, "My meaning is, Aunt Yun, after all these years, do you not want to find someone to rely on?" The evening cloud split the value by 1%. The split value is 0.1111%. Detected that the twilight cloud fragmentation degree has reached 10%. Obtained 1,000 fragmentation points. Haha, this trip to Chen Yun group has been quite fruitful. From the perspective of the disconnection growth situation of Mu-yun, he is obviously unable to hold on any longer. With a bang, Mu-yun opened the hand you placed on her face, took 2 steps back, and said, "Bastard, I am your Aunt Yun, I am your Aunt Yun." The evening clouds seem to be using their own shells to make you a little more awake, but they can't understand why the light in your eyes is even brighter. Suddenly, Mu-yun regretted it. He regretted why he had to be alone in this room, getting close to himself, and being teased by this little bae to this extent. But this little bae is still a heavenly smoke. Why does he have the right to say such things to me? Is it to insult me? Thinking of this, his anger intensified. But he knows he can't tear his face with you. Baes, you are too much. Now please leave my Chen Yun group immediately. What I want is this kind of effect, so I'm still that cynical look. Speaking of Yun-yi, have you forgotten that I am also a major shareholder of Chen Yun group now? You are about to be seen by the evening clouds, in this shameless appearance. Are you crazy for not leaving? Then I leave, and he actually stamps his foot like a little girl, turns around and is about to leave. The evening cloud tears only increase by 1%. However, I did not let Mu-yun leave. Instead, I spoke again, saying that your daughter's matter could be a bit difficult to handle. Hearing her daughter, Mu-yun's footsteps once again stopped in place. She looked at you deeply, and her cold voice carried a hint of hoarseness. "If it's difficult, then don't do it." As expected of Mu-yun, my eyebrows also slightly raised, as if I thought of something. But I didn't feel any surprise. Taking down Mu-yun is really not easy. In the original work, Mu-yun helped the protagonist a lot. And the purpose of my coming here today is to open a rift between Mu-yun and Mu Qianqian. Today's task can be considered a complete success. Looking at Mu-yun's indifferent demeanor now, I don't intend to say anything more. Since Yuni has already made her decision, I won't disturb her. After saying this, I turned and left. I just took a few steps when I turned around, smiled lightly at Mu-yun, and said to Yuni, "If you change your mind or have any needs, remember to call me." Mu-yun's fragmentation value increases by 1%. At this moment, Mu-yun is very angry and directly shouts that even if I die, I absolutely will not call you from outside. Mu-yun's fragmentation value increases by 1%. Hearing this, I couldn't help but curl my lips. Why do you want to set such a flag when everything is fine? The Twilight Cloud's fragmentation value increases by 1%. Right now, the system notification sound keeps echoing in my mind, indicating that Muyun's heart is definitely not calm at this moment, but I chuckled softly, ignored it, and quickly left. It is evident that Muyun has already thought of a countermeasure. The evening clouds increased by 1%, Mu Chanshan's increased by 0.1%. I was already at the door and had opened it, yet such a prompt sound unexpectedly came out again, which made a hint of a certain flavor rise in my heart. Then I deliberately turned my head, placed the hand from earlier on my nose, took a deep breath, and said, fragrant. The taste of tea is still the taste of tea, but this hand was just the evening cloud, and the face instantly turned red, rolling slowly. When the roar of the evening clouds had not yet fully emerged, I slammed the door shut with a bang, and at that moment, the system's prompt sound echoed in my mind. Evening cloud's rupture value increased by 5%, Mu Chanshan's rupture value increased by 0.1%, detected that the evening cloud's rupture degree reached 20%, awarded 2,000 rupture points. Wow, this has exceeded 30,000 points. But just as I was immersed in the joy of my harvest, an angry voice suddenly came from the side. Bastard Baze, what did you do to my mom? The roar of this voice startled me. This woman is actually the main character's sister from 3 lifetimes, with extraordinary combat skills. That slap left a hole in the table, and then I instinctively panicked and waved my hands. No, I didn't say anything, you calm down. But how could Mu Chanshan care about your explanation? Just now, before closing the door, her mother shouted get lost, and he heard it very clearly, coming right in front of the mirror, directly kicking you in the face. I was suddenly taken aback, filled with despair, thinking that I would meet my end here, but in the next second, as I looked at the mechanical-like muscles flying towards me, memories surged forth. Unconsciously raising my hand, after 2 slaps, I then straightened my body, and Mu Chanshan was directly pinned against the wall in a high leg lift posture. This sudden change caught me off guard, while Mu Chanshan immediately expressed her astonishment. How could you? The drummer of Qingshan, Mu Chanshan, has a split value increase of 0.1%. The scene in the hallway now seems quite strange. Fortunately, Mu Chanshan is wearing long pants, which is a pity. It's good that this floor is specially prepared for Mu Yun, so there are currently no other people to answer my questions. How could you, Qingshan, wrongfully capture someone? Where did you learn this from? Mu Chanshan's voice pulled your thoughts back. Because I was facing Mu Chanshan, the distance between the two of us was quite close, but I still didn't forget to say to Mu Chanshan, do you have any right to manage me? Mu Chanshan's eyes flickered, and your attitude made her extremely angry. I warn you, if you don't answer my question, be careful that I won't be polite to you. Oh my bad temper. I suddenly exerted force, and she immediately let out a painful greeting. Mu Chanshan, are you not clear about the situation? Come, let me see how you are being rude to me. You Mu Chanshan, the split only increases by 0.1%, you bastard, I command you to let me go immediately. How the hell do you think you have the right to order me around? With a bit more force, a clear pain has already transmitted to Mu Chanshan's joints. After all, calling the drummer wrong, at this moment his gaze at you is already filled with resentment and anger. Let go of me. Looking at Mu Chanshan's appearance at this moment, I felt a wave of relief in my heart. Even a female hero with such high combat power can have a day when she falls into my hands. Ask me, Mu Chanshan, the split value increases by 0.1%. I spit. Why would I ask you, you bastard? Let me go immediately, do you hear me? Mu Chanshan did not dare to struggle, because she knew very well the power of the Qingshan mistake hand, and I also did not dare to let go of Mu Chanshan. But the one who was anxious now was not myself. So I still acted indifferent and said, if you don't ask me, then I can't do anything about it. While speaking, I declared Mu Chanshan. The split value increases by 0.1%, adding 0.1% you bastard. The color on Mu Chanshan's face is slowly spreading. But I still take my time, leisurely polishing my skills, ready to spend the whole day with you. However, your secretary and shareholders are all waiting for you. If they see that you haven't returned for a long time and send someone to look for you, and see us like this, Mu Chanshan's fragmentation value increases by 0.1%. You, Mu Chanshan, start to feel a bit flustered. If others see this, that would really be. But you are dreaming, I will die here, and no one outside will ask for you. Mu Chanshan's eyes flickered. I knew he was scolding himself in his heart, but I didn't care. Finally, at this moment, I beg you to let me go. Mu Chanshan's split value increased by 0.1%, and a sound the size of a mosquito came out. Well, it smells really good. I raised the corner of my mouth. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Mu Chanshan's fragmentation value increased by 0.1%. I said I beg you to let me go. Mu Chanshan said this almost through gritted teeth. Ah, If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer these physical pains. Mu Qianqian's severance value increases by 0.1%. At this moment, Mu Qianqian wished she could bite you to death, but it was obvious that the sensation on her ankle had relaxed quite a bit. You were about to let go of yourself. However, everything is fate. At this moment, the elevator door in the distance slowly opened, and the voice of the female secretary followed, but President Mu's words downstairs were not finished. Then I took a breath of cold air. The plane came, standing still in one place, one hand tapping rapidly, crazily clicking the elevator door close button. But the elevator door still took 30 seconds to slowly close. Mu Qianqian and your gazes both froze. Mu Qianqian's split value increases by 0.1111%. Detected that Mu Qianqian's rupture degree reached 10%. Obtained rupture points 1000. With a 0.1 increase, has everything risen to 10? Gulp, I swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I can clearly feel that in my hands. Mu Qianqian's body has started to tremble violently. Her pupils are about to burst into flames, and I know that Mu Qianqian is about to completely explode. The scenery is pulling. I turned without any hesitation, and in an instant, I ran wildly. I killed Bai Zhe, and of course I escaped from the clutches of this third senior sister unharmed. The main reason is that the female secretary stood there in a daze after closing the elevator door just now, without selecting a floor. And then Mu Qianqian, who was chasing from behind, saw the female secretary in the elevator and abruptly stopped in her tracks, slowly looking at you with a resentful and venomous gaze. At this moment, the female secretary in the elevator huddled in the corner, as if wanting to blend into the environment, silently repeating in her mind, "Can't see me, can't see me." But then I heard your voice, you just saw it. The female secretary suddenly became alert and said, "Mr. Bai, I didn't see anything at all." Her face turned pale, and she was worried that you might kill yourself to silence her. I didn't expect that what I heard was actually a sigh. Sigh, you know I've already gotten married, but you're Mr. Mu, sigh. Hearing this, the female secretary's eyes widened instantly, and she turned her head sharply. Are you saying that it was our general manager Mu who took the initiative, and Mu Qianqian's split value increased by 0.1%? Ha ha ha, I knew it. As the saying goes, a small misunderstanding can trigger a terrible butterfly effect. Sigh. Bai Chen let out a long sigh again. He looked up at the ceiling of the elevator at a 45-degree angle. His sorrowful profile caught the eye of the female secretary. How can you say she was the one who took the initiative? Oh dear. The taste of tea? Bai Chen surprisingly showed a hint of heartache. Turning his head, the corners of his mouth twitched. It's all my fault. It's all my mistake. I can't give her happiness, so it's only right for her to be angry with me. Sigh. Ding. Mu Qianqian's severance value plus 0.1%. At this moment, Bai Chen's image among the female secretary had changed. Unexpectedly, this legendary playboy had such a side? This sorrowful look was completely not an act. Can't he give our general manager Mu happiness? Is it because of the issue with the heavens? So worried about not being able to give general manager Mu happiness, he casually found a woman to marry, hoping to make general manager Mu give up? This isn't your fault. Poor thing. The female secretary unconsciously felt a surge of maternal concern, perhaps inspired by Bai Chen's acting. She even wanted to reach out and pat Bai Chen's head. Damn it, how can women have such wild imaginations? Just from Bai Chen's casual words, this female secretary had conjured up an entire old-fashioned tragic love idol drama in her mind. At this moment, Bai Chen's voice came again. You are Qianqian's secretary, right? Now, hearing Bai Chen directly call her by name didn't seem so strange. The female secretary instinctively nodded. Then help me persuade her. Bai Chen's voice suddenly became more urgent. Don't chase me like today anymore. Chasing him like today. That was more like Mu Qianqian hunting him down. But after hearing this, the female secretary surprisingly sighed in empathy and nodded, saying, okay, but I can't guarantee that General Manager Mu will change her deep feelings. Ding! Mu Qianqian's severance value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen struggled to keep himself from laughing out loud. Thank you. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Bai Chen deeply nodded at the female secretary and turned to leave, leaving the female secretary with deep, profound eyes, watching Bai Chen's back, which seemed to tremble as if he were crying, with a moved expression. What a pair of infatuated people. Ding! Mu Qianqian's severance value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen's back trembled, he was almost unable to hold back his laughter. Just from Bai Chen's rumors about Mu Qianqian, combined with the natural gossip ability of women, one can imagine what kind of things would happen within the Qin Yun group. Speaking ill behind someone's back, spreading rumors, such behavior is truly lacking in class. But Bai Chen is the villain. What class does he need? How much is it per pound? Is it delicious? What he needs to do is to use any means necessary to completely sever the protagonist's network of relationships. He was already a ruin, what was there to fear about a collapse? Ding! Mu Qianxian's severance value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen's bodyguard had long been waiting. Watching Bai Chen come down from upstairs, he actively followed behind him. The driver had already parked Bai Chen's Maybach in front of the building and had kindly opened the car door for him in advance. After getting in the car, Bai Chen recalled the scene in the hallway earlier. This Mu Qianxian, although not as strong as the protagonist, was indeed one of the top disciples of the Great Green Mountain. With only one Green Mountain wrong bone technique, it was indeed impossible to confront this woman head-on. So, he could only continue to confront Mu Yun head-on? For some reason, a faint scent of tea filled the air, causing the corners of Bai Chen's mouth to curve up again. Aunt Yun, I'm sorry. As Bai Chen was contemplating this matter, just as the vehicle was about to completely leave Qian Yun Group, he spotted a familiar figure. Wang Ji. At that moment, Wang Ji was dressed in casual clothes, his face bruised and swollen, limping as he dragged his suitcase, tears and snot streaming down his face as he walked outside. Bai Chen initially didn't want to pay attention to this supporting character he had completely severed ties with. However, unexpectedly, with just one more glance, Wang Ji's status panel actually changed. Name, Wang Ji, identity, secondary male supporting character, age, 29, charm, 55, conversion rate, 0%, the part that originally belonged to the severance degree, after reaching 100%, had actually transformed into a conversion rate? What is this conversion rate? Bai Chen didn't hesitate to directly ask the system in his mind. The system answered without any hesitation, host, what you severed is a component of the protagonist's halo, and this component will become a brand new individual after being severed. The host can convert this brand new individual into a part of their own halo in their own way. Note, the conversion rate will not bring severance points, but after conversion is complete, random blind box rewards will still be obtained. Is there such a thing? Hearing the system's response, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. He had thought that severing the protagonist's halo was the end of it. He didn't expect he would still have to deal with after-sales service? If that's the case, then after being severed, Shen Xinying and the other female protagonists would also have this conversion rate, right? So he would still have to play the role of a sycophant? No way. Absolutely not. A sycophant was out of the question. He was the villain. This conversion must be just like the severance, not limited to just one method. As for what method to use, Bai Chen hadn't figured that out yet, and now wasn't the time to consider it. But Bai Chen still reached out and patted the bodyguard in the passenger seat, saying, after we go out, you follow that security guard you've beaten before, just keep an eye on him, but don't get discovered. Although the bodyguard didn't know what Bai Chen was planning, he nodded, I guarantee to complete the task. Bai Chen's vehicle slowly drove out of the gates of Qian Yun Group. A pair of mature and beautiful eyes, from the very top of Qian Yun Group, were always looking down below. After Bai Chen's vehicle left, a trace of resentment appeared in those eyes. This little brat actually dared to tease me. I, Mu Yun, will remember this today. Just as her words fell, a crisp knock on the door sounded, followed by Mu Qianxian's voice, Mom, can I come in? Hearing this voice, Mu Yun quickly took a deep breath, adjusted her state, and spoke loudly, come in. Mu Qianxian strutted in with her long legs, but as soon as she entered, Mu Yun was taken aback, looking at her daughter with a puzzled expression. Why are you showing so much thigh? Showing so much thigh? Mu Qianxian looked down. Oh no! Ding! Mu Qianxian's severance value plus 0.1%. In a hurry, she pulled her pant leg down from the top of her thigh. Wasn't this the result of Bai Chen letting go just now? It slid down smoothly, but if it slid down further, this could only prove that Mu Qianxian's thigh had almost no gap, directly pinching the pant leg, so. I just felt a bit hot, so I wanted to cool off. Although Mu Qianxian hated Bai Chen, if her mother found out about such a thing, it would be too embarrassing. Moreover, her mother would definitely be angry. She could just find a way to take revenge on Bai Chen later. There was no need to involve her mother. Just then, Mu Yun's thoughts were also very chaotic, so she didn't think too much about it. She simply waved her hand, come here. After Mu Qianxian approached, Mu Yun couldn't help but speak in a low voice, filled with a bit of frustration. Why are you so careless in your work? The mole you planted in the Xingzhou group was discovered by Bai Chen. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxian's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed, how is that possible? We have been in secret contact, and the transaction location is in our family's property. How could Bai Chen know? Mu Yun's gaze was deep in thought. I don't know how he found out, but he has already placed the video of you and that mole's transaction on my desk. Ah. At this moment, Mu Qianxian's eyes were filled with panic. corporate espionage, instructing others to steal business secrets, these are indeed illegal. On one hand, she was afraid of this, and on the other, she was worried about the Bai family behind Bai Chen. If both aspects erupted at the same time, it wouldn't just be her, even her mother and the Chen Yun group would be finished. What should we do now? Mu Qianqian was certainly not as calm as Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun's gaze was profound, and in her alluring mature pupils, there was unexpectedly a hint of ruthlessness, and then she slowly uttered 4 words, "No witnesses left." What? Mu Qianqian gasped. Mom, you mean? Mu Yun squinted and nodded, and it needs to be quick. We can't touch Bai Chen, but a high-level executive is nothing serious for us. Listening to her mother's words, Mu Qianqian's eyes showed a hint of struggle. But this way. Mu Yun looked at her daughter in this state and gently sighed, stepping forward to embrace her daughter's shoulders, speaking earnestly, Qianqian, Mom knows you're kind, but we can't let that little bastard Bai Chen bully us, can we? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. When Mu Yun said this, Mu Qianqian's little face instantly turned crimson. She clearly recalled the scene that had just occurred in the hallway with Bai Chen. Unable to help herself, she gritted her teeth and said, he's just a bastard. Mu Yun nodded in agreement, then paused, asking in surprise, Qianqian, why is your face red? Am I blushing? Mu Qianqian was taken aback. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ah, Mom, didn't I just say? It's a bit hot. Mom, why is your face also so red? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Cough cough. Mu Yun coughed and released her daughter. You're right, it is a bit hot. You go out first, Mom needs to make a call to arrange something. Okay, Mom. Mu Qianqian was somewhat flustered and wanted to avoid her mother's gaze. Just as she turned her head, she gritted her teeth, that bastard Bai Chen, making me so embarrassed in front of Mom. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Unbeknownst to her, after Mu Qianqian turned her head, Mu Yun was also gritting her teeth, that little bastard, making me so embarrassed in front of my daughter. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Sitting in the back seat of a Maybach, Bai Chen was speeding down the streets of Jiangcheng in the evening, listening to the constant notification sounds ringing in his mind, looking completely bewildered. What are these two mother and daughter doing? Cooking? Bai Chen certainly couldn't figure it out, so he might as well do something he could understand. At this moment, the system mall panel had already unfolded before him. That balance of 30,500 points made Bai Chen's face light up with excitement. He really didn't expect that just a simple trip to the Chen Yun group would yield him so many points. He was less than 20,000 points away from the silver blind box, and if he only exchanged for purple blind boxes, he could get 3 of them. So now, Bai Chen was caught in a dilemma. Should he save up for a big haul, or should he exchange for a few purple blind boxes to play with first? But if he went for another big haul at the Chen Yun group and accumulated 60,000 or 70,000 points, would he then be thinking about saving up to 100,000 points for a golden legend? Never mind, let's exchange for 2 small ones first. Having something is better than nothing, skills never weigh you down. He believed there would definitely be bigger opportunities than the Chen Yun group in the future. Thus, Bai Chen directly said, exchange for 2 purple blind boxes. He kept 10,000 points as a reserve, just in case something unexpected happened, it might save his life. Ding! Deducting 20,000 points, you have obtained purple blind box plus 2. Would the host like to open them? Open them, all of them. Ding! About 5 seconds later. Congratulations, the host has successfully opened the purple blind box and received the reward, Qingshan Hidden Track Technique. Congratulations, the host has successfully opened the purple blind box and received the reward, Qingshan Broken Gold Finger. Bai Chen? 2 streams of information instantly filled Bai Chen's entire body, accompanied by muscle memory. After receiving this information, Bai Chen suddenly realized, why are all these things similar to martial arts techniques? The first reward, as the name suggests, is a technique for hiding one's tracks, a stealth skill. The second reward, also as the name suggests, is like the mighty diamond finger, enhancing his finger strength to the point of breaking gold and splitting stone. But this kind of thing. Bai Chen discovered that he had opened 3 purple blind boxes in total, and all the items were similar martial arts techniques. Is it possible that the things from the purple blind boxes are only martial arts? The system did not answer this question, seemingly hoping Bai Chen would explore it himself. This left Bai Chen somewhat helpless as he lowered his head and gently clenched his fist. The sound of crunching came, and he felt that he had become stronger. He even seriously thought to himself, if I were to face the protagonist now, if we fought, it should be a 30-70 split, right? He killed me 7 times in 3 minutes. What a sin! A hint of regret appeared on Bai Chen's face. No, I have to hold back in the future, save money, and go for a big draw for a golden legend. While Bai Chen was still planning his saving strategy, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID display Butlerly, he tapped the screen to answer the call. However, Bai Chen seemed to have forgotten that he had just obtained the Qingshan broken gold finger. He hadn't fully mastered it yet, so, with a light crack, the phone was unexpectedly bent in half, and the screen went instantly black. What the heck? Bai Chen couldn't help but exclaim at this scene. The driver, who was driving, was startled and turned to check. Then he saw a white smoke hiss out, accompanied by a flash of fire. What the hell? The driver also let out a startled cry. The phone's battery was distorted, and then it exploded in an instant. The power was unimaginable. Bai Chen panicked. He instinctively wanted to open the window and throw the thing out, but the window button pop was pressed through by Bai Chen. What the hell? The driver was so shocked by the scene that his voice cracked. It's over. Bai Chen was stunned. He couldn't possibly be blown up in his own Maybach, could he? If he really got killed by a phone explosion, that would be so embarrassing. There was no time to think. The flames were shooting up. Bai Chen instinctively clasped his hands together, fingers tightly interlocked. With a poof, the soon-to-explode phone battery was surprisingly extinguished by Bai Chen's 10 fingers. Wow, chow! The driver, turning his head, was utterly flabbergasted. Is this something a human can do? Bai Chen looked at the crushed phone in his hands and also exclaimed, is this something a human can even imagine? Thankfully, he had already stored this knowledge in his mind, otherwise, he would have been struck dumb. Bai Chen's complaint was, of course, about the original work. Because that so-called Qingshan Duanjin finger was a power written for the protagonist in the original story. Although he wasn't fully familiar with this kind of strength, the power he displayed was definitely on par with what the protagonist could unleash. When he read the book, he thought the protagonist was incredibly impressive, taking down a minor character with just a finger. But he never expected that the Qingshan Duanjin finger had such a function. It could even extinguish a burning phone battery. That was way over the top. However, thinking about it, the protagonist was a war god, the Dragon King. In that moment, it all seemed so reasonable. Just as Bai Chen was making sense of things, he realized the vehicle had come to a stop. The driver, who had been driving, was now exaggeratedly twisting his head, looking at him in utter confusion. Ahem! The driver probably hadn't heard his earlier comment clearly. Bai Chen casually said to him, basic skills, don't overdo it. It was better that he hadn't said that. As soon as he did, the driver went wild. Young master, my god, your finger skills are incredible. How did you do that? You're like an indestructible diamond. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Seeing the driver's admiration for him flowing like a river, Bai Chen immediately called for a stop. Quick, open the window for me. Okay, young master, right away. Please don't point at me. The driver hurriedly pressed the button to lower the window next to Bai Chen. Bai Chen quickly threw the remnants of his phone out the window. Turning his head, he found the driver still looking dazed. He couldn't help but curl his lip. Give me your phone. Yes. The driver, not daring to delay, quickly took out his phone and handed it to Bai Chen. But just as Bai Chen reached out to take it, he suddenly remembered how he had lost control of the strength of the Qingshan Duanjin finger earlier. So he retracted his hand and said, you, call Butlerly and put it on speaker. Okay, young master, just a moment. The driver quickly completed the operation, and the call was soon connected. Uncle Lee's voice came through, tinged with confusion. Young master? It's me. Hearing Bai Chen's voice, Butlerly let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, when he called the young master, the phone hadn't even rung a few times before it indicated the other party was on another call. When he tried again, it was turned off. He thought something had happened. Now, he finally felt relieved, but he still asked, young master, what happened to your phone? How come? Ahem. Bai Chen coughed. You don't need to know. There was really no need to know. It was too ridiculous. But Bai Chen couldn't help it. He couldn't change the original setting. All he could do was change his fate. This Green Mountain broken gold finger. He still wanted to find a way to control it. Bai Chen directly asked, how's the situation? Butlerly didn't know what was wrong with Bai Chen, but he also knew that the young master didn't want him to know, so he would just ask someone else later. So he replied, Lu Wu, that bastard, has already gone home and is having dinner with his wife and child. Lu Wu was the executive Bai Chen mentioned, a corporate spy placed in Xingzhou Group by Mu Chanshan. Young master, do you need me to take care of his whole family? Butlerly's voice was flat, as if such matters were already routine for him, and Bai Chen naturally needed to get used to it because he was an irredeemable villain. But this time, Bai Chen said, not urgent, send me a location, I'll be there right away. The reason Bai Chen didn't directly exercise the villain's virtue of rooting out the problem was entirely because Lu Wu was the key to controlling Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian. If he got rid of him, wouldn't that just play into Mu Yun in their hands? Lu Wu still had his uses, so he couldn't die just yet. The conversation was on speakerphone between Butler Lee and Bai Chen. The driver in the car wasn't worried about him leaking anything, after all, he didn't dare. Of course, the driver didn't hear any secrets at this moment. He didn't pay attention to Bai Chen and Butler Lee's exchange. At this moment, he was still staring at Bai Chen, lost in thought. Clearly, his mind was filled with the scene he had just witnessed. Bai Chen's great strength diamond finger was simply too impressive. He was even thinking now, how could someone train their fingers to such an extent? How did the young master do it? Could it be because the young master is a celestial eunuch? So he can only use. Damn it! Who said only women have strange thought processes? This male driver was also damn impressive. He actually felt a kind of sympathy for Bai Chen in his heart. The young master is really too pitiful. However, when God closes a door for the young master, he opens a window. With the young master's skills at his fingertips, no girl could withstand it, right? What the hell are you thinking about by yourself? Bai Chen's voice suddenly came out cold. The driver instantly trembled, startled, and nervously replied, I wasn't thinking about anything, young master. I still think, young master, you are really too impressive. My admiration for you is like the flood of the Yellow River, uncontrollable. Shut up, Bai Chen, _drive. Alright, the sun had completely set. Bai Chen's Maybach slowly drove into a high-end community. This community was all part of the Bai family's property, so he entered the underground garage without a hitch. Butler Lee had been waiting for a long time. Bai Chen didn't wait for Butler Lee to open the door for him. He carefully used his fingers to hook the car door handle. With a creak, the car door opened, and this time there were no special incidents. Bai Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had nearly mastered the Green Mountain broken gold finger. Finally, he could control it to avoid the idiotic scene of a phone exploding. But Bai Chen didn't forget to tell the driver, drive the car away, bring another one to pick me up, and also, buy me a new phone. Butler Lee was puzzled as to why a new phone was needed, but he didn't ask. He took Bai Chen to the elevator and arrived at the corresponding floor. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Butler Lee didn't need Bai Chen to instruct him and pressed the doorbell. The family of three, who were having dinner, were all taken aback at the same time, and Lu Wu thought to himself, who is it? We're eating dinner now? With a heart full of doubt, he stood up and walked to the door, peering through the peephole. Swish! A cold sweat broke out on his face, and his complexion turned pale in an instant. Standing outside the door were Bai Chen and Butler Lee. The focus was on Butler Lee. Normally, this playboy Bai Chen would only bring along his insignificant lackeys when he went out, bullying the weak. But Butler Lee was different. Strictly speaking, he wasn't Bai Chen's man but rather his father's. So if Butler Lee was involved, it was definitely a big deal. Could it be that I've been discovered? Lu Wu trembled at the door. Yet he tried to reassure himself, no, it can't be. President Mu is always cautious in his actions. And what about you? Honey, who is it? Shoo! His wife's voice came from behind, and Lu Wu quickly turned around and ran back to cover her mouth, speaking rapidly in her astonished gaze. You, quickly take our daughter back to the room and put her to sleep. No matter what sounds come from outside, don't come out. What on earth is happening? His wife wanted to ask, but Lu Wu was very anxious. Don't ask, just go. Outside the door, Bai Chen and Butler Lee stood still, quietly waiting. Just as Butler Lee was about to ring the doorbell for the second time, the door creaked open, and Lu Wu's grinning figure appeared at the entrance. Looking at Bai Chen and Butler Lee, he immediately spoke, oh, young master, why are you here? You should have notified me in advance so I could come down to welcome you. Bai Chen chuckled lightly, ignoring him, and walked in with Butler Lee right behind him. Lu Wu felt the sweat on his forehead as he closed the door and hurried inside. Bai Chen had already reached his dining room and, seeing the table full of delicacies, couldn't help but say, oh, king crab, good heavens, Lu Wu, this must have been bought with Mu Qianqian's money, right? Bai Chen got straight to the point, catching Lu Wu off guard. His face turned pale instantly, but he still forced himself to remain calm. Why, young master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Bai Chen waved his hand at Butler Lee. Go chop off his daughter's hand, let's see if he can understand then. Stop! Lu Wu shouted in shock. What kind of skill is it to bully a child? Bully a child? Bai Chen chuckled lightly, adjusting his belt. Then I'll go bully your wife. Thud! Lu Wu knelt straight in front of Bai Chen. Young master, I'll tell you everything. Please spare my wife and child. After saying that, bang! His head hit the ground. Crunch! It was so damn crisp. so crisp that even Butler Lee, standing aside, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye, thinking, "You didn't react like this when I was going to chop off your daughter's hand. How can you be so scared when the young master wants to bully your wife? The young master is a eunuch. What can he do to your wife?" Of course, Butler Lee wouldn't dare to say this out loud. That would be a great disrespect to the young master. Bai Chen also expressed his regret. Lu Wu knelt down too quickly. He hadn't even had the chance to prove that he was no longer a eunuch in front of them. What a pity, such a pity. Bai Chen adjusted his belt again, walked past the kneeling Lu Wu, and sat at the head of the dining table. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Bai Chen felt hungry. He had only eaten breakfast, and during lunch, he was still exercising with Shen Qingying. Now he had only had a couple of bites of fragrant Mingqian Longjing tea. Thus, Bai Chen waved his hand. "Go, serve me a bowl of rice." Lu Wu knelt on the ground, still unable to react. But Steward Lee was the first to take action, skillfully entering Lu Wu's kitchen and soon bringing out a steaming bowl of white porridge for Bai Chen. Just this simple action made Lu Wu feel a chill run down his spine. He knew that Steward Lee had never been to his home before. But this clear operation made Lu Wu instantly understand. Every move he made was under their surveillance. At that moment, he realized how naive he had been, still fantasizing that President Mu always acted cautiously. How could he not have considered why the local emperor of Jiangcheng was Bai Chen's father and not Mu Qianqian's mother? Now Lu Wu understood everything. Therefore, he no longer intended to hide anything, raising his head to look at Bai Chen, tears in his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "Young master, you don't need to say anything. Lu Wu knows he has made a grave mistake. I only hope that you can spare my wife and daughter. They know nothing." Those red-rimmed eyes clearly showed genuine emotion. Slurp, but it seemed Bai Chen didn't notice, taking a big slurp of the fragrant porridge and then tearing off a long leg of the king crab. Steward Lee quickly handed Bai Chen a pair of tongs, but the next second, with a crisp sound of kabang, the crab shell shattered in Bai Chen's fingers. Seeing this, Steward Lee's brows instantly raised, a clear look of surprise appearing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, while cleaning up the crab shell, said to Lu Wu, "I will take care of your wife and daughter, do not worry." Hearing this, not to mention Steward Lee, even Lu Wu, who was kneeling on the ground with a righteous expression, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Why did this sound so strange? But he couldn't find any fault with it. So he closed his eyes and hoarsely said, "Young master, you may act." Lu Wu understood the rules and knew the consequences of betraying the Bai family. However, with his eyes closed, Lu Wu heard Bai Chen, while eating, mumble, "Why would I act against you? Do you think I am Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian, the two of them?" Lu Wu was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Then he cautiously opened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Young master, are you saying?" Lu Wu was, after all, a senior executive of the Xingzhou Group, specifically chosen by Mu Qianqian as a business spy. He was a seasoned player. If it weren't for his familiarity with the original plot, he might have been like the Bai Chen in the original story, only realizing something was off midway through the tale. Thus, Lu Wu was also sharp. He quickly understood what Bai Chen's words meant. President Mu wants to kill me? Impossible. President Mu is kind. What about Mu Yun? Bai Chen asked while eating crab, his rhetorical question making Lu Wu's eyes twitch heavily. Yes, what about Mu Yun? Lu Wu had never met Mu Yun, but he knew she was a legendary woman in Jiangcheng. The legendary stories didn't matter. What mattered was that a weak woman could hold her own in the chaotic Jiangcheng. Was that simple? But Lu Wu seemed to want to convince himself, but Bai Chen was already too lazy to argue with him. Enough! He waved his hand, "Stop kneeling on the ground, go, and serve me another bowl of rice." Lu Wu was still a bit dazed, as if in a dream. After all, everything had happened too quickly. He had fantasized many times about what would happen if he were discovered. He had even thought he could negotiate a bit. But who would have thought that the young master had no intention of getting involved after entering the door? No matter what he did, it was always straightforward, without any twists or turns. Instead, it left those who liked to beat around the bush at a loss. However, while Lu Wu was serving rice to Bai Chen, he seemed to have discovered a problem. Wait a minute. He turned in surprise to look outside the kitchen. Is this really the young master? The Bai family's young master is a brainless dandy. If he knew I betrayed him, he would definitely be the first to find someone to deal with me. What is he doing? For a moment just now, I thought the one sitting there was the master. Lu Wu wasn't the only one with this illusion. Even Li, the butler, who had been standing by, felt the same. He had been by Bai Chen's father's side since he started from scratch, and now he was by Bai Chen's side. He had witnessed the growth of Bai Chen's father, and now was he to witness Bai Chen's growth? But isn't this growth a bit too fast? How could there be such a drastic change from today to yesterday? Is this what they call enlightenment? Whether he was enlightened or not wasn't the issue at hand. Bai Chen had already gone through 3 rounds of porridge and 5 dishes. To be fair, Lu Wu's wife and children were quite obedient. When told not to come out, they really didn't. It was already late at night. Bai Chen also stood up, yawned, and said to Lu Wu, "Go, hug your wife and children to sleep." Ha! Bai Chen's words left Lu Wu momentarily stunned. Is that it? We're just going to sleep? You came to my house and scared me into kneeling on the ground just to have a meal? Young master, this. Lu Wu wanted to say something else, but Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? You're not going to sleep? Then I could go for you? No. Lu Wu immediately waved his hands, flustered, turning back 3 times as he entered the room. He left the living room to Bai Chen and Li, the butler. As soon as Lu Wu entered the room, Bai Chen's expression became slightly serious as he said to Li, the butler, "Uncle Li, find a place to hide, don't let anyone discover us. Let's wait and see if anything happens tonight." After saying this, Bai Chen turned off all the lights in the living room. Li, the butler, didn't know what Bai Chen was up to, but still slightly bowed. Yes, young master? His gaze suddenly narrowed, and he quickly and cautiously searched the darkroom. His pupils trembled slightly. I actually can't feel the young master's presence for a moment. Could it be that the young master has already taken a taxi home? Damn it, taking a taxi home. It was then that Bai Chen's voice suddenly came from the empty corner. Uncle Li, why don't you hide? The voice startled Li, the butler, nearly jumping in place, his eyes flashing with disbelief. I thought my stealth skills were not unbeatable, but the young master, how did he do it? Of course, it was the system's reward, Xingshan concealment technique. However, Bai Chen had no time to explain to Li, the butler, because he was also feeling conflicted. Although he was familiar with the original plot and knew that Mu Yun would send a royal assassin to help solve problems when encountering certain situations, he didn't know if Mu Yun would do this in the 2.5 years before the official plot began. So, Bai Chen was gambling now. As time passed, it soon reached the early hours of the morning. Bai Chen was starting to doze off, but he had read many novels and knew that this was the best time for the assassin to strike. So Bai Chen was fully alert. However, there was still no sign of anything. This left Bai Chen puzzled. Did I bet wrong? Yes, it hadn't come yet. Could it be that Mu Yun had no intention of killing Lu Wu? No, absolutely impossible. Mu Yun's sudden change of attitude in that room told Bai Chen that she must have thought of a solution. According to the analysis of the original plot, Mu Yun's solution must be to kill and silence him, leaving no witnesses. So why wasn't the assassin coming now? Could it be coming tomorrow? That seemed unlikely. Because Mu Yun already knew she had evidence of Lu Wu's corporate espionage, she would definitely want to act quickly to avoid prolonged troubles. So what was going on? Bai Chen was starting to feel distressed. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Or is there something in the original work that I missed? Bai Chen closed his eyes and began to recall the plot of the original work. Although there wasn't much about Mu Yun, Bai Chen remembered it clearly. After all, the mature woman still had her charm. Ahem! Bai Chen was sure that the plot wasn't for this reason. It was simply because he loved reading novels, that's all. The reason he was certain Mu Yun would send an assassin was that it was written in the original work. By the later part of the overall plot, the protagonist gradually awakened and began to investigate whether there were any moles around him. At that time, the protagonist had already established close contact with Mu Yun and her daughter. The protagonist had expressed his concerns about this issue, but Mu Yun told him not to worry, she had her own methods. In the original work, the protagonist had investigated some suspicious moles, and it wouldn't be long before they met with untimely deaths. Mu Yun had also told the protagonist that the assassins were carefully selected and specially trained by her. The protagonist had vaguely mentioned that Mu Yun had the most poisonous heart of a woman, but Mu Yun had said that the wives, children, and families of these people were well taken care of. Wait! Suddenly, Bai Chen seemed to grasp a key issue. He jumped out from the dark corner and didn't forget to shout, "Uncle Li, come with me." Butler Li was still in a daze. He thought the young master had already taken a taxi home. How did he suddenly jump out? But seeing his young master's fiery figure, Butler Li quickly followed. Bai Chen arrived at the door of the room Lu Wu had just entered. Without saying a word, bang, he kicked the door open. At the moment Bai Chen kicked the door, a flash of cold light suddenly flickered out. "Stop!" Bai Chen shouted loudly. And Butler Li, who was following Bai Chen, saw clearly as a flower pot was kicked aside. Whoosh! It flew out. Bang! It sounded like it hit something. A woman let out a muffled groan of pain. Ding! Mu Yun's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianxian's severance value plus 0.1%. At this moment, Bai Chen didn't find the system's prompt surprising. Because Lu Wu was the key to controlling Mu Yun and Mu Qianshan, and he had prevented Lu Wu from being assassinated. Clearly, this had a crucial impact on his severance. It was normal for the severance value to increase at this time. But now Bai Chen was more concerned about whether his guess was correct. Bai Chen immediately reached out to turn on the lights in the room, and the scene before him made him suddenly realize he had indeed guessed right. Lu Wu was now sweating profusely, his eyes filled with terror, his mouth tightly bound, and his hands and feet restrained at the four corners of the bed. A little girl who looked like she was still in kindergarten lay on the bed with her eyes closed, not knowing if she was in a deep sleep or unconscious. A woman who appeared to be about 10 years younger than Lu Wu, dressed in pajamas, lay nearby, her face smeared with remnants of flower pots and dirt, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Lu Wu's wife was nowhere to be seen. That could only mean one thing: a killer. The woman on the ground, realizing her plan had been exposed, flickered her gaze, gritted her teeth, and wiped the blood from her mouth. Die! She sprang up and lunged again with a knife aimed at the bound Lu Wu. Bai Chen immediately shouted, "Uncle Li, Lu Wu can't die." Butler Li, sensing the urgency, swiftly appeared beside Lu Wu to protect him. But no one expected that the woman's blade would suddenly turn and stab directly at Bai Chen. Butler Li was taken aback. "Young master, be careful." Damn! Bai Chen certainly knew to be careful, but he never anticipated that this female assassin would employ such a feint. However, Bai Chen was no longer the Bai Chen of the past. He extended his hands directly. With a sharp ping, the assassin's blade landed on his fingertips. The next second, with a crack, the sharp knife in the assassin's hand shattered. What? Not only the female assassin, but even Butler Li, who had rushed over to protect Bai Chen, gasped in astonishment. And in the blink of an eye, Bai Chen stepped forward, legs extended, hands outstretched. With a crisp sound, he effortlessly dislocated the assassin's shoulder. Amid the assassin's scream, Bai Chen pinned her to the ground, controlling her on the spot. Ding! Mu Yun's severing value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianshan's severing value plus 0.1%. Ding! Mu Qianshan's severing value plus 0.1%. Mu Yun has reached 5% again, my god. Butler Li, who had hurried but failed to arrive in time, exclaimed, "Young master, your skills?" Butler Li was dumbfounded. He knew that his young master should be a weak woman, but, this was too much. A spoiled brat, arrogant, always sending his little brothers to bully others and fight, while he hid at the back. But now, what the hell was going on? Not only did he easily break the assassin's sharp knife, but he also cleanly dislocated her shoulder? Goodness, even I couldn't do that. How could the young master? Of course, it was from a blind box draw. But that wasn't the point. Bai Chen shouted impatiently, "Uncle Li, what are you dawdling for? Help me tie her up." Oh. The dazed Butler Li still had to follow the young master's orders. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already reached the bedside and loosened the bindings on Lu Wu. Lu Wu, who could finally speak, let out a deafening roar. Struggling, he jumped off the bed and lunged at the woman, grabbing her shoulder, his eyes filled with rage. Why? Why is this happening? Tell me, you wretched woman, why? The woman's shoulder was dislocated, and Lu Wu shook her, clearly in pain, but she didn't utter a sound, only gazed deeply into Lu Wu's eyes, silently shedding tears. Watching this scene, Bai Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. It was almost a disaster if Mu Yun had truly succeeded. However, Bai Chen now understood why the protagonist later held such a view of Mu Yun, that the most poisonous heart belonged to a woman. Who would have thought that the assassin carefully selected by Mu Yun was actually Lu Wu's closest companion? Thinking about the things he did to Mu Yun in the room, Bai Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This woman, Mu Yun, is indeed terrifying. However, with that thought, should he have come over to bully Lu Wu's wife just now? Never mind, she's already so pitiful, there's no need to add insult to injury. At this moment, Lu Wu was crying, his voice almost hysterical, and Bai Chen's voice immediately followed. Go check on your daughter, with all this commotion, she hasn't woken up. Hearing this, Lu Wu was instantly startled and immediately released the woman, rushing towards his daughter by the bed. The woman finally spoke, her voice hoarse, "Don't worry, she's fine, after all. She's my daughter too." Upon hearing this, Lu Wu's eyes widened in shock, and he shouted again, "You." But before Lu Wu could finish, he was interrupted by Bai Chen. "Enough, stop howling. Are you trying to put on a tragic play or what?" Although the original work had plenty of tragic scenes, with Bai Chen, the time traveler, present, they couldn't afford to be tragic for now. Bai Chen sat in the main seat of the living room, with Butler Li standing behind him. Lu Wu sat on the sofa, holding his still sleeping daughter, glaring fiercely at the woman bound and kneeling on the ground. Bai Chen had also roughly understood what was going on. Lu Wu and this female assassin were a couple by chance. The reason for his divorce from his ex-wife was because of this woman. Lu Wu thought it was due to his own reckless living, but it seemed everything was premeditated. Moreover, shortly after marrying this woman and having a child, Mu Chanxian came knocking on the door. It was at that time that he decided to become Mu Chanxian's commercial spy in the Xingzhou group. Bai Qin couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful!" This female assassin was trained by Mu Yun through special means. How exactly she was trained, he didn't know, as that was how the original work was set up. Furthermore, this group of assassins was absolutely loyal to Mu Yun. It was because of these special female assassins that Mu Yun could establish herself in the complex Jiang city. This woman. Bai Chen shook his head helplessly. He remembered the description in the original work, saying that when Mu Yun was young, she fought against her father using her as a pawn for marriage, so she came out to struggle on her own. She believed that no one should interfere with their rights to love freely. But what about her? The female assassins she trained were not arranged into marriages by her? Understanding all this, Bai Chen slowly raised his head to look at the female assassin kneeling there under control. In her eyes, he saw a hint of tenderness. The female assassin was currently looking in Lu Wu's direction. Connecting it to what she said earlier, that child is also hers, Bai Chen felt that this tenderness seemed to stem from the child in Lu Wu's arms. With this thought, a playful glint appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. He then directly spoke, "Now, I ask you a question, and you answer me, understood?" Hearing Bai Chen's words, the female assassin turned her head to look at him, her gaze now icy. "Humph," she scoffed, turning her head away. Bai Chen was not angry and continued, "Your group definitely has more than just you. Mu Yun couldn't possibly spend a lot of time and money training each of you separately. So, you should still recognize your companions, right?" Indeed, there were certainly many like Lu Wu who were indirectly controlled by Mu Yun. The original text does not provide much detail. After all, Mu Yun's overall role is not extensive. However, these elements can be used to help sever the connection between Mu Yun and Mu Chanxian. Moreover, perhaps I can also gain other benefits from this. Bai Chen hopes to have these things in his hands. However, after hearing this, the female assassin coldly replied, "I don't understand what you're saying." Damn! Upon hearing this, Bai Chen directly expressed his displeasure and then turned to Lu Wu, saying, "You two have the same problem, don't you?" Before Lu Wu could react, Bai Chen said to Butler Li, "Go, chop off one of her daughter's hands, and let's see if she still understands." "No!" Lu Wu and the female assassin exclaimed in unison. The female assassin's face instantly turned pale. Lu Wu then thudded to his knees, pleading with Bai Chen, "Young master, please spare my daughter, she's still so young. Please don't bully the child. If you want to bully someone, bully this woman instead, do whatever you want, as long as you're happy." "Well, Lu Wu, oh Lu Wu. Just now, when I wanted to bully your wife, you knelt down. Now, when I want to bully your child, you kneel down and ask me to bully your wife? Now I'm not interested in your wife anymore." Bai Chen suddenly let out a low shout. "Lu Wu, do you think the matter of your betrayal of the Bai family is over?" This sentence made Lu Wu's cold sweat pour down instantly, and Bai Chen's icy voice continued, "The only reason I didn't kill you just now was to use your worthless life to lure out this assassin. Now, ha!" Bai Chen let out a cold laugh and turned to Butler Li, saying, "Uncle Li, deal with this troublesome traitor first." Just as he said this, Bai Chen suddenly winked at Butler Li. Butler Li understood immediately and turned to Lu Wu, "Get in here." Saying this, he directly grabbed Lu Wu by the hair and dragged him up from the ground, pulling him toward the inner room. No! The pain in his scalp didn't stop Lu Wu from begging, "Young master, please. Young master, you can kill me if you want, but please don't hurt my daughter, please." Bang! A dull sound echoed as the bedroom door closed. Immediately after, a piercing scream came from inside. The room fell into silence. Soon, Butler Li emerged from the inner room. He walked over to Bai Chan while wiping the blood off his hands with a cloth that seemed to have come from nowhere. Seeing this scene, the female assassin's face turned even paler, and a hint of panic finally appeared in her pupils. At this moment, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued to speak to Butler Li. "The troublesome guy has been dealt with, now go chop off her daughter's hand and throw it in the pot to make me a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge." "Yes, young master." Butler Li swiftly pulled out a kitchen knife from somewhere and walked toward the little girl, who was still unconscious on the sofa. No! The woman could no longer hold back. "Please, don't hurt my daughter. Just kill me. I beg you to kill me, don't hurt my child. I'll tell you anything you want to know." Finally, as Butler Li's knife was about to cut the little girl's skin, the female assassin screamed in tears. "Indeed, everyone has a weakness. Ding! Mu Yun's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0. 1%. Ding. Detected that Muyun's rupture degree has reached 20%, gaining rupture points plus 2000. Listening to the dense system prompts ringing in his mind, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction, then stretched lazily and stood up from the sofa. He turned to Butler Lee and said, "Uncle Lee, I'll leave the aftermath here to you. It's getting late, and I'm tired." After saying this, Bai Chen didn't forget to yawn deeply. Butler Lee nodded slightly. "Rest assured, young master, there won't be any problems." Bai Chen was leaving. He had no time to listen to the female assassin's detailed explanations. Butler Lee would definitely provide the perfect answer, and there was no need for him to linger here. Before leaving Lu Wu's house, Bai Chen glanced back at the slightly ajar bedroom door. Lu Wu lay in a pool of blood. However, this pool of blood was not from the neck or heart but from Lu Wu's nose. Butler Lee certainly remembered that Bai Chen had said Lu Wu couldn't die yet. As Bai Chen arrived at the underground garage via the elevator, he saw a dozen men in black rushing towards him. Upon seeing Bai Chen, everyone's first reaction was to stop in place and bow. "Young master." Clearly, these were the people Butler Lee had called to clean up Lu Wu's mess. Bai Chen merely nodded, said nothing, and got into the back seat of the brand new Maybach that the previous driver had just switched out. Just as he got in the car, his phone rang, nearly startling the driver into jumping out. This was a brand new car. Was the young master going to ruin it again? But I just bought this phone for the young master and haven't given it to him yet. Whose call is this? Good question. The phone that Bai Chen took from upstairs belonged to that female assassin. And the person calling her at 2:30 in the morning could only be that woman. Taking the phone out of his pocket, Bai Chen saw that the caller ID displayed unknown number, and a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. He then answered the call. Bai Chen could now skillfully control the Qingshan Duanjin, so the previous nonsensical actions would not happen again. However, after answering the call, the other party surprisingly did not speak first. It was as if they were waiting for him to say something. But Bai Chen was even more patient than the other party. He remained silent. As time passed, Bai Chen could clearly hear a woman's slightly hurried breathing on the other end. The person on the phone was evidently getting a bit anxious. Bai Chen then spoke at the right moment. "Aunt Yun, calling me so late. Are you missing me?" Smack. Beep 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 ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, combined with the continuous system prompts ringing in his mind, Bai Chen's happiness was clearly written on his face. Now he could easily roll down the car window and throw this now useless phone out. But it was at this moment that Bai Chen realized, why are we still in the underground garage? The driver, sitting in the driver's seat, turned his head nervously and said, "Young master, I was worried your phone might explode again." Bai Chen, drive. Take me home. Alright, young master. Bai Chen's villa. The spacious living room was empty, with only a small table lamp beside the sofa casting a warm, dim light. A delicate figure was sitting on the sofa. This figure was Shen Qingying, the stunningly beautiful wife of Bai Chen and the childhood sweetheart of the war god protagonist. At this moment, Shen Qingying felt completely awake, perhaps due to having slept too much in the afternoon. She curled her legs up on the sofa, her entire demeanor appearing very tense. Next to her legs, on the coffee table, sat a bowl of cold white porridge. From time to time, she would turn her head to glance at the wall clock. The complex expression in her eyes was uncertain, whether she was hoping for Bai Chen to come home or wishing he wouldn't. Unbeknownst to her, after the events of the day, Shen Qingying's mindset had begun to subtly change. In one corner of the living room, a door slowly creaked open. A sleepy girl emerged. Xiao Rou was wearing cartoon strawberry bear pajamas, looking quite adorable. Rubbing her eyes, she was unsure if she had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom or if she was hungry and wanted to sneak into the kitchen for a snack. But when she saw the dim light in the living room, her gaze paused slightly. Then, she quickly ran over to Shen Qingying, her little bare feet pattering on the floor. Unexpectedly, she spoke up, "Sister-in-law." Realizing they were in the living room and it was already late at night, she quickly corrected herself, "Madam, why aren't you asleep yet?" Shen Qingying looked at Xiao Rou, her expression growing even more complicated, and she reached out to hold Xiao Rou's small hand. She only managed to say one word, and the rest of her thoughts seemed to get stuck in her throat. Noticing Shen Qingying's strange smile, Xiao Rou naturally saw the bowl of porridge on the coffee table and asked, "Madam, you're not waiting for young master to come back, are you?" Ding. Shen Qingying's fracture value plus 1%. You even cooked porridge for him? Ding. Shen Qingying's fracture value plus 1%. Hearing Xiao Rou's questioning, Shen Qingying immediately panicked and replied, I didn't. Don't say that. This porridge. is for me to drink. Ding. Shen Qingying's fracture value plus 1%. At that moment, Shen Qingying's heart was very complicated and conflicted. Why did she get out of bed? It was entirely because she had been tossing and turning alone in bed, unable to fall asleep. The reason she couldn't sleep was that her mind kept thinking, it's so late, why hasn't that guy Bai Chen come back yet? She had been married to Bai Chen for 2.5 years, but she had never cared about what he was doing out so late at night. Just like this afternoon, when Xiao Rou said she saw something, her first reaction was that Bai Chen was with some other woman. It was completely illogical. Even Shen Qingying herself didn't know why. Clearly, that bastard had deceived her for 2.5 years, and she thought he was a saint, but in the end, he turned out to be so strong. Moreover, he even used Xiao Rou to threaten her, forcing himself on her. She should hate him to the core. But why was she having such thoughts now? The man in her heart was Xiao Ge, and she was Xiao Ji's childhood sweetheart. Xiao Ge, I'm sorry. Ding. Shen Qingying's fracture value plus 1%. Xiao Rou, of course, was unaware of Shen Qingying's complex inner turmoil. After hearing Shen Qingying's explanation, she didn't think much of it. Oh, I see. But this porridge is already cold, let me heat it up for you. No need. Shen Qingying quickly grabbed Xiao Rou, then looked into her eyes, trying hard to appear normal as she said, I'm not hungry anymore, I just want to sit here for a while. You should go rest, we'll have to start getting busy before dawn. Hearing Shen Qingying's words, Xiao Rou turned to glance at the clock, yawned, and complained, just thinking about having to serve that jerk every day makes me sigh. Sister-in-law, what about you? I'll go to sleep soon. Shen Qingying smiled slightly. Xiao Rou, not thinking much of it, yawned again. Alright, sister-in-law, I'll just go to the bathroom and then head back to sleep. With that, Xiao Rou swayed as she left, still mumbling, it's so late, and that jerk still hasn't come home. He must be off somewhere bullying good women. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingying felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness in her heart. Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding. Detected. Shen Qingying's fragmentation level reached 30%, gaining 4,000 fragmentation points. Just arriving at the villa entrance, Bai Chen heard the system notification in his mind and felt a surge of joy. Is it really 4,000 points already? My balance just jumped to 16,500? He remembered that when Shen Qingying's fragmentation level reached 20%, the system had given him 2,000 fragmentation points. Now, it had only increased by 10%, yet the fragmentation points had doubled? Considering that with only 10% fragmentation, Shen Qingying had provided him with 1,000 points, if her fragmentation level reached 40%, he would have 8,000 points, and at 50%, it would be 16,000. Wow! Truly worthy of being the main character. That Wang Ji is simply incomparable. Joy was one aspect, but confusion was another. What was Shen Qingying doing up so late? Was she having nightmares? But when Bai Chen pushed the door open and saw Shen Qingying sitting on the living room sofa, he dismissed that thought. With a hint of curiosity in his eyes, he walked over. As Bai Chen entered, Shen Qingying naturally heard him, and her body instantly tensed up at that moment. Shen Qingying appeared very nervous. But Bai Chen's voice came through, why aren't you asleep yet? After saying this, Bai Chen unexpectedly sat down right next to Shen Qingying, the fragrance wafting over. Shen Qingying instinctively stood up, wanting to distance herself from Bai Chen. I'm going to sleep now. But before she could leave, Bai Chen's voice came again, why the rush? Sit down. Shen Qingying's body stiffened instantly, but she stood there without moving, gritting her teeth and saying, I'm going to sleep. However, Bai Chen had no intention of letting her go, casually saying, if I remember correctly, Xiao Rou is staying in that room, right? Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Why was it her turn to speak, and the increase had dropped so much? Put. Without saying another word, Shen Qingying sat back down, turned to look at Bai Chen, and with a hint of pleading said, didn't you promise me you wouldn't hurt Rou? Seeing Shen Qingying's anxious expression, Bai Chen felt delighted, slowly placing his hand on Shen Qingying's leg while teasingly saying, well, it depends on your performance. Ding. Shen Qingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Looking at Bai Chen, Shen Qingying gritted her teeth and said in a strained voice, can I please have a moment to rest? Hearing this, Bai Chen's happiness nearly overflowed. At least now her reaction was completely different from before. But even so, Bai Chen had no intention of letting Shen Qingying go. He found it strange why Shen Qingying's severance value would rise so high when he wasn't around, while the severance value would actually drop so much when he did something to sever his ties with her. But Bai Chen said, no. Ding. Shen Qingying's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding. Shen Qingying's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding. Shin Qingying severance value plus 0.1%. Seeing Shin Qingying dawdling to this extent, Bai Chen deliberately spoke with some impatience. Then you should rest well, Xiaorou probably doesn't need to rest. Saying this, he really intended to stand up. With a bang sound, Shin Qingying hurriedly raised her hand to grab Bai Chen's arm, her eyes surprisingly filled with a hint of pleading. Don't hurt Ro. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 0.1%. The continuous system notification echoed in Bai Chen's mind, word for word, ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 0.1%. It dropped this much again? Was it because he was worried about severing ties with Shin Qingying too quickly in a specific situation? The system notifications in his mind rang out densely once more. But this time, it didn't last long. Strangely, a light sound similar to water flushing came from the far corner of the living room behind the sofa. Bai Chen was taken aback as he looked up. Shin Qingying, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. With a creak, the sound of a door closing was heard. The next second, a soft and surprised voice rang out. Young master, you're back? Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. Bai Chen. Shin Qingying severance value returned to 1? Got it. So that's how it is. A strange curve slowly appeared at the corner of Bai Chen's mouth. But Shin Qingying was in despair. She was so nervous upon seeing Bai Chen that she actually forgot that Xiaorou was in the bathroom. What is madam doing? Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. There was no choice. Shin Qingying could only lower her head and say, you should go to sleep. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. Xiaorou looked puzzled. Madam, you are now. I'm eating. Oh Xiaorou, madam, are you having dinner? It's already past mealtime, madam, I'll go heat it up for you. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. No need. Ding! Shin Qingying severance value plus 1%. Ding! Detected Shin Qingying's severance degree reached 40%, gaining severance points plus 8,000. Sure enough, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. It really doubled. Now his severance points balance instantly broke 20,000, reaching 24,500. Goodness, he was about to make up for the consumption of the 2 purple blind boxes today. Alright. Xiaorou listened to Shin Qingying's words, though she felt a bit puzzled. She didn't dare to blatantly disobey the order, because her sister-in-law had specifically told her not to expose her identity. This was a protection for her, and even for her sister-in-law. So, looking at Shin Qingying's appearance, it seemed like there was nothing wrong. Xiaorou turned back to her bedroom, glancing back 3 times, and closed the door. Bai Chen did not stop her. Although Xiaorou's presence could increase Shin Qingying's severance value, Bai Chen also understood what sustainable development meant. If he kept Xiaorou around like this, she would definitely notice. As soon as Xiaorou discovered it, the way she could threaten Shin Qingying would decrease by 1, and similarly, she would lose 1 more bargaining chip to threaten Xiaorou in the future. Therefore, Bai Chen understood the importance of knowing when to stop. Hearing the door close. Ha! Shin Qingying finally regained her freedom and took a deep breath. First, she cautiously looked up towards Xiaorou's room, finding the door tightly shut, then turned to Bai Chen and angrily said in a hushed voice, Bai Chen, you bastard. You're such a bastard. However, facing Shin Qingying's insults, Bai Chen was completely unconcerned, shrugging with a nonchalant expression and saying, did you just realize that? You! Ding! Shin Qingying split value plus 0.1%. Sigh, back to square one. However, Bai Chen was content. After all, Shin Qingying's split value had already reached 40%. To completely sever ties was just a matter of time. Looking at Bai Chen's shameless demeanor, Shin Qingying was furious. I'm going back to sleep. Throwing a tantrum and wanting to leave? How could that be allowed? Bai Chen shrugged, fine. Just in time, Xiaorou hasn't slept yet, so I won't have to wake her up. Ding! Shin Qingying split value plus 0.1%. Shin Qingying gritted her teeth, fists clenched, her eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Stop, don't move. Ding! Shin Qingying split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shin Qingying split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shin Qingying split value plus 5%. Bai Chen slowly stood up from the sofa, stretching lazily. He lightly said, get some rest early. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Shin Qingying with slightly reddened eyes. Bastard! Bastard! The biggest bastard in the world. As for Xiaorou, she actually hadn't slept at all. How could she sleep, worrying about her future sister-in-law? She had been eavesdropping at her door, but the living room of Bai Chen's house was too big, she couldn't hear anything. After an unknown amount of time, she seemed to faintly hear the sound of dishes clinking. Xiaoro cautiously opened her door a crack and just happened to see Shen Qingying with a slightly flushed face, hurrying away. She didn't see Bai Chen. So, she joyfully jumped out. Sister-in-law, have you finished dinner? Ding! Shen Qingying split value plus 1%. Shen Qingying didn't expect it. After such a long time, Xiaoro actually hadn't gone to sleep? Could it be the scene in the living room just now? Ding! Shen Qingying split value plus 1%. You! Shen Qingying's voice was a bit flustered. Did you see everything? Xiaoro directly shook her head. How could I dare to look, sister-in-law? Didn't you say my identity must never be exposed? Hearing Xiaoro's answer, Shen Qingying let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the fact that Xiaoro said her identity couldn't be exposed made Shen Qingying feel a bit helpless, thinking, my Xiaoro, Bai Chen already knows your true identity. But this was something Shen Qingying definitely couldn't tell Xiaoro, because she had more to hide from Xiaoro than from Bai Chen. So she nodded and said, I finished eating, and I cleaned up the dishes. Ro, you should go to bed early, it's getting late. Shen Qingying's intention was still to quickly escape from Xiaoro's presence to avoid further embarrassment. However, Xiaoro said, sister-in-law, you go to sleep, I'll go to the kitchen to heat up your dinner. Ding! Shen Qingying split value plus 1%. Ding! Shen Qingying split value plus 1%. Ding! Detected Shen Qingying's split value has reached 50%, gaining split points plus 16,000. Back in the room, Bai Chen had not yet lain down when he suddenly sat up. What the hell? What's going on with Shen Qingying? How did it suddenly reach 50%? Shen Qingying's fragmentation level had reached 50%, providing her with so many fragmentation points that her balance was already at 40,500 points. Unable to resist, she crawled out of the room to see what was happening. Downstairs, Shen Qingying's face had turned pale. She sternly said to Xiaoro, what time is it? Still eating? Be careful not to gain weight. I command you, go to sleep right now. But Xiaoro wanted to say something, but Shen Qingying interrupted her, casting a spell and forcefully pushing Xiaoro into her room, then shutting the door. Shen Qingying pressed her back firmly against the door of Xiaoro's room, her large eyes filled with panic, revealing that her heart was in complete disarray. Mainly, she hadn't even had time to brush her teeth before Xiaoro intercepted her. It was simply infuriating. In her chaotic thoughts, Shen Qingying happened to see a sneaky figure standing at the top of the stairs on the second floor. Bai Chen. In an instant, Shen Qingying pointed her finger in his direction, silently mouthing, you big jerk. The exaggerated gesture was clear enough for Bai Chen to see, even if he couldn't read lips. Yet, he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, shrugged, and turned to leave. He understood the implication, and Shen Qingying knew it too. So you only just realized I'm a jerk? Shen Qingying wished she could strangle Bai Chen in his sleep, but she knew she couldn't, because her Xiao brother hadn't returned yet, and she still had to protect Xiao brother's sister. Two warm tears streamed down Shen Qingying's cheeks once again. It was destined that she would be sleepless tonight. Meanwhile, the Xiaoro, who had been stirred by Shen Qingying's words, was also tossing and turning in bed. And it was clear that the sleepless ones tonight would not be limited to just the two of them. In another luxurious villa living room. Although this living room was considerably smaller than Bai Chen's, it was still a place ordinary people could only dream of. The dim yellow light beside the sofa was on. A figure curled up on the sofa. However, this figure looked significantly different from Shen Qingying, easily distinguishable at a glance. Yet, the light in this figure's pupils was strikingly similar to Shen Qingying's. Complex, tangled, panicked, and fearful. Mu Yun. On the coffee table beside her was not kanji, but a landline phone. Just now, she had dialed that number using this phone, but the voice coming from the receiver was Bai Chen's. What did this mean? This means Bai Chen already knew about my plan to die without a witness in advance, and my assassin was intercepted by him. Lu Wu didn't die, and my assassin was caught? At this moment, Mu Yun resembled a wronged little girl, hugging her legs and curling up on the sofa. It was as if she was trying to warm herself. There was none of the maturity and intellect she had displayed in front of everyone today. Such a mistake has never occurred before. What happened today? Why did it have to happen in front of Bai Chen? A flicker of ambiguous light shone in Mu Yun's eyes. And what about this Bai Chen? How did he suddenly become enlightened? For so many years, he was just a useless playboy. What right does he have to grasp my weaknesses? What right does he have to disrupt my plans? That was the question. Bai Chen. A name that rarely appeared in her mind. In Jiangcheng, someone like Mu Yun certainly has ambition. She quietly controls many people to develop her own power, opposing other large forces. but she has never taken Bai Chen seriously. Who would have thought that after so many years of struggling in Jiangcheng, the first time she encounters such a huge crisis would come from this insignificant young scion? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. At that moment, Mu Qianqian's voice suddenly came, "Mom, why are you still awake so late?" The lights in the living room were suddenly turned on. Mu Yun felt like a little cat hiding in a dark corner, suddenly exposed. Instantly, she stretched her curled legs, leaned back against the sofa, and crossed her legs with a calm demeanor. Even in her pajamas, Mu Qianqian appeared somewhat old-fashioned and plain, but it couldn't hide her radiant charm. She approached Mu Yun and spoke before Mu Yun could say anything. "Mom, did something go wrong with Lu Wu's side?" Mu Qianqian, after all, was a strong woman with a sharp mind. However, Mu Yun wore a smile that radiated maternal warmth and said, "Silly girl, when have I ever made a mistake in my work? I just got off the phone, everything has been taken care of." Mu Yun lied, but she had the ability to make Mu Qianqian not realize she was lying. Hearing her mother's words, Mu Qianqian first breathed a sigh of relief, then her eyes showed a hint of sympathy. "Mom, we must treat Lu Wu's family well. Don't worry, your mom knows what she's doing. Now, go to bed. I need to rest too." Her gentle gaze followed her daughter as she walked up the stairs, before it began to flicker. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Detected Mu Yun's rupture level reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 3,000. Mu Yun's fists clenched slightly, her body trembling gently, her white teeth lightly biting her lip. "I must protect my daughter. That little bastard Bai Chen." The dense system notification sounds seemed very considerate. They did not disturb Bai Chen's rest. But the events of this evening were clearly not over. At Lu Wu's home, Butler Lee professionally retained a recording of the information extracted from that female assassin, even keeping a paper copy. Only then did he have his subordinates take Lu Wu's family of 3 away. Just as he was preparing to leave, his phone in his pocket rang. Looking at the caller ID, a clear look of surprise appeared in Butler Lee's eyes. He immediately answered the call, his voice carrying a hint of respect. "Sir, it's so late, why haven't you rested yet?" A deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Yes, it's so late. Old Lee, why haven't you gone to bed?" Hearing this, Butler Lee's face showed a knowing expression. Helping the young master with his work, "I'll rest after it's done." But the deep voice continued, "Once you're done, don't rest yet, come see me." "Yes, sir." Working under such a family is indeed exhausting. At this rate, dawn is almost here. But Butler Lee had no complaints. It was still a huge and luxurious villa, but it looked considerably smaller than Bai Chen's own villa. After all, Bai Chen was a true young scion before. In the study, a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat plump, exuding wealth, sat on a soft sofa in checkered pajamas. Butler Lee stood before the middle-aged man, slightly bowing. Various novels depict such powerful figures as having an imposing presence without needing to be angry. However, this middle-aged man exuded none of that. Instead, he radiated a kind warmth, much like a friendly uncle from the neighborhood. Yet, Butler Lee knew better. This amiable uncle was Bai Chen's father, the local emperor of Jiangcheng, one of the major kings of the southern region, Bai Jinnan. Bai Jinnan was sunk into the sofa, a burning cigarette pinched between his fingers. Butler Lee knew that this was Bai Jinnan's lifelong favorite brand, Bai General. It was quite affordable, unlike those nouveau riches who, upon gaining wealth, would smoke expensive cigars worth tens of thousands. Did he understand that? Butler Lee seemed to have just reported a situation to Bai Jinnan, whose expression remained unchanged, devoid of any discernible meaning. After Butler Lee finished speaking, Bai Jinnan took a gentle puff of his cigarette and said, "My son has done quite a bit today. Do you know where his shares in Qianyun Group came from?" Upon hearing Bai Jinnan's question, Butler Lee was momentarily taken aback, even instinctively responding, "Sir, you don't know either?" Indeed, Bai Jinnan had his hands in everything in Jiangcheng, and his greatest concern was his only son, Bai Chen. How could Bai Chen make any moves in Jiangcheng without his father knowing? Was it true? This brat is now doing things behind his father's back. Bai Jinnan's smile was ambiguous, leaving one to wonder if it was one of joy or anger. This made Butler Lee secretly astonished. The master doesn't know? The young master managed to evade everyone's attention while doing these things? Could it be the young master has already begun to build his own power in secret? With this thought, Butler Lee felt his heart race a little faster. Bai Jinnan's voice continued, "After all these years, I thought I knew my useless son, but it seems I was mistaken." Butler Lee lowered his head, not daring to voice any opinions. At that moment, Bai Jinnan suddenly looked up, raising his voice, "Old Hey, As soon as he spoke, the study door swung open, and a man over 2 meters tall, with a robust build, walked in. His presence was imposing, entirely different from Bai Jinnan's amiable demeanor. "Sir, you called for me?" His voice boomed like thunder. Bai Jinnan nodded and said, "For now, you should follow Xiao Zhou and see what he needs, and assist him with that." "Yes, sir." After Old Hay acknowledged, he exited the study. Bai Jinnan immediately turned to Butler Li and said, "Let Xiao Zhou accompany me to this year's Haicheng Summit." "What?" Upon hearing the keyword Haicheng Summit, Butler Li's pupils constricted sharply. The surprise in his eyes was evident as he instinctively asked, "Sir, didn't you say the young master isn't ready yet?" "Ha!" Hearing Butler Li's question, Bai Jinnan chuckled lightly and said, "What more is there to prepare? If I let him prepare any longer, I might not be able to keep him in check." After saying this, Bai Jinnan extinguished his cigarette and stood up, adding, "Don't let him know about this yet, or he might get carried away and revert to his old self. There's still some time, so let's observe a bit more." "Yes, sir." Butler Li lowered his head, watching Bai Jinnan leave the study. The astonishment in his eyes had yet to fade. Clearly, this so-called Haicheng Summit is anything but simple. However, just as Butler Li was about to leave the study, he turned to look at the sofa where Bai Jinnan had just sat. His expression suddenly became strange, and he slightly pursed his lips. Then he quietly made his way over. As for the events happening elsewhere tonight, Bai Chen was completely unaware. He had slept very comfortably, and when he opened his eyes again, the sun was already high in the sky, almost noon. It was only after waking up that Bai Chen discovered that in the middle of the night, Mu Yun had actually provided him with 3,000 split points. His split points wallet had a balance of 43,500 points. He was just a few thousand points short of the 50,000 points needed to exchange for a silver blind box. Bai Chen had no intention of purchasing any purple blind boxes for the time being. With just a little more points, why not take advantage of the situation and see what he could get from a silver blind box? Speaking of taking advantage, the easiest target in the house was none other than Shen Xinying. Thus, Bai Chen immediately got out of bed, washed up, and headed out to find his wife. However, he couldn't find her and unexpectedly ran into Old Li. Moreover, it seemed that Butler Li had been waiting for quite some time. The most notable thing was that a burly man, resembling a black bear, stood beside Butler Li. Upon seeing this man, combined with the original owner's memories and understanding of the original plot, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. "Uncle Huzi? What brings you here?" Then, Bai Chen took a quick step and leaped toward the burly man. The man seemed to be quite familiar with the action, effortlessly lifting Bai Chen while laughing. "Young master, you're all grown up now, I can't carry you anymore." Old Black. The original work didn't mention his real name, only his nickname, Black Tiger. In every prominent family, there is face and substance. The face is glamorous, while the substance is dark, and Black Tiger and his subordinates represent the substance of the Bai family. It sounds a bit juvenile, but that's how it was written in the original work, and Bai Chen couldn't help it. Moreover, Bai Chen knew that after the Dragon King War God returned, he mobilized a massive force to destroy the Bai family, relying on the substance of the Bai family to barely hold on until the later parts of the novel before it began to decline. This shows just how powerful Black Tiger and his subordinates are. With such resources, why wouldn't Bai Chen use them? He put his arm around Black Tiger's shoulder and whispered, "So, Uncle Huzi, my dad is willing to let you come find me?" Black Tiger smiled and said, "The master indeed said to help support the young master." Snap! Bai Chen immediately snapped his fingers and said, "That's great. Just in time, I have something I want you to help me with. Your timing couldn't be better." Black Tiger instantly became serious. "Young master, you command?" Bai Chen lowered his voice and whispered in Black Tiger's ear, "Have your subordinates search the suburbs of all the cities in the southern region for a Taoist temple called Qingxia Temple." "Qingxia Temple?" Black Tiger was taken aback. "Young master, what do you need a Taoist temple for?" "What for?" Bai Chen chuckled softly. "Because the original work mentioned that the protagonist's biological mother lived in that temple." This was a crucial plot point in the original work, and Bai Chen was certainly well aware of it. Given the nature of this genre, the protagonist's family must have already been destroyed, but there had to be a few survivors. It would be best if those survivors were all female. The protagonist's sister, Xiao Rou, was one, and the other was a character of utmost importance to the protagonist, his mother. In the original text, it was written that the protagonist returned thinking his mother was dead, but unexpectedly, one of his subordinates found a woman who looked very much like the one in the photograph the protagonist held, at a place called Qingxia Temple. The protagonist went there and discovered that it was indeed his mother, leading to a deeply touching reunion scene. However, the original text did not specify the exact location of Qingxia Temple, and there was no trace of it in the memories that Bai Chen had when he crossed over. Therefore, Bai Chen speculated that not many people knew about this temple so far. If he wanted to find the protagonist's mother in advance, he needed to act quickly and send people for a thorough search. However, Bai Chen certainly wouldn't tell He-Hu this reason. After all, even if he did, He-Hu might not believe him. So, Bai Chen lightly patted He-Hu's shoulder and said mysteriously, "You'll know when the time comes." He-Hu, of course, wouldn't delve deeper, so he immediately nodded. "Alright, young master, I'll arrange it right away." After saying that, the burly man turned to leave, but at that moment, his gaze slightly narrowed. He then turned back and whispered to Bai Chen, "Young master, it seems someone is eavesdropping on our conversation." Oh? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen slightly turned and looked in the direction He-Hu indicated. Sure enough, at the corner of the hallway, at the entrance of a room, a light pink skirt was gently pressed against the wall. Although only a little was visible, with He-Hu's keen insight, he spotted it immediately. When Bai Chen saw that light pink skirt, a playful glint appeared in his eyes. Xiao Rou. Indeed, Xiao Rou's maid outfit was light pink. It seemed that Xiao Rou had forgotten that the hem of the maid's skirt flared out like a trumpet. Did she not notice she had already exposed herself? At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in He-Hu's eyes as he whispered, "Young master, do you need me to handle this?" "No need," Bai Chen replied with a light laugh, shaking his head. "I'll take care of this girl myself, you go on with your business." "Yes, young master." After saying that, He-Hu took one last deep look at the light pink skirt ahead before striding away. Bai Chen gently shook his head, somewhat helplessly muttering to himself, "I was planning to deal with you later, but I didn't expect you to come right to me?" Tisk, the playful glint in Bai Chen's eyes deepened, and then he turned to walk towards Xiao Rou. At that moment, Xiao Rou was holding a small tray with a cloth on it, seemingly cleaning the room. However, just as she finished tidying up and was about to leave, she saw Bai Chen seriously talking to a burly man. Almost reflexively, she hid away, trying to eavesdrop, hoping to catch some leverage against Bai Chen. However, not only did she fail to hear what they were saying, but she also ended up exposing herself. Now, she heard that the man had left, and footsteps were approaching her direction. Xiao Rou's heart instantly raced. She quickly took a deep breath to adjust her state, holding the tray confidently, and stepped out. Sure enough, as soon as she came out, she almost bumped right into Bai Chen. Xiao Rou hurriedly bowed. "Why, young master, good morning." Bai Chen looked at Xiao Rou's slightly flustered expression and calmly asked, "Where has madam gone?" Xiao Rou was slightly taken aback when she heard Bai Chen's cold voice, but she immediately replied, "Young master, it's already past 10 o'clock. Madam should be at work now." Shin Qingying's company belonged to the Shin family, and as the most capable woman in the Shin family, she should bear this responsibility. However, Bai Chen's question was certainly not for that purpose. It was to confirm whether Shin Qingying was at home. If Shin Qingying was not at home, then this matter would be much easier to handle. "Young master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Xiao Rou was clearly a bit nervous now, but Bai Chen raised the corner of his mouth and asked softly, "Were you eavesdropping just now?" In an instant, Xiao Rou's face began to pale. Her body trembled slightly, but she still tried to control her expression and said, "Young master, what are you talking about? I was just listening." But before Xiao Rou could finish her words, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her scalp. It made her unable to suppress a cry of agony. Bai Chen's hand had already plunged deep into Xiao Rou's long hair, gripping it tightly. "It hurts." "Ah, young master, what are you? Let go of me." "Young master, don't hit me, please, I know I was wrong." Before Xiao Rou could even react, Bai Chen yanked her hair and threw her into his room. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut and glared at Xiao Rou, saying, "Are you still pretending with me?" However, before Bai Chen's fierce demeanor could fully take effect, his expression suddenly changed to one of confusion as he said, "Uncle Li, what are you doing lying there?" Bai Chen had originally planned to deal with Xiao Rou, but as soon as he entered his room, he found that Butler Li was lying awkwardly on his bed, cautiously searching for something. At that moment, Butler Li was clearly startled and quickly stood up straight, saying, young master, I was helping you fold the quilt." "Fold the quilt?" Bai Chen's mouth twitched slightly. When did Uncle Li ever fold his quilt? Wasn't that something for the other servants to do? Butler Li had a problem. But now was not the time for Bai Chen to consider Butler Li's issues. He directly said, "Go open the secret room for me." Secret room? That's right, there was a secret room in Bai Chen's villa, specifically for dealing with Shin Xingying. This had been mentioned in the original work. In the original story, Bai Chen was a eunuch and had no means of his own, so he could only rely on other things to listen to Shin Xingying's screams. However, after his transmigration, he could handle Shin Xingying by himself without needing anything else, but now with Xiao Rou. "All right, young master." After nodding, Butler Li grabbed the lamp from Bai Chen's bedside table and gently pulled it. Whoosh! With a sound, one side of the bookshelf split open, revealing a dimly lit room inside. Looking at this room, Bai Chen directly shouted at Xiaorou, "Get in!" Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. With a thud, Xiaorou stumbled and knelt on the ground, panicking as she spoke to Bai Chen, "Young master, please, spare me. Young master, where did I go wrong?" Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Bai Chen slapped Xiaorou's face, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. The slap left her head buzzing. Bai Chen was a villain, and the words "cherish the beauty" simply did not exist in his dictionary. Moreover, this Xiaorou was the protagonist's sister, not his own exquisite little wife. So, there was no need to be gentle like Xinqinying. Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. Get in there! Ah! Amidst Xiaorou's screams, Bai Chen once again yanked her hair and dragged her into the secret room. As soon as he entered, Bai Chen was stunned. A cross, a tiger bench, an electric chair, a hammer, an axe, and even a spiked club? Is this a prison torture chamber? My goodness! Although there were descriptions in the original work, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Bai Chen. Xiaorou was also seeing the scene in the secret room for the first time. She didn't even care about the pain in her scalp, her face turned pale, and she stood frozen in fear. Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. Ding! Xiaorou. Bai Chen looked at the scene in the room and couldn't help but curl his lips. There were too many props in here. Did the original owner really need all these things? But I haven't seen any mention in the original work of these props being used on Xinqinying, right? There were some ordinary things used, but the others, those strange-looking items seemed to be brand new? While Bai Chen was lost in thought, Xiaorou had already regained her senses. Although she didn't know what all these things in the room were for, she could tell that if they were used on her, she would suffer greatly. Run! Without any hesitation, Xiaorou turned to escape the secret room. But it seemed that her legs had gone weak from fear, and she couldn't stand up, only able to crawl on the ground. However, how could Butler Lee, standing outside, let Xiaorou have her way? With a loud bang, the door to the secret room was slammed shut. Xiaorou almost crashed into the closed door. Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. Now Xiaorou was completely panicked. She kept banging on the tightly shut door, screaming, "Let me out! Please, let me out! Open the door! Let me! Ah 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 ah!" Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. A painful scream once again erupted from Xiaorou's throat. Because of Butler Lee closing the door and Xiaorou's screams, Bai Chen had finally snapped out of his daze. He turned around and once again grabbed Xiaorou's thick long hair, dragging her across the ground deeper into the secret room. Xiaorou clutched Bai Chen's hand tightly, struggling on the ground, screaming, "Young master! Let me go, young master! Ah, it hurts so much! Young master, what did I do wrong? Young master!" Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. Ding! Xiaorou's ruptured value plus 1%. With a loud thud, Bai Chen threw Xiaorou onto what looked like a large wooden board. At the same time, as Xiaorou was thrown onto it, it seemed to trigger some mechanism. In an instant, she was firmly locked in place. It was as if she had entered a cell to be tortured. When she realized she couldn't move, Xiaorou instantly panicked. She looked at Bai Chen, her eyes filled with pleading. Especially with tears streaming down her face, her eyes were red. Anyone else, seeing Xiaorou in such a pitiful state, would definitely feel a pang of sympathy. But in Bai Chen's eyes, she was just the protagonist's sister, the one who would eventually bring about the downfall of her own family, the one who would ensure his own miserable end. During this time, Xiaorou had also developed a 1% disconnection value, reaching the conditions for a stage reward. This provided Bai Chen with 500 disconnection points. This made Bai Chen even less inclined to care about Xiaorou's pitiful appearance at that moment. "Young master." Xiaorou's voice sounded very anxious, tinged with a sob. "Young master, what are you trying to do? Young master, I don't understand. Young master, what did I do wrong?" Looking at Xiaorou's nervous demeanor, Bai Chen looked down from above and said, "What did you do wrong? This question should be answered by you, shouldn't it?" Xiaorou's heart skipped a beat. It seemed she thought of something, but she didn't dare to think too deeply, only able to breathe nervously and say, "Young master, I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying. I really wasn't eavesdropping just now, I was cleaning the room, young master, sigh. Bai Chen's sigh carried a hint of helplessness as he spread his hands. "What I hate most is people like you who are so stubborn." Xiaorou. You say your name is Xiaorou, but your real surname is Xiao, right? Xiaorou. In an instant, the alert sound she had brought to herself rang out urgently. One could see how greatly Xiaorou's heart was shaken at that moment. Her tear-filled eyes trembled wildly, and her heart was actually shouting continuously, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could he know my identity? No way. It's fake. He must be testing me. That's right, he must be testing me. So, she immediately lost her voice and said, "Young master, what are you talking about? I don't have the surname Xiao, my surname is Jiao. My name is Jiao Rou. What surname are you talking about? Bai Chen, you really know how to make up stories." But Xiao Rou seemed not to have considered this question and continued, "My mother gave me this name because she hoped I would become a delicate girl, so I am called Jiao Rou." Young master, did you remember it wrong? Mistook Jiao for Xiao? These two characters sound very similar, but they are not the same character. Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. Xiao Rou's current explanation seemed rehearsed many times. If Bai Chen really learned Xiao Rou's real name through someone else's investigation, her explanation might actually convince him a bit. Surname Jiao, misheard as surname Xiao. Makes sense, like telling a comedic story. However, Bai Chen was well aware of the original novel's plot and was here to strike down from a lower dimension. Would he let you get away with this? Still being stubborn? Bai Chen sneered, "You brought this on yourself." While speaking, Bai Chen began to search in this secret room. He recognized some items, but he didn't know how to use them. Moreover, would it be a bit too early to use all these strange things in the room on Xiao Rou? It was during Bai Chen's search that the system's prompt sound kept coming to his mind. One could see how obvious the psychological pressure Bai Chen exerted on Xiao Rou was. In a short time, Xiao Rou's disconnection value had increased by several points, but Bai Chen knew this was just the beginning. As Bai Chen continued his search, he seemed to have discovered something in a corner that was clearly mismatched with the style of the room. Letting his curiosity get the better of him, Bai Chen quickly walked over and picked up the object, but his expression instantly changed to one of confusion. What the hell, is this a scratcher? The corners of Bai Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This thing seemed a bit out of place in this secret room, didn't it? However, just as Bai Chen was about to put down the scratcher, suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind once again. He instinctively turned to look. At that moment, Xiao Rou was staring at the scratcher in her hand with a pale face. A hint of surprise appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. With so many terrifying weapons in this room, why are you only afraid of this scratcher? Indeed, at that moment, Xiao Rou felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest. Looking at the scratcher in Bai Chen's hand, beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she thought, he wouldn't use this to hit me, would he? That would. That could kill someone. I often hear my sister-in-law screams, could it be? Could it be because of this? Xiao Rou's inner thoughts were completely unknown to Bai Chen. Seeing Xiao Rou's nervous demeanor, Bai Chen thought, this little girl, could she be afraid of being tickled? He was completely mistaken. But as long as it had an effect, that was enough. Thus, a sinister smile appeared on Bai Chen's face as he stepped closer to her. No. Xiao Rou spoke in a panic, young master, please, don't come over. Are you scared? Bai Chen's tone was somewhat frivolous. If you're scared, just admit it early to avoid suffering. Hearing this, Xiao Rou bit her teeth and resolutely thought, no, not for myself, even for my sister-in-law, I can't say it. My sister-in-law has endured such beatings without revealing my identity. I can do it too. I can hold on. With that thought, Xiao Rou even closed her eyes. Oh, seeing this scene, Bai Chen instantly got angry. Still being stubborn, huh? Then don't blame me. The next second. Ah ha ha ha. No. Young master. Woo woo. Ha, young master, please, spare me, no. Xiao Rou was dumbfounded. She thought her young master was going to beat her with the scratcher. But unexpectedly, it was just this? Ha, tickling? But, this seemed even more painful than being hit. However, at that moment, Bai Chen noticed a strange problem. Why isn't Xiao Rou's splitting value increasing? It was just 1% away from unlocking the second stage reward. How come Xiao Rou was both crying and laughing, yet there was no movement for a long time? Could it be that she was used to it? That absolutely wouldn't do. He was counting on Xiao Rou to continue providing him with splitting points to exchange for new blind boxes. Thus, Bai Chen also turned his gaze to the various items in the room. This room was filled with all sorts of things, brimming with infinite possibilities. Soon, Bai Chen found the target he wanted. Next. Ah! Xiao Rou's piercing scream suddenly echoed once again in the secret room. Ding! Xiao Rou's splitting value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's splitting value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou. A flurry of system prompts exploded in Bai Chen's mind once more. One could imagine the torment Xiao Rou was experiencing at that moment. However, Bai Chen no longer cared about any of that. He was a villain. For some people, cherishing beauty was absolutely not in Bai Chen's dictionary. What he wanted had indeed arrived. Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. Detected that Shiro's rupture degree has reached 20%, gaining rupture points plus 2000. It was indeed effective. Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, his rupture points balance had reached 46,500, and with just 3,500 more, he could qualify to exchange for a silver blind box. So how could Bai Chen possibly give up? Ding! Shiro. Detected that Shiro's rupture degree has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 3,000. Detected that Shiro's rupture degree has reached 40%, gaining rupture points plus 4,000. I said. Shiro finally couldn't bear it any longer. Mainly because Bai Chen's devilish methods were simply too terrifying. How could Shiro, with her level of endurance, possibly hold on? It should be known that Bai Chen's methods for handling Shiro were completely different from those he used on Shin Qingying. I am Shiro. I am his sister. I admit it. Please let me go. I beg you. Hearing Shiro's piercing scream, a faint smile appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Wouldn't it have been better if you had spoken up earlier? Did you really need to endure so much? Really? As he spoke, Bai Chen slowly walked towards Shiro. However, just as Bai Chen was about to say something, his phone in his pocket rang urgently. Bai Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking it was that woman Muyan calling him due to the changes in the middle of the night. But when he answered, a man's voice came through. Young master, the person you asked me to follow has been beaten to death. What? Bai Chen's pupils were filled with question marks. Who did I ask you to follow? The person on the other end of the line was slightly taken aback, then said, the blind security guard from Chen Yun Group yesterday. Didn't you ask me to follow him? Oh, right. Bai Chen seemed to just remember, slapping his forehead. Wang Ji. He really had forgotten about this little nuisance. When he left Chen Yun Group yesterday, he did indeed tell his bodyguard to follow Wang Ji. Mainly because Wang Ji's rupture value had filled up and automatically turned into conversion value. At that time, he was curious to see what this conversion value was for, so he temporarily let his bodyguard follow him. Later, because of Lu Wu's family matters, he forgot all about it. Now, how is he about to be beaten to death again? Bai Chen's voice had a hint of strangeness. The use of again was quite clever. The bodyguard on the other end of the line also curled his lips but quickly said, he went to the Chinese medicine shop to get medicine, and for some reason, he got into a dispute with someone. The other party seems to have some background, and now he's getting beaten. Young master, should I intervene? No need. Bai Chen's tone was calm. He still hadn't resolved the matter with Shiro. If he gets beaten to death, then so be it. He's not an important person. The bodyguard was taken aback upon hearing this. If he's not an important person, why did you ask me to follow him? Over here, Bai Chen was ready to hang up the phone and continue teaching Shiro. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a system prompt sounded in Bai Chen's mind. Ding! Warning, if an individual fails to complete conversion and dies, they will lose conversion eligibility, and the host will also lose corresponding conversion rewards. Right. Almost forgot. The system had mentioned this to him before. After conversion was completed, he could draw a random color blind box. What if he happened to get a golden legendary one? Bai Chen gritted his teeth slightly, glanced at the lying Xiaoro, and finally said, alright, send me your location. I'll come over and, by the way, adapt to the situation. Don't really let him get beaten to death. Bai Chen looked down at Xiaoro, who was locked up there, and curled his lips. He thought it shouldn't take long to check on Wang Ji. Moreover, Xiaoro still needed some time to recover. So, Bai Chen turned and left the secret room. Just as the door to the secret room closed, Xiaoro, lying there, trembled again. Her vacant eyes slowly closed, and a drop of cold tear slid down the corner of her eye. When Bai Chen left the secret room and returned to the villa, he was slightly taken aback. Uncle Li? Where is Uncle Li? Standing in the large living room, Bai Chen surprisingly did not see the figure of Butler Li, who had just been at the door for him. Instead, another little maid nervously ran over to Bai Chen and said, Young master, Butler Li just went out. With such a large villa, it was impossible for there to be only one servant. And Bai Chen wasn't worried about these people seeing what happened upstairs, because not everyone was qualified to go up to the second floor. Uncle Li left? A hint of confusion appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. He didn't even say goodbye? Lying on my bed early in the morning, he looked so strange. Could Uncle Li be hiding something from me? Was it arranged by my cheap old man? Unclear. Wang Ji was almost beaten to death. Bai Chen had no time to think about these things, so he said to the maid, go, arrange for the people outside to prepare a car. I'm going out. Okay, young master. The little maid turned and hurried out. Meanwhile, as Bai Chen sat in the back seat of the Maybach heading to the location of the incident with Wang Ji, Butler Li, who had been acting strangely since morning, had already arrived at the entrance of a very grand private hospital. After getting out of the car, he directly entered the hospital. As soon as he walked in, a person in a white coat rushed over. Butler Lee. Butler Lee nodded slightly. This private hospital was also a property of the Bai family, and Butler Lee must have given some instructions before coming, so he directly asked, "Is everything ready?" The doctor in the white coat immediately nodded and quickly said, "Everything is ready. The testing equipment is cleared, just waiting for you to bring the samples." Good. Butler Lee waved his hand. "Let's go." Then, the doctor in the white coat, like Butler Lee, sneakily took the special elevator next to the hospital, heading who knows where. The traditional Chinese medicine shop where Wang Ji had the incident seemed not far from Bai Chen's villa. It didn't take long for them to reach a similar location. However, this seemed to be a pedestrian street, and Bai Chen's car couldn't go in. So, he had the driver find a place to park and walked in alone. There was no need to call to confirm the location because from a distance, a crowd was gathered, and various unpleasant curses could still be heard. No need to think, according to the crowd's gossiping nature, this place was clearly the scene of the incident. Bai Chen pushed through the crowd and walked in. Wang Ji, as expected, lay on the ground like a dead fish, but Bai Chen's eyes lit up. In front of Wang Ji stood a girl in a white dress. Although he couldn't see the girl's face, what caught Bai Chen's attention was the light blue panel. Name, Chia, identity, female lead, senior sister Chi, age, 25, charm, 94, disconnection, 0%, this is actually. A look of surprise flickered in Bai Chen's eyes. He immediately turned to glance at the sign of the pharmacy. There was no sign, only a light green flag with a large traditional character for medicine written in the center. It was unmistakable. Bai Chen remembered that the protagonist's senior sister Chi came from a family of medicine. Their pharmacy was located in a pedestrian street-like area, without a sign, just the character for medicine. Who would have thought? What a coincidence! Indeed. Wang Ji came out to buy medicine and just happened to be at the pharmacy of the protagonist's senior sister Chi, and almost got beaten to death inside? As for why this senior sister Chi was named Xie, Bai Chen was also unclear. Is there really a surname Chi in this world? Perhaps there is. Bai Chen's cultural knowledge was too limited to know. But this name was definitely something the original author was too lazy to come up with. At that moment, Xie's voice, which sounded delicate yet was strong and unyielding, came through. "Mr. Jiang, this gentleman has already agreed to let you have the medicinal materials. There's no need to go to extremes, is there?" The flowing white dress, in such a tone, did not convey any authority. Yet Chia's determined gaze gave an undeniable feeling. The 3 or 4 men in black standing in front of her, who looked a bit fierce, really did not continue to act. However, at that moment, a sinister voice echoed from within the pharmacy, "Miss Chi, don't speak so terrifyingly. Who said I wanted to go to extremes?" Then, a young man in his 20s, with slicked back hair and a face full of makeup, dressed in a white suit, stepped out. The moment this young man appeared, Bai Chen's eyes lit up again. The reason for the illumination was also the system's panel. Name, Jiang Hao, identity, secondary character, age, 27, charm, 65, disconnection, 0%, goodness. Another character from the protagonist's Halo network appeared? Unfortunately, this Jiang Hao was just a secondary character, not worth mentioning, just like Wang Ji. But Bai Chen, who was familiar with the original plot, knew exactly who this person was. Jiang Hao, whose father was named Zhang Tianfang. Zhang Tianfang was the boss of a certain force in the underground world of Zhang City. This pedestrian street and several surrounding streets seemed to belong to Zhang Tianfang's territory. Relying on his shady background, he often bullied others. Logically, he should be a minor villain. But there was no helping it, the protagonist's charisma was simply too great. The original text stated that the first meeting between the protagonist and Jiang Hao took place in senior sister Chi's pharmacy. Some incidents of oppressing the common people occurred, and of course, the protagonist stepped in, delivering a cliché scene of showing off and slapping faces. After driving Jiang Hao away, he conveniently won Chia's heart. Jiang Hao would definitely not swallow this humiliation and sought trouble with the protagonist everywhere. The protagonist got angry, like a deity off duty, and directly fought his way into Jiang's headquarters, making Zhang Tianfang and Jiang Hao kneel before him. To save his life, Zhang Tianfang decided to bring his forces to the protagonist, recognizing him as the master. Just as the protagonist needed to develop his influence in Jiang City, he reluctantly accepted. The Jiang family also became a breakthrough point for the protagonist to open up the underground world of Jiang City. Indeed, there wasn't much to the plot. Jiang Hao was just a secondary character. But now, this Jiang Hao was showing off, with a disdainful expression, looking down from above. "Miss Chi, this outfit of mine isn't cheap." Speaking of which, he rolled up his sleeve and pointed to a stain that looked like a handprint. "That brat asking for my herbs is one thing, but he actually dirted my clothes." Breaking his hands and feet shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Your clothes are just dirty, and you want to break his hands and feet? She expressed her anger and shock. In broad daylight, do you still have any law to follow? Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao's laughter was arrogant, extremely arrogant. On my Jiang family's territory, I am the law. Come at me. But be careful not to hurt Miss Chi's delicate skin. With that, the thug's Jiang Hao brought surged forward immediately. At that moment, Bai Chen felt a voice beside him. Young master? It was the bodyguard he had arranged to follow Wang Ji. He originally wanted to intervene, but the girl inside jumped out first, so he didn't reveal himself. Now that he saw his young master, he hurried over to report. Bai Chen nodded without saying anything, but the bodyguard worriedly said, it seems Jiang Hao is going to make a move on this girl. Young master, should we intervene? What for? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen turned to look at his bodyguard. Do you want me to be the hero saving the beauty? If you want to go, you go. I don't have that kind of time. Indeed, Bai Chen was the villain. The cliché of a hero saving a beauty was something only the protagonist could do. He couldn't be bothered with such matters, it would only bring him trouble. Moreover, Shi Yi was the protagonist's senior sister. She had also come down from the Great Green Mountain to learn her craft. The few people Jiang Hao brought were completely insufficient in front of her. Even if he wanted to go out and act tough, it was unnecessary. Seeing his young master's disdainful attitude, the bodyguard couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking, this isn't like the young master's style, is it? Although the young master is a eunuch, he is still someone who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. With an opportunity to show off in front of a beauty, he actually doesn't take it? Is he fake? Has the young master changed? Why not say your young master has changed genders? The current subordinates, not only did the driver have a wild imagination, but even the bodyguard had a little clown in his heart that ignored the performance. But the young master had arranged it this way. Even if he wanted to go out and show off, he could only stand there honestly. He couldn't steal the young master's thunder, could he? Shi's cold voice came again. What do you want? Don't come over. This sounded a bit fearful. However, Bai Chen was someone who had mastered the martial arts of the Great Green Mountain. The stance of her feet and the swinging of her hands were clear to him at a glance. That was the starting stance of the Green Mountain's wrong bone technique. Bai Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head, muttering to himself, these guys are in for it, sure enough. Chirp chirp bang bang, various onomatopoeic sounds erupted, followed by, oh no, my arm is dislocated. Jiang Xiao, this woman is a martial artist, too formidable. Then the onlookers around expressed their shock, each saying something like, wow, so impressive. This girl is amazing. Bai Chen had seen this scene too many times in various novels. He was too lazy to describe it in detail. Jiang Hao also frowned and shouted in delight, damn it, a bunch of useless fools, you can't even handle a woman, what use do I have for you? This line sounded so familiar. However, at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly changed his tone, brat, you better stay put. If you dare to run, I'll kill you. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Bai Chen was taken aback. Isn't he bullying this girl, Shi Yi? Where did this kid come from, and who wants to run? Just as he thought of this, he suddenly felt his pant leg tighten slightly. Bai Chen immediately looked down. What the hell? Pig head? Almost as a reflex, Bai Chen kicked out. Thud. The sound of the kick echoed. A familiar scream rang out. It was Wang Ji's scream. Indeed, Wang Ji, who had been beaten into a pig's head, had somehow crawled to his side and grabbed his pant leg. After being kicked away by Bai Chen, Wang Ji rolled on the ground for a bit before rolling back. This time, he directly hugged Bai Chen's legs, looking up with his bruised face. Hey, young master. On account of you having beaten me. His mouth was swollen, making it hard to speak clearly, but Bai Chen heard him loud and clear. His expression instantly turned strange as he shot back, are you sick? What do you mean on account of me having beaten you? The people around were stunned. How could this kid always get beaten? Did he get his brain knocked silly? How could someone who has beaten you possibly save you? Wouldn't they just beat you up even more? But, the original setting always plays a role at critical moments. Just like now, Jiang Hao saw Wang Ji hugging Bai Chen's thigh, mumbling something that was unclear, but it was evident he was asking for help. Then he looked at Bai Chen's harmless appearance. Damn it! Is this kid one of yours? Jiang Hao stepped forward, pointing at Bai Chen's nose and shouting. The bodyguard standing behind Bai Chen immediately stepped forward, glaring angrily at Jiang Hao. Bai Chen also raised his head in surprise, looking at Jiang Hao ahead, unable to help but say, no wonder you let the protagonist take you down, with your IQ. Good lord, did a donkey kick your head? You dare to mess with me? Bai Chen originally just wanted to be a bystander, watching Qi Yi resolve the situation, and then leave with Wang Ji. He didn't expect this idiot Wang Ji to see him and want to cling to his leg. and that Jiang Hao was even more of an idiot. Jiang Hao, of course, didn't understand Bai Chen's earlier half-sentence, "What protagonist? I got taken down?" But he could tell Bai Chen was insulting his low IQ and lack of brains. Jiang Hao's subordinates had just been beaten by a weak woman. Now he was being called an idiot. The flames of anger surged within him. Damn it! In an instant, he cursed loudly. Then he strode towards Bai Chen, shouting as he walked, "Do you even know who I am?" The bodyguard in front of Bai Chen was about to take action, but Bai Chen stepped forward and grabbed his bodyguard, taking a step forward and raising his hand. Slap! A loud slap landed directly on Jiang Hao's face. Stumble, 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 Jiang Hao was knocked back 3 steps by Bai Chen's powerful slap. Ding! Jiang Hao split value plus 5%. Ding! Qi Ye's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion value plus 10%. Bai Chen's mind was instantly filled with the system's notification sounds. But at that moment, Bai Chen didn't consider it at all because his disdain for stupidity had kicked in. The original work forcibly lowered the intelligence of the villains. He originally thought they would only be dumb in front of the protagonist, but it turned out they were always getting dumber. You find you can't beat Qi Yi, so you randomly come to vent on me? Do you even know who I am? The power of disdain for stupidity was still quite strong. Bai Chen couldn't help but turn to the bodyguard beside him and said, "Is he usually this brave?" "Ah." The bodyguard wore a helpless expression and whispered in Bai Chen's ear, "He is indeed quite arrogant, but Jiang Hao probably doesn't know who you are, because he doesn't deserve to." Indeed, Jiang Hao was not worthy of knowing Bai Chen. Even Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Tianfang, had never met him. It's important to note that Bai Chen's father was the local emperor of Jiangcheng, and Bai Chen was the crown prince. They were merely the leaders of a small underground force. How could they have the right to meet Bai Chen at such a high level? Let alone Bai Zhenan. You dare to hit me?" Jiang Hao covered his swollen cheek and let out a shrill scream like a girl. "Damn it!" he cursed, using very foul language. "I am Jiang Hao. I am Jiang Tianfang. This is my Jiang family's territory, and you dare to hit me? Damn it!" Furious, Jiang Hao charged forward again, seemingly thinking that the other party would be scared upon hearing his name and wouldn't dare to fight back. This was the setting of the original work. People like him had such low intelligence, how could Bai Chen not be annoyed? Jiang Hao swung a punch at Bai Chen's face, and the bodyguard instinctively shouted, "Young master, be careful." The young master didn't need to be careful. Your young master was currently suffering from an annoyance syndrome. Looking at the fist, Bai Chen simply raised his finger and pointed at Jiang Hao's elbow joint. With a crisp sound, Jiang Hao's arm bent at a 90-degree angle. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted. Ding! Jiang Hao's severance value plus 15%. Detected that Jiang Hao's severance degree reached 10%. Gained severance points plus 500. Detected that Jiang Hao's severance degree reached 20%. Gained severance points plus 1000. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion value plus 10%. Standing there like a bystander, Qi Ye's beautiful pupils suddenly constricted. Is that the Qingshan Duanjin finger? Ding! Qi Ye's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qi Ye's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qi Ye's severance value plus 0.1%. Jiang Hao continued to scream like a slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground. Young Master Jiang. Jiang Hao's little thugs reacted. It seemed their young master's arm was worse than theirs. They all rushed over. Quick, take me to the hospital, hurry, take me to the hospital. Jiang Hao's screams seemed to be reaching a breaking point. Even as he was being dragged away by these little brothers, he didn't forget to turn back and shout, "Kid, this isn't over." Bai Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It felt good, the annoyance syndrome had been vented. Looking around at the crowd that kept their distance from him, Bai Chen didn't care. He glanced down at Wang Ji on the ground and waved to the bodyguard, "Take him away, we're leaving." But just as Bai Chen turned to leave, Qi Ye's melodious voice suddenly rang out, "Please wait a moment, please wait a moment." Qi Ye's voice sounded somewhat urgent, because she was someone who came from the Great Qing Mountain. The plot hadn't started yet, the protagonist hadn't appeared, and she had never had any interaction with Bai Chen, so she didn't know Bai Chen's identity. However, she was very certain that the method Bai Chen used to incapacitate Jiang Hao just now was the Qingshan Duanjin finger. She could do it too. Moreover, she knew that the Qingshan Duanjin finger was a secret not passed on to just anyone, only to the disciples of the Great Qing Mountain. But she knew she had 6 senior sisters and 1 junior brother. Yet, she had never seen Bai Chen on the Great Qing Mountain. Why would he know the Qingshan Duanjin finger? Could it be that after the 7 sisters descended the mountain, the masters took in another little junior brother? Damn little junior brother. But no matter what, as a disciple of Dakingshan, she had to get to the bottom of it. However, Bai Chen, who had already turned around, did not look back. Even before this Chie could continue speaking, he simply waved his hand. With his back to her, he pointed at Chie and said, "I don't have time to deal with you right now. We'll talk about your matters later." What? Chie's steps instantly froze, her expression stiffening. Ding! Chie's resentment value plus 0.1%. Ding! Chie's resentment value plus 0.1%. Ding! Chie's resentment value plus 0.5%. What does it mean that he doesn't have time to deal with me? What does this man mean? Goodness! Chie unexpectedly felt a sense of grievance rising within her. She knew she was a great beauty, that was a basic self-awareness. Even if some men didn't fall in love with her at first sight, their attitude towards her was still very good. When had a man ever said he didn't have time to deal with her? Moreover, there had been no dialogue between them at all. She had merely wanted to ask about the situation. Why was he so impatient with her? Ding! Chie's resentment value plus 0.1%. Ding! Chie's resentment value plus 0.1%. The system's notification sound kept ringing in her mind, and Bai Chen heard it clearly. But he really couldn't pay attention to it right now. After all, this Chie was one of the female leads. So currently, through words and imagination, her resentment value had only increased by a mere 0.1%. The main thing was that Bai Chen hadn't expected to encounter another senior sister of the protagonist so early. He hadn't even figured out how to increase Chie's resentment yet. So, it would have to wait. Bai Chen walked back the way he came. The bodyguard followed closely behind him, carrying Wang Ji on his shoulder, panting heavily. But he still hurried a couple of steps to Bai Chen's side and said, "Young master, Wang Ji's condition seems a bit dire. If we don't take him to the hospital, he might not make it." Sigh. Listening to the bodyguard, Bai Chen sighed helplessly, looking at Wang Ji, who was barely hanging on. In fact, Wang Ji wouldn't die. But hadn't he just kicked Wang Ji? That kick had landed right on his head, so now he was on the verge of death. Bai Chen really didn't want to save this little brat. But thinking about the chance to draw a prize after completing the transformation, and now that Wang Ji's transformation rate was already at 20%, letting him die would really be a bit of a loss. Reluctantly, Bai Chen waved his hand and said, "Alright, my car is outside. Throw him in the car and head to the hospital." Yes. The bodyguard nodded. But after taking a couple of steps, the bodyguard spoke again, "Young master, what about Jiang Hao? I was just thinking about that." Bai Chen shook his head helplessly, walking as he spoke. With Jiang Hao's intelligence, he definitely won't think to investigate my background first. He'll absolutely come back with people to cause me trouble. Sigh. A small fry really is. Alright, first take Wang Ji to the hospital, then call and gather more people to meet at the hospital. Understood. The bodyguard came to a salute. Wang Ji was also recovering. In this lifetime, he unexpectedly had the chance to sit in the back seat of a Maybach. It's just that he was in an unconscious state, which was a pity. He couldn't enjoy it. Before long, they arrived at the most luxurious private hospital in Zhongcheng. This was the Bai family's property, so the Bai family always chose this place when going to the hospital. After parking the car, the bodyguard carried Wang Ji into the hospital. Immediately, a perceptive doctor in a white coat rushed over. "Young master? Young master, why are you at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? I'll arrange for a full consultation right away." Enough! Bai Chen waved his hand. "Can't you see this dead man next to me? Bring him back to life for me." Got it. The doctor quickly arranged for someone to take Wang Ji into the emergency room. Meanwhile, he led Bai Chen to the exclusive VIP lounge for the Bai family. However, just as they arrived on this floor via the elevator, Bai Chen spotted a familiar figure, a hint of suspicion appearing in his eyes. He waved the doctor off and walked towards the familiar figure. Who was this familiar figure? It was Butlerly. At that moment, Butlerly was holding a report, looking tense, his hands constantly rubbing together. It was as if he were a gambler shuffling playing cards. Sweat was beading on his forehead. He wanted to look but didn't dare. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Uncle Lee, what are you doing?" Hiss, Butlerly instantly gasped. He turned around in a flash, his eyes wide as saucers, as if he had been greatly startled. "Why, young master?" His voice trembled in panic. With a bang, he quickly hid the report behind his back. An awkward smile squeezed onto his face. "Why, young master, what brings you here?" A strange light flickered in Bai Chen's eyes, and suddenly, he looked up in apparent terror. "Look, a UFO? What?" Butlerly was so frightened that he turned around instantly. Bang! A light sound echoed. Cold sweat broke out on Butlerly. "Young master, Butler Lee was horrified to find that the report had been snatched away by Bai Chen, and it was already opened. Before Butler Lee could react, Bai Chen had already read the large letters on the report, paternity test report. What the hell? Bai Chen exclaimed, turning to Butler Lee dramatically, Uncle Lee, did you suddenly have a child? No. He. Butler Lee's eyes flickered, and finally, sigh. Yes, young master, you know I'm getting old, but suddenly having a child, I really didn't know. After saying this, Butler Lee wanted to slap himself, but Bai Chen wore a playful expression. What, you don't suspect my aunt of cheating, do you? Butler Lee's pupils suddenly constricted. No, it's not her. Not her? Bai Chen paused. Uncle Lee, you're quite the player, huh? You even got someone killed outside? Young master, please lower your voice. Butler Lee was now sweating profusely. Bai Chen understood and wore an ambiguous expression of I get it, you don't dare to look? Butler Lee nodded. Here, let me show you. Saying this, he opened the report, and in the next second, Bai Chen's expression darkened. Uncle Lee. His voice hoarse. I told you, you mustn't get anxious or angry. Hearing this, Butler Lee's gaze suddenly tightened. Young master, it's fine, you speak. His tone had changed instantly, and one hand discreetly hid behind his back. With a gentle flick, a dark knife handle peeked out from under his clothing. Sigh. Bai Chen sighed lightly, looking sadly at Butler Lee. This child. He's your biological son. Really? Butler Lee immediately exclaimed in surprise. With a swift motion, the hand that had been hidden behind his back was pulled back. Of course it's true, Bai Chen said confidently, handing the report to Butler Lee. If you don't believe it, take a look for yourself. Ha ha ha. The smile on Butler Lee's face was genuine, and he waved his hand dismissively. You've seen it, young master, so I won't look. Ha ha. I was so nervous just now, I need to use the restroom. Young master, please wait a moment, I'll be right back. With that, Butler Lee joyfully ran towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. The moment Butler Lee entered the restroom, the smile on Bai Chen's face vanished instantly. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He quickly crumpled the paternity test report in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Bai Chen never remembered reading about Butler Lee having an illegitimate child in the original work. He had no idea whose paternity report it was. The results of the paternity test were known only to Bai Chen. Watching Butler Lee disappear around the corner of the corridor, Bai Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, Uncle Lee, Uncle Huzi, and all those other little followers. They are ultimately under my cheap old man Bai Jinnan. For the first time, Bai Chen found himself concerned about whether that little brat Wang Ji was alive or dead. Inside the restroom, Butler Lee was happily relieving himself, with happy written all over his face. He shook a little and muttered to himself, it seems the young master has really woken up. Or perhaps the young master's previous playboy behavior was all just an act for others to see, and he feels the time is right now? My lord, you don't need to worry about your estate, the Bai family has successors. The way Butler Lee looked now seemed even more exaggerated than if he had just had a biological son. He bounced out of the restroom. When he returned, he saw Bai Chen sitting calmly in the VIP lounge. It seemed Butler Lee finally remembered something important and hurried over to ask, Young master, why are you at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Did you just let that paternity test matter go? But what else could he do? Bai Chen waved his hand lightly and said, I picked up a little brat on the way, saw he was about to get beaten to death, so I brought him to the hospital. Picked up on the way? Butler Lee clearly didn't understand, but since it wasn't important, he didn't ask further. At that moment, Bai Chen, with a hint of confusion, spoke to Butler Lee, Uncle Lee, I want to kill someone, is that a bother? Bai Chen asked this question so casually. To his surprise, Butler Lee didn't seem shocked at all. Instead, he calmly replied, Who does the young master want to kill? I'll take care of it right away. The two of them discussed someone else's life and death so casually. Is this the effect of their backgrounds? Just because Bai Chen's father is the local emperor of Jiangcheng, he can do as he pleases in this territory. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Who knows? The original novel is set up this way. Moreover, the protagonist, the god of war Dragon King, starts killing from Jiangcheng. After Jiangcheng, he kills in the southern region, then the northern region, and finally ends with a grand reunion. So, the villains aren't protected by the law? Of course, this is all useless complaining. Bai Chen waved his hand at Butler Lee and said, No need, Uncle Lee, I'll handle this person myself. I just want to ask, where should I go to clean up? Butler Lee paused slightly, then said naturally, the Shijiao meat processing plant, that's our family's business. Okay, got it. Bai Chen's demeanor remained as calm as ever. In fact, Bai Chen knew about this so-called Shijiao meat processing plant. It was mentioned in the original novel. Whenever the Bai family needed to deal with someone or handle evidence, they would go to this place. However, Bai Chen remembered that in the original story, Bai Chen was unaware of this matter. Because the original Bai Chen only bullied others, and all subsequent matters were left to Butlerly and the others to handle. So now, when Bai Chen asked Butlerly this question, it was completely reasonable. However, Butlerly, at this moment, asked with some confusion, "Young master, who are you planning to kill?" Bai Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow and replied, "Jiang Tianfang's son, Jiang Hao." Jiang Hao? Butlerly was taken aback. That's right, Bai Chen intended to kill this Jiang Hao. This was a decision Bai Chen made alone while Butlerly was in the restroom. Based on his understanding of the original plot, although Jiang Hao was part of the protagonist's Halo network, his significance was even lighter than Wang Ji. At least Wang Ji occasionally appeared in the original story, while Jiang Hao and Jiang Tianfang basically had no role after opening the door to the underground world of Jiang City for the protagonist. The previous increase in the severance value indicated that he was indeed inferior to Wang Ji. Since he couldn't even compare to Wang Ji, why should he go through the trouble of severing him from the protagonist step by step? Thus, he questioned the system in his mind. If a person being transformed dies, they will directly lose their qualification for transformation. If I kill someone who is still in a severed state, will they be 100% severed? The answer he received was, theoretically, yes, host, but you will also lose a potential candidate for transformation. It was because of this response from the system that Bai Chen instantly confirmed his next course of action. Although people within the protagonist's Halo network could be transformed into his own Halo, Bai Chen felt that to create his own Halo, he must strive for perfection. He truly looked down on what Jiang Hao could offer him. He was even inferior to Wang Ji, who at least had talents in other areas. Therefore, Bai Chen directly completed the severance of Jiang Hao using the simplest method. Obtaining the severance points and a random blind box was enough. As for other things, they were of no consequence. At this moment, hearing Butlerly's voice, Bai Chen turned his head. "Uncle Li, do you know him?" "No." Butlerly shook his head and then said, "But I've heard of Jiang Tianfang, a small thug who controls a few streets. Not worth mentioning." Not worth mentioning. Given how arrogant Jiang Hao had been in front of that pharmacy, it was clear how much fear the people around him had. They all knew his father was the boss, and everyone kept their distance from him. However, even such a person, in the mouth of Butlerly, was merely an insignificant thug. The Bai family, such a colossal entity, was actually crushed by the protagonist's Halo. This was truly. "But, young master, why do you want to deal with Jiang Hao?" Listening to Butlerly's question, Bai Chen smiled softly, stood up, and walked towards the outside of the resting area while saying, "You'll know soon." Butlerly slightly pursed his lips, no longer pressing for answers, and followed Bai Chen's pace. As for why Bai Chen stood up, it was because he had already heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion rate plus 10%. Sure enough, when Bai Chen and Butlerly arrived at the hospital from the rest area, they saw their bodyguard rushing towards them from a distance. The bodyguard first greeted Butlerly, then turned to Bai Chen and said, "Young master, Wang Ji is no longer in danger. The doctor said he has a slight concussion, and the rest are just superficial injuries, nothing serious." Hearing this, Bai Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. That slight concussion was probably caused by his own kick. But it didn't matter anymore. Bai Chen entered the ward. Upon seeing Bai Chen, Wang Ji, whose head was wrapped in thick bandages, reflexively rolled off the bed. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion rate plus 10%. Kneeling on the ground, he hoarsely said to Bai Chen, "Young master Bai, thank you. Thank you for saving me without holding a grudge." Ding! Wang Ji's conversion rate plus 10%. "What merit do I, Wang Ji, have to deserve your saving me, young master Bai? From today on, my life belongs to you, young master Bai. As long as you don't mind, let me be your dog." Listening to Wang Ji's heartfelt words, Bai Chen scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that his panel showed a conversion rate of only 50% and hadn't changed for half a day, Bai Chen might have actually believed his nonsense. However, Bai Chen had other ways to obtain that random blind box reward, so he directly said, "You can get off the bed? Then don't just stay here, let's go." "Ha!" Wang Ji, looking confused, was still in his hospital gown, and they hadn't even finished his four. Under the pull of Bai Chen's bodyguard, he was taken straight out of the hospital. Just as the bodyguard was dragging Wang Ji, and Butlerly was following Bai Chen to the hospital parking lot, a loud voice suddenly erupted. "Damn it, kid, are you still saying he's not your man?" Hearing this explosive voice, Butlerly was instantly stunned and turned to look. He never expected that in Jiang City, someone would dare to speak to his young master like that. He saw a man with his arm in a sling hanging from his neck, followed by a dozen little thugs, striding over aggressively. Butlerly slightly curled his lip. This couldn't be the Jiang Hao that the young master mentioned, could it? On the other side, the bodyguard dragging Wang Ji turned to Bai Chen in shock and said, "This Jiang Hao is really an idiot. He didn't investigate your background at all. Young master, you really are insightful." Bai Chen rubbed his head helplessly. "Of course. I'm also a VIP member of Tomato." "Bodyguard? Wang Ji? Butlerly? What kind of club would dare to give our young master just a VIP membership? It should at least be a lifetime honorary supreme VIP. If he wasn't your man, how could you bring him to such a luxurious hospital for treatment? You kid must have some money." Jiang Hao's explosive voice continued. "Now that I've brought so many people, let's see what kind of waves you can stir up." With a shout, under Jiang Hao's command, the dozen little thugs surrounded Bai Chen and the others. "Young Master Bai, save me." Wang Ji's voice sounded like he was about to cry, timidly behind Bai Chen. If it weren't for Bai Chen's bodyguard supporting him, he might have collapsed to the ground again. To be fair, hearing Wang Ji's words now, Jiang Hao should have been able to consider the weight of the words young master Bai, right? He didn't care. He insisted on using that one good arm to grip a baton, pointing it at Wang Ji. "Kid, stop whining over there. Once I take care of your master, I'll break your limbs." Hearing this, Butlerly stepped slightly forward, positioning himself in front of Bai Chen. Although the other party was just some low-level thugs, he couldn't let his young master get hurt, could he? However, when Jiang Hao saw Butlerly stepping out, a sneer appeared on his face. "Oh, where did this old helper come from?" He then tilted his head slightly, looking with interest at Bai Chen standing behind Butlerly. "Kid, this can't be your dad, can it?" At this remark, a cold glint flashed in Butlerly's eyes. But Jiang Hao burst into a wild laugh. "Ha ha ha, are you a primary school student? Crying and running home to call daddy when bullied? How about I call my dad too? You two parents can have a chat?" As he said this, he didn't forget to scan Butlerly up and down, arrogantly saying, "I'm just afraid that if you see my dad, you'll be begging for mercy on your knees." Butlerly lightly curled his lips and turned to Bai Chen, whispering, "Young master, I'll arrange for the west suburbs to start preparing right away." At this moment, Bai Chen felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. He never expected that watching the foolish antics of a villain from a first-person perspective could be so awkward. After nodding at Butlerly, Bai Chen couldn't help but scold Jiang Hao. "Jiang Tian let you off this easy. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves." "What the hell?" Jiang Hao instantly flew into a rage. "You dare curse me when you're about to die? You're really asking for it. Even your dad won't recognize you after I'm done with you." Wow! Just as this group of little thugs around Jiang Hao was getting ready to brawl, the bodyguard holding Wang Ji suddenly whistled loudly. The next second, with a whoosh, from all corners of the parking lot, a swarm of people in black suits, some even wearing sunglasses, surged out. They instantly surrounded the place, making it impossible to escape. Bai Chen couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell, are we in the Matrix?" But then he realized they seemed to be on his side, so he let it go. In an instant, the entire parking lot felt packed. The cacophony of noise abruptly ceased at that moment. Jiang Hao's arm, gripping the baton, trembled slightly. The thugs around him were even more outrageous. Clang, 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 a series of light sounds echoed. Faced with a scene they might not have even seen in gangster movies, they were instantly scared stiff. The weapons in their hands fell uncontrollably to the ground. One by one, their faces turned pale, expressions filled with terror, huddling together. Someone nervously approached Jiang Hao, glancing around at the sea of people with fear, and stammered, "Xiang! Gulp young master Jiang. What's going on? Did we kick a steel plate?" Jiang Hao had never seen so many people. Not to mention all his father's subordinates, even when his father's men clashed with enemies over territory, there weren't this many. For the first time, Jiang Hao looked directly at Bai Chen, his hand trembling slightly out of control. He then put away his baton and looked at Bai Chen, speaking softly, "May I ask which circle this brother belongs to?" Ding! Jiang Hao split value plus 5%. Look, Jiang Hao's increase in split value was much greater than Wang Ji's, so this person's quality really couldn't compare to Wang Ji. Bai Chen seemed to have not heard Jiang Hao's words at all. Instead, he turned to look at the bodyguard beside him with a strange expression and said somewhat sarcastically, "I asked you to call more people, not to call this many." The bodyguard scratched his head awkwardly in response to Bai Chen's voice and said, "Young master, this isn't too many, it's just a few people. If you think it's not enough, I can call more." Bai Chen, _6 You're really good at showing off. Bro. Jiang Hao was still nervously calling Bai Chen bro at this moment, but Bai Chen didn't want to get entangled with him any longer and waved his hand directly, "Take him away." Then he turned and left. Ding! Jiang Hao's rupture value plus 5%. Detected that Jiang Hao's rupture level has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 1,500. Poof! A light sound. In an instant, Jiang Hao and more than a dozen of his little brothers were all pressed to the ground. Bai Chen didn't even look back. He had only mentioned that the Jiang family's ancestral grave was emitting black smoke and hadn't said another word to Jiang Hao. But Jiang Hao's screams continued to come. Bro, what does this mean? We're all in the same line of work, we can talk it out. Damn it, don't touch me. I'll tell you, my dad is Jiang Tianfang. He's the boss. He's a big shot in the underground world. Let go of me. If my dad finds out, he will definitely not let this go. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value plus 2%. This slap was delivered by Butlerly, and the rupture value generated was even less than by Chen's silence. But that didn't matter anymore. Then, Butlerly directly grabbed Jiang Hao's hair and yanked him up from the ground. Before Jiang Hao could scream in pain, Butlerly covered his mouth. Then, with a cold expression, he slowly said, "First of all, I am not the young master's father, and I have no right to be the young master's father. Secondly, you better watch closely." Then, he pulled Jiang Hao's head to look in the direction Bai Chen was leaving. They saw Bai Chen getting into the back seat of a Maybach. The license plate of this Maybach was Jiang ABZ 999. It can't be said that everyone in Jiang City knows whose license plate this is. But Jiang Tianfang's son definitely knows. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value plus 3%. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value plus 5%. Detected that Jiang Hao's rupture level has reached 40%, gaining rupture points plus 2000. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value plus 8%. Ding. Jiang Hao's rupture value plus 10%. Detected that Jiang Hao's rupture level has reached 50%, gaining rupture points plus 2500. Woo 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 woo. With his mouth covered, Jiang Hao struggled wildly, wanting to scream, wanting to escape. Most importantly, he wanted to apologize, to beg for mercy. But he no longer had the chance. His pale face was covered in tear stains. His pristine white pants were completely soaked in the crotch. He now realized what kind of iron plate he had kicked. No, it should be an iron nail. It had stabbed right in, piercing his heart, and his heart was about to go into shock. In the end, Jiang Hao's whimpering was completely drowned out by a black van. Bai Chen, however, seemed undisturbed by the dense system notification sounds in his mind, because after getting into the car, his phone rang once again. He even felt that there might be some electrical control in the back seat of this Maybach that was controlling his phone. Why did it ring as soon as he got in? But when he took out his phone and saw the caller ID, Bai Chen smiled. You finally couldn't hold back, huh? Looking at his phone, which was flashing continuously with the ringtone, Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. He then chose to hang up directly. Afterward, he tucked his phone away and, as if nothing had happened, patted the driver's shoulder and said, "Go to the West Suburb Meat Processing Plant." Ding! Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Listening to the continuous prompt sounds in his mind, Bai Chen's smile was relaxed and carefree. At this moment, Mu Yun was in the study of her villa. She was only wearing a champagne-colored nightgown that shimmered slightly. Not to mention, that exquisite collarbone truly made one unable to resist wanting to sprinkle a pinch of salt on it. Then pour a glass of fine tequila and savor it with the taste buds. Having not slept all night yesterday, she didn't even have dark circles under her eyes, which showed how resilient Mu Yun's skin was. But today, she had absolutely no mood to go out, especially not wanting to see her daughter, worried about revealing any flaws in front of her. So, she paced back and forth in the study. She was actually waiting for Bai Chen to call her, because Bai Chen had caught her daughter's weakness, that business spy Lu Wu. He had even caught her own weakness, which was the killer she had meticulously trained. Bai Chen should have taken on the posture of a victor and called her to boast, threatening her just like before. But she had waited for so long, and now it was afternoon, with no sign of Bai Chen. She finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to contact him. But just thinking about what she had said to Bai Chen at Shen Yun Group made her teeth ache. However, unexpectedly, she had barely dialed Bai Chen's number for 3 seconds when she heard, "The number you have dialed is currently busy." He actually hung up on me? In front of others, the noble and elegant Mu Yun now seemed like a shrew in her study. Furious, she almost smashed her phone. Standing in the study, looking distressed, she exclaimed, "Bastard! That little brat! He actually hung up on me! I am his Aunt Yun! I am his elder!" Fuming, she clenched her fists, wearing slippers, and kept pacing in the study. She even sulked and said fiercely, "Fine, kid, you dare to hang up on me. Don't expect me to call you again." Humph. Standing by the window in the study, looking at the greenery outside, she gritted her teeth. "Even if I jump out of here and die outside, I won't call you again." But just after saying that, Muyun realized she seemed to have said something similar before. Yet just now, she couldn't help but dial Bai Chen's number. This really was. Little brat. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Sitting in the back seat of the Maybach, with her eyes closed, she listened to the system prompts echoing in her mind. It felt like savoring a symphony, so carefree. Not long after, Bai Chen's Maybach and a black van slowly drove into the back of the West Suburb meat processing plant. Butler Lee had already notified them to prepare in advance. So, after the two cars entered, without any pause, they followed the guiding vehicle into a huge warehouse. As the car door opened, a strong smell of pig's blood rushed in, making Bai Chen frown. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, who was trembling and following closely behind Bai Chen, nervously looked at the rusty surroundings and couldn't help but ask, "Bai, young master, where are you taking me? I feel a bit dizzy. I want to go back to the hospital for N4." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen couldn't even muster a smile and simply replied, "Go ahead and think that." Thud. As soon as those words left his mouth, Wang Ji dropped to his knees without a second thought, crying out, "Young master Bai, spare me, I truly beg you to spare me. Please don't kill me." Seeing Wang Ji's pathetic state, Bai Chen shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, did I make the wrong choice in picking him? But he quickly dismissed that thought. It was too late now, they were just a step away from the end. So, Bai Chen grabbed Wang Ji by the back of his collar and yanked him up from the ground. With cold eyes, he looked at Wang Ji and said, "When we were at the hospital, you told me that your life was mine. So, do you want it back now?" Wang Ji's body stiffened at those words, and he quickly waved his hands. No, I didn't mean that. Young master Bai, please spare me." Wang Ji was at a loss for words. If he said he didn't want it, it would be natural for Bai Chen to kill him. But if he said he wanted it, wouldn't that make his previous words meaningless? Either way, he would still end up dead. This young master Bai really wanted him dead. He didn't want to die. Enough! Stop howling. Bai Chen saw that Wang Ji was about to wail again and quickly interrupted him, saying, "Since you want to work for me, you should at least give me a reason to believe you, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ji felt as if his world had brightened, and he quickly nodded. "Don't worry, young master Bai, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." "Is that what you said?" Bai Chen raised an eyebrow. Wang Ji gulped. You won't make me go die, right?" "Ha!" Bai Chen snorted, releasing Wang Ji, then waved his hand. "Come with me." The door of the van opened, and Butler Lee stepped out, carrying the already unconscious Jiang Hao. It seemed Jiang Hao had been struggling so much that it had made Butler Lee impatient. Bai Chen spoke first. "Uncle Lee, how do we operate this? It's my first time here, teach me." "Young master is joking." Butler Lee chuckled and shook his head, then gestured for Bai Chen to follow. Soon, the group arrived at a room inside the warehouse. Upon entering, even Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eye. The room was empty except for a massive meat grinder. Butler Lee had already tossed Jiang Hao onto the floor and pointed at the meat grinder, saying, "Young master, it's actually very simple. It's not as complicated as you think." Damn! This was a thought that crossed Bai Chen's mind. The original text never explained how the Bai family dealt with things afterward, but seeing it firsthand was truly something else. Thud! Wang Ji was once again scared stiff, collapsing to the ground. "Young master Bai, spare me, spare me." Bai Chen was already feeling nauseated, and hearing that voice made him roll his eyes. He then turned and slapped Wang Ji on the neck, wondering why not the face? Because of a mild concussion. He then pointed at the unconscious Jiang Hao on the ground and asked, "You know this person, right?" Wang Ji nodded. It's him who beat me up like this." He directly erased Bai Chen's contribution, but it didn't matter. Bai Chen nodded. "Very good. You're responsible for dealing with him." "What?" Wang Ji's pupils instantly widened like saucers. But Bai Chen did not intend to give Wang Ji a chance to react. He pointed to the bucket on the floor and said, "Remember to wake him up, starting from the feet. I'll be outside listening to his screams. If I can't hear his voice, then I'll be waiting to hear yours." After saying this, Bai Chen glanced at Butler Lee, who understood and left the room with Bai Chen, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Wang Ji immediately stood up, frantically banging on the door while screaming, "Young master Bai. No, I can't. I dare not. Let me out, young master Bai, I beg you, I beg you. I'll bow to you, I'll bow to you." Bai Chen ignored Wang Ji's screams. As for how Wang Ji would choose, that was his own business. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden scream came from inside. Bai Chen looked up and exchanged a surprised glance with Butler Lee. Was that Wang Ji's voice? Damn, this kid won't be killed by Jiang Hao, will he? But right after that, another scream followed. Ding! Detected Jiang Hao's dismemberment level reached 60%. Gain dismemberment points plus 3,000. Ding! Detected Jiang Hao's dismemberment level reached 70%. Gain dismemberment points plus 3,500. Ding! Dismemberment points plus 4,000. Dismemberment points plus 5,000. Ding! Detected Jiang Hao's dismemberment level reached 100%. Gain dismemberment points plus 5,500. Congratulations to the host for successfully completely dismembering Jiang Hao. Received additional dismemberment reward, random blind box. Random blind box is being drawn. Listening to the dense system prompts in his mind, Bai Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. On one hand, it was because the dismemberment speed was too fast, on the other hand, it was due to the way Jiang Hao was dismembered. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could imagine the scene. Therefore, his face still turned a bit pale. However, Bai Chen's state did not last long. He had already prepared himself mentally for this when he realized he had crossed over into a villain. So, he shifted his gaze to his wallet. Goodness! The balance displayed the number 82,000, making Bai Chen gasp in surprise. He remembered that when he left the house this morning, it was just over 50,000. Now, he was only a little over 10,000 points away from being able to exchange for a golden blind box. Originally, when Bai Chen was messing around with Xiao Rou in the morning, he had thought about saving up to 50,000 points to exchange for a silver blind box to see what good things would come out. But now, should I save up a bit more? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's prompt followed closely. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue blind box. Well, Bai Chen was still immersed in the surprise of having over 80,000 points, and this complete dismemberment of Jiang Hao had drawn him this blind box. Instantly, Bai Chen's expression fell. The blue blind box was only one level higher than the green blind box and required 5,000 points to exchange for one. He could now exchange for a whopping 16 of them. To think that Wang Ji had once drawn a purple blind box for him. In this light, Jiang Hao was even worse than Wang Ji. Does the host wish to open the blind box? To be honest, Bai Chen wasn't particularly interested in such things right now. But having something was better than having nothing, so he somewhat disinterestedly said, "Open it." Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the blue blind box and receiving the blind box reward, Special Modified Santana Classic +1. It has been parked in your villa's underground garage. Drive it out. Get it out of here. Bai Chen nearly jumped up from the ground. Indeed, the items inside this blue blind box were quite ordinary, very ordinary. Although Bai Chen liked the Santana Classic, having it parked in his villa's underground garage felt a bit out of place. To know that the customized Maybach he drove every day was already the cheapest car in his garage. Suddenly stuffing a Santana in there, doesn't it feel awkward? Bai Chen remembered that this Santana was the vehicle of the original protagonist. It was precisely because of this Santana's nature that it could help the protagonist play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. But he didn't need to play the pig? Moreover, the selling point of this car was actually the word's special modification. The protagonist indeed had his own channels to modify this car to a level that others could not reach. But, with Bai Chen's current wealth, wanting to modify a car was not a simple matter, right? Sigh. Jiang Hao died well. If Bai Chen had to find a way to painstakingly sever all ties with Jiang Hao, and in the end, only receive such a thing as a reward, he would really want to curse. However, what Bai Chen did not know at the moment was that this car existed in this world and there was only one. And this one would arrive in Bai Chen's garage, waiting for the protagonist's return 2.5 years later. What would the protagonist do coming from such a far place to Jiang City? That was a story for later. The moment Jiang Hao's scream stopped, Butler Li had already walked towards the locked door, opening it from the outside. A strong smell of blood instantly rushed out from the room. A blood-soaked figure, trembling slightly, stepped out of the room, leaving a bloody trail behind. At this moment, Wang Ji's eyes showed no fear or tension. Instead, he appeared quite dazed. His expression was also very grim, radiating a sense of hostility. His fists were tightly clenched. He approached Bai Chen, looking into his eyes, which seemed to still carry a hint of ferocity. His chest rose and fell continuously, clearly taking deep breaths. Seeing this scene, Butler Li frowned slightly and moved closer to Bai Chen. Wang Ji seemed to be in a state of hormonal chaos due to his own experiences and the images he had witnessed. If he went crazy and attacked Bai Chen, it would be troublesome. Just then, Wang Ji seemed to truly be losing his mind. He directly faced Bai Chen, his face twisted in rage, and let out a roar, "Ah, kill!" Just as Butler Li was about to take action, a crisp sound rang out. Bai Chen delivered a loud slap to Wang Ji's face. Not only did Wang Ji's voice instantly stop, but the hostility in his eyes also turned pure in that moment. Rubbing his painful cheek, he turned to look at Bai Chen. Then, thud! He knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse and tense. Young master, by my life, Wang Ji, is yours from now on. This sentence was the same as what he had said in the hospital, but this time, Bai Chen smiled. Because he had already heard the system's prompt. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion rate plus 10%. Ding! Wang Ji's conversion rate plus 10%. Ding! Ding! Wang Ji's conversion rate plus 10%. Detected that Wang Ji's conversion rate has reached 100%. Congratulations, host, for completing the Halo conversion, receiving conversion rewards, and the random blind box is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a silver blind box +1. What color? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness! Silver! A blind box that requires 50,000 split points to exchange. After he completed the conversion for Wang Ji, damn it, it was given directly? Goodness gracious. Ha 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 ha. The smile on Bai Chen's face was impossible to hide. Now, the Wang Ji kneeling on the ground looked more and more pleasing to Bai Chen. Compared to him, that Jiang Hao was even less impressive. Bai Chen even enthusiastically helped Wang Ji up from the ground, grinning as he said, good, that's great. It's really great that you can do this. He then turned to Butler Li and said, Uncle Li, take him to wash up then back to the hospital to retreat his wounds. Yes, young master. Butler Li was completely baffled by Bai Chen's happiness. He looked at Wang Ji with a changed expression. He thought, it's just a little brother recognizing the young master as the boss. Why is the young master so happy? This kid, could it be that he has something special that makes the young master this way? Little did they know, even Wang Ji was confused. When he was beating him before, he treated him like a pile of stinky dog poop. Now that he was kneeling in submission, how could he be this happy? Could it be that I really have some extraordinary qualities? This made Wang Ji feel an inexplicable boost in confidence. They had no idea that Bai Chen was truly happy because Wang Ji had drawn a silver blind box for him. He had been contemplating whether to save money or exchange directly before. Now, it was unnecessary. The silver blind box was here, and the split points could directly be used for a wave of golden legends. Butler Li had already taken Wang Ji away in a van. Bai Chen sat back in his Maybach, excitement written all over his face, rubbing his hands together. He couldn't wait to open this silver blind box. After signaling the driver to start the car, he was ready to instruct the system to open the blind box. But, just his luck, his phone rang again. Bai Chen frowned and couldn't help but mutter, there must be something wrong with this back seat. This time, Bai Chen didn't even look at the caller ID and directly chose to hang up. However, after hanging up, it seemed he didn't hear any prompt for split points. But he didn't mind that. His attention was entirely on the blind box. System, open the silver blind box. Ding! As Bai Chen looked forward with anticipation, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have successfully opened the silver blind box, gaining character coordinates +1. The expression on Bai Chen's face visibly stiffened. What the heck? According to the system's past patterns, he had opened green, blue, and purple blind boxes before. He knew that the items inside corresponded to their increasing value. So the silver blind box should definitely yield something better than all the previous items combined. But, what the hell does a coordinate mean? Character coordinates? Ding dong! Just then, Bai Chen's phone emitted a soft sound. It was a message from an unfamiliar number, sending him location information. Below it was a line of text, East City Market, stall 31. The location was far from where Bai Chen currently was. He was in the western suburbs, while that location was close to the eastern suburbs. A strange expression appeared on Bai Chen's face as he looked at the location on his phone, the corners of his eyes twitching involuntarily. Who is this? Bai Chen couldn't help but voice such a question. However, the system certainly wouldn't provide him with an answer. It seemed the system wanted him to see for himself. Although the items obtained from this silver blind box didn't bring Bai Chen any significant leap forward, he still felt a flicker of anticipation within. After all, this was something that came from a silver blind box. So, Bai Chen directly patted the shoulder of the driver who was driving and said, I'll send you a location, you drive there now. But before Bai Chen could finish his sentence, ding dong. His phone, which he was holding up, received another message notification. Moreover, it kept ringing, ding dong ding dong ding dong, forcing Bai Chen to lower his head to check. It was actually a message from Shen Qingying. Why didn't you answer my call? /angry. Where did you take Ro Ro? The servants at home said they haven't seen Ro Ro all day. You promised me you wouldn't hurt her, you liar. Damn. Seeing the flurry of messages from Shen Qingying, Bai Chen suddenly realized, oh no, Xiao Ro is still locked in my secret room. Several hours had passed, he couldn't let that girl suffocate in there, that would be a loss. With this thought, Bai Chen quickly told the driver, "Take me home first, then I'll send you a location for you to check out this place." "Okay, young master." The driver agreed without any hesitation to Bai Chen's arrangement. As Bai Chen rushed home in the car to rescue Xiaorou, on the other side, just 2 streets away from where Bai Chen had taken Wang Ji from the pharmacy, there was a 3-story mahjong parlor. The first and second floors were filled with swirling smoke and noise, while the third floor was surprisingly quiet. A middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a tank top, had his tattooed arms exposed. He appeared extremely anxious, pacing back and forth in front of the window, muttering, "Son, you mustn't get into trouble." At that moment, hurried footsteps came from the stairs behind him, and a young thug-like subordinate rushed up. "Boss." Hearing this voice, the middle-aged man instantly turned around, grabbing the subordinate's shoulder and exclaiming, "Have you found my son? Where is Jiang Hao?" Indeed, this tattooed middle-aged man was Jiang Hao's father, Jiang Tianfang. He had heard that his son seemed to have been bullied and had taken a dozen people with him. In broad daylight, Jiang Tianfang was worried his son would cause some trouble, so he immediately sent people to look for him. However, those sent out reported that Jiang Hao was missing. When he called Jiang Hao, it indicated the phone was off. Thus, Jiang Tianfang became frantic and anxious. The subordinate, hearing Jiang Tianfang's voice, stiffened slightly and then said, "There's still no news about young Master Jiang." "No news, and you come back?" Jiang Tianfang instantly roared, "Get the hell out and find him. I want to know who touched my son Jiang Tianfang. They will be torn to pieces." Yes, boss, I will definitely go find him, but someone is here to see you." "I won't see anyone." Jiang Tianfang was already a bit deranged, worried sick about his son. "At this time, I don't want to see anyone, even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't see him." Looking at the furious Jiang Tianfang, the little brother's face turned a ghastly shade, but he still mustered the courage to say, "Boss, this person is bigger than the King of Heaven." He then stepped forward and whispered in Jiang Tianfang's ear, "He came in a Cadillac." Jiang Tianfang seemed not to have heard clearly and waved his hand dismissively. "What Cadillac, damn it." Suddenly, Jiang Tianfang's voice cut off. His expression changed 180 degrees. "What did you say? Say it again?" His face looked pale, tense to the extreme. The little brother helplessly turned and said, "Boss, you can take a look. It's parked right next to your Range Rover." With a whoosh, Jiang Tianfang swiftly appeared at the window, looking down. Sure enough, a massive full-size SUV was parked beside his Range Rover. From this angle, his Range Rover looked as cute as an old man's car next to it. Damn! Jiang Tianfang's pupils dilated instantly. Black Hummer, white Land Rover, black and white Cadillac. The Cadillac Escalade, fully imported, wouldn't cost them much. But Jiang Tianfang knew. This was Jiang City, and there was only one person who could ride in a Cadillac Escalade alone. This was an unwritten rule of Jiang City. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's split value plus 2%. Bai Chen? While hurrying home in the back seat of a Maybach, Bai Chen inexplicably heard the system's notification in his mind. Jiang Tianfang? Bai Chen was taken aback. He knew Jiang Tianfang was Jiang Hao's father. Jiang Hao was related to the protagonist, so Jiang Tianfang was too. But he had never met Jiang Tianfang before. Why would Jiang Tianfang's split value increase? Did he already know his son was dead? Bai Chen was confused, but even if Jiang Tianfang knew, he wasn't afraid. So, no need to worry. Third floor of the mahjong parlor. Quick! Jiang Tianfang turned his head faster than a bullet. Get my suit out. Well, he wasn't even looking for his son anymore. He was in such a hurry as if he were about to meet some leader, and he needed a suit? Just then, a gentle voice interrupted their actions. No need, just like this, casual is fine. That voice sounded so familiar. Bai Jinan, Bai Chen's father. He was also the only person in Jiang City who could ride in a Cadillac Escalade. At that moment, Bai Jinan was dressed in a tang suit, holding a string of prayer beads. He walked up step by step from the stairs, followed by a bodyguard in black. Just one bodyguard. This was Bai Jinan's confidence in Jiang City. Seeing Bai Jinan, Jiang Hao Tian gasped in shock. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's split value plus 2%. Then he scrambled to the staircase, lowering his head, not daring to look Bai Jinan in the eye, nervously saying, Mr. Bai, it really is you. What merit do I, Jiang Tianfang, have to deserve Mr. Bai's personal visit? I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, I didn't welcome you in advance. I should be punished, I confess. Saying this, Jiang Tianfang raised his hand. Smack! He slapped himself across the face. Ding! Jiang Tianfang's split value plus 2%. Well, they had just met, and he was already slapping himself? Hey, although Bai Jinan did not stop him, he waved his hand and said, there are no such formalities. Won't you invite me to sit down? Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Tianfang was instantly awakened. Mr. Bai, please have a seat, please have a seat. Zhang Tianfang moved the cleanest chair for Bai Jinan to sit down, while he kept his head lowered, respectfully standing in front of Bai Jinan. After Bai Jinan sat down, the gentle smile on his face remained unchanged as he looked at Zhang Tianfang and got straight to the point. Xiao Jiang, are you looking for your son? Hearing this, Zhang Tianfang was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, such a small matter, how could it trouble you, Mr. Bai? But just as he said this, Zhang Tianfang suddenly gasped. Ding! Zhang Tianfang's rupture value plus 2%. With a loud thud, Zhang Tianfang slammed his knee onto the floor and exclaimed, Mr. Bai, I apologize on behalf of my son, he is just a child, he doesn't understand. Zhang Tianfang's reaction was very quick. His identity as a local tyrant didn't even qualify him to meet Bai Jinan. In fact, Bai Jinan probably didn't even know who he was. But now, his son was missing, and Bai Jinan had actually come to his door? It was obvious that his son's disappearance was related to Bai Jinan. Therefore, without any hesitation, Zhang Tianfang knelt down. His voice even carried a hint of urgent sobbing. Mr. Bai, I apologize to you. I apologize on behalf of my son. That rascal must have done something heinous to dare offend Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai, when this kid returns, I will personally bring him to your residence to apologize. Ding! Zhang Tianfang's rupture value plus 2%. Detected that Zhang Tianfang's rupture level has reached 10%. Gained rupture points plus 500. Looking at his increasing rupture points, Bai Chen's expression appeared somewhat speechless. He unexpectedly asked the driver and the bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat, did any of you go to find Zhang Tianfang? Or send someone to inform him that I killed his son? The driver and bodyguard were both taken aback, shaking their heads and saying, no, young master, you didn't give the order, so why would we take the initiative to contact Zhang Tianfang? Indeed. So what was going on? Bai Chen was completely confused. He clearly underestimated his father's love for him. Bang, 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 bang. This was the sound of Zhang Tianfang continuously bowing to Bai Jinan while kneeling on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Jinan sat steadily in his chair. Looking at the kneeling Zhang Tianfang, Bai Jinan smiled helplessly and said, Xiao Jiang, please stop bowing, get up, what are you saying? As he spoke, he turned to indicate to the bodyguard beside him, who was holding a box. The bodyguard understood and stepped forward to pull Zhang Tianfang up from the ground. With a red forehead and tears in his eyes, Zhang Tianfang looked at Bai Jinan in confusion. Mr. Bai, you. Bai Jinan chuckled lightly and waved his hand, pulling out his favorite white cigarette from his pocket. Zhang Tianfang instinctively wanted to light it for Bai Jinan, but was restrained by the bodyguard. Bai Jinan still preferred to light his own cigarette with matches. After taking a puff, he said to Zhang Tianfang lightly, you shouldn't apologize on behalf of your son, it should be me apologizing to you on behalf of my son. W.H. What? Zhang Tianfang was bewildered by Bai Jinan's words, completely unaware of what he was saying. Bai Jinan continued, his tone tinged with helplessness and anger. Your son scolded my son a few times and even tried to get someone to lay hands on him. Isn't it just a trivial matter? Can't we just talk it out? But that bastard actually killed your son. It really makes me furious. What? Zhang Tianfang's voice sounded as if a firecracker had exploded in his vocal cords. Ding! Zhang Tianfang's rupture value plus 10%. Detected that Zhang Tianfang's rupture level has reached 20%, gaining rupture points plus 1000. Ding! Zhang Tianfang's rupture value plus 10%. Detected that Zhang Tianfang's rupture level has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 1500. Wah! What? Wah! Upon hearing this news, Zhang Tianfang's face instantly turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble violently. Just then, Bai Jinnan's bodyguard let go. With a thud, Zhang Tianfang's limp body also collapsed to the ground. Killed, dead. At this moment, Zhang Tianfang felt a bit incoherent. Meanwhile, Bai Jinnan remained in his previous state, speaking with a hint of apology. Xiao Jiang, I see you're still young, you should be able to have another one, right? He then turned to glance at the bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately opened the briefcase in his hand, and instantly, a golden light illuminated the area. Inside the case were 5 gleaming gold bars. Each one was quite heavy. Following Bai Jinnan's instructions, the bodyguard placed the case in front of Zhang Tianfang. As Bai Jinnan spoke, he propped himself up on the armrest and stood up. I came here today to apologize on behalf of my son. I will go back and teach that bastard a good lesson. I hope you won't take it to heart. Here's a gift, take it, it's enough for you to raise another son. After saying this, Bai Jinan turned and left. The only bodyguard behind him immediately followed. This scene. Who was apologizing to whom? The father of the wrongdoer sat high and mighty, while the father of the victim knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing. In the end, a life was lost, and all that was exchanged was, you have the ability to have another one, right? Just left with a few gold bars? To him, a life was. This was only because Bai Chen was not present. If Bai Chen had been there, it would have been a huge shock. This is what a villain looks like. It seems there is still so much for me to learn. It was only after the deafening roar of the Cadillac's engine faded away. On the third floor of the mahjong parlor. My son! A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted. Ding! Jiang Tianfan's rupture value plus 10%. Detected that Jiang Tianfan's rupture level has reached 40%, gaining rupture points plus 2000. Ding! Jiang Tianfan's rupture value plus 10%. Detected that Jiang Tianfan's rupture level has reached 50%, gaining rupture points plus 2500. Bai Chen listened to the continuous system prompts ringing in his mind, his eyelids twitching wildly. His rupture points balance had reached 89,500? Goodness, just 10,500 more, and he could exchange for a golden blind box. Bai Chen felt a bit fortunate. Fortunate that Wang Ji's transformation blind box had given him a silver one, which made him abandon the thought of exchanging. Otherwise, he would have to start accumulating rupture points for the golden blind box all over again. Not bad, not bad. Although he didn't know what was going on with Jiang Tianfang, the benefits it brought him made Bai Chen quite satisfied. He even began to look forward to Jiang Tianfang continuing to rupture, to gather enough points for a total of 100,000. Amidst such anticipation, Bai Chen's vehicle had slowly come to a stop at the entrance of the villa. Unfortunately, after reaching 50%, Jiang Tianfang's split value did not continue to grow. However, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already returned to his villa. After getting out of the car, the driver opened the location that Bai Chen had sent him. When he saw the location, the driver was slightly taken aback and murmured, "Isn't this the vegetable market right in front of my house? Stall 31. This stall seems to be in the fish selling area. Why is a fish seller so important to the young master?" Although he thought this, the driver still started the car and drove towards the East Market. While completing the young master's task, he could also go home and rest, so why not? Bai Chen, of course, had no idea what his driver was saying. He had already entered the villa. After changing his shoes under the maid's service, as soon as he stepped inside, Shen Xingying, who was anxiously waiting in the living room, suddenly stood up. Her pupils were filled with intense anger, and she even seemed to be gritting her teeth. It was as if, had there not been other servants present, she would have already confronted Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen walked past Shen Xingying with an indifferent expression and headed towards the room on the second floor. Naturally, Shen Xingying gritted her teeth and followed closely. Once inside the room and after closing the door, Shen Xingying could no longer hold back. She rushed forward, grabbing Bai Chen's collar with both hands, and exclaimed, "Bai Chen, you big liar. You promised me you wouldn't hurt Ro Ro." But facing Shen Xingying's urgency, Bai Chen's expression did not change at all. He didn't even speak, just quietly looked at Shen Xingying, who was so close. Under Bai Chen's gaze, Shen Xingying panicked first. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Her hands trembled slightly, then slowly released Bai Chen's collar, even taking a small step back, lowering her head and cautiously saying, I'm sorry." Well then. Shen Xingying had long been prepared to denounce Bai Chen, but unexpectedly, with just a look from him, she backed down. TSK. However, Bai Chen was certainly satisfied with this phenomenon. He slowly spoke coldly, "Kneel down." Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Why you what? Looking at the flustered Shen Xingying, Bai Chen's voice remained icy. "How dare you speak to me like this? I'm very angry right now." Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. You! Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Shen Xingying immediately gritted her teeth. Her face seemed to turn red with anger. She thought to herself that she was just about to hold you accountable. How dare you say this at such a time? Really? This bastard. How much can one endure? You've been out all day, shouldn't you at least take a hot shower? Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Is that it? Goodness, after all that mental preparation, it came out as this? It was evident that Bai Chen's image in Shen Xingying's mind had reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, how could she have just moments ago grabbed Bai Chen's collar and then cautiously let go under his unyielding gaze? Hearing Shen Xingying's words, Bai Chen almost laughed out loud, but he had to maintain his image. so he deliberately said coldly, "What? When did you have the right to look down on me?" Ding! Shin Qingying split value plus 0.1%. Shin Qingying, who had no temper, bit her teeth slightly, a hint of panic in her eyes. Then, "Can you let me go?" Bai Chen was about to refuse, but at that moment, it seemed he thought of something. A different light appeared in his eyes. Then he surprisingly nodded in agreement and said, "All right, go ahead, I'll wait for you." Seeing Bai Chen nod, Shin Qingying felt a great sense of relief and turned to leave. Since Bai Chen's house was large enough, the bathroom was located in the bedroom. Just as Shin Qingying was about to step into the bathroom, she couldn't help but bite her teeth and leaned against the doorframe, saying, "I hope, when I come out, you can tell me about Ro." After saying that, without waiting for Bai Chen's response, as if afraid he would retaliate, she swiftly dashed into the bathroom. She even locked the door from the inside. However, Bai Chen didn't care, chuckling softly. He turned and pulled the bedside lamp. Whoosh! With a sound, the door to the secret room opened. Bai Chen hurriedly ran inside. As soon as he entered, he heard a distinct deep breath. Hiss! The exhalation was Bai Chen's. Fortunately, Xiao Ro was not dead. Although Bai Chen had only been in this secret room once, he had gotten a general idea of it. There wasn't a single window inside, seemingly to prevent anyone from escaping, and there wasn't even a ventilation hole. The only way for air to escape seemed to be through the gap in the hidden door in the wall. What good was that little gap? After such a long time, Xiao Ro must have been suffocating. Ding! Xiao Ro's ruptured value plus 1%. Amidst the system's prompt, Bai Chen had arrived in front of the wooden board locking Xiao Ro. He looked down at her from above. At that moment, Xiao Ro's complexion was terrible, her lips pale. A day without food or water was nothing, but finally breathing fresh air was everything. Seeing Bai Chen return, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. But her pupils were filled with hatred for Bai Chen. Gritting her teeth, she said in a hoarse voice, "Kill me, bastard! If you have the guts, kill me. My brother is back, he will definitely not let you go." Hearing Xiao Ro's powerless threat, a sinister smile appeared on Bai Chen's lips. He slowly picked up the things he had thrown on the ground before leaving today. Ding! Xiao Ro's ruptured value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Ro's ruptured value plus 1%. The urgent prompt sounded. Watching Xiao Ro begin to tremble again, Bai Chen knew that her psychological defenses were gradually collapsing. So he added fuel to the fire and said, "I really don't care about your so-called brother. Killing you would be so boring. I'm actually very curious about what expression your brother would have when he sees you like this." As he said this, Bai Chen lightly waved the weapon in his hand. Ding! Xiao Ro's ruptured value plus 1%. Kill me, bastard! Xiao Ro's voice became somewhat hysterical. Bai Chen frowned and glanced back at the outside of the secret room. The sound of water in the bathroom was loud, so Shin Qingying naturally didn't hear. But when Bai Chen turned back, he was slightly startled. Not good. After a low exclamation, Bai Chen immediately executed a kangaroo kick. 2 fingers directly grabbed Xiao Ro's large front teeth. Little girl, you actually want to bite your tongue and die? Have you watched too many dramas? Indeed, Xiao Ro had just attempted suicide when Bai Chen discovered her. It was as if she was saying, "Bastard, let me go. Let me die." Ding! Xiao Ro's ruptured value plus 1%. Bai Chen had already lowered his head, whispering in Xiao Ro's ear with a hoarse voice, "I advise you, it's best not to die. Otherwise, the consequences, you know." Xiao Ro's pupils dilated instantly upon hearing this. Consequences? What consequences did she know? Could it be Shin Qingying? Ding! Xiao Ro's severance value plus 1%. Bai Chen released his grip, and Xiao Ro's voice suddenly erupted, "Bastard! Don't hurt her. If you have the ability, come at me." He. Bai Chen chuckled lightly. He pressed a mechanism, and the shackles on Xiao Ro's limbs instantly loosened. Xiao Ro's scream echoed again. This time, Bai Chen directly grabbed her hair and dragged her out of the secret room. "Bastard, let go of me." Only after dragging her outside the secret room did Bai Chen lower his head and say to Xiao Ro, Did you see the shadow in the bathroom?" In Bai Chen's house, behind the high-end frosted glass, the shadow made Xiao Ro's pupils suddenly constrict. Ding! Xiao Ro's severance value plus 1%. Bai Chen's voice continued, "Shin Qingying is inside there right now. If you die, I'll just push the door in." I'm actually a bit looking forward to it now. Bai Chen had already tasted it, but wasn't this just to scare Xiao Ro? No way, you. As if realizing something, Xiao Ro gritted her teeth and growled, "Aren't you the kind of person they said you were? The kind of person they said?" Bai Chen was taken aback, turning to look at Xiao Ro with some surprise. "You don't think what you saw that day was fake, do you?" While speaking, he took Xiao Rou's small hand, and then, ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Xiao Rou's pupils dilated again, looking up at Bai Chen in shock and anger. You. She was almost at a loss for words, but Bai Chen casually said, now do you understand? I haven't turned Shen Xingying into my woman until now, naturally, I have my plans. He lied, he was doing it on purpose. Don't make me change this plan because of you. Listening to Bai Chen's voice, Xiao Rou seemed a bit dazed, collapsing on the ground, at a loss. Bai Chen, watching this scene, deliberately said, do you still want to commit suicide? He spread his hands, then I can't help it. After saying that, Bai Chen actually walked directly towards the bathroom, heading straight for the bathroom door. Stop! Xiao Rou finally panicked. Ignoring the soreness in her limbs, she rolled and crawled to catch up, tightly hugging Bai Chen before he could push the door open. To prevent Bai Chen from moving forward, desperately raising her eyes, she gasped and pleaded, don't hurt my sister-in-law. I'll do whatever you say, whatever you want, I promise you, I promise you. Tears, like parched water, flowed from the corners of Xiao Rou's eyes once again. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Detected Xiao Rou's severance degree reached 50%, gained severance points plus 5,000. Truly worthy of being an important supporting character, far more than the small fry supporting characters like Wang Ji and the others provided in severance points. Now her balance had reached 94,500. The golden legend was beckoning to her. Looking at Xiao Rou, who was kneeling in front of him, hugging his legs with a pleading expression, Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. Sister-in-law? Ha! Your so-called sister-in-law just got angry with me for you. So I'm very, very angry right now. Do you understand what I mean? You! Xiao Rou's face turned even paler, her pupils trembling violently. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture points plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture points plus 1%. Amidst these notifications, Xiao Rou slowly closed her eyes, 2 tears streaming down the corners of her eyes. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm doing this for my sister-in-law. You and your sister-in-law think the same way? No wonder you two are family. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. You have to admit, Xiao Rou's rupture rate is indeed rising much faster than Shen Xingying's. After all, Shen Xingying is the protagonist's childhood sweetheart, there has to be some distinction. But that was enough. Listening to the notifications ringing in his mind, Bai Chen felt quite satisfied. Just as Bai Chen was watching Xiao Rou's rupture value about to reach 60%, suddenly, the sound of the shower in the bathroom stopped. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. Timing was everything. Xiao Rou suddenly sprang up from the ground in a panic and turned to run. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen watched Xiao Rou's hurried escape, shaking his head in regret. So close, he was just about to achieve the golden legend. However, Bai Chen did not stop Xiao Rou from leaving. He knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not let Shen Xingying and Xiao Rou meet in this way. Once this misunderstanding was resolved, it would be incredibly difficult to gain rupture value through this method in the future. Even the previous efforts would be in vain. Just as Xiao Rou ran out of Bai Chen's room and closed the door, the bathroom door was suddenly pulled open with a whoosh by Shen Xingying from inside. Shen Xingying stumbled slightly, clearly having exerted quite a bit of effort. Wrapped in a bath towel, Shen Xingying stood there, and even Bai Chen's eyes brightened again. How to put it? She looked even more beautiful than before. But before Shen Xingying could speak, or even react, Bai Chen smiled slightly and said, shift change. The familiar rupture value notification exclusive to Shen Xingying replaced Xiao Rou's notification. It rang crisply in Bai Chen's mind. After Shen Xingying took over Xiao Rou's shift, Bai Chen began the long process of collecting rupture value. Although the process was lengthy, it didn't mean the whole world would stop to wait for Bai Chen, right? In Bai Jinnan's villa, Bai Jinnan was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a newspaper. Is there really someone still reading newspapers these days? Dizzy Butlerly stood beside Bai Jinnan. It seemed he had just arrived, speaking to Bai Jinnan, young master, we have dealt with Jiang Tianfang's son, we have already cleaned it up at the meat processing plant in the western suburbs. We haven't gone to Jiang Tianfang's side yet, sir, what do you think? Bai Jinnan closed the newspaper in his hand and turned to Butlerly, saying, I just came back from Jiang Tianfang's place. Hearing this, Butlerly was momentarily stunned, then helplessly said, Sir, your news is really well informed. In that case, it's nothing, I'll go back to serve the young master now. After saying this, Butlerly prepared to leave, but Bai Jinnan slowly raised his hand, boldly, wait a moment. Butler Lee quickly stopped, and then he heard Bai Jinnan say, "Old Lee, you've been with me since I started my business, and now you're with Xiao Zhou. What do you think of this kid, compared to me back then?" "What?" Hearing Bai Jinnan's question, Butler Lee was taken aback. It seemed that Bai Jinnan did not quite understand why he was being asked that, but he still shook his head and said, "Sir, this cannot be compared. Your era and the current situation of the young master are completely different, so." Who would have thought that Bai Jinnan would wave his hand and say, "On the contrary, I think my son is better than I am." Ha 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 ha. Butler Lee understood Bai Jinnan and could tell that his laughter was completely sincere. Not knowing what to say, Butler Lee stood by and listened as Bai Jinnan continued. "When I was at Xiao Zhou's age, although my background was not as strong as his now, I was still a local boss." "But you want me to casually kill someone? To be honest, I wouldn't dare. My son is more impressive than I am." Ha 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 ha. Your son has killed someone, and you're not even nervous, but rather happy, thinking your son is impressive? TSK TSK TSK. A local emperor is indeed a local emperor. But Butler Lee's eyes flashed with obvious surprise. He knew that Bai Jinnan was generously praising Bai Chen. Although Bai Chen was Bai Jinnan's biological son, he had never seen Bai Jinnan praise anyone like this before. To say he was more impressive than himself? What status could someone have that was more impressive than Bai Jinnan? A look of shock flickered in Butler Lee's eyes. It seemed that the young master had truly made his way into the old master's heart. But Butler Lee still said with a hint of flattery, "Sir, the young master is like this because you are supporting him from behind. This just proves that Xiao Zhou knows how to utilize resources." Bai Jinnan had a rather sharp perspective on issues. It was clear that he was very fond of Bai Chen's changes. Then, with a beaming smile, Bai Jinnan said, "I originally thought that after I left, Xiao Zhou wouldn't be able to handle this mess in Jiang City alone, but now it seems I was completely overthinking it." Ha 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 ha. Bai Chen, of course, had no idea how much praise he was receiving in front of his cheap old man. At this moment, he was leaning against a huge bathtub, with Shen Qingying resting against his shoulder. If this had been before, Shen Qingying would never have made such a move towards Bai Chen. But now, it seemed she had become somewhat accustomed to it. Bai Chen was also feeling a bit drowsy, but at that moment, his phone, which was placed beside the bathtub, rang. The sound seemed to wake Shen Qingying, but she merely frowned and wrapped her arms around Bai Chen's neck. Bai Chen didn't even open his eyes as he answered the call. Immediately, his bodyguard's voice came through the phone. "Young master, we have found out what you asked us to investigate." Hearing this, Bai Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Not for any other reason, but because what they were investigating was the reward from the system's silver blind box. Bai Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the reward from the silver blind box. So he directly asked on the phone, "Where are you now?" The reply came quickly, "We have already seen your villa, young master." Good. Come directly to the study when you return." "Yes, young master." After hanging up the phone, Bai Chen turned to look at Shen Qingying, who was leaning against him. At that moment, although there were still some tear-like droplets on her long eyelashes, the expression on her face was completely different from before. In front of Bai Chen, Shen Qingying's panel naturally unfolded. Name, Shen Qingying. Identity, female lead, protagonist's childhood sweetheart. Age, 24. Charm, 99. Separation value, 58%, just 2% away, and he could obtain the reward for separating Shen Qingying at the 6th stage. For the sake of his own sustainable development, Bai Chen decided not to push himself too hard. After all, there would be more opportunities in the future. Ding! Shen Qingying's separation value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's separation value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Qingying. But for some reason, after he left, the system kept sending continuous notification sounds. Bai Chen, while getting dressed, listened to the incessant system prompts in his mind. He turned to look at Shen Qingying, who was curled up and trembling slightly. Shen Qingying's separation value was only 1.5 away from 60%. He felt that if he put in just a little more effort, he could get the 6th stage reward for Shen Qingying and exchange it for a golden blind box. However, Bai Chen thought better of it. After all, he had already instructed his driver and bodyguard to come to the study to report to him. As for Shen Qingying, that could wait until the next day. Just as Bai Chen had stepped out of his room, he caught sight of a sneaky figure. It was Xiao Rou, who had changed into a brand new maid outfit and even washed up and redone her makeup to look as normal as before. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Bai Chen's mouth. Although he decided to postpone the matter of Shen Qingying's separation value, he could still take advantage of Xiao Rou. So Bai Chen directly called out, "Hey, you, come here." He waved at Xiao Rou, who was hiding in the corner, peeking over. Seeing Bai Chen's gesture, Xiao Rou instinctively turned to run, but Bai Chen said slowly, "Don't forget what you promised me." Xiao Rou's body stiffened instantly. Her face turned slightly pale as she seemed to recall a brief moment from before. Lowering her head, gritting her teeth, she slowly walked up to Bai Chen. Master. You commanded. Bai Chen looked at Xiao Rou, a playful smile in his eyes, and waved his hand. Come with me. Xiao Rou could only cautiously follow him. On the other side, the driver and bodyguard Bai Chen had sent out earlier had returned. Having received Bai Chen's approval in advance, they made their way to Bai Chen's study without any hindrance. After knocking on the door, Bai Chen's voice quickly came from inside. Come in. Hearing this, the two pushed the door open. As soon as they entered, the bodyguard spoke. Master, you asked us to. But before he could finish, he suddenly gasped, and his pupils began to constrict. The driver standing beside him wore a similarly bewildered expression. The reason? At that moment, Bai Chen was sitting on the sofa in the study, his feet resting on the carpet. And the material of that carpet was actually from the servant of the master? Who was that servant? Of course, it was Xiao Rou. Ding! Xiao Rou's separation value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's separation value plus 1%. Ding! Such notification sounds echoed continuously in Bai Chen's mind. Yet, Bai Chen maintained a gentle smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. The driver and bodyguard both gave a thumbs up simultaneously, truly worthy of being the master. You really know how to have fun. Ding! Xiao Rou's separation value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's separation value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen. That bastard. Xiao Rou closed her eyes in despair, a tear once again falling. Xiao Rou's desire to die had completely taken over her. But I can't die. I have to protect my sister-in-law. I can't let this beast harm her. Ding! Xiao Rou's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen listened to the system's notification in his mind, a faint smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted, this special method to completely destroy Xiao Rou's psychological defenses. Looking at his two dazed subordinates, Bai Chen waved his hand. Alright, how's the investigation going? At the sound of Bai Chen's voice, the two subordinates immediately snapped back to attention. One of them stepped forward, handing Bai Chen something that looked like a notebook, saying, We've summarized the information. Looking at the contents of the notebook, Bai Chen frowned slightly. He naturally passed over the unimportant information. It stated that this stall number 31 was a fish stall, selling fish. Their boss was named Su Wenma. Su Wenma. Bai Chen stared at the name, lost in thought. He couldn't remember such a character in the original novel. Goodness. But the silver blind box reward from the system was just a character coordinate. And since all blind box rewards came from the protagonist, this character must be related to the protagonist. But how could he have no impression of such an important character from the silver blind box? Suddenly, Bai Chen seemed to think of something, his expression turning strange. A voice of complaint echoed in his mind. Damn it, system, you're not going to throw me into some fusion world, are you? That's right, Bai Chen was a VIP member. He had seen too many works where multiple protagonists appeared in a fusion world. If that were the case, with more protagonists, the web of relationships created by the protagonist's halo would naturally increase. But Bai Chen couldn't feel happy about it, unable to help but continue to complain. System, if you give me such a cliché plot, that would really be boring. The system did not answer Bai Chen's question. Instead, his driver spoke up. Young master, may I ask if you have any special purpose in investigating this person? Hearing this, Bai Chen turned slightly to look at the driver and asked, What, do you know this person? The driver nodded but said, I can't say I know him, but I live nearby and occasionally go to buy fish. Over time, we became familiar, and we usually call him Old Mo, but we feel. Wait? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen caught the key word, his eyes lighting up. You said, what do you call him? The driver, unsure why the young master reacted so strongly, replied, Old Mo. Smack! Bai Chen slapped his forehead. So it's him. Hearing this name, Bai Chen finally understood and let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed the system hadn't thrown him into some cliché plot after all. Old Mo, this Old Mo, was a key character in the original storyline. When Bai Chen read the original novel, it was right during that era. Old Mo, I want to eat fish. This catchphrase was indeed popular at that time, and as the author of the original work, he certainly wouldn't miss it. In the original work, this Old Mo was also an assassin. Although the protagonist's combat power was top tier, there were still times when he couldn't be everywhere at once. He would call this so-called Old Mo, saying he wanted to eat fish. The original text didn't mention what side job Old Mo had, nor did it say that Old Mo's name was Su Wenma. Who would have thought that Su Wenma would be called Old Mo instead of Old Su? If he were called Old Su, at least he could have a wife. However, as Bai Chen figured out who old Mo was, a bright light flickered in his eyes. He even turned to the driver and asked, "Is that fish stall closed now?" "No," the driver shook his head and said, "The East City Market usually closes at 10. It's just getting dark now, we still have a few hours." "Good." Bai Chen waved his hand, "Take me there right now." As he spoke, he stood up from the sofa armrest. But he forgot one thing. "Ah!" Xiao Rou let out a miserable scream. Ding! Xiao Rou's injury value plus 1%. Goodness, Bai Chen almost stumbled and couldn't steady himself. After falling to the ground, he turned to check. He found that Xiao Rou was already in tears. "It hurts so much." Ding! Xiao Rou's injury value plus 1%. Cough cough. Bai Chen awkwardly coughed. It was just too comfortable. He actually forgot that this carpet was synthetic. However, would Bai Chen apologize to Xiao Rou? That was absolutely impossible. In fact, Bai Chen would even say, "What are you shouting for? Shout again and I'll cut your tongue." Ding! Xiao Rou's injury value plus 1%. After Bai Chen quickly left with his subordinates, Xiao Rou's sharp screams echoed in the study. "Bastard! You're such a big bastard! Woo woo! I'm a person, a living person, not a carpet. Woo woo!" Ding! Xiao Rou's injury value plus 1%. Bai Chen no longer cared about Xiao Rou's accusations against him. He was now sitting in the back seat of a speeding Maybach, and his eyes even sparkled a bit. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, truly worthy of being a reward from the silver blind box. Of course, he was talking about old Mo, Suwanma. This person, Bai Chen was determined to have. He was familiar with the original plot. Old Mo appeared in the midsection of the original story, but he was present from the midsection to the end. At that time, someone from the underground world had provoked the war god protagonist. Then the war god protagonist single-handedly destroyed this organization. Upon receiving the news, old Mo rushed to the organization's headquarters like a madman, witnessing the tragic scene. The protagonist thought old Mo was also a member of the organization. When they fought, he could actually battle the protagonist for over 100 rounds before slowly falling into a disadvantage. This shows how strong old Mo's strength was. In the end, old Mo knelt before the protagonist, thanking him for helping him take revenge. Only then did he realize that old Mo's sister had been killed by this organization years ago. As for how many years ago it was, and whether he could catch up, Bai Chen didn't know. But since he had encountered a character who could exchange blows with the protagonist 2.5 years early, how could he let this opportunity slip away? "How far is it?" Bai Chen seemed unable to wait to meet Su Wanma, so he asked. The driver didn't dare to delay and answered, "Less than 10 kilometers to go." "Good." Just as Bai Chen nodded in agreement, his brow suddenly furrowed slightly. He seemed to sense something unusual. Almost simultaneously, the bodyguard, carefully selected by Bai Jinan to protect Bai Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also frowned. He turned and whispered to Bai Chen, "Young master, I feel like someone is following us, and it doesn't seem like someone from the family." Bai Chen was often followed, but it was usually people from Bai Jinan secretly protecting him. So the bodyguard was used to it, but today seemed a bit different. Just then, a loud horn from a portal to another world suddenly sounded. Blinding high beams instantly pierced into Bai Chen's vehicle. The bodyguard in the passenger seat was instantly alarmed. "Young master, be careful!" Bang! A strong impact hit. Bai Chen almost flew out of the Maybach. The portal from another world had actually collided from the side. Whoosh! Bai Chen's Maybach was lifted into the air by the tremendous force. Boom! It crashed into a building on the other side and then tilted into a small alley. Beep 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 beep. Ah, someone's dead. The once noisy street instantly descended into chaos. At the collision site, the vehicle from the portal was already engulfed in flames. Passers-by frantically fled in all directions. However, amidst the firelight, several figures were rushing towards the alley where Bai Chen's vehicle had fallen. As they entered the alley, all their movements were remarkably synchronized. Each person held a dark handgun. In an instant, a total of 7 people surrounded the severely damaged Maybach. Bang 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 bang. The dense gunfire erupted, and the Maybach was instantly riddled with bullets. This intense firepower lasted for several seconds. Even a dinosaur would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat. Yet they still seemed a bit uneasy. The leader frowned and stepped forward, yanking open the back seat of the Maybach wreckage. The next second, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Where is he?" Hearing this person's exclamation, the remaining few rushed forward to check. Sure enough, there should have been 3 people in the car. However, only a few bloodstains were left in the front seat. The inside was empty. "What's going on?" someone shouted, after being hit by a truck. "How could the people inside be unharmed?" "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Could it be that this is a self-driving car? Is this vehicle a decoy? Damn self-driving. It must be said that the killers had quite the imagination, but they seemed well trained. In a very short time, they exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously, retreat. Just as they turned around, a sudden scream pierced the air. One of the killers standing at the outer circle had his arm inexplicably bent at a 90-degree angle. The bones in his forearm even pierced through the skin. The scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, sent chills down the spines of the group as they watched him roll on the ground. What's happening? The group quickly changed the magazines in their handguns, alert to their surroundings. But just as they raised their guns, damn! Oh my god, Another scream erupted. One person on the other side had a bloody hole appear in his thigh, blood gushing out. He fell to the ground, rolling in agony. Who's there? The remaining few couldn't see any enemy figures, yet two of their companions had just fallen like that. Their faces turned pale, and the sweat on their foreheads was clearly visible. Just as they were all in a state of panic, Wapuwa killer on the other side of the vehicle suddenly collapsed, his chest caving in as a rich spray of blood erupted from his mouth and nose. Bang 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 bang! The group seemed to react on instinct, frantically pulling the triggers in the direction of the fallen killer. In an instant, they emptied their magazines once more. After the gunfire subsided, everything seemed to return to calm, with only their already lifeless comrade left riddled with bullets. But just as they were nervously on edge, a crisp sound echoed. The closest killer twisted his neck to the right, his body once again slumping to the ground. Ghost! Finally, the remaining killers broke down. Some even dropped their handguns, their faces filled with terror as they fled towards the mouth of the alley. But they hadn't even made it out of the alley when the street, illuminated by gunfire, was packed with people. The familiar voice of Butler Lee suddenly rang out, "Hurry! Get in and save the young master." These few killers, already scared out of their wits by the so-called ghost, didn't even have time to react. They saw Butler Lee rushing in with a group of people. Upon seeing the handguns in the hands of these killers, Butler Lee's eyes turned bloodshot. "Bastards! You all must die." Saying this, he pulled out a handgun from who knows where. Bang bang bang! A series of gunshots erupted, and these killers fell instantly, all shot in the forehead. Young master! After taking care of these killers, Butler Lee let out a piercing scream and charged in with the others. But before he could check the heavily damaged Maybach, the sounds of agony nearby caught his attention. There was a person rolling on the ground, clutching a severed arm, and another person wailing in agony while holding their thigh. There are still survivors? Butler Lee's brows furrowed, and he raised his gun to shoot. But just then, Bai Chen's voice suddenly came from the side, "Uncle Lee." Hearing this voice, Butler Lee paused, turning towards the source of the sound with surprise. "Young master?" In the dark corner, Bai Chen emerged, with his driver slung over his left shoulder and his bodyguard on his right. Blood on the car belonged to the bodyguard, who was now half impaled by shards of glass, blood gushing out. The driver had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. As for Bai Chen, aside from a bit of blood and dust on his clothes, he showed no other signs of injury. Butler Lee immediately waved his hand. His subordinates rushed forward to support the bodyguard and the driver. Bai Chen didn't forget to instruct, "Quickly take them to the hospital." Butler Lee approached, looking anxious. "Young master, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you?" Bai Chen didn't answer, only furrowing his brow and slowly shaking his head. He then turned to the killer with the severed arm. Step by step, he approached the still howling killer, squatting down beside him, and looked into his eyes, slowly saying, "Who sent you to kill me?" Clutching his arm, gritting his teeth to endure the pain, the pale-faced killer glared at Bai Chen and shouted, "The eldest young master of the Bai family, oppressing the weak and harming the innocent, deserves to be killed by all." Hearing this, Butler Lee instantly flew into a rage. "You have some nerve." But with Bai Chen present, he certainly wouldn't take matters into his own hands. Bai Chen, listening to this, felt a cold glint in his eyes as he gently moved his neck. "Not going to say?" Then, smack! With a loud thud, he directly grabbed the person's arm, piercing the skin and shattering the bone. Rip! The sound echoed as it was violently pulled down from within. The person's palm was instantly torn apart. The intense pain distorted his screams. He fainted from the agony. Witnessing this scene, even Butler Lee couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eye, swallowing hard. Looking at Bai Chen's pupils, there was a hint of horror, and he couldn't help but think, the young master's methods are truly more terrifying than the master's. The master said the young master is more impressive than him. It seems the master was right. At this moment, Bai Chen had already stood up and walked towards another living target, the assassin whose thigh had been pierced by something. It was then that Butler Lee realized. There was not just the person with the broken arm and the injured thigh. There was also a body with a neck crushed by something and another with a mysteriously caved-in chest. Butlerly couldn't help but speak up. "Young master, did you do all this?" Bai Chen glanced back at Butlerly, merely nodding without speaking. Indeed, this was all done by Bai Chen. His Maybach had been specially modified, with a safety level that was outrageously high. Such a collision had not caused any substantial harm to Bai Chen, just left him a bit dazed. However, the front row had suffered a bit, with both individuals injured to varying degrees. But Bai Chen reacted immediately, knowing someone was trying to kill him and would surely come in for the kill. So he opened the door and got out, taking the driver and bodyguard with him. As for the later ghosts, that was entirely due to Bai Chen's Qingshan concealment technique. Even Butlerly couldn't detect Bai Chen's presence, let alone the eager assassins in such an environment. Taking advantage of this, Bai Chen appeared like a specter in their blind spots. Using the Qingshan broken bone technique and Qingshan severing gold finger, he took them down one by one, leading to the current scene. After receiving Bai Chen's confirmation, Butlerly couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What the hell? The young master's skills have become this powerful? Back at Lu Wu's place, I thought it was an illusion, but now it seems." Butlerly couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Where did the young master learn this skill? This can't be real? It was no wonder Butlerly was so flustered at this moment. After all, the previous Bai Chen was a complete wastrel with no skills. If it had been the old Bai Chen, he would have been turned into a sieve by now. There was no way he could be as unharmed as he was now. At this moment, the Bai Chen who made Butlerly's heart race had already approached another living target. Seeing Bai Chen's cold gaze, this person immediately broke down and screamed, Don't kill me, I'll talk. This person seemed to be terrified by the earlier ghost. Perhaps seeing the tragic state of his companion made him willing to confess? Looking at such a compliant assassin, Bai Chen didn't waste time and directly asked, "Who sent you to kill me?" The panicked assassin, clutching his injured thigh and pale-faced, trembled as he replied, I don't know." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's brow furrowed instantly. "Are you messing with me?" As soon as the words fell, Bai Chen picked up a piece of iron debris from the ground beside him. Poof! With a sound, it pierced into the blood hole on the killer's thigh. Damn it. Don't! It's killing me. The screams coming from this killer sounded as if someone was gouging out his heart and bones. What I said is true. The killer, in pain, was still howling in explanation. We are from the Cool Moon Bar. Whoever pays us, we work for them. It's just that someone gave us a sum of money and asked us to find a way to ambush everyone in this car, so we came. We don't even know who it is. We are just doing our job for the money. Cool Moon Bar? Upon hearing this name, Bai Chen and Butlerly both slightly raised their eyebrows. Butlerly immediately frowned, stepped forward, and roared at the killer, "Don't you know this car belongs to our young master? You dare to assassinate our young master with such audacity?" The killer, tears streaming down from the pain, cried out in a sobbing tone, "This was arranged by our boss. We don't know, we really don't know, woo. At this moment, Bai Chen slightly turned his head to look at Butlerly and asked softly, "Butlerly, do you know this Cool Moon Bar?" In fact, Bai Chen also knew, because it was indeed written in the original work. Asking now was completely intentional, as in the original story, Bai Chen was completely unaware. Butlerly nodded in response to Bai Chen's question and said, "This is an underground organization from the neighboring Rain City. They have no principles in their dealings. As long as the conditions are enticing enough, they can do anything." Such an organization exists? Bai Chen's surprise was entirely feigned, because in the original work, the Cool Moon Bar had a lot of scenes. Moreover, in the original work, the Cool Moon Bar had a close cooperation with his Bai family. It was after the protagonist, the god of war, returned and killed Bai Chen that Bai Zhennan went mad. He was willing to spare no effort to take revenge on Bai Chen, but his power was gradually depleted by the protagonist. With no choice, he could only seek external forces. The Cool Moon Bar was Bai Zhennan's first choice, not in Zhang City, but in the neighboring city. This also explained why they dared to ambush the prince of Zhang City. Additionally, Bai Chen also knew that the owner of the Cool Moon Bar was a beauty. Sigh. Bai Chen felt quite helpless about this. The original work described how the protagonist was constantly hunted by the Cool Moon Bar, and later got angry. He stormed into the headquarters of the Cool Moon Bar, almost killing all the low-level subordinates. Then the owner of the Cool Moon Bar appeared, a stunning beauty, and the protagonist, with his usual nature, instantly became infatuated. The protagonist's halo began to take effect, and the rest was just the usual routine. Then, the Cool Moon Bar, which originally helped the Bai family, became a force in the hands of the protagonist. Truly damn bullshit. At this moment, Bai Chen's eyes still flickered with a glimmer of contemplation, and he thought to himself, I really didn't expect this Cool Moon Bar to show up so early? But who issued this task to the Cool Moon Bar? Currently, Bai Chen really had no clues. At this time, Butler Lee had already spoken with some concern. Young master, this place is still too dangerous now, the officials will be coming soon, I should take you to the hospital first? Although Bai Chen appeared uninjured on the surface, who knew if there were any internal injuries from the impact of that otherworldly portal? But Bai Chen waved his hand and said, there's no need to go to the hospital. Uncle Lee, just accompany me to another place first. Uncle Lee was taken aback. Young master, your body. I'm fine, Bai Chen waved his hand and said, this car was modified by you personally. If something were wrong, could I still be standing here? All right. Knowing he couldn't argue with Bai Chen, the butler could only hurry to take him away from the scene. As for the guns, shell casings, bullet holes, and the wreckage of the Maybach at the scene, there would naturally be someone to clean it up. Now, Bai Chen had switched to a different car, no longer the ostentatious Maybach, with Uncle Lee driving. As for where Bai Chen was going? The East City Market. That's right, even after experiencing such a serious assassination attempt, Bai Chen still hadn't forgotten about that old MO. He was someone who could rival the protagonist in certain aspects. Especially today, if he had already gotten that old MO, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed just now. While they were driving, Uncle Lee's phone rang. After answering, he immediately handed the phone to Bai Chen. Young master, the master is looking for you. Bai Chen's phone had once again been rendered useless in the Maybach. Calls for Bai Chen had all reached Uncle Lee. When Bai Chen took Uncle Lee's phone, it was the first time he heard his cheap old dad's voice after crossing over. Xiao Zhou, are you alright? You're not hurt, are you? I just found out about this news. Damn it, these bastards. They actually tried to assassinate the son of Bai Zhennan? The Liangyue bar, right? Xiao Zhou, don't worry, Dad will send someone to Rain City and take down that bar for you to get revenge. At that moment, Bai Zhennan's tone was filled with urgency and rage. It was clear he was genuinely angry. Although Rain City and Jiang City were two different cities, Bai Zhennan indeed had the capability to strike back at the Liangyue bar. However, Bai Chen directly replied, no need. If I let my father handle everything, these people will think I'm Bai Chen and easier to bully. When Bai Chen said this, his tone was calm, even devoid of any emotion. There was no tension of having survived a disaster, as if it were just an ordinary event. Not only did Bai Zhennan on the other end of the phone pause slightly, his voice fell silent. Even Uncle Lee, who was driving, cast an unexpected glance at Bai Chen for what seemed like the umpteenth time today. After 5 seconds of silence, Bai Zhennan's voice came through, sounding somewhat more satisfied. My son has really grown up. Hearing someone call him son felt a bit strange to Bai Chen. But with such an impressive cheap old dad, why not take advantage of it? Bai Zhennan's voice hadn't stopped, still carrying a hint of anger. But this matter absolutely cannot just be let go. Don't worry, Dad. Bai Chen replied lightly, I definitely won't let them off. I just said, there's no need for you to step in. When the time comes, I'll personally go to Rain City. You go? Bai Zhennan was slightly taken aback but quickly nodded and said, alright, let those outsiders see the style of my son Bai Zhennan. After expressing concern for Bai Chen a couple more times, Bai Zhennan hung up. After the call ended, Uncle Lee's car also stopped in the parking lot of the East City Market. Clearly, although the peak hours had passed, there were still many people coming and going in the market. After getting out of the car, Uncle Lee, following Bai Chen into the market, was puzzled and couldn't help but ask, young master, you just escaped death and still have the mind to buy groceries? Besides, why would you need to personally buy groceries, young master? Bai Chen waved his hand and said, who said I was here to buy groceries? I'm here to find someone. Find someone? Who? Butler Lee was still trying to figure out how someone worthy of the young master's personal search could possibly appear in a market when Bai Chen had already stopped in front of stall number 31. His gaze flickered slightly, and a man, looking around 30, who was delivering a black fish into eternal sleep, came into Bai Chen's view. Name, Su Wenma, identity, important supporting character, age, 31, charm, 85, disconnection, 0%, sir, what would you like? Just as Bai Chen was secretly pleased to have found the person he was looking for, a sweet voice came from beside him, causing Bai Chen's pupils to constrict slightly. Bai Chen withdrew his gaze from Su Wenma and turned to look. He saw a girl in her early 20s wearing an apron. This girl had a sweet appearance, at least comparable to Xiao Rou. She wore a large apron and big gloves, but gave off a vibe of a fish tofu beauty, pure and adorable, stunningly beautiful. However, this beauty did not present a panel in front of him, which proved that this girl was definitely unrelated to the protagonist. Logically speaking, upon seeing a beauty, Bai Chen should at least take a moment to appreciate her. But when he saw this woman, a clear disappointment appeared in his eyes. The glimmer of disappointment was evident even to the girl in front of him. In an instant, her expression changed, and she thought to herself, he can't possibly like my brother, can he? Damn. It's a good thing Bai Chen couldn't hear her thoughts, otherwise, he would definitely have been unable to resist. Nodding in acknowledgement. Bai Chen indeed liked her brother, Su Wenma. However, Bai Chen's affection was certainly different from what this girl meant by like. It was normal for this girl to have such thoughts because as soon as Bai Chen arrived at this stall, he had been staring intently at Su Wenma, who was busy gutting fish. The admiration in his gaze was filled with affection. It was this full of love look that made the girl shiver, prompting her to interrupt. At this moment, Bai Chen was also feeling somewhat disappointed, thinking, this must be Su Wenma's sister, Su Shi, right? But why is she still alive? Indeed, Bai Chen's disappointment stemmed from the fact that Su Shi was still alive. Goodness, Bai Chen, how ruthless you are. But it wasn't entirely Bai Chen's fault. In the original story, when Su Wenma appeared, Su Shi was already dead. This led to the later plot where the protagonist fought through the underground forces, and Su Wenma appeared to thank the protagonist. The original work did not specify when Su Shi died. So, before coming here, Bai Chen had actually hoped that Su Shi had long since passed away. Now, Su Wenma had already sown a seed of hatred. At that time, he could easily follow the example to eliminate that underground force. Su Wenma would then feel grateful to the protagonist, and in turn, would also feel grateful to him. But, why was Su Shi still alive now? Wasn't this going to delay things? Really? If Su Shi knew how much Bai Chen wished for her to die, he couldn't imagine what kind of expression she would have. Sigh. Bai Chen sighed in disappointment. Because Su Shi was still alive, he couldn't use the protagonist's method to win Su Wenma's loyalty. He would have to come up with a new plan. It seemed today would definitely end in vain. Or rather, it would be best to go back first, arrange for someone to keep an eye on this side, and see when Su Shi would have someone killed, then make his appearance. But since he was already here today, Bai Chen shifted his gaze to the bathtub at the stall and casually pointed, saying, that one, help me catch it. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Although Su Shi suspected Bai Chen had some unusual preferences, she was still very enthusiastic towards customers buying fish. She hopped over to the large fish tank and cheerfully asked, sir, is it this one? It didn't matter which one, it was just a formality. After Bai Chen nodded, Su Shi excitedly scooped up a big fish with a net. But at that moment, a shadow flashed by. Smack! It struck heavily against the net in Su Shi's hand. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, and Su Shi instantly let go, retreating repeatedly. Immediately after, a brazen voice came out, who gave you the guts to catch my fish? The sudden change stunned Bai Chen. He looked up to see two scruffy-looking young men standing there. One of them was holding a stick, clearly the source of the earlier shadow. The other was cracking sunflower seeds, wearing a lewd smile, spitting out the shells carelessly, swaying his head. The old man Mo, who was killing fish, immediately dropped the knife in his hand and stepped in front of his sister. Frowning, he spoke in a deep voice, why are you here again? The young man with the stick chuckled lightly, this is our stall, why can't we come? He then exaggeratedly pointed at the cutting board behind old Mo with his stick, saying, you have some nerve, daring to kill our fish? You don't want to live anymore? You're talking nonsense. Su Shi was very defiant. Although she was protected behind Su Wenma, she still held her head high, her face flushed as she shouted, this is my brother's fish, this is my brother's stall, what does it have to do with you? TCH. The young man with the stick sneered, your brother borrowed so much money from us and mortgaged the stall to us. So whose fish is this? Looking at the scene before him, Bai Chen had no intention of intervening. In fact, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Damn, seeing the poor being bullied made you happy? That was too normal. Bai Chen often bullied others too. The main thing was that Bai Chen knew the original plot. Although it was briefly mentioned, he knew that Su Wenma indeed borrowed money, and his sister died because of this debt. Unable to repay the money, his sister was kidnapped, and when Su Wenma tried to save her, he received the bad news. So now, these scruffy young men bullying Su Shi and Su Wenma meant that Su Shi's time was running out. His own plan could then be implemented. How could he not be happy? At that moment, Butler Lee whispered in Bai Chen's ear, young master, the person you're looking for, could it be that man killing the fish? Bai Chen paused, turned to look at Butler Lee, you figured it out? Butler Lee's gaze was profound as he slowly nodded and said, although he is retreating, the stance he has, I can guarantee that as long as that young man dares to swing his stick, he won't need his right hand anymore. Butler Lee was also a skilled person. He could naturally see Su Wenma's prowess. Young master, do you need me to intervene? Butler Lee thought, since this was the person the young master was looking for, he should help. But Bai Chen waved his hand directly, What does this have to do with us? No need to pay attention, let's go. Although Butlerly felt a bit surprised, he still nodded. But, this damn thing, who knows if it's fate? Just as Bai Chen was about to leave, the yellow-haired guy holding the stick suddenly shouted, "I'll say it again, this stall is mine." The other yellow-haired guy, who had been spitting out sunflower seed shells, had somehow wandered to the front of the stall. Looking at Bai Chen and Butlerly, he lazily spat another shell into the fish tank and said, "You want to buy fish? Get lost, get out of here. The fish here aren't for sale today." What kind of identity did Butlerly have? And what about Bai Chen? How dare a yellow-haired punk speak to Bai Chen like that, even insulting him? How could Butlerly tolerate it? But seeing Butlerly's furious expression, the yellow-haired guy seemed to get even more excited. "Oh, old man, what are you staring at? You want to help this stinky fish seller, huh?" With a loud whoosh, he even threw the remaining sunflower seeds directly at Butlerly and Bai Chen. Sigh. Bai Chen let out a soft sigh and slowly closed his eyes. He was angry. Today was supposed to be a good day, just coming to see old Mo, but halfway there he was ambushed, barely escaping with his life, not even knowing who was behind it. Then he arrived only to find Su Shi still alive, making today a wasted trip. Now, just as he was about to leave, this bastard had to come over and cause trouble. Damn it! Bai Chen really couldn't hold back anymore. Originally, Butlerly was thinking that since the young master was about to leave, he wouldn't take action. But Bai Chen had already opened his eyes and stepped forward. Staring with his furious eyes, he shouted, "Who the hell are you talking to?" Smack! A crisp sound. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. Bai Chen slapped the yellow-haired guy hard across the face. The yellow-haired guy stumbled and almost fell. He was completely stunned. His cheeks swelled up, eyes wide with rage. "You little..." Before he could finish, Bai Chen was already on him. "I was about to leave." Smack! A slap to the left. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. "You had to come and provoke me." Smack! A slap to the right. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. "Do you really need to work so hard to find death?" Smack! This slap landed directly on the yellow-haired guy's face, causing him to fall flat on his back. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. So cool! Su Wanma, who was frowning and watching this scene, heard a low gasp from behind him. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. With a somewhat complicated expression, he turned to look at his sister Su Shi behind him. Although Su Shi wasn't like other paper-thin characters who looked at Bai Chen with starry eyes, there was still excitement and joy in her eyes. After all, the yellow-haired guy who often bullied the two siblings was getting beaten up by a passerby today. However, there was no joy in Su Wanma's eyes, only a heavier feeling. Seeing his companion knocked down by Bai Chen, the yellow-haired guy with the stick instantly exploded with rage. "What the hell? You little punk, do you know whose man we are? You're really looking for death." While shouting, he directly jumped over several fish tanks in front of him and charged at Bai Chen. However, unfortunately, just as this yellow-haired guy was about to leap over the last fish tank in a very cool manner, Butlerly wanted to intervene, but Bai Chen was faster. While the yellow-haired guy was still in mid-air, Bai Chen's hand shot out. It landed steadily on the arm of the yellow-haired boy holding the stick. Then, with an extremely tricky motion, there was a crisp crack, and the boy's wrist was dislocated. Ah, damn! The yellow-haired boy immediately let out a scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. Ding! Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Seeing this scene, Su Shi, who was standing behind Su Wanma, had her eyes light up even more. She even excitedly patted her brother's back and said, "Brother, look. Isn't that what you mentioned before? Marshall." However, before Su Shi could finish her sentence, Su Wanma instantly turned his head, glaring at her with a serious expression. Su Shi instinctively shrank her neck and heard Su Wanma hoarsely say, "Don't talk nonsense." Su Shi immediately lowered her head, cautiously sticking out her tongue. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy with the dislocated wrist was already clutching his arm, gritting his teeth as he stood up, leaning against the wall beside him. You have such guts. Just wait, we won't let you off." As he spoke, he surprisingly turned and ran away. Clearly, he had some self-awareness, knowing that he, as a little yellow-haired boy, was definitely no match for the other party, so he had entered the stage of making threats on the spot. However, after running just a couple of steps, he quickly returned to help the yellow-haired boy who had been knocked down by Bai Chen. Only then did they start to escape together. At least he still had a chance to make threats. The yellow-haired boy who had been slapped by Bai Chen was already foaming at the mouth. Watching the two of them run far away, Bai Chen and Butlerly did not pursue them. They were not city management officers, this was not their job. However, Bai Chen stood in place and let out a deep sigh of relief, saying, "Finally, that feels good." Yes, since going out this afternoon, everything had been going wrong. Naturally, he had been holding back a breath, and now that it had been released, he felt completely refreshed. Then, he turned to Butler Lee and nodded, and the two of them prepared to leave. But then, Su Shi, that little girl, unexpectedly jumped out from behind Su Wunma. Su Wunma reached out to pull her back but couldn't catch her. Ding! Su Wunma's severance value plus 1%. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. Just as Bai Chen and Butler Lee turned around, Su Shi's clear voice rang out, causing both of them to pause. The little girl, who looked a year or two younger than Xiao Rou, bounced in front of Bai Chen, wearing a sweet smile as she slightly bowed to him. She chirped, "Sir, thank you. You are such a good person." "What am I?" Hearing this, not only Bai Chen but even Butler Lee standing beside him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Bai Chen merely curled his lips. "You're handing out good person cards a bit too easily. If you knew that I just killed someone not long ago, would you need to reissue that good person card? Especially as a villain, being called a good person? Good grief! How embarrassing." So Bai Chen directly waved his hand and scoffed, "Who cares about you? Get up, don't block the way." Saying this, Bai Chen rudely pushed Su Shi aside and strode away with Butler Lee. Ding! Su Wunma's severance value plus 1%. Su Wunma hurriedly jumped out to support Su Shi to prevent his sister from getting hurt. Su Shi was also stunned. She had never expected that the person who had just helped her solve a big problem. Faced with such a sincere thank you, how could he appear so impatient? He even pushed her away? Hey! Su Shi's face turned red with anger. "What do you mean, you?" She seemed ready to rush over to confront Bai Chen, but was firmly held back by Su Wunma. Frowning, he scolded, "Alright, stop making a scene. You shouldn't come to the fish stall anymore to avoid causing any trouble. You!" Hearing her brother's reprimand, Su Shi's face flushed even more, her anger escalating. With her hands on her hips, she shouted at Su Wunma, "Bro, what do you mean? Did I cause today's trouble? It's them who. Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore." In a huff, Su Shi stomped her foot and dashed into the fish stall. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Su Wunma shook his head helplessly. But soon, he turned to look at the disappearing backs of Bai Chen and Butler Lee in the market. A deep light flickered in his pupils, the meaning unknown. Ding! Su Wunma's rupture value plus 1%. Just as Bai Chen left the East City market with Butler Lee, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected. Su Wunma's rupture level reached 10%, gained rupture points plus 500. Points didn't matter much, after all, his balance was already 101,000. What Bai Chen cared about most was the rupture value. Although today's little incident had raised Su Wunma's rupture value by 10%, it was still too slow for Bai Chen. Moreover, this wasn't a long-term solution. He couldn't just stand in front of his stall every day causing trouble, right? That wasn't very realistic. He knew there was a way to completely rupture Su Wunma, even directly transform him. That was to help his sister take revenge. Even helping Su Wunma pay back money wouldn't have such an effect. This was also why Bai Chen had such a poor attitude towards Su Shi. It was because this woman was still alive, delaying his pursuit of her brother. Meanwhile, Butler Lee and Bai Chen hadn't walked far when Butler Lee slightly raised his hand to stop Bai Chen, then frowned and said in a low voice, "Young master, trouble is coming." Hearing Butler Lee's words, Bai Chen turned to look into the distance. Sure enough, about 10 thuggish-looking people were running towards them. One of them leading the way was the yellow-haired guy who had just been sent flying by Butler Lee. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen couldn't help but curl his lip and turn to ask Butler Lee, "Uncle Lee, did I often get bothered by thugs like this before?" Indeed, Jiang Hao's incident had just passed, and now a bunch of yellow-haired guys had come again? Butler Lee was taken aback by Bai Chen's question, then seemed to discover a new continent as he said, "In the past. You really didn't. Young master, I know the problem now. It's because you used to go out with a dozen bodyguards, so wherever you went, it was only you causing trouble for others, and no one came to trouble you. In the past couple of days, you've had fewer people with you when going out, so." While speaking, Butler Lee nodded in agreement with Bai Chen. This was really. Bai Chen facepalmed in disbelief. It seemed I wasn't professional enough as a villain. With a hint of helplessness, he waved his hand lightly. Butler Lee understood and directly waved his hand towards the distance. At that moment, they just happened to hear the yellow-haired guy shouting, "Quick, just ahead, it's those two idiots," before he could finish his forbidden words. Damn! The strange, screeching voice suddenly changed. Where did this group of people come from? It seems they're coming for us. Not good. Run! Bai Chen, the eldest young master of the Bai family. He had just encountered an ambush on the way. Although Bai Chen had only come to the Eastern market with Butlerly, how could the Bai family's subordinates feel at ease? Even if they were just following from a distance, it would be better than nothing, right? So, this group of yellow-haired thugs didn't even need Bai Chen and Butlerly to take action themselves. Why bother doing everything personally when you have underlings? Isn't that exhausting? Bang bang, crackle pop. Although the number of people this time was much less than the group at the hospital, it was still enough to overwhelm the yellow-haired thugs. While his subordinates were teaching a lesson to the group of yellow-haired thugs who hadn't even realized what was happening, Butlerly had kindly opened the car door for Bai Chen. Driving the vehicle, they slowly passed by the wailing yellow-haired thugs. Bai Chen even took the time to open the car door and rudely spit a thick phlegm outside. The two of them completely disregarded the yellow-haired thugs. After all, the only purpose of coming to the Eastern market this time was for Su Wenma. The fact that Su Shi was still alive meant Bai Chen had made a wasted trip. This forced Bai Chen to rethink his strategy and prepare to adapt. Thus, Bai Chen turned to Butlerly and said, "Uncle Li, drive steadily. I'm too tired from this trip, I need to rest." "Alright, young master, I'll drive. You can rest easy." Butlerly was very considerate, adjusting the seat back for Bai Chen so he could lie down comfortably. Bai Chen closed his eyes. However, after closing his eyes, Bai Chen didn't immediately rack his brain to think about what to do regarding Su Wenma. Instead, he directly spoke to the system in his mind, exchange for a golden blind box. That's right, Bai Chen's 100,000 points were already sufficient. Previously, he had been interrupted by the matter of Su Wenma. Now that there was nothing else going on, Bai Chen was very much looking forward to this golden legend. Ding! Deducting 100,000 points, congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden blind box. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Ding! The golden blind box is being opened. Accompanied by the system's prompt, Bai Chen realized that this golden legend was indeed different from the others. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a golden box appearing before him. This box instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. Looking at this golden glow, Bai Chen's eager little hands rubbed together once more. Following that was the system's prompt, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the golden blind box. Obtained item, Xing Shan Ling +1. What is this?" Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. An item? Bai Chen had originally thought that this golden legend would grant him a legendary martial art possessed by a protagonist, enhancing his combat power. Or perhaps it would give him a more crucial character coordinate than Su Wenma. But he never expected it to be an item? Bai Chen felt a slight weight in his pants pocket. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and reached in. Sure enough, there was a cool token in his pocket. Bai Chen focused his gaze. This thing seemed to be made of some kind of jade, a vibrant green. Its overall shape appeared to be an irregular rectangle. The front of the token was carved with what looked like a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. The back of the token was inscribed in small seal script with 3 large characters, De Qingshan. Looking at the cold, heavy token in his hand, a glimmer of memory appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. This thing. The plot of the original work appeared in Bai Chen's mind. This thing seems to be related to the protagonist's sex secret treasure. At this thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. He remembered that the Qing Shan Ling appeared in the later part of the original work. By that time, his Bai family had already been wiped out by that bastard protagonist. The protagonist was also accompanied by his childhood sweetheart and his 7 senior sisters, revisiting the old haunts. They returned to his sect, the Great Qing Mountain, to pay respects to his beautiful master. Then his beautiful master gave him the Qing Shan Ling. It was said that whoever possessed the Qing Shan Ling would become the sect leader of the Great Qing Mountain. Moreover, they would also have the qualification to open the secret cave in the back mountain of the Great Qing Mountain. Of course, the protagonist took advantage of the quiet night to go alone and open the secret cave. But what was inside that cave, the original novel really didn't elaborate on. The description at the time was that after the protagonist entered, there was heaven and earth trembled, tigers roared and dragons sang for several days, and then the protagonist stumbled out. Bai Chen looked at the Qing Shan Ling in his hand, lost in thought. It seemed that this Qing Shan Ling was indeed an excellent treasure. But for himself right now, it seemed to be of no use at all, because the Great Qing Mountain was a hidden sect. Besides the disciples of the Great Qing Mountain, no one really knew where it was. He hadn't even found the Qing Xia Temple where the protagonist's mother was, let alone the Great Qing Mountain. However, although he couldn't find the Great Qing Mountain, possessing the Qing Shan Ling meant he would become the sect leader of the Great Qing Mountain? Wouldn't that mean the protagonist would have to kneel and bow to him when they met in the future? Just thinking about that scene brought a refreshing smile to Bai Chen's face. While Bai Chen was secretly enjoying this thought, the voice of Steward Li came from the side. interrupting his train of thought. Young master, the young mistress is calling for you. Pulling back his thoughts, Bai Chen also tucked the Qing Shan Ling back into his pocket. He turned to look at the phone that Steward Li handed to him. Who was the young mistress? Shen Qingying is looking for me? Steward Li, who was driving, nodded. Bai Chen chuckled lightly, picked up the phone, and put it to his ear, saying, Wife, miss me? Ding. Shen Qingying's resentment value plus 0.1%. You. Shen Qingying's voice came through, filled with embarrassment and anger. Don't talk nonsense, how can you call me that? Then how should I call you? Bai Chen deliberately asked, we've been married for 2.5 years, do I need to go back and review it with you? Ding. Shen Qingying's resentment value plus 0.1%. Review what? Review the bathtub incident? Or the incident with the Balenciaga on his shoulder? Ding. Shen Qingying's resentment value plus 0.1%. An angry Shen Qingying gritted her teeth and said, I called to ask about your situation because I heard you were ambushed, but I didn't expect you to be such a bad guy. I should have known better than to call you. Ding. Shen Qingying's resentment value plus 0.1. Listening to Shen Qingying's gritted teeth voice, Bai Chen's smile became even more pronounced. Moreover, he noticed a key issue. Wasn't he a bastard in Shen Qingying's eyes before? How did he become a bad guy now? What? Are you concerned about me? Bai Chen's voice was still filled with a teasing tone. Who would care about you? Shen Qingying's voice rose significantly. Beep 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 beep. The busy tone on the phone completely failed to cover the system's prompt. Ding. Shen Qingying's resentment value plus 0.1%. After hanging up the phone, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shen Qingying's current fragmentation level had reached 59%. Just 1 more percent and he would receive the 6-stage reward. This was the fastest fragmentation among the main characters for Bai Chen. Once Shen Qingying hit 60%, he would gain 32,000 points of fragmentation value. The next golden legend was not far off. Although today had its ups and downs, Bai Chen still felt he had gained a lot. Especially since the frustrations in his heart had been vented through several major competitions, the smile on Bai Chen's face was so relaxed. Before long, Butler Li brought Bai Chen back to the villa. While Butler Li went to park the car, Bai Chen got out early and didn't forget to tell him, by the way, prepare a copy of the information that the female assassin provided earlier for me. I have use for it. Understood, young master. Butler Li knew that the female assassin Bai Chen referred to was the one arranged by Mu Yun. With so many pieces of leverage against Miss Mu in his hands, was the young master planning a full-scale attack on the Chen Yun group? The young master's affairs were to be arranged by him alone, and Butler Li naturally would not interfere. At this moment, Bai Chen had already entered the villa through the main door. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a pale-faced figure trembling slightly. This figure clearly showed such an expression only after seeing Bai Chen, but there was nothing to be done, one had to abide by the roof they were under. Why, young master, you're back. I'll help you change your shoes. Xiao Rou's timid voice came through. But Bai Chen raised the corner of his mouth. What did you call me? Ding. Xiao Rou fragmentation value plus 1%. Master. The act of stepping on Xiao Rou to harvest fragmentation value needed no further explanation. Under Xiao Rou's slightly resentful yet fearful gaze, Bai Chen comfortably drifted into slumber. The next morning, Bai Chen slept in until he naturally woke up. After all, in his own villa, it was unlikely anyone would come to assassinate him, right? Besides the protagonist, no one had that kind of power. At least Bai Chen could safely indulge in his own villa for a whole year. The scene of him tidying up and walking out of the bedroom was surprisingly the same as yesterday. Standing there were still Butler Li and the burly man, Black Tiger. Seeing Bai Chen get up, Butler Li directly took out a file he had prepared earlier and said, Young master, here are the materials you requested. Without needing to ask, Bai Chen already knew it was the interrogation materials of the female assassin under Mu Yun that he had arranged yesterday. Bai Chen nodded and took it. Standing beside him, Black Tiger spoke up, Young master, we have news about the Qingxia temple you asked us to find. Oh? Upon hearing Black Tiger's words, Bai Chen's eyes instantly lit up. That Qingxia temple was the place where the protagonist's mother, Qing Xiu, resided. This made Bai Chen take it seriously, stepping forward to ask, Have you found it? Black Tiger did not answer directly but said, Young master, the news came from one of my subordinates, and he is currently waiting outside the villa. Quick, bring him to see me. It was understandable why Bai Chen was so eager. If he could fragment the protagonist's mother, the impact would surely be greater than combining the effects of the childhood friend and the biological sister. Soon, in the living room of the villa, Bai Chen saw a thin, small figure with dark skin and a somewhat shifty appearance following behind the burly Black Tiger as he entered. Bai Chen couldn't help but curl his lip. thinking how could such a small subordinate exist under such a robust figure like Uncle Tiger. Black Tiger was the first to speak. "Young master, this is my subordinate, called Black Monkey." "Black Monkey, quickly greet the young master." "Wait." Just as the Black Monkey was about to kneel before Bai Chen called a halt, his expression strange as he asked, "What's his name?" Both Black Tiger and Black Monkey were taken aback. Black Tiger instinctively explained, "Black Monkey. Young master, I named him." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Black Tiger's face as he continued, "When we were out doing business for the old master, this kid was a local ruffian, stepped on our toes, and I had to teach him a lesson. After that, he recognized me as his godfather. I thought he was thin and small, so." The Black Monkey nodded in agreement, looking at Black Tiger with admiration, saying, "Godfather is really amazing, he knocked me out with just 3 punches." Listening to their explanations, Bai Chen's expression grew increasingly strange, and he finally couldn't help but say, "You should really change your name, your image is just." As for the issue of Black Monkey changing his name, that was something Black Tiger would handle later. The most crucial thing now was to get all the information Black Monkey had to Bai Chen. This so-called Qingsha temple, Black Monkey actually knew about it. It was right next to his hometown village on a low mountain. He said he had even played there as a child. It had long been abandoned. Bai Chen's eyes lit up. "Where is your hometown? Is it far from Zheng City?" "Not far." Black Monkey shook his head but tentatively added, "Young master, if you want to go, I advise you to wait a bit longer." Bai Chen was slightly taken aback by this. "What do you mean?" Black Monkey spread his hands and said, "The area around that low mountain has dense forests, and since the village is mostly left with elderly people, very few go into the mountains now. At this time of year, the mid-mountain is filled with miasma, but it will soon be windy, and when the wind blows away the miasma, we can go up the mountain freely." "Got it." Listening to Bai Chen's explanation, he finally understood why the protagonist's mother had to hide in Qingsha Temple for her meditation. It was known that the protagonist's family had been wiped out, and his own family was certainly involved. That wasn't important. What mattered was that the enemies of the protagonist's family would definitely want to eradicate the entire family. Why could his mother still hide near Zheng City? It turned out to be because of that miasma, a natural protective shield. No wonder the original protagonist hadn't discovered his mother's whereabouts during the early to mid part of the story. Bai Chen knew that these matters couldn't be rushed, so he waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. You've done well in this matter. Uncle Tiger, go back and reward him properly." After hearing this, Black Tiger gave Black Monkey a sharp look. "Aren't you going to thank the young master?" "Ah, thank you, young master. Thank you, godfather." Serving the young master is the fortune I, Black Monkey, have earned over several lifetimes. You go back and change that name for me. With Bai Chen's roar, Black Tiger kicked Black Monkey out of the villa. Just as Black Monkey was leaving the villa, a man in black, responsible for the security around the villa, brushed past him and walked in. From a distance, he called out to Bai Chen, "Young master, someone has sent you a letter." "A letter?" Upon hearing this, Bai Chen, Butlerly, and even Black Tiger couldn't help but be taken aback. What era is this? There are still people delivering letters? Hearing Bai Chen's strange question, the man in black curled his lip and said, "It seems to be Qian Yun Group." Qian Yun Group? Could it be that woman, Mu Yun? Sure enough, when Bai Chen opened the letter, a beautifully written line of small characters caught his eye. "We need to talk." Poof! Looking at the letter, Bai Chen almost laughed out loud. Goodness! Mu Yun has even started writing letters to avoid calling herself? This is really... Bai Chen chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Where's the messenger?" The bodyguard spoke up. "He's outside, and he drove here. He said if the young master has time, please get in the car." Young master? Both Heihu and Butlerly stepped forward, their expressions wary. Heihu directly said, "Young master, be careful of a trick." Although they didn't know who sent the letter to Bai Chen, they understood that this situation was definitely abnormal. But Bai Chen waved his hand and stood up confidently, saying, "No problem. She wouldn't dare do anything to me." Bai Chen had this kind of confidence because he knew that the materials Butlerly had given him could completely put Mu Yun in check. Thus, Bai Chen swaggered out of the villa and soon spotted a pure white Panamera quietly parked outside the villa's gate. As Bai Chen approached, the driver opened the door, and a hint of surprise appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. "Aunt Yun, you came in person?" Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Bai Chen himself didn't expect this. Mu Yun actually came to find him. Today, Mu Yun was still wearing that qipao that perfectly showcased her charm. It was a different color, seemingly a blue-on-white porcelain pattern. But Bai Chen found it strange that when others wore such a color scheme, they looked like tea artists. Yet when Mu Yun wore such a qipao, it exuded an ancient beauty. On her feet were a pair of white high heels, which surprisingly couldn't hide the glow of her skin. It must be said that Mu Yun was the most charming person Bai Chen had ever seen so far. It was only natural for her to give Bai Chen a refreshing feeling every day. Of course, excluding Shen Xingying, who had a charm value of 99. However, was Mu Yun now unable to bear it even when she just heard him speak? Sitting on the other side of the back seat, Mu Yun stared straight ahead. Upon hearing Bai Chen speak, she didn't turn back at all and coldly said, "Get in the car." Bai Chen's lips curled up slightly as he adjusted his pants and climbed into the car. But whether it was intentional or not, as he got in, he was unexpectedly tripped lightly by something. "Hey!" A brief exclamation. Bai Chen had to stabilize his stance. With a light sound, he leaned against Mu Yun's thigh. Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Mu Yun, who had been trying to control her expression, suddenly panicked. Instinctively, she turned to glance at the driver outside who was closing the door for Bai Chen, and when she saw that the driver's gaze was not on them, she immediately grabbed Bai Chen's hand to push it away, gritting her teeth as she said, "Don't be too reckless, I am your Aunt Yun." Why did she have to bring up her seniority again? Unexpectedly, the small hand that was trying to push Bai Chen away was directly grasped by Bai Chen, who even began to gently rub it. Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Let go. Mu Yun urgently tried to pull her hand back, but how could she possibly match Bai Chen's strength? As Bai Chen held her delicate, boneless little hand, he unexpectedly said, "Aunt Yun, I really didn't expect your hand to be even softer than your daughter's." Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. You bastard, you. Hurry up. Struggling, Aunt Yun kept her peripheral vision on the driver outside, as if afraid that this scene would be seen by her subordinate. But she quickly discovered the problem, instantly glaring at Bai Chen and coldly saying, "How do you know my daughter's hands are delicate?" Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianxian's split value plus 0.1%. Detected that Mu Yun's split degree has reached 40%, gaining split points plus 4,000. Bai Chen certainly knew, and he knew more than just Mu Qianxian's hands. But at that moment, Bai Chen still deliberately said, "I guessed." Just then, the driver arrived next to the driver's seat, and the sound of the door opening came. Mu Yun instantly gritted her teeth and exerted force. Let go. She finally managed to break free from Bai Chen. But if Bai Chen hadn't let go, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. After Bai Chen released her, Mu Yun quickly tidied up her clothes and sitting posture, returning to her previous dignified appearance. Of course, Mu Yun's driver didn't notice his boss's abnormality. After getting in the car, he respectfully asked, "President Yun, where are we going now?" Mu Yun's voice returned to normal, to the group. The vehicle slowly started. The interior of the Panamera was very quiet. Mu Yun didn't speak, Bai Chen didn't speak, and the driver was even less likely to speak. As time passed, a faint sound of breathing unexpectedly came from the back seat of the Panamera. Bai Chen heard it clearly, he knew it belonged to Mu Yun. At that moment, although Mu Yun was still looking straight ahead without glancing sideways, her heart was already in turmoil. At first, she was infinitely worried. Why did I let Bai Chen sit in the back seat with me? What if he tries to touch me later? What should I do? If the driver sees it, my lifelong reputation will be ruined. But as time went on, she noticed that Bai Chen was sitting there completely still, and Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this Bai Chen is quite well behaved, not likely to do anything excessive. However, as time continued to pass, Mu Yun's inner thoughts began to feel a bit off. But this Bai Chen, who was so reckless at Shen Yun Group, why is he now? Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. He must be trying to make me uncomfortable, planning to do many rude things to me. Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. So what does he mean now? If I don't let him move, will he really not move? Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Does he think he's already tired of playing with me? Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Mu Yun, what are you thinking? How can you let a junior control you like this? Ding! Mu Yun's split value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianxian's split value plus 0.1%. Although Bai Chen was expressionless and sitting there very honestly, he was already overjoyed inside. The system prompt in his mind was quite revealing. When he touched Mu Yun, she would generate split values and resist him fiercely. But when he really did nothing to Mu Yun, it seemed Mu Yun was a bit unable to stop herself, right? He didn't expect Mu Yun to be such a soft-hearted person. However, wouldn't this make it easier for him to get things done? Fortunately, this tangled time didn't last long, and they soon saw the Chen Yun Group building in the distance. Mu Yun finally stopped her inner turmoil. However, as the true controller of Chen Yun Group, Mu Yun naturally couldn't take the same passage as them. She didn't even go to the internal parking lot Bai Chen used that day but instead went directly to a parking garage at the back. After getting off the car, Mu Yun took Bai Chen to the top floor of the Chen Yun group via the elevator, ensuring that no one saw them along the way. This was naturally the effect Mu Yun wanted. If they had entered through the main entrance, with so many people around, it would have been hard to avoid gossip about her personally bringing Bai Chen in. Especially, it would let her daughter know. The person Mu Yun wanted to protect the most was her daughter, otherwise, she wouldn't have lied to Mu Qianqian before. The room was still familiar, the setup still the same. But today, it seemed Mu Yun deliberately chose to distance herself from Bai Chen by sitting at her own desk. She sat inside while Bai Chen sat opposite her. With a wooden board under the table, Mu Yun didn't believe Bai Chen would have a chance to take advantage of her. After sitting down, Mu Yun got straight to the point. I won't invite you for tea today, let's get straight to the topic. Lu Wu isn't dead, right? Mu Yun didn't pretend anymore, which was a direct admission that the assassin was one of her people. Bai Chen nodded. Mu Yun continued, how much do you want? Or how many shares? Can you hand Lu Wu over to me? Having Lu Wu meant that her daughter Mu Qianqian's criminal evidence was in someone else's hands. Therefore, Mu Yun needed to get Lu Wu into her possession first. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen chuckled lightly, a hint of disdain in his voice as he said, Aunt Yun, do you think I care about money? Or your Qian Yun Group's shares? Mu Yun knew Bai Chen wasn't short on money, so that question was merely a test. She immediately asked, then what do you want? After hearing this, Bai Chen's smile became even more pronounced. It seemed that the smile on Bai Chen's face made Mu Yun's heart tighten slightly. Ding! Mu Yun's fracture value plus 1%. Bai Chen's voice followed. What I want, I already told Aunt Yun when I was in this room before, didn't I? Ding! Mu Yun's fracture value plus 1%. You! Mu Yun's cheeks flushed pink, and then she gritted her teeth and said, I call your father Big Brother, and you actually want me. You! Bastard, dream on. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen slowly shook his head at this moment, not at all. Then, with a slight lift of his eyes, he looked at Mu Yun and said again, I've been a young master my whole life and have never had a rice bowl, so, who said I only want Aunt Yun? Mu Yun. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value plus 1%. A sense of foreboding suddenly rose in Mu Yun's heart, and it seemed this bad feeling was causing her worldview to crack. What do I mean? Bai Chen's expression remained unchanged. Aunt Yun has raised this daughter for so many years. You wouldn't want to part with your own daughter, would you? Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Yun's fracture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fracture value plus 0.1%. Detected that Mu Yun's fracture degree has reached 50%, gaining fracture points plus 5,000. Just last night, after spending 100,000 points, Bai Chen's balance had once again reached 17,000 points. He could even exchange for another purple blind box. These main characters were truly big fat sheep. However, such a dense series of system prompts also revealed the turmoil stirring in Mu Yun's heart at that moment. Bang! With a loud bang, Mu Yun lost her composure, slamming the table and standing up directly. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger as she shouted at Bai Chen, You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? You want so much just for Lu Wu? You can only choose one. Bai Chen? Mu Yun. When she finished speaking, Mu Yun was stunned, even she herself was taken aback. Bai Chen opened his mouth in surprise. You can only choose one. Ding. Mu Yun's fragmentation value plus 1%. No. I'm not. Mu Yun once again began to panic infinitely. Ding. Mu Yun's fragmentation value plus 1%. I was confused by your anger. You. Mu Yun seemed to want to explain, but Bai Chen didn't give her a chance and exaggeratedly said, Oh Aunt Yun, you actually want to eat alone? While saying this, Bai Chen even protected his body with both hands and loudly said, Aunt Yun, you are too greedy, aren't you? Ding. Mu Yun's fragmentation value plus 1%. Who said I was greedy? You. You are really a jerk. Ding. Mu Yun's fragmentation value plus 1%. At this moment, Mu Yun was indeed about to go crazy with anger. Clearly, it was that jerk Bai Chen who was taking advantage of her. How did it turn into me wanting to take advantage of him? How is that possible? He became the victim? Little brat. Big brat. This is really infuriating. Ding. Mu Yun's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. With the system prompt ringing continuously in her mind, Bai Chen felt that his trip to the Qian Yun group today was about to pay off. So, Bai Chen prepared to administer another dose of anesthetic. He took out the materials that Uncle Li had prepared for him. Placing them on the desk in front of Mu Yun, he said lightly, Aunt Yun, I think you shouldn't make decisions for your daughter just yet. Why not take a look at this first? For some reason, before Muyan even looked at the materials, her heart skipped a beat. Her hand trembled slightly as she picked up the document. She didn't know if it was because she hadn't calmed down from earlier events or if she felt a sense of dread towards this material. But the moment she opened the document, boom! Muyan felt as if a thunderclap exploded in her mind. Her whole body trembled heavily. Her complexion visibly paled. This is, ding! Muyan's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding! Muyan's fragmentation value plus 1%. This is impossible. Muyan's voice sounded somewhat torn. Ding! Muyan's fragmentation value plus 1%. Where did you get this? Where did you get this? Ding! Muyan's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding! Muyan's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianxian's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Detected that Muyan's fragmentation level has reached 60%, gaining fragmentation points plus 6,000. The point balance has quickly reached 23,000? What is in this document? It is the killer group that Muyan has painstakingly managed and operated for so many years. This group of women, who are they surrounding now, and what roles are they playing? It is all clearly written. The people covered in this document include both the underworld and the legitimate world, and there are certainly big figures among them. If these figures knew that the people around them were all killers sent by her, then she, her Qianyun group, her daughter Mu Qianxian, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, at this moment, Muyan felt a bit hysterical. Her chest rose and fell continuously, breathing heavily. Her body swayed slightly, and with a thud, it seemed she couldn't stand firm and sat down heavily in her chair. Coincidentally, before Bai Qin could respond to Muyan's hysteria, the landline on her desk suddenly rang. Hearing the urgent ringing, Bai Qin calmly said as always, "Relax, Aunt Yun, feeling dizzy is normal. You should answer the phone first." Muyan's head felt a bit foggy at that moment. She didn't know why she was so obedient. Whatever Bai Qin said, she would follow. She actually pressed the speakerphone button on the landline. Usually, the secretaries outside contacted her through this device, and she would also use the speakerphone since there was no one else around. But now, her mind was so chaotic that she couldn't even think about avoiding the issue with Bai Chen. Suddenly, a female secretary's voice came through the landline. "Oh, President Yun, are you at the group?" Muyan didn't have time to waste with her, and coldly said, "What is it? Speak." The secretary quickly sensed that Muyan's tone was off and cautiously replied, "President Yun, a very fierce-looking man is outside, insisting on seeing you." "I won't see him." Muyan had no time to deal with anything else. "I'm not seeing anyone today, tell him to get lost." As she spoke, Muyan intended to hang up the phone directly. Perhaps because she was trembling with anger, her finger actually missed the button for the first time. The secretary's voice came through again, "But this gentleman said that if you just tell him his name, you will definitely see him." "Who is he?" Muyan's voice was tinged with anger. Just threatened by Bai Chen, and now someone else was threatening her over the phone? She really wanted to give him a piece of her mind. "He said his name is Jiang Tianfang. Whoever he is." "What did you say?" Muyan was about to explode but paused slightly. She instinctively looked up at Bai Chen, who was sitting across from her. Muyan might not know Jiang Tianfang, but she certainly had her ways of knowing what Bai Chen did yesterday. For instance, he killed Jiang Hao, and this Jiang Tianfang was Jiang Hao's father. After being suppressed by Bai Zhenan yesterday, what did it mean for him to come looking for her today? Bai Chen's eyes also showed a hint of surprise upon hearing the name. "What does he want from me?" At this point, Muyan's tone had changed. "He said he wants to speak to you in person, President Yun, what do you think?" The secretary on the other end was clearly waiting for her response. However, even though she was curious, the man who killed her son was sitting right in front of her. And now he wanted to come to her? Wasn't that putting her in a difficult position? So, Muyan planned to refuse. But before she could speak, slap, Bai Chen grabbed Muyan's delicate little hand. Surprisingly, her first reaction was not to break free. Instead, she turned to look at Bai Chen, who nodded slightly. Ding! Muyan's split value plus 1%. What did Bai Chen mean by wanting me to meet Jiang Tianfang? What kind of scheme was this? But at that moment, she had too many weaknesses in his hands, and she really had no reason to refute whatever Bai Chen said. So she nodded directly and said, "Then let him come up." After hanging up the phone, she looked at Bai Chen and asked, "What do you mean?" Bai Chen shrugged, "I mean nothing. I just want to see what this Jiang Tianfang is up to." A glimmer of light flashed in Muyan's eyes as she quickly guessed Jiang Tianfang's purpose for coming to see her. He couldn't possibly want to team up with her to take revenge on Bai Chen, could he? The light in her eyes also carried a hint of helplessness, and she even felt a bit resentful, thinking, couldn't Jiang Tianfang come when Bai Chen isn't around? Maybe we could really collaborate, but now, bringing Bai Chen along certainly meant not letting anyone else know, so she couldn't blame Jiang Tianfang. That bastard Bai Chen, I haven't even resolved my own issues with him yet. Why does he have to let Jiang Tianfang come in? It's really infuriating. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen had no idea what Mu Yun was thinking again, but he actually gained a rupture value. He had already stood up, looking around while saying, should I find a place to hide? Hearing Bai Chen's question, Mu Yun rolled her eyes helplessly and said, of course you need to hide, otherwise, Jiang Tianfang will tell me his true intentions? But Bai Chen looked around and helplessly said, but there's nowhere for me to hide in this office. Oh no! Mu Yun was getting anxious too, standing up. You're not going to hide outside, are you? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Saying this, she even came out from behind the desk, pulling Bai Chen to go outside. Just then, knock, 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 President Yun, is it convenient to come in now? Mu Yun and Bai Chen were both startled at the same time. This was way too fast, right? The two instantly panicked. Where to hide? Where to hide? Bai Chen was a bit helpless. There's not even a cabinet in your office. Oh no, what do we do? Mu Yun was also anxious. Knock, knock, knock President Yun? Forget it. You come here. Amid the secretary's urging from outside, Mu Yun directly pulled Bai Chen behind her desk. Whoosh! She shoved Bai Chen into the empty space under her desk. Then, she sat down in her chair, using her body to block Bai Chen, and raised her head to speak loudly. Come in. Creak. The secretary opened the door, followed closely by Jiang Tianfang. Bai Chen under the desk was dumbfounded. This scene. Isn't it usually the male boss pushing the female secretary's head under the desk? How did this situation turn around on me? I have such a bad temper. I'm the young master of the Bai family, and you want me to crawl under the desk? Ha! Just as Bai Chen turned his head, he saw Mu Yun's slender legs, as white as jade, straightly positioned right in front of his nose. Ha! It seems. It's not unbearable. With this thought, Bai Chen quietly extended his hand. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting there feeling a bit flustered. She felt her brain couldn't process everything that had happened in such a short time. Especially since Bai Chen had caught on to such a big secret of hers without saying anything, and now Jiang Tianfang had arrived. At this time, Mu Yun also saw a tall man slowly walking over. This man was Jiang Tianfang, but today he was wearing a black suit, with a black cloth tied around his arm. His eyes were red and swollen, clearly devastated by the death of his son. As he approached, Jiang Tianfang directly bowed to Mu Yun at a 90-degree angle. President Yun, hello, I am Jiang Tianfang. Out of politeness, Mu Yun instinctively wanted to stand up and invite Jiang Tianfang to sit down. However, just as she was about to rise, her pupils dilated. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. She quickly looked down and found that there was an evil arm inside the hem of her qipao. What is that bastard Bai Chen doing? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Cough, cough. Of course, she couldn't let Jiang Tianfang discover the situation under her desk. If others found out that there was a man hiding under her desk at work, even if it wasn't Bai Chen, her reputation would be ruined. So, Mu Yun could only hold still, gritting her teeth as she said to Jiang Tianfang, please sit. Mu Yun took a deep breath. Gripping the table in front of her with both hands, one leg lifted heavily and then dropped. Don't go any higher. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Jiang Tianfang didn't notice Mu Yun's abnormality. After standing up straight, he shook his head and said, President Yun, I'd better not sit. I told you to sit down. Mu Yun's voice suddenly rose a few notches. Jiang Tianfang was taken aback. He had no idea why Mu Yun was suddenly angry. But he quickly pulled out the chair where Bai Chen had just sat down, sitting down nervously as he spoke. Yes, President Yun. Ha! It seemed that Bai Chen had stopped his antics, allowing Mu Yun to let out a gentle sigh of relief. She then turned to Jiang Tianfang and said, Speak, what do you want from me? Although she asked this, she was completely uninterested in Jiang Tianfang's answer. Inside her mind, she was cursing herself madly. Mu Yun, you are really crazy. You actually let Bai Chen hide here? Don't you know he's a jerk? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Mu Yun definitely regretted it, but it was too late now. Jiang Tianfang's voice came out, slightly choked. President Yun, I believe you already know, my son. My son, he was killed by the young master of the Bai family, Bai Chen. I know, Mr. Bai Zhenan is the boss of our Jiang city. I have no ability to fight against him. I searched everywhere and found that all the big shots in Jiang city are subservient to Bai Zhenan, only you dare to resist the Bai family. So, President Yun, I want to ask you to help me set a trap for revenge. Bastard. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Who would have thought that as soon as Zhang Tianfang finished speaking, Muyun let out a scream. Startled, Zhang Tianfang shivered all over and hurriedly said, President Yun, are you scolding me? No. Muyun immediately shook her head, gritting her teeth as she snapped, I'm scolding that jerk Bai Chen. That little brat actually. Her voice abruptly stopped, but in her heart, she completed the thought, actually took off my shoes. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. That's right, Muyun barely heard what Zhang Tianfang was saying. It was just when Zhang Tianfang asked Muyun to help him set a trap. Tap tap. 2 light sounds, and Bai Chen had directly untied the straps of Muyun's white high heels. In an instant, Muyun's 2 little feet shrank together, her 10 translucent little toes curling up. Bai Chen almost laughed out loud at the sight. But Bai Chen certainly didn't plan to miss this opportunity to take advantage, and once again stretched out his sinful hands. Of course, Zhang Tianfang had no idea what was happening with Muyun. He was actually a bit moved after hearing her words. President Yun, you are right, that spoiled young master Bai Chen, he is a jerk. He treats human lives like grass. My poor son. As he spoke, Zhang Tianfang actually shed tears, completely unaware of Muyun's body trembling lightly at that moment. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. At this moment, Muyun was supporting herself on the table, her feet frantically escaping under the table. She fled, he chased, she was trapped. In an instant, the 2 cunning little rabbits fell directly into the hands of the devil. Ding. Muyun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Detected that Muyun's rupture level has reached 70%, gaining rupture points plus 7,000. Bai Chen knew he was right to pursue the victory, his points balance had already reached 30,000. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianfang's voice, tinged with tears, continued, President Yun, I truly beg you, help me, my son, he's so pitiful. Woo woo. He. Muyun's sudden laughter made Zhang Tianfang flinch. What does that mean? Why are you laughing so happily when my son is pitiful? Ding. Muyun's split value plus 1%. Cough cough. Muyun forced a cough to steady her voice and frowned at Zhang Tianfang, saying, don't misunderstand. I heard you want to kill Bai Chen. I'm actually happy about Bai Chen's death. Of course, I'm happy. Why doesn't Bai Chen just die already? If he dies, he won't be scratching my soles anymore. Ding. Muyun's split value plus 1%. Zhang Tianfang let out a long breath, thinking Muyun had lost her mind. But after hearing Muyun's words, a strong excitement appeared in Zhang Tianfang's eyes. So, President Yun, you agree to help me? Muyun heard this clearly, and instinctively replied, when did I agree? Ah. Ding. Muyun's split value plus 1%. Suddenly, Muyun felt a sharp pain in her calf. She gasped and quickly looked down, only to see Bai Chen making a gesture at her. Is he telling me to agree to him? Ding. Muyun's split value plus 1%. But Zhang Tianfang looked completely confused, especially seeing Muyun's action of looking down. He asked in bewilderment, President Yun, what's wrong? While saying this, Zhang Tianfang seemed to want to stand up to check on her, but Muyun hurriedly shouted, sit down. Startled, Zhang Tianfang immediately froze. Then he heard Muyun grit her teeth and say, alright, you want to kill Bai Chen, right? I agree to you. Muyun said this with absolute sincerity. Hearing Muyun agree so decisively, Zhang Tianfang, with tears in his eyes, burst forth with intense joy. He was actually planning to stand up again, but thinking about how fiercely she had told him to sit down twice before, he lost the courage to rise and just sat there facing Muyun. Thank you, President Yun, thank you, President Yun. Your great kindness, I, Zhang Tianfang, will never forget. From now on, my worthless life is yours, President Yun. Who cares about your worthless life? This thought in Muyun's mind was definitely out of frustration, definitely a pity. Why did you, Zhang Tianfang, come at this time of all times? Even if I wanted to accept your worthless life, there's no way now. Sigh. She was starting to regret why she had operated that way back in Zhang City. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen into Bai Chen's hands now. Zhang Tianfang still seemed very anxious, saying, President Yun, what should I do now? When can I take revenge? Zhang Tianfang's only son was dead, so of course, he was anxious for revenge. But now, for Muyun, it was definitely not the time to talk. If this continued, who knows how much more advantage Bai Chen would take of her. So, Muyun directly said, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Hearing this, Bai Chen under the table had a strange expression. It was clear that Muyun was indeed very anxious, otherwise, she wouldn't be so disorganized with her words. Muyun's voice continued, you go back first, this matter is significant, and I need to think it over carefully. Don't worry, I promise you, there won't be any problems. Okay, President Mu. Jiang Tianfang certainly understood Mu Yun. After all, Bai Chen was the son of Bai Jianan. He was the prince of Jiang City. Killing the prince was definitely not a simple matter. This time, Jiang Tianfang could finally stand up with confidence, bowing and scraping to Mu Yun. President Mu, I'll take my leave now. Thank you so much, President Mu. If it weren't for you. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Alright, hurry up and leave, stop talking nonsense. Mu Yun's voice came out, somewhat gritting her teeth. Jiang Tianfang was so frightened that he quickly turned and ran away. As he turned, he thought to himself, didn't they say President Mu was gentle and dignified, elegant and noble? Why was her temper so volatile today? However, it was normal for such a big shot to have a bit of a temper, as long as she could help me take revenge. After Jiang Tianfang left the room and carefully closed the door, whoosh, Mu Yun instantly pushed against the table and stepped back. Looking down at the space under her desk, she coldly shouted, get out here. But Bai Chen was sitting calmly on the floor, leaning against the table's partition, looking at Mu Yun with a playful expression. You let me in, so I came in. You want me to go out, and I just go out? Am I the young master of the Bai family who has no pride? You. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Fine. You won't come out, huh? Mu Yun also got fierce. Then you stay there, I'm leaving. Saying this, Mu Yun prepared to stand up, but just as she was about to rise, her cheeks flushed again. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Give me back my shoes. Want my shoes? Ha! You. But at that moment, a familiar female voice clearly came from outside the door. Mom, when did you come to the company? I didn't know at all. Mu Yun. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Creak, the closed door in front of her suddenly had a gap. Just as she was about to act, Mu Yun was truly quick-witted. She grabbed the edge of the table with both hands and exerted force. Whoosh, the swivel chair shot back, and this time it was even deeper than before, as if due to inertia. Especially Bai Chen, he was actually ready to come out. Then, Mom, you really are here? So, in order not to let Mu Qianqian notice anything unusual, Mu Yun could only maintain the status quo, but now it was even more. That Bai Chen. Mu Yun felt like she was going to go crazy. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Detected that Mu Yun's rupture level reached 80%, gaining rupture points plus 8,000. A balance of 38,000 points was not something Bai Chen cared about. He was now staring straight ahead, completely stunned. Good heavens, what kind of operation is this Mu Yun? Even the young master is confused. And Mu Yun was still there, strong and composed, speaking. Qianqian, why didn't you knock before coming in? A puzzled voice from Mu Qianqian came. Mom, I've never knocked before, why are you bringing this up today? Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Today. Mu Yun slightly gritted her teeth. Today is different. How is today different? Mu Qianqian had an innocent look, even jokingly saying, could it be that you have some secret you're hiding from me? Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. No way. How is that possible? Mu Yun's tone had risen several notches. The expression on her face made Mu Qianqian pause slightly. Your mother's office is this small, there isn't even a decent cabinet, where could anyone hide? Just after saying this, Mu Yun, ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. This scene made Mu Qianqian momentarily stunned, and she instinctively said, Mom, why are you buzzing? Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. You're the one buzzing. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Mu Qianqian's expression turned strange. Mom, I meant your phone, it's vibrating on the table, someone is calling you. Ding. Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Detected that Mu Yun's rupture level has reached 90%, gaining rupture points plus 9,000. With a balance of 47,000 now, Bai Chen knew that every time he came to Qian Yun Group, it was a big harvest. In fact, Bai Chen also had his phone on vibrate mode, and he felt his phone in his pocket vibrate. But with Mu Yun locking the door, he couldn't check it at all. Meanwhile, Moo Yun, who was biting her teeth and gripping the edge of the table tightly, saw her phone screen light up. It was like grabbing a lifeline. She immediately picked up the phone and chose to answer, and a mechanical female voice instantly came through. Is this MS? Moo Yun? Our bank has launched a gold medal real estate service. This was the first time Moo Yun had heard such a sales call. It felt like hearing a celestial voice. She looked up at Mu Qianqian and said, Qianqian, this call is very important, so can you please step out for a moment? Mu Qianqian was slightly taken aback by her mother's words and pouted. Did her mother have to avoid her even when making a phone call? But Mu Qianqian was also a sensible person, so she nodded directly. Okay, Mom, I'll come find you later. After saying this, Mu Qianqian turned to leave. Watching Mu Qianqian turn around, Mu Yun instinctively hurriedly released Bai Chen and planned to step back. However, just as Mu Qianqian was about to exit, she suddenly turned around. By the way, Mom, I just saw. Creak. With a reflex, Mu Yun hurriedly moved forward again. This time, even Bai Chen couldn't help but cover his nose. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Before Mu Qianqian could speak, Mu Yun gritted her teeth and said, Qianqian, Mom is on the phone right now, can we talk later, okay? Okay. This time, Mu Qianqian finally left. After hanging up the phone, Mu Yun let out a loud whoosh and retreated madly, even pulling 3 meters away from her desk. She glared at Bai Chen, gritting her teeth. You are such a bastard. Scoundrel. Looking at Mu Yun's furious expression at that moment, Bai Chen felt completely relaxed. He walked out from under the table, stood up straight, and even stretched lazily. Seeing Bai Chen's current state and expression, Mu Yun gritted her teeth. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Mu Yun was instantly enraged, shouting loudly, Now, please leave my office immediately. Listening to Mu Yun's words, Bai Chen wore a light smile and said, I will leave, but, Aunt Yun, you brought me here, aren't you going to see me off? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. You must be dreaming. The elevator is right outside, you can walk yourself. Then I can go? Bai Chen smiled lightly. If I run into Mu Qianqian later, I might. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Seeing Bai Chen turn to leave, Mu Yun quickly called out, Wait, I'll see you off. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Saying this, Mu Yun hurriedly stood up from her chair, only to find her shoes. She initially thought of asking Bai Chen to return them, but who knows what tricks he might pull. So, thud thud thud. Mu Yun ran to Bai Chen's side. With a whoosh, she snatched her shoes back and distanced herself from Bai Chen. While putting on her shoes, she fiercely thought to herself, Bastard. This Bai Chen is such a jerk. He clearly. But why is he so good at? Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Could it be that because of his essence, he has other talents? Mu Yun, what are you thinking? He's a jerk. Ding! Mu Yun's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Detected that Mu Yun's rupture level has reached 100%, gaining rupture points plus 10,000. The company host has successfully completely ruptured the main supporting character, gaining an additional random blind box reward. Random blind box is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden blind box. Wow! A golden legend? Bai Chen's pupils instantly lit up. He no longer cared about the 57,000 points he had accumulated. Goodness, he had worked hard to save up for dozens of episodes just to exchange for one golden blind box. And this Mu Yun actually drew one for him? Aunt Yun, I'm starting to like you more and more. This statement from Bai Chen came from the heart. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 5%. After hearing this, Mu Yun trembled all over. Shut up, you're just a little brat. Humph, that himp somehow carried a hint of a little woman's charm? To avoid being noticed by others, Mu Yun carefully led Bai Chen out of the office, took the elevator, and arrived at her exclusive underground parking lot. Mu Yun did not leave the elevator, pointing ahead at Bai Chen and saying, That car is waiting for you over there. Get in, and it will take you home. Goodbye. After saying this, she directly pushed Bai Chen out of the elevator and hurriedly pressed the elevator's close button. However, before the doors closed, Bai Chen turned back and said to Mu Yun, Aunt Yun, if you all have discussed how to kill me, remember to let me know? What Bai Chen said was truly. Mu Yun had already gone upstairs, and Bai Chen was already in the car, now on his way home. Bai Chen couldn't help but sigh, this Chen Yun group really is his lucky place. He always reaps great rewards. Of course, Bai Chen hadn't forgotten that when Muyun locked him up earlier, his phone had vibrated, right? That message hadn't been checked, so Bai Chen took out the third phone he had switched to. It was actually a message from Butler Lee, which read, "Young master, are you done? Someone from Liangyue Bar has arrived." Liangyue Bar? Upon seeing these 4 words, Bai Chen's gaze slightly narrowed, a hint of intriguing light flashing in his eyes. "I haven't gone to Rain City to find you, yet you've sent someone over first? You must have forgotten, I am the Prince of Jiancheng, a colossal wastrel." Those familiar with Bai Chen should know that at this moment, the light in his eyes was filled with a dangerous aura. However, there was still some time before he would return home. He rubbed his small hands together. "System, open this golden blind box for me." Ding! The golden blind box is being opened. The golden light appeared before Bai Chen once again, and every time he saw this golden glow, he felt a surge of excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully opening the golden blind box. Reward, dragon tendon and tiger bone. Bai Chen? What on earth is this? Bai Chen hadn't even reacted yet. A light creaking sound suddenly emanated from his limbs. In an instant, a comfortable sensation filled his entire body, making him close his eyes in enjoyment. Unfortunately, this moment didn't last long. Bai Chen opened his eyes and looked down at his hands in confusion. Is that it? Why do I feel like there's nothing special? He even clenched his fists, realizing that his physical strength had indeed increased a bit, but not by much. It was still within the range of an ordinary person. So, damn it! System, did you give me junk from the blind box? Please explore on your own. Damn it! But the things that came out of this blind box should have been stripped from the protagonist. The protagonist's belongings shouldn't be useless, right? Before he could explore on his own, Bai Chen could only comfort himself like this. Not long after, the white Palamara slowly stopped at the place it had left before. Butler Lee seemed to have been waiting at the door for a long time and directly came up to open the door for Bai Chen. After Bai Chen got out of the car, Butler Lee didn't wait for Bai Chen to ask and said, "The person claims to be the manager of Liangyue Bar and is currently waiting for you inside the villa." Hearing this, Bai Chen paused his steps and turned to look at Butler Lee. "He sat on my sofa?" Butler Lee was momentarily taken aback, then stiffly nodded. "Damn!" Bai Chen was furious. "What identity does he have to sit on my sofa? Tie him up and throw him into the secret room." "Yes, young master." Butler Lee certainly wouldn't go against Bai Chen's wishes. He dashed out quickly, wanting to finish what Bai Chen had arranged before he entered. Soon, a man's struggling screams came from inside. "What are you doing? Let me go. I am the manager of Liangyue Bar. Let me go. I am here to apologize on behalf of Liangyue Bar. What you are doing will lead to silence." And at this moment, Bai Chen just happened to walk in. As soon as he entered, a figure knelt before him. "Master, change shoes." This figure could only be Xiao Rou. Bai Chen looked at Xiao Rou, who was kneeling with her head down, tightly holding the slippers in her hands, clearly still haunted by the previous face-washing incident. However, this time, Bai Chen had no intention of changing shoes. Thus, he stepped directly over Xiao Rou's head. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Upon hearing this sound, Bai Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "It seems I can harvest from her again?" Without looking back, Bai Chen said, "Stop kneeling on the ground, take the shoes, and come with me." Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. With her head down, Xiao Rou couldn't see his expression but still softly replied, "Yes, master." Then she stood up and hurried to follow. However, as they entered Bai Chen's secret room, Xiao Rou's steps couldn't help but stop again. She still remembered the torment she had suffered in this secret room. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. But Bai Chen would definitely not indulge her. "Get in here." Xiao Rou shivered all over and hurried to follow. As soon as Bai Chen entered the room, he saw a man with gold-rimmed glasses thrown on the floor by Butler Lee. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses also saw Bai Chen, stood up directly, and frowned as he said to Bai Chen, "You must be young Master Bai Chen, right? May I ask what you mean, young Master Bai?" "I came with sincerity." Upon hearing this, a surge of anger instantly appeared on Bai Chen's face as he stepped forward. "I sincerely your mother." With a loud bang, he kicked the man with the gold-rimmed glasses hard in the chest. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses screamed in pain and fell back. Cough cough. He covered his chest in agony, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Bai Chen, "Young Master Bai, what do you mean?" "Damn it." Bai Chen's mouth instantly turned sweet. He turned to Butler Lee and said, "Is this kid's head kicked by a donkey? He just sent someone to ambush me, and now he comes to my house to apologize? Damn it, if apologies were useful, what do we need the police for?" Bai Chen seemed to get angrier as he spoke. He stepped forward again. Puff! He stomped hard on the man's stomach. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. On one hand, this secret room brought Xiao Rou too many bad memories. On the other hand, Bai Qin didn't distinguish right from wrong, nor did he give the other party a chance to speak. He just went straight to action. Xiao Rou was so frightened that she shivered all over. The man, who had curled up like a shrimp on the ground, was holding his stomach. His face was pale, and he was drenched in sweat. Enduring the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth. Don't hit me, young Master Bai, please. The man held his stomach, using one hand to support himself as he slowly stood up. At this moment, he looked extremely pained, but he still had something to say. Young Master Bai, I really came to apologize. Our boss sent me here. She said that when she took this task, she only knew to act against someone in a car, not that the person in the car was you, young Master Bai. It's all a misunderstanding. The panic in the man's eyes made it hard for Bai Chen to discern the truth. But why would Bai Chen care whether what he said was true or false? So he directly spoke. Misunderstanding? Ha! If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. I forgive you. Hearing Bai Chen's words, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses was momentarily stunned. Just like that, forgiven? So simple? It turns out that getting beaten up means nothing? He even let out a slight sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, Bai Chen's voice didn't stop there. A calm voice came. At that time, I'll just throw your corpse at the entrance of the Cool Moon Bar and tell your boss. Misunderstanding. This matter will be settled. What? The man with the gold-rimmed glasses' pupils suddenly constricted. He appeared to be in a state of panic. Young Master Bai, you can't do this? As the saying goes, even in war, you don't kill the messenger. I'm just a messenger. I came to apologize. Damn. Bai Qin couldn't help but scoff at the man's words. Still talking about two armies at war? You really make me laugh to death. Then, Bai Qin moved his neck and wrists as he walked towards the man in gold-rimmed glasses, saying, before I kill you, let me have some fun first. Consider it my own revenge. You. The man looked at Bai Chen approaching him and crazily retreated. Fear flickered in his pupils. He realized that this young master of the Bai family was completely unreasonable. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted to torture him thoroughly before doing so? Why did I take this job in the first place? Damn it, I'm done for. Anyway, it's death either way. This man was here to apologize, but he was also from the Liangyue bar. The assassins from Liangyue bar were professionally trained, so, as the man in gold-rimmed glasses retreated, a fierce glint suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he roared, do you think you can kill me? Then, with a whoosh, he surprisingly pulled out a baton from his sleeve. Taking advantage of Bai Chen's moment of inattention, he struck down with a heavy blow. The baton instantly extended with the downward motion. Young master, be careful. Butler Li was frantic. In that moment, he regretted not searching that man. He lunged forward to protect Bai Chen. Xiao Rou was startled, but amidst her shock, she felt a bit of anticipation. Kill him, hurry and kill him. Bai Chen was indeed unprepared, instinctively raising his hand to block the baton. But the opponent's strength was so great, and the baton was made of special material. The human skeleton generally couldn't withstand it. Young master, Butler Li was going crazy. He couldn't get there in time. With a loud bang, the man in gold-rimmed glasses swung with all his might, directly smashing the baton onto Bai Chen's arm. Bai Chen had only one thought in his mind. It's over. If I don't die, I'll at least be injured. However, as the loud noise gently dissipated, Bai Chen was slightly stunned. Huh? It doesn't hurt? Bai Chen, who had instinctively closed his eyes, thought that Butler Li had arrived too quickly and blocked the attack for him. When he opened his eyes to look, something was off. The baton had indeed struck his arm. It was even bent, so why didn't it hurt? Puff! Just as Bai Chen was puzzled, a muffled sound came, and Butler Li arrived, kicking the man in gold-rimmed glasses away. His baton also fell to the ground. Butler Li shouted hoarsely, young master, are you okay? Please don't scare me like this. Alright, why are you shouting so loudly? Bai Chen stretched out his finger to block his ears, pushing Butler Li away with a look of disdain. Ha! Young master, your hand. Are you alright? Butler Li was stunned. The man in gold-rimmed glasses, who had been kicked away and was holding his chest, was also stunned. Even Xiao Rou, standing behind with a slipper in hand, was taken aback. What was going on? Just a moment ago, they clearly saw. Butler Li immediately turned his gaze to the fallen baton. Could it be that this thing is fake? He quickly picked it up and found that the baton was bent into a semicircle in the middle. Butler Li gripped both ends of the baton. Hey! He immediately exerted force, trying to straighten it. However, after a long struggle, he was sweating profusely, and the bent baton barely returned to half its original shape. Butler Li gasped, looking in shock at the baton in his hand. The young master's arm actually smashed this thing into this shape? Alright. It's no longer the baton smashing Bai Chen, it's now Bai Chen smashing the baton. My goodness. Is the young master really that impressive? This special baton is already like this. Even Iron Man would have to get his metal reshaped. Even Xiao Rou, who is holding a slipper behind, has her mouth slightly agape. The shape of that opening makes one want to stuff something in it. Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. What's going on? Is he even human? Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. Such great strength, such a loud sound, how can he withstand it? Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. Could it be? He's an invulnerable demon king? Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. If they are like this, then there's no need to mention the man in golden-rimmed glasses who launched a sneak attack on Bai Chen. He looked at the bent baton in Butler Li's hand, then at Bai Chen, who stood there as if nothing had happened. His face turned pale to the extreme, and he began shaking his head, repeatedly muttering, "Impossible, this is impossible, how can this be?" To be honest, Bai Chen was a bit dazed himself. After all, he wasn't a paper figure. In the face of such an unscientific phenomenon, his reaction should have been the greatest. But soon, he came to his senses. Right, that golden legend, dragon tendons and tiger bones? Goodness, I understand now, so that's it. No wonder I felt changes in my flesh and bones at that time. But the changes weren't very obvious, it turns out. Excitement sparkled in Bai Chen's eyes. The system really didn't give him a fake product. The golden legend truly lives up to its name. No wonder the protagonist is so resilient. It's because of this dragon tendons and tiger bones? Well, this really is a cow not giving birth to a calf. After the surprise, of course, he still had to deal with the matter at hand. He instantly looked up, his cold gaze locking onto the man in golden-rimmed glasses. "You little brat, how dare you sneak attack me?" With a whoosh, Bai Chen stepped forward. With a bang, he kicked the man to the ground. Then, he kicked fiercely at the man's face. "That'll teach you to sneak attack me." Bang! Blood splattered. Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. Is this your sincerity in apologizing? Bang! Teeth flew everywhere. Ding! Xiao Rou's ruptured value plus 1%. Detected Xiao Rou's rupture level reached 80%, gaining rupture points plus 8,000. His rupture points balance was already at 65,000, but Bai Chen still didn't stop his actions. Each kick landed on the face of the man in golden-rimmed glasses. His golden-rimmed glasses had long turned into shattered remnants, and his eyeball had been pierced by the lens. At this moment, he can only twitch on the ground, lacking the strength to emit any cries of agony. However, the man in golden-rimmed glasses was not dead yet. This seemed to be Bai Chen's intention. To Xiao Rou, this scene was naturally too cruel, she even closed her eyes. But for Bai Chen, cruel? Just this? Even setting aside Bai Chen's villain identity, this group of people from the Cool Moon Bar dared to openly assassinate him. Beating one of their managers to this extent could be considered light. At this point, after kicking for a while, Bai Chen was a bit tired and was panting. He stood there with his hands on his hips, raising two fingers. The expressionless Butler Li immediately understood and went up to light a cigarette for Bai Chen. After lighting a post-action cigarette, Bai Chen's breathing calmed down significantly. He casually tossed the cigarette butt onto that bloodied face, producing a sizzling sound. Bai Chen had already turned to Butler Li and said, "Cut off his tongue, then send someone to throw it at the entrance of the Cool Moon Bar." Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Attempting to assassinate me, Bai Chen? They should learn a lesson. Understood, young master. Butler Li felt no abnormality in Bai Chen's arrangement. He had done such things before, just not as hands-on as Bai Chen was now. However, considering Bai Chen's recent changes, Butler Li found it quite normal. After giving instructions to Butler Li, Bai Chen noticed Xiao Rou standing at the entrance of the secret room. A glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. Xiao Rou was currently with her eyes closed, head lowered, gripping Bai Chen's slippers tightly, trembling all over. Bai Chen knew calling Xiao Rou over would definitely yield results. After all, which woman beside the protagonist isn't inherently kind-hearted? Especially at Xiao Rou's age, her innocent demeanor after recognizing the protagonist in the original work. How could one endure such a sight? This was the feeling Bai Chen desired. At that moment, he stood before Xiao Rou and spoke in a flat tone. "What are you still dawdling for? Can't you see?" Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Hearing Bai Chen's voice, Xiao Rou jolted, but out of fear, she still didn't open her eyes. Slap! Bai Chen didn't care about anything else and delivered a sharp slap to Xiao Rou's face. "I'm talking to you." "Ah!" Xiao Rou cried out in pain, her eyes flying open. Since she had her head lowered, the first thing she saw was Bai Chen's feet and pant legs. Hiss! Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. The sticky blood on the shoes and the dark red pant legs made Xiao Rou gasp in horror. Her body trembled even more noticeably. She instinctively took a step back, even forgetting the slap Bai Chen had just given her. But Bai Chen had no intention of letting her off, directly commanding, "Come here, kneel. Do I need to teach you how to change shoes?" Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. With a thud, as if it were a reflex, she knelt straight in front of Bai Chen without any hesitation. "Why yes, master." Xiao Rou looked utterly terrified by Bai Chen's earlier actions. This demon, impervious to harm, had smashed the stick like that, which was already enough to scare her senseless. Later, Bai Chen didn't even bother to distinguish right from wrong, nor did he listen to anyone, directly beating that person to such a state. He didn't even blink. In dramas, such scenes are rarely shown. Is there really someone in this world capable of such cruelty? Xiao Rou's current mental state was one of genuine fear. She extended her trembling little white hand, which seemed to be shaking uncontrollably, and grasped Bai Chen's shoe. The sensation of blood on the shoe nearly made her retch. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. But she managed to hold it back, as she couldn't guarantee what the consequences would be if she actually vomited. So, caught between fear and extreme nausea, Xiao Rou slowly removed Bai Chen's shoe. Then she quickly placed the slippers at Bai Chen's feet, terrified that he might smear the blood on her face again. But this time, Bai Chen did not do so. Finally, after changing Bai Chen's shoes, before Xiao Rou could even breathe a sigh of relief, there was a creaking sound, crack. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was indeed not dead, but he let out one last painful howl. Xiao Rou's body trembled heavily once more. Did Butler Li really take his? Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Listening to the system prompt in his mind and watching Xiao Rou kneeling on the ground, trembling, Bai Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He then bent down, reached out, and gently tapped Xiao Rou's chin with 2 fingers, lifting her head up. When their eyes met, the pale-faced Xiao Rou quickly closed her eyes again. But Bai Chen's voice had already come. "What's wrong? Scared? Do you think I'm cruel?" Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Although Xiao Rou did not verbally respond, the system prompt in Bai Chen's mind spoke volumes. Xiao Rou trembled all over, especially her legs, which shook severely. Bai Chen's fingers turned into a palm, gently resting on Xiao Rou's face, feeling her baby-soft skin, and softly said, "So, you need to be obedient, understand? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you, or Shen Qingying, won't end up like that." Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Master. Amidst the intense system prompts, Xiao Rou hurriedly opened her eyes. This master was called with more determination than ever before. "Master, don't worry, I will definitely be obedient, I will listen to you." As she said this, Bai Chen saw the look in Xiao Rou's eyes. At that moment, there was only fear in her gaze. The previous anger and resentment had completely vanished without a trace. "Good." Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction and even reached out to ruffle Xiao Rou's hair, saying, "So good." He then waved his hand. "Go, take my shoes to your subordinates to handle, and also bring me a pair of pants." "Yes, master." Xiao Rou's response was without hesitation. She crawled back a couple of steps while kneeling before standing up and turned to run outside with small steps. Butler Li also helped the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, who was not completely dead yet, into a body bag and arranged for his subordinates to take care of things. Bai Chen, under Xiao Rou's service, changed his clothes and came down from upstairs. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Detected that Xiao Rou's severance level has reached 90%, gaining severance points plus 9,000. Hearing this system prompt, Bai Chen, who had called for Butler Li downstairs, turned in surprise to look upstairs. Had his balance reached 74,000 points already? What was Xiao Rou doing alone up there? Although he was curious, Bai Chen knew there were more important matters waiting for him to attend to. He could take his time to uncover Xiao Rou's secrets later. Seeing Butler Li approaching, Bai Chen waved directly, "Uncle Li, accompany me to the hospital, and contact Uncle Huzi to meet me there." At the Bai family's private hospital, Bai Chen first visited the driver and bodyguard who had experienced life and death alongside him, expressing his condolences. He then left and turned to enter another ward. This was the main purpose of Bai Chen's visit to the hospital. Wang Ji jumped down from the hospital bed, his face full of respect and flattery. "Young master, why did you come to see me in person? What have I done to deserve this?" "Enough, shut up." Seeing Wang Ji about to flatter him again, Bai Chen quickly interrupted and got straight to the point. "Do you want to become Jiang Tianfang? Do you want to become Jiang Tianfang?" Hearing Bai Chen's question, Wang Ji's whole body trembled heavily, and his pupils constricted. "Jiang Tianfang? The father of Jiang Hao, whom I killed yesterday." A small boss in the underground world? I can hardly believe it, pointing at myself. Me? Bai Chen wore a faint smile on his face and nodded, saying, "That's you." Hearing Bai Chen's affirmative voice, Wang Ji's body trembled slightly. Clearly, he was excited. But he still said, "Young master, my life is yours, I'll do whatever you ask, but I don't quite understand your meaning this time." He really didn't understand. What does it mean that I want to become Zhang Tianfang? Can't I just be Wang Ji? However, Bai Chen quickly answered Wang Ji's question, saying, "If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Tianfang will die today." What? Wang Ji's voice nearly broke at this statement. Zhang Tianfang will die today? He had just killed Zhang Tianfang's son yesterday, and now he was going to take action against Zhang Tianfang? Goodness, is this the method of the Prince of the Magic City? Isn't this too fast? Can I have a little buffer time? Wang Ji's face turned pale. Young master, you can't be asking me to kill. Before Wang Ji could finish his sentence, Bai Chen waved his hand. Forget it, do you have that kind of strength? Young master is right. Although Wang Ji breathed a sigh of relief, he still felt a bit uncomfortable after hearing this. But what could he do about his discomfort? Bai Chen's voice came again. What I mean is, although Zhang Tianfang will die, but his territory is still there, and he has hundreds of subordinates. Do you understand now? Listening to Bai Chen's words, Wang Ji's pupils flickered slightly. Young master, do you mean for me to take over Zhang Tianfang's assets? Bai Chen didn't answer but smiled and nodded. That's right, this is why Bai Chen asked Wang Ji if he wanted to become Zhang Tianfang. Although Zhang Tianfang was a small fry in the underground world, with only a little territory, he was not worth Bai Chen's attention. But he remembered that in the original work, the protagonist opened the gap in the underground world of Zhang City from Zhang Tianfang's territory. Step by step, he would devour the entire underground world of Zhang City. Although, if Bai Chen wanted the underground world of Zhang City, he could just have his cheap old man step in. But since the last time in this hospital, Bai Chen realized that Bai Jinnan would always belong to Bai Jinnan, he had to leave himself some means of security, right? So, if the protagonist could open the underground world of Zhang City through Zhang Tianfang's territory, why couldn't he? Moreover, the protagonist's capable assistant in devouring the underground world was none other than Wang Ji. In the original work, why did Wang Ji have so many scenes? It was entirely because the original work gave Wang Ji a gifted ability. This gifted ability was utilized by the protagonist, and now, it was already his. Wang Ji still seemed to want to decline, saying, "Young master, can I do this?" Bai Chen preferred to be straightforward and was too lazy to beat around the bush. After hearing this, he directly said, "You can't? If you can't, what am I keeping you for?" Then he turned to Uncle Li and waved his hand, saying, "Take him to the meat processing plant in the western suburbs." No. Hearing this, Wang Ji instantly panicked. "Young master, I can do it. I promise to complete the task." "Yes, if you can't do it, you'll end up as minced meat, what else can you say?" But Wang Ji cautiously continued, "Young master, when you kill Zhang Tianfang, can you take me with you?" "Sure." Bai Chen did not ask for the reason. Wang Ji had to have his own moments to showcase his abilities. So he waved his hand, saying, "If you're going, go change your clothes. Don't wander around in my Bai family's hospital gown." Yes, alright, young master, I'm on it." Wang Ji scampered off. At this point, Butler Li also approached directly. "Young master, Black Tiger has arrived and is waiting outside." "Let him in." Bai Chen had no need to hide anything from Wang Ji. Black Tiger's massive frame had to slightly bow as he entered the hospital room to avoid hitting the doorframe. Standing before Bai Chen with a powerful presence, he asked, "Young master, is there something urgent?" The moment Black Tiger's question fell, Bai Chen's phone screen lit up with a ding. It was a message from Mu Yun, stating, 10 o'clock tonight, at the Jiangyu Grand Bridge North Dam construction site, we need to talk. He looked at the message on his phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said lightly, "Isn't the matter coming to us?" Time quickly passed to the evening. In the underground garage exclusive to Mu Yun at Shen Yun Group, Mu Yun was still in the same blue and white cheapao as earlier, wearing a pair of pristine white high heels, standing next to her palamara. Behind her stood 10 men dressed in black, each wearing a pair of white gloves. Every one of them wore a grim expression. Nervously, Zhang Tianfang stood before Mu Yun, his head bowed. After handing a dark handgun to Zhang Tianfang, Mu Yun said, "I have an appointment with Bai Chen at 10 o'clock. I will find a way to bring Bai Chen alone to the riverside. You and my assassin should ambush in advance. Don't worry, the first shot of revenge will be yours to fire." Listening to Mu Yun's voice and looking at the handgun in his hand, Zhang Tianfang's eyes revealed intense excitement as he exclaimed, "President Yun, thank you. Your great kindness, I will never forget. I will avenge my son." I will avenge my son. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Zhang Tianfang's laughter was mixed with tears, and he appeared utterly deranged. Mu Yun frowned, waving her hand impatiently. Alright, hurry up, time is of the essence. Sure thing, President Yun, I'm off. Zhang Tianfang nodded and bowed to Mu Yun, looking like a dog. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Butler Lee was driving, Black Tiger sat in the passenger seat, and Bai Chen was in the back seat. However, the vehicle they were driving was a pure black Volkswagen Santana. There was no choice, Bai Chen's Maybach had been destroyed, and the spare was also out of commission. The specially modified Maybach would take some time to customize. To be honest, Bai Chen never expected that one day he would actually use this protagonist's exclusive vehicle. Arriving at the location agreed upon by Mu Yun, they saw her elegant figure leaning against a white Mercedes-Benz G-Class from a distance. Had Mu Yun changed cars? It didn't matter. Butler Lee and Black Tiger followed Bai Chen out of the car. As Bai Chen approached, Mu Yun straightened her posture and called out from afar, "You're here?" Bai Chen chuckled lightly, spreading his hands, his gaze sweeping from bottom to top over the mature beauty under the night sky before he spoke. "Aunt Yun, you called me here so late, is there something going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun turned and opened the door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, saying, "Let's talk inside." Butler Lee and Black Tiger stepped forward simultaneously, their eyes warily watching Mu Yun. "Young master, be careful, it might be a trap." "No worries," Bai Chen replied nonchalantly. "What can a weak woman like Aunt Yun do to me?" After finishing his words, Bai Chen directly climbed into the big G with great confidence. In the distance, at the dark construction site, Zhang Tianfang, who was holding a telescope, saw Bai Chen get into the car and murmured through gritted teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes, "Next year on this day will be your death anniversary, Bai Chen." This construction site at the northern dam of the Jiangyu Grand Bridge happened to be a project contracted by the Chen Yun Group. Because of this, Mu Yun was able to temporarily disperse everyone on the site, even the cats and dogs. Even the surveillance cameras on the site were shut down. The aim was to create an unknown vacuum. To kill Bai Chen. At this moment, Bai Chen and Mu Yun were sitting in the back seat, with Mu Yun's driver driving the big G over the bumpy gravel road. This seemed to explain why Mu Yun had to change cars. However, just as this white big G was about to reach the riverbank of the construction site under Bai Chen's command, the driver suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, why is there a car ahead?" Just as this exclamation left the driver's mouth, bang! The blinding high beam lights instantly lit up, causing the three people in the car to involuntarily close their eyes. Bai Chen's reaction was particularly pronounced. This familiar scene made him exclaim, "Damn, it can't be coming again, right?" However, this time, the imagined portal to another world did not appear. Under the glare of the high beams, a shadow quickly approached, directly yanking open the driver's door and knocking the driver unconscious with some unknown object, tossing him out. Then, Bai Chen and Mu Yun saw an unexpected face. "President Yun, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, did you? Zhang Tianfang?" Mu Yun's exclamation immediately rang out. Looking at the suddenly appearing figure, she was filled with astonishment. She instinctively turned to glance at Bai Chen sitting beside her, who also wore a look of surprise. Then she quickly turned back to Zhang Tianfang and said, "Didn't I tell you to lie in ambush? Why are you coming out now? Do you know Bai Chen's men are right behind us?" Reckless. Mu Yun's voice sounded very anxious. However, at this moment, Zhang Tianfang had undergone a complete transformation from the sycophant he had been in front of Mu Yun. A fierce look flashed in Zhang Tianfang's eyes as he pointed his gun at Mu Yun and spoke directly, "President Yun, still playing tricks? Hurry up and drop the act." "Mu Yun, Bai Chen, stop the nonsense." Zhang Tianfang's voice was fierce, "Get out of the car. And you, my enemy who killed my son." The latter sentence was clearly directed at Bai Chen. After saying this, Zhang Tianfang got out of the car first, but the gun in his hand was still aimed at the car window. Bai Chen and Mu Yun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with deeper meaning. Then, the two opened the door and got out of the car. Zhang Tianfang quickly controlled the two of them, using his gun to point at Bai Chen and Mu Yun. With a fierce expression on his face, his eyes were filled with a strong sense of mockery as he slowly said, "President Yun, I really didn't expect that a person as upright as you in Jiang City would actually collude with someone like Bai Chen behind the scenes." Hearing Zhang Tianfang's words, Mu Yun leaned tightly against Bai Chen. After all, Mu Yun was also a woman. But she still forced herself to remain calm and shouted loudly, "I don't know what you're talking about." "You don't know?" Zhang Tianfang's voice was contemptuous. With his other hand, he slowly pulled out another gun from his pocket. This gun was the weapon Mu Yun had previously given him, and then he said, "The gun you gave me is loaded with blanks, right?" With a bang, Zhang Tianfang directly pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Although the firelight burst forth, There was indeed not a single bullet in the pistol. Are you trying to scare me with this kind of thing? Do you really think I'm an idiot, Zhang Tianfang? With a loud bang, Zhang Tianfang, furious, threw the fake gun away on the spot. Ah! Muyun gasped in fright, instinctively wanting to dive into Bai Chen's arms. Ding! Muyun's conversion rate plus 5%. Hearing the system's prompt, a hint of surprise appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Zhang Tianfang could actually assist me like this? Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that our conspiracy with Muyun had actually been exposed by Zhang Tianfang. That's right, when Zhang Tianfang came to find Muyun, didn't Bai Chen hear it all clearly? Although Muyun wanted to kill Bai Chen, it was absolutely impossible for her to be with Zhang Tianfang, because Bai Chen already knew all the details. So the two of them planned to put on a show for Zhang Tianfang, intending to kill Bai Chen by the river, but in the end, they actually wanted to kill Zhang Tianfang. However, Bai Chen and Muyun truly underestimated Zhang Tianfang. They always thought he was a worthless character, but who would have thought he actually had this kind of intelligence and discovered the anomaly? He even turned the tables on them? Indeed, even if he was just a small boss in the underground world, he was definitely not that simple. After scaring Muyun, Zhang Tianfang had already turned his gaze towards Bai Chen. In Bai Chen's presence, Zhang Tianfang's pupils were filled not only with intense rage but also a hint of sadness. He was clearly thinking of his son. In a hoarse voice, he spoke directly, Bai Chen, I really didn't expect that your Bai family could actually dominate Jiang City, and even Muyun from the Chen Yun group was willing to cooperate with you? It's just a pity. You didn't expect it, did you? You didn't expect me to expose you, did you? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Tianfang's laughter sounded extremely arrogant, but there was not much joy in it. Your Bai family members are now outside, unable to come in, while her people, Muyun's, are inside, unable to come out. I want to see what kind of extraordinary means you, the young master of Jiang City, have to escape this calamity today. Listening to Zhang Tianfang's words, a clear panic appeared in Muyun's eyes. She even had a feeling that instead of being bullied to death by Bai Chen, she was going to die at Zhang Tianfang's hands today, her little face turning pale. Her small hands tightly grasped Bai Chen's clothing. Even though Bai Chen was a jerk, he was now the only person who could give her a sense of security. However, Bai Chen's expression surprisingly showed no change, making it impossible to read. He calmly said, You're right, I don't have any subordinates around me right now, but, if you kill me, can you live? I never intended to live when I came here. Zhang Tianfang's voice surprisingly carried a sense of righteousness. There were already traces of tears in his pupils as he gritted his teeth and shouted at Bai Chen, I'm just a small local tyrant, while you, a high and mighty young master, the prince of Jiang City. I should be bowing and scraping before you, but you absolutely should not have killed my son, my only son. Accompanied by Zhang Tianfang's roar, his tears burst forth. You killed my son, and you actually thought you could settle it with a few gold bars. Do you think other people's lives can be measured with money in your Bai family's eyes? Gold bars? Hearing Zhang Tianfang's words, Bai Chen was taken aback. When did I give you gold? It wouldn't be my dad who gave it to you, would it? As he said this, Bai Chen shook his head in disbelief. Then, frowning with a look of disdain, he said, My dad too, has he gone senile? It's just killing someone, do you really need to give gold bars? What a disgrace, I'm embarrassed for him. As soon as Bai Chen said this, both Zhang Tianfang and Muyun, who was hiding behind him, were taken aback. Just killing someone? What's wrong with giving gold bars? Even if you kill a chicken, you should at least pay for it, right? Ding! Muyun's transformation rate plus 5%. This Bai Chen, how is he even worse than his father? Before Muyun could fully express her thoughts, Zhang Tianfang's roar echoed again. Enough! Shut up, bastard! You son of a bitch! I'll kill you right now! I'll kill you to avenge my son. While shouting, Zhang Tianfang even looked up at the sky and said, Son, watch closely, Dad is avenging you. Alright. While Zhang Tianfang was getting emotional, Bai Chen waved his hand dismissively and said impatiently, Damn it, why do you people always like to make such a fuss? Bai Chen, with an annoyed expression, pulled Muyun's small hand off himself. Then, stretching his neck, he looked at Zhang Tianfang and said, I admit, you can see through our plan, you do have a bit of brains, but... Bai Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. You've made two mistakes. The first mistake is your tendency to talk too much. You can't change it, can you? You see through it, yet you still have to explain it to me, showing off? The second mistake is that you're too close to me. After Bai Chen finished speaking, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Tianfang felt a sense of foreboding. Go to hell. With a bang, he pulled the trigger. The flash of the gun immediately shot towards Bai Chen. But Bai Chen? At the moment Zhang Tianfang fired, his figure moved like a ghost, directly sidestepping. Swish! The bullet from Zhang Tianfang's gun grazed past Bai Chen's arm, but neither Zhang Tianfang nor Mu Yun reacted in time. With a crisp sound, Zhang Tianfang's wrist suddenly collapsed, and the gun in his hand fell directly into another palm. The owner of that palm was Bai Chen. Ah! Zhang Tianfang's painful scream echoed. With a thud, he knelt down on the ground. Ding! Mu Yun's transformation rate plus 5%. Mu Yun was stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, shining with incredulity. Because Bai Chen, who had just been standing beside her, when did he get in front of Zhang Tianfang? Moreover, Zhang Tianfang was kneeling on the ground, clutching his arm. Yet Bai Chen was pointing Zhang Tianfang's gun at his head? This was all accomplished in the moment he fired? My God! Mu Yun's mouth opened slightly in surprise, making an astonished sound. What just happened in that instant? Ding! Mu Yun's transformation rate plus 5%. 54 compared to SpongeBob, I prefer cream puffs. Now, do you know where you went wrong? Bai Chen's indifferent voice came through. At this moment, he stood in front of Zhang Tianfang, pointing Zhang Tianfang's gun at his head. Zhang Tianfang tightly gripped his collapsed wrist, sweating profusely. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Bai Chen. His pupils were filled with hatred, anger, and of course, disbelief. No, it's impossible. Zhang Tianfang's voice came out as if he were biting his back teeth. You, how did you do it? It can't be that you, how could you have such skills? You see. Listening to Zhang Tianfang's shocked voice, Bai Chen spread his hands in frustration. This is your third mistake. The nature of this third mistake didn't need to be explicitly stated. Even Mu Yun, standing behind, was momentarily taken aback. Through her direct confrontations with Bai Chen over the past few days, she realized she had made the same mistake as Zhang Tianfang. In the eyes of everyone in Zhang City, Bai Chen had previously been nothing but a complete waste, a playboy. Every day, he relied on his father Bai Jinnan's influence to bully others. Apart from that, he was utterly useless. However, unexpectedly, in just a few days, Bai Chen had brought about a dramatic change in all her perceptions. Originally, Mu Yun thought that after all her years of planning and preparation, the Bai family would have no successors. She was still so young. When Bai Jinnan was no longer capable, she could leap to become the true master of Zhang City. But now it seemed, Mu Yun even felt a sense of defeat. Her gaze towards Bai Chen had changed. At that moment, looking at Bai Chen's handsome profile standing there, the words he had said after their first confrontation resurfaced in her mind. Should I really find a man I can rely on? Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 5%. Wait, what am I thinking? Suddenly, Mu Yun took a step back and shook her head frantically. Mu Yun, how can you be like this? Even if you want to find a man, it can't be Bai Chen. First, he's younger, and second, he's a celestial eunuch. Calm down, Mu Yun, you need to stay calm. At that moment, Mu Yun was desperately trying to persuade herself in her mind, but she didn't even realize that her previously pale face now had a hint of blush. Ah! At that moment, Zhang Tianfang's sudden scream made Mu Yun instantly push all her thoughts out of her mind. Son! My son! Forgive me, Dad can't avenge you anymore. Zhang Tianfang's wail had a somewhat dramatic feel, like something out of a TV show. Then, Zhang Tianfang's gaze hardened. He charged directly at Bai Chen, aiming to grab his hand and force him to shoot him dead. But, would Bai Chen let him succeed? Puff! A kick landed squarely on Zhang Tianfang's face. His mouth instantly became a bloody mess. He lay on the gravel, dazed. Blood seemed to clog his mouth and nose, making it hard to breathe, and he let out a faint cough. Meanwhile, Bai Chen wiped the blood off his shoe on the stones. Then, shaking the gun in his hand, he said lightly, "No, you absolutely mustn't die in my hands. I really don't want to kill anyone." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun, standing behind, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Just take it as I believe it. Then Bai Chen continued, "And Yun and I prepared so many people to perform this play with you, these resources can't go to waste, so." As Bai Chen said this, he turned and shouted loudly, "Wang Ji, where the hell are you hiding?" Bai Chen's shout startled Mu Yun. But soon, a small figure ran over from a distance, shouting, "Young master, I'm here." Wang Ji, dressed in a new outfit but still with a thin bandage wrapped around his head, hurriedly ran over from the darkness. When Mu Yun saw Wang Ji, she was a bit stunned, thinking, where did this person come from? Has he been here all along? Could it be? Bai Chen has already guessed that Zhang Tianfang would see through our plan? Whether Bai Chen guessed or not, as long as he didn't say anything, no one else could know. At that moment, Wang Ji had already hurriedly run up to Bai Chen, panting as he spoke, "Young master, I'm here, you can give your orders." Bai Chen tossed the handgun in his hand to Wang Ji and pointed at Zhang Tianfang on the ground, saying, "Drag him to the riverbank and let those prepared actors finish this scene." "Yes. Understood, young master." Wang Ji didn't understand Bai Chen's twisted sense of humor. If he wanted to kill Zhang Tianfang, he could do it right now. Why go through all this trouble? But how could Wang Ji know? This scene Bai Chen was orchestrating was not just for Zhang Tianfang. Wang Ji was already huffing and puffing as he dragged Zhang Tianfang's half-conscious body forward. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had come to Mu Yun's side and said, "Aunt Yun, your driver probably can't drive anymore, but I can. Aunt Yun, shall we get in the car?" Hearing Bai Chen's words, Mu Yun was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Isn't Zhang Tianfang already dealt with? Why are we still?" Before Mu Yun could finish her sentence, Bai Chen's voice interrupted, "Zhang Tianfang's matter has been handled, but it seems our business has been interrupted by him." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's pupils constricted slightly, and her heart skipped a beat. Yet she gritted her teeth, turned around, and walked to the other side of the G-Class, opening the passenger door and sitting down. The G-Class slowly drove out onto the gravel beach, leaving the unconscious driver behind to remain there. Before long, a calm river appeared before them. Bai Chen also brought the white G-Class to a stop by the riverbank. Through the rearview mirror, Bai Chen saw the tardy Wang Ji. When Wang Ji tossed Zhang Tianfang's dazed body onto the gravel beach, 10 black-clad assassins jumped out from the shadows. They looked at Zhang Tianfang in confusion, but after Wang Ji's explanation, they understood. Then, one by one, they pulled out their handguns and carefully attached silencers to them. They then aimed their guns directly at Zhang Tianfang on the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen smirked and turned to Mu Yun in the passenger seat, saying, "Aunt Yun, it's been a long time, how have you considered my request?" Mu Yun's pupils suddenly constricted. As expected, this bastard was going to pressure me again. But, Bai Chen, Mu Yun gritted her teeth and said, "Considering I call your father big brother, can we negotiate?" What is this, playing the emotional card? Unfortunately, it was useless with Bai Chen. "Sorry, Aunt Yun. My request is non-negotiable. You." Just as Mu Yun was about to retort, suddenly, puff 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 puff, the sound of gunfire with silencers rang out. Hearing this sound, Mu Yun was instantly startled and instinctively turned to look out the window. The scene before her made her panic and close her eyes immediately. Meanwhile, the system's prompt in Bai Chen's mind exploded. Ding! Detected that Zhang Tianfang's dismemberment level has reached 60%, gaining dismemberment points plus 3,000. Ding! Detected that Zhang Tianfang's dismemberment level has reached 70%, gaining dismemberment points plus 3,500. Ding! Detected. Ding! Detected that Zhang Tianfang's severance degree has reached 100%, gain severance points plus 5,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully completely severing a minor character. The severance blind box is being drawn. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a purple blind box plus 1. Bai Chen's severance points balance has reached 94,000 points, just 6,000 away from redeeming a golden legend again. And Zhang Tianfang's complete severance also allowed him to draw a purple blind box. Tonight has truly been fruitful. After the system's prompt in his mind quieted down, Bai Chen also noticed. Sitting beside him, Mu Yun had her eyes closed, gritting her teeth, her body slightly trembling. It seemed she couldn't even bear to imagine the scene of Zhang Tianfang being shot to death outside. Bai Chen kindly spoke to comfort her. "Aunt Yun, don't be afraid. If it really gets too much, just imagine Zhang Tianfang as SpongeBob. Then it won't be so scary." Ding! Mu Yun's conversion degree plus 5%. What the hell, imagine him as SpongeBob? Wouldn't that be even scarier? Hearing Bai Chen's voice, Mu Yun slowly opened her eyes, her face still a bit pale, but she still said to Bai Chen, "Can I understand it this way? If I don't agree to the conditions you proposed, I will become the next SpongeBob." Listening to Mu Yun's words, Bai Chen chuckled and looked at her. "Aunt Yun, you've misunderstood me. Rather than turning you into SpongeBob, I'd prefer a cream puff." Upon hearing this, Mu Yun was clearly taken aback. What does that mean? What's the problem? Isn't that just a dessert? Bai Chen looked at the innocent Mu Yun, amused in his heart, but he didn't show it too obviously, continuing to speak lightly. "Aunt Yun, you're not going to tell me you still need to think about it, right? Our time is running out." After saying this, Bai Chen fixed his gaze ahead, at the seemingly calm river. Mu Yun's eyes flickered. She could also see the situation outside through the rearview mirror. There was a black-clad assassin who, after turning Zhang Tianfang into SpongeBob, didn't leave. Instead, he formed a semicircle, surrounding the white G-Class from a distance. Although they were far away, standing there with white gloves and a silenced pistol, they looked quite imposing. Mu Yun knew that these 10 people, although arranged by her for Zhang Tianfang, actually came from the Bai family. A threat. A glaring threat. Mu Yun slowly closed her eyes. Her mind seemed to play a movie. Her daughter, everything her daughter had worked hard for the Chen Yun group. and the information Bai Chen had given her about the female assassins she had trained. It seemed she had no room for retreat, but the request Bai Chen made was actually, just thinking about this request made Mu Yun grit her teeth, he actually wanted. But Bai Chen is a well-known person. Suddenly, Mu Yun opened her eyes. That's right, Bai Chen has a congenital defect. Thinking of this, Mu Yun's expression seemed to become confident. The pallor on her face slowly faded, replaced by a confident smile. Then, sitting in the passenger seat, she gently adjusted her qipao. She became dignified and graceful again. At the same time, Mu Yun also spoke. Actually, I'm very curious. Even if I agree to your request, what can you do? Isn't Mu Yun being a bit too confident at this moment? It seems like she's making a fuss over her own celestial status, so is she deliberately acting this way now? But Bai Chen smiled. He turned to the self-assured Mu Yun and said lightly, since you asked sincerely, then I will generously tell you. After saying this, in the next moment, Mu Yun's eyes widened. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. This sudden tenfold decrease in conversion rate growth reminded Bai Chen of when he took on another burden back then. Indeed, putting effort into both the heart and language, although the frequency of obtaining severance values in conversion rates is slightly lower, the increase each time is still quite considerable. However, when it comes to deeper severance and conversion, the frequency of this value's growth increases, but the increase itself will decline. It seems this is entirely an adjustment made by the system based on Bai Chen's physical condition. But Bai Chen couldn't care less about that now. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. Ding! Mu Yun's grasp of flowers plus 0.5%. Ding! Mu Yun. On the quiet riverbank, a group of black-clad men stood ready, holding dark guns, standing with their hands behind their backs. They were constantly vigilant of their surroundings, and at the center they were guarding was a white G-class, but they were too far from the G-class to feel anything. At this moment, Mu Yun had her first realization in decades. I really have lived these years in vain. Indeed. In the past, she didn't want to be a pawn of the family and marry some so-called young master, so she fought against her family. Who said women are inferior to men? So she had struggled alone in Jiangqing for so many years. But it was only at this moment that Mu Yun understood why her mother had so desperately wanted her to get married. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kicked the windshield of that G-class. Just then, the ringtone of the phone she had placed on the armrest suddenly rang urgently. Without a second thought, Mu Yun chose to hang up. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Mu family's villa, Mu Chanqian listened to the busy tone on the phone, her gaze flickering, a serious expression in her eyes. Didn't Mom say she was going to meet Bai Chen? Why isn't she answering the phone? Could it be that Mom is in danger? In a hurry, Mu Chanqian dialed her mother's number again, but before the ringtone could sound twice, it was hung up again. No way! Mu Chanqian stood up anxiously from the sofa. Out of concern, her hands even trembled slightly as she put on her shoes and ran outside, dialing her mother's number once more. But this time, the call actually went through. SSS, I'm eating spicy hot pot. I'll be back in a bit. Before Mu Chanqian could say anything, she heard her mother's voice. Then, the other party hung up the phone directly. Beep 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 beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Mu Chanqian was left dumbfounded, in the middle of the night. My mom is eating spicy hot pot and didn't take me with her? Goodness, is that all you care about? Ding! Mu Chanqian's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding! Mu Chanqian's severance value plus 0.1%. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Bai Chen looked at the nearby Mu Yun in surprise and said, Aunt Yun, eating spicy hot pot? I really didn't expect you to have such a life. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 10%. Amidst such system prompts, the G-class finally found an opportunity to temporarily stop its work. At this moment, Bai Chen also whispered in Mu Yun's ear, Aunt Yun, do you understand now? You. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun pinched Bai Chen's back fiercely. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 1%. Bai Chen? When he heard this prompt sound, Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Mu Yun. Mu Yun's panel unfolded right in front of him. Name, Mu Yun. Identity, important female supporting character, Mu Chanqian's adoptive mother. Protagonist's ambiguous object, charm, 99, separation rate, 100%, conversion rate, 81%. As for the charm value that had only increased slightly after evolution, Bai Chen no longer cared. What he was mainly focused on was that conversion rate. Just now, Mu Yun's conversion rate had directly increased by 10%, which made Bai Chen quite happy. Although he knew that converting a person was slightly easier than separating one, Mu Yun was still an important female supporting character. Even if he couldn't completely convert her in one day in the car, it would definitely have a significant effect. But why had Muyun's conversion rate increase turned into 1%? That seemed a bit too much of a drop, right? Could it be that after this day, Muyun's resistance had increased? It really seemed to be the case. However, Bai Qin quickly felt relieved. After all, it had already exceeded 80%. Why should he still worry? Anyway, he and this Muyun were definitely not a one-time deal. You little rascal, what are you thinking? At this moment, Muyun's way of addressing Bai Qin had changed. Bai Qin didn't know if he had thought it through. After hearing Muyun's question, he directly replied, I was thinking, when can I eat some rice with gravy? Rice with gravy? Muyun was taken aback by Bai Qin's words. Then she said somewhat strangely, you, the distinguished young master of the Bai family, how could you have such a wish? Can't you just have your delicacies piled on rice at home? Bai Qin, whatever. Bai Qin also stood up and said, it's getting late, Aunt Jun, we should go home. After hearing Bai Qin's words, Muyun's face turned slightly red, and she bit her back molar lightly. You little rascal, after doing this to me, you still call me. Bai Qin was taken aback. What should I call you then? Muyun rolled her eyes charmingly. Don't call me. And Bai Qin almost laughed out loud, then shrugged, I'll go drive. Wait a minute. Muyun hurriedly stopped Bai Qin. Give me my shoes. Where are the shoes? They're still stuck on the glass. But for the surrounding assassins, seeing the slowly starting white G-class, each of them showed a relieved expression. They all sighed. Goodness, it's been 2.5 hours. Are we finally leaving? However, when they saw the white G-class turning around, each of them instantly became tense. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few sounds came as they approached the G-class, and the leader, frowning, spoke seriously, Young master, have you been attacked? Are there other ambushing gunmen here? Gunmen? Upon hearing this, both Bai Qin, who was driving, and Muyun, sitting in the passenger seat, were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and Bai Qin asked, where did the gunman come from? When was I attacked? Listening to Bai Qin's response, the subordinate was slightly stunned, pointing at the windshield of the white G-class with a confused expression. Young master, aren't those 2 bullet holes? Bullet holes? Ding! Muyun's conversion rate plus 1%. Pfft, Bai Qin almost laughed out loud, then waved his hand and said, those are not bullet holes, those are. Don't say it! Ding! Muyun's transformation rate plus 1%. With a snap, Muyun grabbed Bai Qin's arm, seemingly pinching him without making a sound. Bai Qin's smile was utterly carefree. However, he turned to his subordinates and said, ask what you need to ask, don't ask what you shouldn't, get lost. After saying this, Bai Qin stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving a few bewildered assassins staring blankly at the taillights of the big G, looking utterly confused. Isn't that a bullet hole? What else could it be? It didn't matter anymore. Bai Qin had already taken Muyun away from the construction site. From a distance, they saw Butler Lee and Black Tiger standing next to a Santana on the main road. These two were truly dedicated. However, upon seeing the bullet hole on the windshield, they immediately spoke seriously. Young master, did something happen? Ding! Muyun's transformation rate plus 1%. It seemed that the bullet hole issue couldn't be ignored. But Bai Qin certainly wouldn't share the details of himself and Muyun with others. So he waved his hand and said, Uncle Lee, you and Uncle Tiger take Yun's car and find a place to replace the windshield. Hearing Bai Qin's arrangement, both Uncle Lee and Black Tiger were momentarily stunned. Black Tiger quickly spoke up. Young master, what about you? No one is protecting you, it's late at night. Ah! Bai Qin waved his hand and said, don't forget, this is Jiang City. I sent a gift to the Liangyue bar, they should be receiving it soon. For a short time, no one should be looking for trouble. But, Butler Lee and Black Tiger seemed to want to say something, but were interrupted by Bai Qin. What, does my word not carry weight anymore? Ah! The two exchanged glances. Young master, please don't be angry, we'll take care of it right away. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Butler Lee and Black Tiger, Bai Qin drove away with Muyun. However, he didn't go far before making a U-turn and driving back. As he passed by Black Tiger and Butler Lee, he rolled down the window and instructed, by the way, don't throw away the replaced windshield, I want to keep it as a memento. Ding! Muyun's transformation rate plus 1%. Muyun's fingers instantly landed on the soft flesh at Bai Qin's waist. You little rascal. What do you mean? Ha 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 ha. It didn't hurt. In fact, Bai Qin let out a hearty laugh. With a stomp on the gas, the black Puzang disappeared into the dark night without lights. Meanwhile, Bai Qin was driving Muyun home. On the other side, at the unfinished Jiangyu Bridge team, deep in Yuqing, on a street filled with neon lights and indulgence, the neon sign of Liangyue Bar flickered with a glamorous glow. A black van sped up and screeched to a halt at the entrance of Liangyue Bar. The bartender and waitstaff rushed to greet the incoming guests. Unexpectedly, the back door of the van suddenly opened, and a huge body bag was thrown out. Then, with a stomp on the gas, the van sped away. The staff looked utterly bewildered. Instinctively, they approached the body bag. What is this? Ah! What the hell? As they pulled open a small opening, the person instantly turned pale, their face filled with terror, and then they frantically ran towards the inside of Liangyue bar. At this moment, deep within Liangyue bar, far from the noise, at the end of a quiet corridor, there was a tightly closed door. Inside the room, a faint red glow emanated. Within this glow, two women, their faces invisible but distinguishable by their graceful forms, could be seen. Sitting at a small round table, each person held a wineglass, savoring its contents. One voice, sounding somewhat cold, slowly said after taking a sip, "Sister, you've been abroad for so many years, and now that you're back, you want me to help you with such a dangerous task. Isn't that putting me in a difficult position?" Another woman chuckled lightly and replied, "What difficulty is there for you, Ajay? Didn't you send your capable assistant to Jiangqing to apologize to that guy? Considering the time, your assistant should be back by now, right?" Just as the woman finished speaking, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed. Hearing the knock, both women set down their wineglasses. The initial cold voice came out again, "Come in." The door opened. Bright light from the corridor spilled in, illuminating the two women. The first thing that caught the eye was a light blue sequin long dress, with a deep V neckline. The owner of the blue dress had long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking so smooth. She seemed like a spirit emerging from the depths of the ocean. However, her slightly mature pupils lacked a bit of spirit, appearing somewhat cold. The other woman was in stark contrast to the one in the blue dress. There was no need to mention her outfit. Just her makeup spoke volumes. Large earrings that seemed like they might pull her small ears down. It was hard to tell if her lipstick was black or dark brown, paired with heavy smoky eyes. And that bizarre hairstyle. Wasn't she just a little punk? One could tell from her appearance who the cold voice belonged to. The one who pushed the door open was naturally the pale-faced waiter, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. As soon as he entered, he addressed the woman in the long dress, "B-boss, Manager Wang. He has returned." Upon hearing this, the little punk confidently shrugged and said, "See, sister, didn't I tell you? This matter is settled. I know exactly what that guy is." However, the woman in the long dress frowned slightly. The little punk couldn't tell, but she could see that the state of the waiter was off. So she frowned and said, "Then why doesn't he come to see me?" Well, the waiter, unsure if it was fear or something else, raised his head with a troubled expression and said, "Boss, why don't you go see him yourself?" Upon hearing this, a cold light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the woman in the long dress. The little punk was slightly taken aback and turned to look at her. Even she felt something was off. The two women exchanged glances and turned to walk outside. The waiter led the way. They directly circled to the back door of their Cool Moon bar. Clearly, he had already sent someone to move the so-called Manager Wang. And there, on the somewhat chaotic ground by the back door, was a body bag still seeping blood. Both women's faces turned pale simultaneously. Ding! Lian Yu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. How could this happen? The little punk rushed forward, trembling as she slowly lifted a corner of the body bag. The next second, ugh! She instantly turned pale and leaned to the side, dry heaving on the ground. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Meanwhile, the woman in the long dress, Liang Yu, stood tall in place, though she held back from stepping forward. But that tightly clenched fist could also reveal her current psychological state. She turned directly to the little delinquent on the ground who was retching and coldly shouted, "Look, this is the good deed you've done." Cough cough. The little delinquent, Lin Siyu, stood up while coughing and turned to Liang Yu, saying, "Sister, I didn't expect this either. That Bai Qin is just a useless brat in his own territory. If he knew about Liang Yu bar, he definitely wouldn't dare to act like this. Unless..." At this point, Lin Siyu seemed to think of something, her voice stiffening as she said, "Unless it was his father, Bai Jinan, who took action." Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Nonsense! Liang Yu's voice remained icy. Creating such a huge commotion in Jiangcheng, almost killing Bai Chun, how could Bai Jinan not be furious? "It's also my fault. It's my fault for spoiling you too much and not considering Bai Jinan's issue. It led to this situation." Sigh. Liang Yu sighed softly, feeling a bit guilty as she said, "Let's just prepare to face the wrath of the Bai family in Jiangcheng." Ding! Liang Yu's rupture value plus 1%. But at that moment, Lin Siyu slowly straightened her body. Although her little face was still a bit pale, there was a different glimmer in her eyes. "My Lin family in Yucheng is not to be trifled with. Just then, a waiter approached, holding a bloodied object, his face pale as he said to Liang Yu, "Be boss. There are words on this. Read it." Liang Yu's voice was filled with anger. The waiter quickly began, "It says, this is a gift from this young master to Boss Liang. Does Boss Liang like it? Ding. Liang Yu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Impossible. This was actually done by that Bai Chen? In Jiancheng, Bai Chen was driving Mu Yun home, listening to the system notification sound echoing in his mind. A knowing expression appeared in his eyes. Lin Siyu? That little delinquent? I never expected the one who tried to kill me would be her. Indeed, when Bai Chen heard the system notification about Liang Yu's rupture value, he realized that the man with gold-rimmed glasses he had sent to Liang Yue Bar had delivered the goods. Liang Yu was, of course, the owner of Liang Yue Bar. And at the same time that Liang Yu's rupture value increased, there was also someone named Lin Siyu. In an instant, Bai Chen understood that these two were together now. He also confirmed on the spot that Lin Siyu was the true mastermind behind the assassination attempt on him. Bai Chen was very familiar with the original plot. Lin Siyu was the young lady of the Lin family in Yucheng. The status of the Lin family in Yucheng was on par with that of the Bai family in Jiangcheng. They were both one of the dominant families in the entire southern region. Of course, Lin Siyu had another very interesting identity. That was, Bai Chen's fiancé. That's right, Bai Chen was already married to Shin Qingying, so why did he still have a fiancé? The original text did not explain this in detail at the beginning. It was only when the protagonist officially took action against the Bai family that this event was brought to light. The protagonist always felt that there seemed to be an invisible hand helping him from the shadows when he acted against the Bai family. When he first met that little delinquent, everything became clear. He had asked why Lin Siyu wanted to help him take down the Bai family. Lin Siyu told him it was because he had killed Bai Chen for her. The reason she hated Bai Chen was that they originally had a marriage contract. But Bai Chen was a eunuch, and the whole world knew about it, so she found an excuse to hide abroad, turning Tianyan Bai Chen into a joke for the entire southern region. But unexpectedly, Bai Chen, bound by a marriage contract, didn't care at all about this so-called fiancé and actually got married to someone else in Jiang City. Originally, it was Tianyan's Bai Chen who was the joke, but now, that joke had become her. How could Lin Siyu swallow this? At that moment, Bai Chen, who was driving, suddenly realized that the assassination attempt on him at Liang Yue Bar made sense in an instant. A playful smile appeared in his eyes. So it's the Lin family from Yucheng? Ha! The old Bai Chen might have had some reservations, but now, Lin Siyu, you were the one who made the first move. Bai Chen's smile carried a different kind of meaning. At this time, Mu Yun, sitting in the passenger seat and still not fully calmed down, curiously asked, "What are you thinking? Laughing so happily?" Interrupted by Mu Yun, Bai Chen pulled back his thoughts and looked at the mature woman sitting beside him. Bai Chen smiled slightly. "I was thinking, it's so late, where can I find a place that sells spicy hot pot?" "You." Mu Yun's eyes flickered as she recalled the time she and Bai Chen were together when their daughter called. Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 1%. "You. Shut up, don't say anything more. Ha 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 ha." Watching the usually aloof and elegant Mu Yun show such a girlish demeanor beside him, Bai Chen's laughter grew increasingly wild. Not long after, Bai Chen's black Volkswagen slowly stopped outside Mu Yun's villa. At this moment, Bai Chen's right hand was still resting on the passenger seat, but Mu Yun had her eyes closed, leaning against the seat, her hands resting on Bai Chen's. Bai Chen remembered the first time in Mu Yun's office during the tea incident. Mu Yun would instinctively pull away at the first sign of his movement, not giving him any chance at all. But now, Bai Chen found it amusing. Looking at Mu Yun, who still had her eyes closed, Bai Chen said, "Aunt Yun, you're home, my hand is numb." Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 1%. Mu Yun's cheeks flushed quickly, and she opened her eyes, immediately swatting Bai Chen's hand away, saying, "Who cares?" But her expression didn't match her words. Because of this, Mu Yun was momentarily stunned, and her first reaction after sitting up straight was, "What's wrong with me? Clearly, I was so disgusted with this scoundrel Bai Chen yesterday, how come now? Could it be just because of him? Mu Yun, how can you be such a shallow woman?" Mu Yun even felt a bit frustrated with herself. Thus, she directly said, "I'm not talking to you anymore." Then she opened the car door, her movements seeming to suggest she wanted to escape. However, after opening the door, Mu Yun didn't get out immediately. Instead, she checked her clothes for any issues. Once she was satisfied, she jumped out of Bai Chen's car, not looking back as she prepared to leave quickly. But at that moment, Bai Chen rolled down the window and called out, "Aunt Yun." Hearing this voice, Mu Yun was instantly startled, turning to make a chew gesture at Bai Chen inside the car. "Can't you be quieter? What if Qianqian isn't asleep yet?" But Bai Chen didn't care. He raised his face and pointed at Mu Yun, saying, "Aunt Yun, did you forget something?" You. Ding. Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 1%. Although she had never experienced such a thing, she could tell what Bai Chen meant. But she stood there, feeling extremely conflicted, even a bit stomping her feet. That bastard. What more does he want? He has already gotten me, and yet, this is simply too much. But, if I don't satisfy him, he'll keep shouting and wake Xian up. What a bastard. Mu Yun gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Then she quickly ran to Bai Chen's car, circling around to the driver's side. Looking at Bai Chen, who had rolled down the window, she leaned her head out. However, before she could get close to Bai Chen, he directly said, "Aunt Yun, goodbye." With a loud roar, the engine revved. Bai Chen's car suddenly sped away. All that was left was Mu Yun, pouting and bending over, standing there in a daze. Ding! Mu Yun's transformation degree plus 1%. Why ya. Mu Yun felt like she was about to explode. That bastard. That big bastard. She used to call Bai Chen a little bastard, after all, her status was what it was. But after today, she realized that Bai Chen was a big kid, so she might as well stop calling him a little bastard. At this moment, Mu Yun also understood for the first time what it meant to be unable to resist the urge. Standing there, infuriated, Mu Yun was also worried that Bai Chen would wake Mu Qianxian. Little did she know that after hanging up the phone, Mu Qianxian hadn't slept at all. Now, standing on the third floor of the villa, she stared at her mother, looking completely bewildered. Because of the darkness of the night, and since Bai Chen hadn't gotten out of the car, she had no idea who was sitting in that Santana. But she was sure that it was definitely a man. Mu Yun trembled, her hands gripping the window in front of her, her voice stiff and her face pale. My mom seems to be in love. Ding! Mu Qianxian split value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianxian split value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Qianxian split value plus 1%. After just messing with Mu Yun, Bai Chen was happily speeding through the streets of Jiangcheng at night when he suddenly heard the system prompt in his mind. He almost slammed on the brakes. His eyes showed clear surprise. Why did Mu Qianxian's split value suddenly increase so much? That's right, he knew that Mu Qianxian was the main character's third senior sister, but for a character of the female-led level, the normal increase in split value was only 0.1%. But now, could it be that she saw me with Mu Yun? Bai Chen rubbed his chin with one hand, but soon a playful smile appeared in his eyes. So what if she saw? It doesn't change anything. After all, she'll be having rice with me sooner or later. TCH. With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away again. Bai Chen was really happy today. First, his split points were not far from the next golden legend. Second, he had taken down Mu Yun, split from Jiang Tianfang, and even learned the true culprit behind the assassination attempt on him. How could Bai Chen not be happy? Moreover, Bai Chen hadn't forgotten. Splitting from Jiang Tianfang had even earned him a purple blind box. Although purple was far inferior to gold, it was still something belonging to the main character. Why not take it? Thus, on his way home, Bai Chen directly spoke to the system, "Open that purple blind box for me." Ding! The system's prompt sounded without any delay. The purple blind box is being opened. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the purple blind box. Reward, address of the Listening Rain Tower office plus 3. Bai Chen. Listening Rain Tower? Behind this rather cringeworthy name, there surprisingly follows the words office. It's truly ridiculous. When reading the original work, Bai Chen had already complained about this matter. Now, Bai Chen certainly knows what the Listening Rain Tower is. The master of the Listening Rain Tower, unsurprisingly, is the Dragon King protagonist. The Listening Rain Tower is an intelligence organization under the Dragon King protagonist, responsible for gathering first-hand information from various aspects. The offices of the Listening Rain Tower are spread throughout the entire territory. Bai Chen even knows that there are definitely more than 3 offices in Zheng City. Moreover, the core staff within these offices are all experts at gathering information. Bai Chen is quite certain that the Listening Rain Tower has long known about his assassination and the fact that he intends to eliminate Jiang Hao and Jiang Tianfang. However, Bai Chen currently has no way of knowing whether the Listening Rain Tower has infiltrated his home and is aware that he is not Tian Yan. The rewards from this purple blind box, compared to the silver and gold blind boxes, are indeed slightly inferior. However, this is still a good thing. If he were to take out the Listening Rain Tower office that the protagonist is affiliated with in advance, wouldn't that be equivalent to blinding one of the protagonist's eyes? Ding! Bai Chen's phone chimed with a message notification. Without even looking, Bai Chen knew it was the system sending him the addresses of those 3 offices through special channels. Although the purple blind box only provided him with the addresses of 3 offices, who says Bai Chen can't use these 3 offices to find the locations of other offices? Once the protagonist storms into the south, only to suddenly discover that all his spies planted throughout the region are blind. That feeling must be incredibly satisfying, right? Just thinking about it made Bai Chen a bit excited. There's no time to waste, since the system has provided it, then. Let's talk about it after I wake up tomorrow. After all, it's already late at night. Even though he now possesses the strength of a dragon and the bones of a tiger, the people working for him are still ordinary folks. He should let them rest, right? Sigh. Bai Chen lamented. Now, a boss as open-minded as me is hard to come by, isn't it? Hey, wait a minute. With the appearance of the words listening rain tower, the plot of the original work began to resurface in Bai Chen's mind bit by bit. If I remember correctly, before the protagonist was released, the current head of the listening rain tower should be called Old Seven, right? As he thought of the name Old Seven, a girl in a flowing white dress appeared vividly before Bai Chen. In an instant, Bai Chen's expression changed, and a smile crept onto his lips. I didn't get a chance to act against you before because I was in a hurry, but now, it seems my thoughts have opened up. Tonight, who knows how many people will struggle to sleep. But after a busy day, Bai Chen would definitely sleep soundly. He slept until he naturally woke up, and by the time he got out of bed, it was already afternoon. However, after getting up, Bai Chen received some good news. Sitting in his study, with the humanoid carpet Xiaorou beneath his feet, Wang Ji stood before him, trembling as he reported, "Young master, I have taken over Jiang Tianfang's subordinates and territory, but..." At this point, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Wang Ji's face as he said, "Young master, I must apologize to you first. Because, as a small figure, I certainly couldn't suppress Jiang Tianfang's subordinates, so I took over in your name. Please don't hold it against me." I understand, Bai Chen replied, neither happy nor sad, leaving Wang Ji unsure if what he did was right or wrong. However, what he didn't know was that Bai Chen was aware of his talent in this area. So, as long as Wang Ji completed the tasks assigned to him, Bai Chen wouldn't question how he did it. For instance, Bai Chen didn't even ask how Wang Ji took over Jiang Tianfang's territory yesterday. Because he didn't care about the process, he only cared about the results. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of any tricks Wang Ji might pull. Because all he needed to do was glance at Wang Ji, and his panel would unfold right before him. As long as the 100% conversion rate remained unchanged for a day, it proved that Wang Ji wouldn't betray him that day. "You did well, go find Uncle Li for your reward." Hearing Bai Chen's voice, a look of surprise appeared on Wang Ji's face, and he quickly replied, "Young master, thank you for your appreciation, thank you for your cultivation. I wouldn't dare to claim the reward. Young master has already given me Jiang Tianfang's territory, I'm content." Content? Originally, Wang Ji was trying to flatter him, but who knew that upon hearing this, Bai Chen's tone changed. Wang Ji was instantly drenched in cold sweat, frantically thinking about what he had said wrong. Then he heard Bai Chen's somewhat disdainful voice, "You're content with just Jiang Tianfang's territory? My subordinates don't need trash like you." With a thud, Wang Ji knelt down, drenched in sweat, his face pale. "Young master." A voice that sounded somewhat desolate came out, "My life belongs to you, whatever you ask me to do, I will do. But young master, I really didn't understand your meaning. I am guilty." In any case, he decided to admit his mistake first. But Bai Chen smiled lightly and said, "Since you have taken over Jiang Tianfang's territory, you should know which big shots in this circle are at odds with him, right?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ji was slightly taken aback. Then he instinctively nodded and immediately asked, "Young master, do you mean?" Bai Chen waved his hand, "They hold more territories, don't you feel tempted?" Tempted? Wang Ji was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a spark of surprise lit up in his eyes. "I understand now, young master. I understand your meaning. I am not content, I am far from content. How could I dare to be content?" Wang Ji was indeed a clever man. Bai Chen, satisfied, waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, if you encounter anything you can't handle, come find me." "Yes. Alright, young master, I'm going right now." Wang Ji, with a face full of excitement, got up from the ground and ran off. What Bai Chen wanted was for Wang Ji to use Jiang Tianfang's territory to gradually encroach upon the entire underground world of Jiang City. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the entire underground world of Jiang City would kneel before him, just like Wang Ji. Bai Chen was looking forward to that day. Not long after Wang Ji left, while enjoying a foot massage, Bai Chen once again heard a knock on the door. He also heard the strong voice of Black Tiger, "Young master, as per your instructions, the brothers have gathered." Good. Bai Chen clapped the armrest of the sofa and stood up. The next second, a cry of pain came again. Ding! Xiaorou's severance value plus 1%. Bai Chen stumbled again and turned to look, slightly embarrassed. On the ground, Xiaoro was covering her mouth tightly, tears welling up in her eyes once more. Ding! Xiaoro's severance value plus 1%. I actually forgot that Xiaoro was using me as a carpet again because I was too comfortable. Goodness. But this time, Xiaoro seemed to remember Bai Chen's earlier words deeply. If I called out again, she would cut off my tongue. So now, even though I was really in pain, she tightly covered her mouth. Cough cough. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen couldn't help but smirk and cough lightly, saying, "Not bad, keep it up." Keep it up? Do you plan to step on me for a lifetime? Ding! Xiaoro's cutting value plus 1%. Bai Chen had important matters to attend to today, so now was not the time to think about Xiaoro. After leaving the study, Bai Chen looked at the burly black tiger and directly instructed, "Send out a team of capable hands to Rain City to take care of some things. I've already sent you the address." Hearing Bai Chen's words, Black Tiger took out his phone and saw the message Bai Chen had sent him. At first glance, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he spoke in surprise, "Young master, these places seem to be the Lin family's properties in Rain City." Hearing Black Tiger's astonished voice, Bai Chen calmly turned to look at him and replied, "I know, is there a problem?" Seeing Bai Chen's nonchalant expression made Black Tiger's heart skip a beat, but he quickly nodded, "I understand, young master, I'll arrange it right away." Bai Chen nodded and continued, "After arranging it, take the rest of the people and go out with me." Upon hearing this, Black Tiger curiously asked, "Young master, what are we going to do?" "Of course, we're going to stir up some trouble." Without any hesitation, Bai Chen answered brightly. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes as he rubbed his hands together and said, "Don't forget, I'm a young master. I haven't had fun in a long time." Before long, Bai Chen, now dressed in a fitted deep blue suit, slowly walked out of his villa. Bai Chen had a good foundation, and with the protagonist's dragon-like physique, he looked incredibly handsome in the suit. Just as Bai Chen stepped out of the villa, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Boom! A thunderclap struck down. Immediately, dark clouds rolled in, and large raindrops began to fall. At the Heart Rain Fruit Supermarket, a fruit store that was neither too big nor too small, there were surprisingly 7 or 8 male staff members inside. At this moment, due to the heavy rain, several of them were hurriedly moving the fruits displayed outside to the shelter. At this time, Bai Chen, braving the downpour and in a hurry, dashed into the shelter. He looked rushed. A staff member, drenched in just finished moving a pile of fruits, gasped for breath and asked Bai Chen, "Customer, what would you like?" Bai Chen shook the rainwater from his hair, pointed at the 2 baskets of watermelons the staff member had just brought back, and said lightly, "Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" Hearing this, the staff member replied matter-of-factly, "Of course they're ripe. Do you think I would sell you unripe melons?" As he spoke, he bent down to pick a watermelon for Bai Chen. But Bai Chen immediately added, "I'll ask you again. Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe?" After hearing this, the bending staff member paused slightly, slowly straightening up. His gaze towards Bai Chen turned unfriendly. "Are you looking for trouble?" Just as the staff member finished speaking, others inside noticed the commotion and came over one after another. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen smiled slightly. Swish! With a loud bang, a half-meter-long, gleaming machete was drawn directly from the back of his suit. Smack! With one swift stroke, it sliced into the watermelon crate, instantly ruining at least 4 or 5 watermelons inside. "Damn it!" The drenched store clerk erupted in anger. "Are you seriously chopping my melons?" The furious clerk shoved Bai Chen, sending him tumbling into the heavy rain. However, Bai Chen barely got wet. Smack! A massive black umbrella suddenly opened above his head. Standing next to Bai Chen was a towering figure in a black suit, the Black Tiger, who was over 2 meters tall. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Bai Chen's mouth, and amidst the sound of rain, his slightly hoarse voice emerged, "You were the one who made the first move. You were the one who made the first move." As Bai Chen's slightly hoarse voice fell, the pupils of the 7 or 8 clerks in the store slowly widened. The clerk who had just pushed Bai Chen was even trembling slightly in his legs. From his wide-open eyes, one could clearly see the reflection of Bai Chen standing there, one hand in his pocket, beside him the Black Tiger in a black suit, holding a pitch-black umbrella. And right behind the two of them, one black umbrella after another appeared. In an instant, the entire street was filled with these black umbrellas. Beneath each black umbrella stood a man in a black suit. In fact, Bai Chen had often seen such scenes in the original novel. Of course, these scenes usually happened to the protagonist. At that time, Bai Chen thought it was a bit too juvenile to write about such things. But when he found himself in the midst of it, the overwhelming sense of pressure hit him, and he instantly understood why the protagonist in the original story enjoyed creating such moments on rainy days. Especially now, watching the fear in the other person's eyes deepen. This feeling was exhilarating. Bai Chen was increasingly realizing how thrilling it was to bully others. The clerk who had just pushed Bai Chen now looked pale to the extreme. The water on his head was no longer just rainwater but sweat. Sweat poured out in streams. His voice seemed to stumble over his own tongue. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. You can chop this melon as you please. But Bai Chen, with one hand in his pocket, merely flicked the water off his shoulder. He didn't even glance at the clerk and said, if apologies were useful, what do you need this group of people behind me for? After his words fell, Bai Chen slowly raised his right hand and then gently brought it down. Thud 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 thud. It was as if a switch had been pressed. Beneath the black umbrellas behind Bai Chen, gleaming machetes sprang out like they were equipped with springs. Immediately after, screams followed. Ah! No! Who are you? You! Murder! Murder! The men in black suits behind Bai Chen surged into the not-so-big fruit supermarket like a tide. The droplets of water flying in the air glimmered with a hint of red. They could be mistaken for the juice splattering from the watermelons. The outermost black-clad men turned around immediately, forming a human wall that quickly concealed the scene inside. I don't know if this is unnecessary. In any case, the crowd of hurried passers-by came and went in the heavy rain. When they saw this place, with its imposing presence and oppressive atmosphere, they wisely chose to take a detour. Some even blocked the road, causing the vehicles to start reversing in droves. At this moment, Bai Chen had already turned around, standing at an angle, unsure if he was unwilling to see the scene inside or simply too lazy to look. The system's notification sound had already echoed in his mind. Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 0.1%. Hearing this sound, Bai Chen's gaze paused slightly. Such a low increase in rupture value, he had only seen it on the core female protagonist before. He didn't expect that this old 7, a grown man, would have a rupture value increase similar to that of the protagonist's women. Interesting, a faint smile appeared on Bai Chen's face. Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 0.1%. Accompanied by the increasingly faint screams, the system's notification sound continued to ring in Bai Chen's mind. However, this situation did not last long. Swish! With a sound, Bai Chen turned his head slightly. His subordinates had already exited the fruit supermarket. They were very polite and thoughtfully helped to pull down the rolling shutter of the supermarket. They even hung up a closed for business sign. At this moment, the black tiger, who was responsible for holding the umbrella for Bai Chen and had one side of his body slightly wet, finally spoke. Young master, it should be over here. So soon? Hearing the black tiger's voice, Bai Chen paused slightly. Then he understood and nodded with a faint smile. As expected, my subordinates are quite adept at doing such things. I almost forgot, I am the villain. What I excel at is smashing, looting, and burning. Shouldn't I promote this immediately? Let's go. Next one. The system had rewarded Bai Chen with 3 addresses. Let's make the most of it today. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the street where Bai Chen saved Wang Ji, there was a herbal medicine shop with only the character on its sign. In the back hall, in a room that looked ancient and elegant, sat Chi-Yi, the protagonist's 7th senior sister. She was still wearing a similar white long dress, with her slender arms exposed. She was sitting behind a tea table, skillfully brewing tea. Opposite her sat an old man with a head full of white hair, even sporting a long white beard, looking youthful despite his age, exuding an air of immortality. Beside this old man stood a man who looked to be in his late 20s, dressed in clean and tidy casual clothes. Although it was casual wear, it was clearly well put together. At this moment, he was staring at Chi-Yi, who was brewing tea, his eyes wide with admiration, almost drooling. The old man, with his immortal demeanor, looked at the young man in such a state and bluntly interrupted, "Hey, kid, your eyes are about to pop out. Get a grip." The old man with the white beard surprisingly didn't speak in an archaic manner, which felt a bit unexpected. Not important. Upon hearing this, Chi-Yi showed no reaction. However, the young man was startled, quickly sitting up straight, awkwardly saying, "Forgive me, Elder Chi. It's just that your granddaughter is like a celestial being descended to earth," and I momentarily lost my composure. From the way he addressed him, it was clear that this old man was the so-called Old 7. This sounded like flattery towards Chi-Yi. While saying this, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Chi-Yi, but she remained indifferent. Old 7 snorted lightly and said, "Humph. Being lecherous is being lecherous. Why say it so nicely?" The young man's face turned even more awkward. But being called out so directly, there was surprisingly no anger in his eyes. Instead, he raised his head and said earnestly, "Old 7, although I, Gu Cheng, am young, I am definitely not lecherous. My feelings for Miss Chi-Yi are completely sincere." So, this young man named Gu Cheng seemed to want to say more, but Old 7 showed no mercy, raising a hand to interrupt. you don't need to express your determination to me. I won't interfere in Xiaoye's personal matters. Whether you like her or not is not for me to decide, it depends on what our Xiaoye wants. Just as old Seven finished speaking, Xiaoye's melodious voice came through, Grandpa, have some tea. Saying this, she gently placed a small cup of tea leaves in front of old Seven. Just as Gu Qing was about to reach out for it, he noticed that Qiyi had already stood up and was walking away. Gu Qing's hand froze in midair. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, old Seven let out a hearty laugh, looking at Gu Qing with some sympathy. Kid, it seems you need to work a bit harder. As he spoke, he was about to lift the teacup, but at that moment, he actually dropped it. Smack! The teacup fell onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. Upon seeing this, a deep expression suddenly burst forth in old Seven's eyes. It was at this moment that hurried footsteps echoed, and a frantic figure rushed in. Upon seeing others present, the figure paused for a moment, but seeming to find the situation very urgent, hurried to old Seven's side and whispered something in his ear. 3 seconds later. What? Old Seven exclaimed in shock, standing up from the ground and shouting, in broad daylight, they actually dare to do such things? After standing up, old Seven wasted no time and turned to walk out. Qiyi, of course, was concerned for her grandfather and instinctively followed. Grandpa, what happened? Hearing Qiyi's question, old Seven gritted his teeth slightly and said, it's nothing, Grandpa will handle it himself. No! Qiyi's attitude was very firm. Grandpa, Xiaoye has returned from retraining, and she is not the same as before. Xiaoye can help. Upon hearing return from training, old Seven was slightly moved, but in the end, he actually nodded, alright. But Gu Qing also stood up, shamelessly declaring, I will go too. In Jiangchun, my Gu family still has some say. TSK TSK TSK. Just from that statement, it's clear you don't care about the family at all. Ding. Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Sitting in the back seat of a Mercedes, Bai Chen suddenly heard the system's prompt sound ringing urgently in his mind. Bai Chen paused slightly. He had just pulled 2 offices of Tingyu Lu, and was now on his way to the 3rd office. Logically, there shouldn't be any rupture value generated during this time. However, a deeper light flickered in Bai Chen's eyes. As expected of Tingyu Lu, the news is so well informed. They've already resolved 2 issues, and old Seven has received the news? But it's even better that he received the news. This is exactly the effect Bai Chen wanted. Not only can I harvest a wave of old Seven's split value, but if old Seven can't help but show up, I might actually find the shadow of the listening rain tower in other offices in Jiangchang. For a moment, Bai Chen began to feel a bit of anticipation in his heart. Before long, Bai Chen patted the driver's shoulder and said, stop ahead. Then, he pointed to an alley across the road and said, the last one is in there, it's a pawn shop. Get moving. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chen opened the car door and got out. The rain hadn't stopped yet. He who quickly jumped over from the other side of the Maybach to hold an umbrella for Bai Chen. However, he said, young master, it's pouring rain like this, you shouldn't exert yourself. You've already helped us smash 2 places, let us handle the last one, you can rest in the car. Rest? Bai Chen looked at He Hu. He Hu immediately patted his chest and said, young master, you can trust me to handle things. Alright. With such a considerate subordinate, what else could Bai Chen say? He directly opened the driver's side door and sat inside. To be honest, this was Bai Chen's first time sitting in the driver's seat of this Maybach. It must be said that although it wasn't as comfortable as sitting in the back, it was still much better than the Poo-san he drove yesterday. Under Heihu's lead, that group of black umbrellas surged into the alley. Before long, Bai Chen heard the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Old Seven's split value plus 0.1%. Hearing this sound, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Heihu was indeed reliable. Ding! Old Seven's split value plus 0.1%. However, after the system prompt, old Seven's split value actually stopped. Bai Chen waited for a full 3 minutes without receiving any further system prompts. Bai Chen took a slight breath, turned to look at the deep alley, and stroked his chin. Could something have happened? The previous 2 offices at least provided me with 1% of old Seven's split value. How could it stop after only 0.2%? With this thought, Bai Chen rolled down the window, preparing to shout into the alley to ask about the situation. But just as Bai Chen lowered the window, a cacophony of angry shouts suddenly erupted from the alley. Damn you, you little bitch, don't run. Stop right there. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was that voice Heihu's? Little bitch? Who was that? Just as Bai Chen was filled with doubt, a panel suddenly appeared before his eyes. Name, Chi-yi, identity, female lead, senior sister Chi, age, 25, charm, 94, split value, 1.3%. Bai Chen. Because Bai Chen's gaze was fixed on the alley, the appearance of this panel clearly indicated that he had seen the owner of this panel. Sure enough, pa. The sound of splashing water was clear. Bai Chen saw a woman in white, barefoot, running wildly out of the alley in the pouring rain. Chi-yi? Bai Chen blurted out the woman's name. What is she doing here? Indeed, this was something Bai Chen hadn't expected. Because Bai Chen remembered from the original plot that Chi-yi had no idea that his grandfather was the loyal subordinate of the protagonist, the agent of the Listening Rain Tower. So why would he encounter Chi-yi while bringing people to deal with the Listening Rain Tower's properties? What had happened inside that pawnshop? Bai Chen was still curious about this matter in his heart, completely unaware that Chi-yi, who was rushing out of the alley, had already seen Bai Chen, who had rolled down the window. Chi-ye's gaze suddenly narrowed slightly. Is it that man from that day? Of course, Chi-ye had a deep memory of Bai Chen. Just the words "I don't have time to deal with you" made Chi-ye unable to sleep well that night. She never expected to run into him in this place today. By some strange twist of fate, Chi-ye found herself rushing directly towards Bai Chen's vehicle. Then, just 2 steps away from Bai Chen's window, her 2 slender legs came together and bent slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, she actually dove through the window that Bai Chen had just opened. What the hell? This sudden leap startled Bai Chen. He instinctively recoiled backward. This showed just how perfect Chi-ye's figure was. She actually passed through the car window, brushing against Bai Chen's nose. Thud! She landed directly in the passenger seat. Then she turned to Bai Chen and exclaimed, "Drive! Hurry up and drive!" Bai Chen was stunned. He was dealing with matters at Tingyu Tower, and although the ultimate goal was to sever ties with Chi-ye, he never thought it would come to this so soon. He couldn't help but want to say, "You all saw it, she jumped in on her own, it has nothing to do with me." The group of black-clad pursuers chasing after Chi-ye were also bewildered. Black Tiger was the first to stop in his tracks, and the group of underlings behind him did the same. One of the underlings couldn't help but approach Black Tiger and said, "Brother Tiger, this girl is panicking and has run right into the tiger's mouth." Black Tiger rolled his eyes. How many idioms are in that one sentence? Are you preparing for a graduate exam? Cough cough. The underling looked embarrassed, then asked, "Brother Tiger, should we keep chasing?" "Chase my ass." Brother Tiger snapped, "Stop chasing. You might still have to call her miss in the future." Just as he was saying this, Brother Tiger suddenly caught sight of the look Bai Chen was giving him through the Maybach's window. Despite Black Tiger's burly appearance, his position in the Bai family was due to his meticulous thinking. He understood immediately what Bai Chen meant with just a glance. Before he could finish his sentence, he shouted, "Chase! Hurry up! Don't let that girl get away." The group was still in a daze, but they immediately took off running. At this moment, Chi-ye, sitting in the passenger seat, looked out at the crowd rushing towards them, her eyes filled with urgency. She couldn't help but shout at Bai Chen again, "You need to drive. Why aren't you reacting?" Bai Chen wasn't unresponsive, he was contemplating a strategy. After Chi-ye jumped into the car, he immediately locked the doors and windows. He thought of directly asking Chi-ye, "How do you know I'm not in cahoots with them?" Then, taking advantage of Chi-ye's confusion, he added, "You wouldn't want your grandfather to suffer, would you?" Bai Chen had used this method of severing ties many times before, and it had always worked. However, this time, he considered a crucial question. Since he could use Lao Chi to manipulate Chi-ye, why couldn't he use Chi-ye to manipulate Lao Chi? Perhaps a dual approach would yield even better results. Thus, looking at the drenched and anxious Chi-ye, a different glimmer appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. For some reason, Chi-ye suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Ding! Chi-ye's severance value plus 0.1%. Before Chi-ye could even comprehend what kind of demon had set its sights on her, Bai Chen's voice came out first. "You want me to drive, so I'll drive. Wouldn't that make me lose face?" Ding! Chi-ye's split value plus 0.1%. What? Seeing that the group of Black Tiger was already approaching the vehicle, Chi-ye said in a bit of a panic, "I'm just a weak woman, being chased by so many fierce and wicked people in this heavy rain. Can't you save me?" To be honest, Chi-ye's current drenched appearance, combined with her delicate features, could indeed evoke a man's protective instincts. However, Bai Chen simply shrugged and said, "That moral coercion doesn't work on me. I don't even know you, why should I help you?" You! Ding! Chi-ye's split value plus 0.1%. Chi-ye instantly felt regret. Why did she get into this guy's car? How did it feel like this guy in the car was even scarier than the group outside? Forget it if you won't help. Saying this, Chi-ye actually turned around to pull open the car door to get out. But, Black Tiger had already surrounded the car with his men. Ding! She has split value plus 0.1%. Outside, Black Tiger's shouts instantly rang out. Get down here, do you hear me? Quick! Open the door and get out. While shouting, he also reached out to tug at the car door. She had turned her head in a panic to look at Bai Chen. Please, just drive the car. Compared to the fierce-looking people outside, Bai Chen seemed much more amiable. However, Bai Chen had already crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. What a scoundrel taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Xie gritted her teeth in her heart. Ding! Xie's split value plus 0.1%. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. It was unclear who had slammed a hammer directly into the body of the Maybach. With this first act of aggression, bang bang bang, various sounds of smashing instantly followed. This was, of course, all understood by Bai Chen. And Bai Chen's voice came at the right moment. Although my car has been modified, if they want to smash the glass, it's just a matter of time. Just as Bai Chen said this, smack, Black Tiger delivered an elbow strike right into the passenger window. Crack! A web of cracks suddenly appeared. Ah! The sudden noise startled Xie. In her panic, she spoke without thinking, turning to Bai Chen and shouting, drive quickly. I'll give you whatever you want. Hearing this, Bai Chen's lips curled up slightly. You said it. After saying this, Bai Chen instantly tightened his grip on the steering wheel. V-room. The engine roared to life. Black Tiger also realized that the roar of the engine was the signal from the young master. Thus, Black Tiger subtly made a gesture. Xie didn't notice that the little brothers who had been blocking the front of the car suddenly all made a diving motion to the side. This movement was even faster than Bai Chen pressing the accelerator. Boom! After those little brothers narrowly dodged Bai Chen's charge, they could only watch helplessly as the Maybach sped away. Meanwhile, at the alley entrance, a sneaky figure peeked out. It was actually Gu Qing, who had been sitting next to Lao Qi waiting for tea. At this moment, Gu Qing was also intently watching the direction in which the Maybach was disappearing. Then he turned around and loudly instructed the few timid little brothers behind him, quick, go drive and follow that Maybach. Bai Chen drove through the heavy rain. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xie looked at the crowd behind them getting farther away in the rearview mirror and finally let out a long sigh of relief. She reached up to wipe the rain off her head, not forgetting to say, thank you. You're quite polite, aren't you? But what Bai Chen wanted was not this politeness. With a light laugh, he directly said, I won't do good deeds without leaving my name. You. Xie didn't know how many times she had stuttered since getting in the car. Ding! Xie's fracture value plus 0.1%. Xie turned to look at Bai Chen, feeling a bit of gritted teeth. The last time they met, this person had saved the man who was beaten in the pharmacy. Moreover, Xie had seen a hint of their Dakingshan in Bai Chen. So, she subjectively thought that Bai Chen should be a good person. However, after getting in the car, she realized that this good person had quotation marks around it. But today, being able to escape from that group of people was indeed thanks to Bai Chen. So for a moment, she didn't know how to evaluate Bai Chen. Bai Chen's question was not important at all. What mattered was, I led that group of people away. Grandpa should have gotten away with the people in the pawnshop, right? But what does that pawnshop have to do with Grandpa? And who are those villains? Why did they have to rob and smash things in broad daylight? But just as Qiye's thoughts reached this point, she paused slightly. Suddenly, she felt something warm on her leg. Quite intimate. Then she realized that Bai Chen was actually driving with one hand, and his right hand had actually landed on her rain-soaked thigh. Ding! Qiye's fracture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qiye's fracture value plus 0.1%. Get your dirty hands off me. With a sharp cry, Qiye instantly swatted away Bai Chen's misbehaving right hand. But Bai Chen wore a smile on his face, deliberately sounding a bit awkward as he said, oh, I'm really sorry. I was just trying to shift gears. Shift gears? Ding! Qiye's fracture value plus 0.1%. That excuse really sounds. Qiye. But you're in neutral. Ding! Qiye's fracture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qiye's fracture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qiye's fracture value plus 0.1%. Not long after, Bai Chen slowly drove the car into an underground parking garage. This underground garage had no one else. The reason was simple, it was Mu Yun's exclusive underground garage. Previously, it was Mu Yun who had brought her here. The person in charge of the gate saw that the driver was Bai Chen, who had been brought here by his boss, so he turned a blind eye and let them through. However, why did he bring a woman this time? He would ask Yun later to see what was going on. Qiye, of course, had no idea what secrets this underground garage held. She was only concerned about her grandfather, so she said, thank you for today, I'll be leaving now. As she spoke, she was about to pull open the car door to get out, but Bai Chen's voice came at the right moment. Did I let you go? Ding! Chiya's fracture value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen's tone was just like that of the previous group of people. Turning her head to look at Bai Chen, she heard him say, did you forget what you promised me? Ding! Chiya's fracture value plus 0.1%. Previously, she had hurriedly agreed to Bai Chen's conditions and had forgotten all the way, but now, sigh. Chi gritted her teeth and then said, I have urgent matters. How about this, I'll leave you a contact number, and I'll transfer the money to you later. Money? When he heard that word, Bai Chen chuckled lightly, then shook his head and said, since you want to count money, let's calculate it properly. After saying that, Bai Chen pulled the car door. Get out. Standing beside the Maybach, Chiya's face turned a bit pale. Bai Chen was pointing at his battered Maybach and said, you recognize this logo, right? You know its value, don't you? Look at what I've done to my car to save you. It needs to be reworked, repainted, and even the windows need to be replaced. Bai Chen went on and on, while Chi gritted her teeth. Just say it, how much do you want? Straightforward. Bai Chen extended his hand. 5 million. What? Ding. Chiya's rupture value plus 0.1%. Are you trying to scam me? Chi suddenly felt her face flush with anger. 5 million is enough for you to buy a new one. Besides, I'm just someone who buys medicine. Where am I supposed to find 5 million for you? Scam? But Bai Chen exaggeratedly replied, you need to understand, miss, you were the one who climbed into my car. If we're talking about a scam, it should be you, right? Chiya's face suddenly showed a complex expression. Seeing her like this, Bai Chen knew it was about time, so he directly said, actually, there are ways to deal with not having money. Chiya's pupils instantly brightened. What way? Bai Chen saw her reaction and knew she was hooked. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression, and the nonsense flowed easily. I've been single for over 20 years, and you look so beautiful, you really catch my heart, so. No way. Absolutely not? Chi suddenly gasped in shock. Ding. Chiya's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chiya's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chi looked like a startled deer, even taking 2 steps back. Her panicked appearance made one want to reach out. No way, absolutely not. Although Chiya's voice sounded flustered, her words were very firm. We've only met twice, and I don't even know your name, you. Bai Chen didn't wait for Chi to finish and deliberately showed a disappointed expression, then said, I didn't expect you to refuse without even thinking. It seems I can only ask for compensation. Compensation. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Chiya's face turned slightly pale again. Although her grandfather's status was not ordinary, taking out so much money at once was definitely not a simple matter. Moreover, she had climbed into Bai Chen's car without consulting anyone. How could she let her grandfather bear her responsibility? But where could she find so much money? If it really comes to it, I can only borrow money from my senior sister. But if my senior sister finds out, they will definitely laugh at me. Ding. Chiya's rupture value plus 0.1%. Hearing the system's timely prompt, a glimmer of light flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. Then, looking up at the ceiling of the parking garage at a 45-degree angle, he sighed, alas. I just wanted to feel my legs again like I did earlier. Is that so hard? Ding. Chiya's rupture value plus 0.1%. I said, we've only met twice, and I still don't know. Wait, what did you say? Chiya's pupils instantly contracted, and she looked at Bai Chen in astonishment. But Bai Chen did not look at Chi, still wearing a face full of deep grievances as he said, forget it, what I say doesn't matter anymore, just pay up. 5 million, not a cent less. Pay? No money. Chi stepped forward, getting closer to Bai Chen, and said to him, you mean, this is what you want? As she spoke, she lifted one of her legs and pointed at it with her little hand. Bai Chen naturally turned his head and took in the scene before him, then slowly nodded. The next moment, Chi raised her voice by at least 2 degrees and exclaimed, just this? Well, damn, just this. Is this all you meant? How many times do you need to say it? But indeed, Chi had not realized that there was anything wrong with her reaction to this statement. Bai Chen nodded and then deliberately put on an exaggerated expression, loudly saying, what did you think? Ding. Chiya's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chiya's split value plus 0.1%. In an instant, Chiya's little face turned a bit red. With a hint of embarrassment in her eyes, she stiffly said, I thought. Her initial reaction upon hearing Bai Chen's words was that he was craving her body. He wanted her and was making unreasonable demands. But unexpectedly, was it really just that simple, just a leg? For a moment, she felt a pang of guilt, as if telling herself, Chi, how could you think that about your savior? So it was just this. Goodness. Shi, is there a possibility that a leg could also be a manifestation of wanting your body? At this moment, Shi was completely caught in Bai Chen's trap, unable to think of such things. Instead, she looked at Bai Chen's innocent gaze, waiting for her response. Of course, she couldn't reveal her true thoughts, so she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. I thought you wanted me to kiss you. Ding. Shi's split value plus 0.1%. Wow. Bai Chen reacted in an unexpectedly exaggerated manner upon hearing this. He even jumped back, putting distance between them, hands protecting his body, and shouted, I saved your life, and you actually want to kiss me? That's my first kiss. Bai Chen's nonsense was truly something he could say with his eyes open or closed. But Qi, of course, had no idea he was just talking nonsense. Seeing Bai Chen's reaction, it seemed like she was the one taking advantage of him. No. Who said I wanted to kiss you? Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Just because it's your first kiss doesn't mean it isn't mine? Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Stop talking nonsense. Bai Chen didn't give Qi a chance to respond, directly shouting, You're too dangerous. I don't want anything else, just pay up. Pay up right now. Upon hearing the words pay up, Qi's expression immediately turned sour. 5 million. What a joke. If it was for a leg. Not only was he intentional about it in the car earlier, but he had already. Now if he let him, she wouldn't be at a loss, and it could be worth 5 million, that really was. Thus, Qi gritted her teeth, stomped her foot, and resolutely thought, just treat it as being licked by a dog. Anyway, I need to take a shower when I get home. Then she stepped forward and said to Bai Chen with righteous indignation, I don't have money, but I have 2 legs. Come on. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Goodness, as she said this, Qi lifted her skirt, deliberately exposing her legs. She even closed her eyes, as if she were standing for a great cause. It was impossible to see the triumphant smile on Bai Chen's face at that moment. Now, as long as she wanted, she could definitely play around as she pleased. However, if Bai Chen wanted to completely take control of Qi, he planned to try something new. For instance, right now, Bai Chen pretended to be aggrieved and said, Forget it, you should just pay me. You're too dangerous, you actually crave my body. Who was craving whose body, really? Qi instantly opened her eyes. But she found that Bai Chen had already dashed to the other side of the Maybach, opened the door, and sat inside, as if he were trying to escape. But how could Qi possibly pay? Since she had already made up her mind, then. No way! With a delicate shout, she turned around and pulled open the passenger door, plopping down into the seat. Then, looking seriously at Bai Chen in the driver's seat, she said, Don't go, I've agreed to your request. I really can't come up with that much money. But Bai Chen was adamant in his refusal, I think it's better to forget it. I'm just not worthy of touching a woman, so? Who said that? Before Bai Chen could finish his sentence, Qi's voice rang out. Then, to Bai Chen's astonishment, Qi had directly lifted her legs in the passenger seat. With a swish, she shoved them into Bai Chen's lap. And then, the most outrageous part came. Qi showcased her advantages with her hands and said to Bai Chen, Look, how white, how straight, how long. You can hold back, don't you want to try? Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. As Qi's words fell, the entire car fell into an eerie silence. The hands resting on her body instantly stiffened. A look of disbelief gradually appeared in her pupils, her heart racing. In an instant, she screamed inside her heart, Qi, what are you doing? Qi was almost going crazy. Qi, when did you become this kind of woman? That's right, a complete reversal. It seemed like Bai Chen had become the victim. Taking advantage of Qi's current chaotic state, he set one trap after another, making her willingly jump in. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Hearing the system's prompt and seeing Qi's somewhat stiff pupils, Bai Chen knew that she had realized the situation. But how could Bai Chen give Qi a chance to regret? Thus, Bai Chen said again, I feel like it would be more cost-effective for you to pay. As soon as she heard the words pay, the little bit of rationality Qi had just regained instantly vanished again. She stared wide-eyed and directly said, Stop talking nonsense. Bai Chen had no chance to refuse. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Qi's body trembled slightly. Bai Chen's eyes were filled with laughter. However, on the surface, he pretended to be pitiful and said, This is so unfair. Even doing this, I'm being forced by someone? Ding. Qi's split value plus 1%. But now, Chia had completely fallen into Bai Chen's trap. The most outrageous part was that she had delivered herself right to his door. Who could argue with that? Since Chia has forced herself, the law states that one cannot go against a woman's will. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Not long after, Chia gritted her teeth for about 10 minutes. Finally. Alright, that's enough. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. With a delicate shout, Chia could no longer hold back and pushed Bai Chen away. But unfortunately, Bai Chen followed up with, "It's fine, I'll pay you more." Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. More money won't do. After her gritted teeth voice fell, whoosh, Chia instantly pulled back. Without looking at Bai Chen, her voice trembled but was colder than before as she said, "Alright, we're even now, goodbye." After saying that, Chia really was about to open the car door to get out. But Bai Chen's exaggerated voice followed closely. "Who told you we're even?" Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Chia's pupils instantly dilated, then she turned her head dramatically to Bai Chen and said, "You. What do you mean? Didn't you just say?" "I did." At this moment, Bai Chen's attitude became more relaxed, and any normal person could see that his previous deep grievances were definitely an act. But Chia didn't have the chance to react. "I did say to use this to offset your compensation, but, you think this can offset 5 million? Ha! This 5 million I take out. This time, I'll only count it as 10,000. What? Chia's own voice felt like it was about to break. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Only 10,000? So what? Bai Chen looked at Chia, who was already struggling to hold it together, and said matter-of-factly, "Even the Monkey King was suppressed under the Buddha's palm for 500 years. Why are you in such a hurry?" Of course, Chia couldn't tell if there was any other meaning in Bai Chen's words. Her first reaction was, "If that's the case, I really am worth a bit more than the Monkey King." Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. And Bai Chen's voice continued. "Moreover, 10,000, think about it. Where are you going to find such a good deal? Chia, Bai Chen is right. How about this?" Bai Chen actually took out his phone from his pocket, opened the Notes app, and said, "Let me list it for you. Just now it was equivalent to 10,000, holding hands counts as 1,000, oh right, you also said you wanted to kiss me." Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Who said I wanted to kiss? Shut up, let me finish. Bai Chen didn't give Chia a chance. The effect is about the same, I'll also count it as 10,000, and there are other things. Like if you really can't help but want something else. Enough. Chia's voice had a bit more chill. "Don't even think about it, you bastard." Chia's cold voice finally made her realize that she had already fallen into Bai Chen's trap. Had he been pretending all along? The current him was the real him, right? He was just a big jerk, a scoundrel. I was really blind, thinking he was a good person, Humph. Chia let out a cold snort. "You can think whatever you want." After saying this, the furious Chia turned to leave again. But Bai Chen took the opportunity to say, "Hey, alright, you still owe me 4,999,000, don't forget." Ding. 7 Leaf's split value plus 0.1%. Trembling all over, 7 Leaf slowly turned around, her back teeth grinding. "How much did you say holding hands costs?" Bai Chen smiled. The heavy rain continued to pour as Bai Chen's speeding Maybach gradually came to a stop at the back door of the previous 7 pharmacies. Seeing a blue car parked there, 7 Leaf, sitting in the passenger seat, revealed a surprised smile and couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandpa is back." After saying that, she pulled her hand away from Bai Chen's with a pop and said, "Alright, right here, thank you for bringing me back, goodbye." Even after all this, 7 Leaf was still so polite? But Bai Chen wasn't one to be polite. He deliberately said, "I saved you and went through the trouble of bringing you back, aren't you going to invite me in for a bit?" Ding. 7 Leaf's split value plus 0.1%. Turning to look at Bai Chen, her expression was complex. Gritting her teeth, she said fiercely, "Let me tell you, my grandpa is not an ordinary person. If you're not afraid, then come along." After saying that, 7 Leaf directly opened the car door and got out. Bai Chen in the car smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the one who should be afraid shouldn't be me, right? Not long after Bai Chen and the others got out of the car, a black Land Rover slowly stopped behind Bai Chen's battered Maybach. The person who got out was none other than Gu Qing. Gu Qing's servant held an umbrella, and Gu Qing stared at the Maybach, his eyes flickering with excitement as he whispered, "I've been chasing you for so long without finding you, I didn't expect you to have run here?" Then he clenched his fist, making a cracking sound. I want to see who you really are. With that, he strode towards the back door of the pharmacy. Unfortunately, Bai Chen's Maybach was a new car that Butler Lee had rushed to modify. It hadn't even had time to get a license plate. But to be fair, Bai Chen really was exceptionally talented. While others crossed over with scrap paper, he crossed over with a scrap Maybach. If he had known his crossing cost would be this high, he wondered if the heavens would choose him as a traveler again. But it didn't matter. Now, Bai Chen was holding an umbrella, entering the courtyard of the pharmacy's back hall under Seven Leaf's lead. Watching Seven Leaf focus on her phone along the way, Bai Chen asked, "What are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Seven Leaf raised her phone and said, "I noted everything you did to me on the way here. Now I still owe you 4,953,000, you acknowledge that, right?" Hearing this, Bai Chen almost laughed out loud. "Acknowledge, of course I acknowledge, as long as you don't deny it." "Humph," Seven Leaf said confidently, "don't worry, everything I owe you, I will pay back." Bai Chen now felt that this Seven Leaf had quite the vibe of someone who had been sold but was still counting the money for the seller. Just then, an old voice, filled with surprise, came out, "Little Leaf, you're back, nothing happened, right?" Upon hearing this, Seven Leaf quickly put away her phone. With a whoosh, she darted out from under Bai Chen's umbrella and ran forward. "Grandpa." The old man with white whiskers, Old Seven, had long returned from the previous pawn shop. Having not seen his granddaughter Seven Leaf for a while, he was anxiously pacing back and forth inside the house. Finally, he saw a figure with a black umbrella approaching, the man holding the umbrella obscured by the eaves, making it hard to see his face. But his granddaughter, he recognized at a glance. He immediately called out in surprise. Chia bounced over to Old Seven's side, joyfully saying, "Grandpa, after I led those bad guys away, you saved all the victims, right?" Yes, I saved them." Old Seven's voice sounded a bit choked. He said anxiously, "Little Leaf, you must never do such dangerous things again. There were so many of them chasing you." "Oh, it's fine." Chia acted carefree to avoid worrying her grandpa. She waved her hand and glanced back at Bai Chen, who was holding the umbrella. Her expression slightly stiffened, clearly reminded of her deal with that scoundrel Bai Chen. But she still said, "I was saved by that gentleman outside, so you can rest assured, Grandpa, I'm fine." "Oh?" Hearing Chia's voice, Old Seven turned around with a puzzled look, then, with a hint of gratitude, spoke towards the direction of the black umbrella. "Sir, please come in. You saved my granddaughter, I should." Old Seven's voice suddenly cut off. The reason was simple. Bai Chen slowly raised his umbrella, revealing his stunning face. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old Seven. Is he really that scary? The system's notification sounds exploded in Bai Chen's mind. Upon hearing the notifications, Bai Chen understood. After all, Old Seven was the acting master of the Listening Rain Tower. His intelligence work was very solid. Knowing who he was and what his identity was, of course, was perfectly normal. Looking at Old Seven, whose pupils had dilated and mouth slightly agape, Bai Chen chuckled and said, "Old Seven, I've long admired your name." Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. You really don't need to thank me too much. After all, your granddaughter is so beautiful. Anyone who sees her would lend a hand. Bai Chen deliberately emphasized the word granddaughter. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. To be honest, Old Seven was already extremely tense inside. He certainly knew who Bai Chen was. The young master of the Bai family, the Prince of Jiangcheng. Moreover, the young master of the Bai family had used coercive means to force the master's childhood sweetheart to marry him. He was the master's enemy. Old Seven's master was the protagonist. The master's enemy was also his enemy. But now, Old Seven wanted to shout directly at his granddaughter, "Do you know who he is?" Then shout outside, "Someone, get him out of here." But it was that granddaughter which Bai Chen had deliberately emphasized that made Old Seven's heart twitch. Yes, his granddaughter was so innocent, completely unaware of her true identity and the current situation in Jiangcheng. She didn't even know who Bai Chen was. And now, standing under the same umbrella as Bai Chen proved that his granddaughter thought Bai Chen was a good person. It also proved that Bai Chen had not revealed his identity and had not done anything inappropriate to his granddaughter. You guessed wrong about this. If I were to expose Bai Chen's identity now, then my granddaughter. Old Seven's eyes twitched heavily twice. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said, "Sir, thank you. Thank you for saving my granddaughter. Please come in for a chat." "All right." Bai Chen smiled slightly. Stepping forward, after entering beneath the eaves, Bai Chen put away his umbrella and casually handed it to Chi beside him. To his surprise, Shi accepted it without any hesitation or reaction, simply placing it on the ground under the eaves. Ding! Old Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. This scene made Old Chi clench his fists tightly. Yet Bai Chen walked into the house with an indifferent expression. Shi, who had just taken the umbrella from Bai Chen, was about to follow him inside, but Old Chi directly stopped her, saying, "Little Yi, you got caught in the rain, right? Hurry back to your room and take a hot shower. Be careful not to catch a cold." Hearing this, Shi was taken aback and instinctively replied, "But there are still guests." "Oh, it's fine, your grandpa is here, you go on," Old Chi insisted. Seeing her grandfather's firm expression, Shi glanced at Bai Chen, who had entered the house, and then nodded, "All right, I'll be quick." With that, Shi left the house and walked out in the other direction. Watching Shi's figure disappear around the corner, Old Chi's expression changed instantly. He took 2 steps forward and said in a deep voice, "Everything has nothing to do with my granddaughter. She's just a girl, still a child. If there's anything, come at me." Old Chi's fists were clenched so tightly that they creaked, but Bai Chen remained leisurely, casually surveying the room as if he were on a tour. Then he turned to Old Chi and said lightly, "I say, did you get it wrong? Your granddaughter came to my car on her own. I didn't force her." "You." Old Chi's white beard seemed to tremble slightly with anger. Ding! Old Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. Old Chi took deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He knew Bai Chen's identity, and he also knew that the fierce men who had come to take down his 3 venues today were also arranged by Bai Chen. Though he didn't know how Bai Chen discovered the operations of the Listening Rain Tower, he understood that both the Listening Rain Tower and himself were in great danger at this moment, because their invincible backbone had not returned. They could only endure, but unexpectedly, Bai Chen had taken the initiative to attack them first. It was precisely because of the protagonist's childhood friend, Shen Xingying, that Bai Chen had forcibly brought her home. Thus, they were destined to be enemies. Old Chi could never propose any exchange conditions like, "What do you want?" because there were no terms to negotiate between them. So, he could only find a way to save his granddaughter first. The first step was to keep Bai Chen away from her. Therefore, he coldly said to Bai Chen, "Since you already know my identity, you should know that my place does not welcome you. So please leave immediately." "All right," Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Ding! Old Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. Old Chi didn't expect Bai Chen to agree so readily. But before Old Chi could react, Bai Chen continued, "I can leave, but I'm quite curious. After your granddaughter finishes her shower, how do you plan to explain this?" Hearing this, Old Chi frowned slightly. Ding! Old Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. Not knowing what he was thinking, he still coldly replied, "That's not for you to consider. Now, please leave immediately." But Bai Chen seemed to have not heard this question at all. He stepped forward, staring intently into Lao Chi's eyes and said, "Are you planning to tell her about Ting Yulu? Or are you planning to tell her that I am actually the eldest young master of the Bai family, the enemy of your master?" Hearing Bai Chen's words, Lao Chi's pupils kept contracting. Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. The reason Bai Chen dared to speak so directly to Lao Chi was entirely due to his understanding of the original plot. He knew that Lao Chi absolutely did not want his granddaughter to get involved in this mess. It was precisely to prevent any harm from coming to her. However, by the time the mid-stage arrived, he had not expected that his granddaughter would actually be the senior sister of the protagonist. Moreover, she had developed feelings for the protagonist, which left him in a dilemma for quite some time. But now, Lao Chi's determination to keep his granddaughter out of this situation had not wavered at all. Therefore, his answers to Bai Chen's 2 questions were both negative. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond to Bai Chen's questions. However, Bai Chen did not intend for him to answer. Instead, he continued calmly, "If you drive me away now, I will be very angry, but I won't say anything. However, if your granddaughter comes to find me for any reason in the future, I can't guarantee that I won't vent my anger on her. You." Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 0.1%. Before Lao Chi could explode, Bai Chen waved his hand directly, "I'm leaving, goodbye." Saying this, he really took big strides to leave. But Lao Chi became anxious and called out, "Please wait a moment." Hearing this interruption, Bai Chen smiled with his back to Lao Chi. It seemed that his plan to simultaneously pressure both the grandfather and granddaughter was about to succeed. Just as Lao Chi's words fell, a young man's voice suddenly came from the courtyard, "Old Seven, don't believe his nonsense." Upon hearing this voice, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. He instinctively looked up. he saw a young man, followed by 4 or 5 younger-looking men, quickly running over. Without waiting for Lao Chi's invitation, they directly rushed into the room. The younger men threw their umbrellas on the ground and formed a half-circle to surround Bai Chen. Each of their faces showed a fierce expression, as if they were ready to attack Bai Chen at any moment. When Lao Chi saw the young man at the forefront, he was also taken aback and instinctively said, "Gu Qing, didn't you run away? Why are you back? Run away." Upon hearing this, Gu Qing's expression instantly became unnatural. However, he quickly said with righteous fervor, "Old man, I didn't run away. I went out to protect Miss Seven." He spoke with such excitement, as if it were true. Then he continued, "But I didn't catch up to Miss Seven. Instead, I discovered a secret." In an instant, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Chen, saying, "He is in cahoots with that group from the pawnshop. Old Seven, you must not be deceived by him." Hearing Gu Qing's words, Lao Chi's mouth twitched involuntarily, thinking to himself, "Nonsense, how could I not know? I know more than you do." However, Gu Qing did not give Lao Chi a chance to speak. Instead, he immediately shouted at Bai Chen, "You little brat. Tell me, the teacher instructed you to hide Miss Seven where? I saw it clearly. Miss Seven got into your car. That group only symbolically chased for a bit before giving up. You guys can't be anything but a gang, can you? Hurry up. Honestly confess, and I might be a bit gentler with you. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you." Accompanied by Gu Qing's roar, a few of his underlings stepped forward menacingly at the same time. But Bai Chen had a strange expression, glancing at Gu Qing. He then turned to Lao Chi and asked, "Who is he? He looks like a rich kid, but he actually doesn't know me?" "That's right. How could those rich kids in Jiangqing not know him?" Lao Chi was momentarily unsure whether to answer Bai Chen's question. If he answered, wouldn't that make him Bai Chen's person? If he didn't answer, he didn't dare. But Gu Qing solved this problem for him. Damn it! A curse burst out. He stepped forward and said to Bai Chen, "Kid, listen up. I am Gu Qing, the eldest son of the Gu family in Jiangqing. How about that? Surprised?" Bai Chen looked at this arrogant Gu Qing, curled his lips in a strange expression, and turned to Lao Chi, saying, "When did another Gu family come out in Jiangqing?" "What the hell?" Gu Qing exploded on the spot upon hearing this. "I thought you were somewhat knowledgeable driving a Maybach, but I didn't expect." As he said this, he looked Bai Chen up and down, noticing Bai Chen was in a suit, not knowing the price, and directly said, "You're just a driver, right? A driver?" Bai Chen's temper flared. He didn't care that Gu Qing's underlings surrounded him. He stepped right up to Gu Qing. In front of everyone, he raised his ruthless iron hand. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as it landed hard on Gu Qing's face. Gu Qing staggered back a step. This sudden change left Gu Qing's underlings stunned. After all, in their understanding and experience, how could someone surrounded by so many of them dare to strike back? After slapping Gu Qing, Bai Chen's somewhat annoyed voice rang out, "If you don't know how to speak properly, can't you understand such a simple principle of civility? What the hell?" Gu Qing covered his cheek, staring with wide, incredulous eyes. He turned to explode in anger, but unexpectedly, Bai Chen's ruthless iron hand quickly magnified in front of him again. Slap! The second crisp sound came. Gu Qing staggered back again. Bai Chen's annoyed voice continued, "You come in here making a fuss, acting tough in front of me with a bunch of useless people?" Now both of Gu Qing's cheeks were swollen. After stabilizing himself, he glared at Bai Chen, still in shock. What the hell? But Bai Chen actually stepped forward again. The third time, that ruthless iron hand landed directly on Gu Qing's forehead. Slap! As always, the impatient voice followed, "Do you know what happens to those who dare to talk to me like this in Jiangqing?" This barrage of slaps made Gu Qing feel stars in his eyes. He even spun around on the ground before stabilizing himself. But he still swayed a bit, looking at Bai Chen in confusion. What the hell? After this roar, everyone thought he was about to explode. But unexpectedly, after a grand shout, Gu Qing actually went into a crouch, hugging his head, the speed so fast that it even left an afterimage. It's not for any other reason, but because of the experience I've accumulated from the previous 2 times. After I express my opinion, the other party immediately gives me a big slap. Now, sure enough, after I squatted down, I didn't hear the crisp sound, and my face didn't hurt anymore. Gu Qing was pleased. Hey, I didn't get hit. But a second later, Gu Qing realized, why am I happy when I just took 3 big slaps for nothing? He immediately stood up and turned to his subordinates, shouting angrily, "Did I hire you to watch me get beaten? What the hell are you all standing there for? Go! Take him down!" Ah, yes, yes, yes. Gu Qing's roar finally woke up his subordinates. These subordinates clearly hadn't received any professional training. Otherwise, how could they be so mesmerized? This group of people immediately rolled up their sleeves, grinning, and prepared to charge at Bai Chen. However, at that moment, the usually silent Lao Chi spoke up. Lao Chi's voice surprisingly carried a hint of awkwardness. Ahem, well. Gu Qing thought Lao Chi was going to intervene and protect Bai Chen. So he waved his hands, still swollen from the slaps, and said, "Old man, you don't need to protect him. You've been deceived by him. For your granddaughter's sake, I'll teach him a lesson, don't worry." But Lao Chi exaggeratedly replied, "Who wants to protect him? I'm protecting you, damn it." Lao Chi's voice sounded a bit helpless. He really wanted to help Gu Qing. After all, looking at Gu Qing's current state, he should be Bai Chen's enemy. And Bai Chen was the enemy of his master. So, Gu Qing could become his master's friend. It's just that this future friend was still too weak and completely no match for Bai Chen. Therefore, he had to give this future friend a chance to develop. He couldn't let Gu Qing be taken out by Bai Chen before he even met his master. So, he steeled himself and said, "Hey, Gu kid, I advise you to take your subordinates and leave." "Why is that?" Gu Qing, whose head was getting more swollen, looked at Lao Chi in confusion. Lao Chi, looking helpless, slowly said in a hoarse, aged voice, "Because his last name is Bai." "So what if his last name is Bai? My last name is Gu." Ugh. Ugh ugh ugh. When Gu Qing reached his surname, his voice suddenly stiffened. Then, maintaining the original shape of his mouth, he surprisingly let out a whimpering sound. It was evident that Gu Qing's face turned pale instantly. Of course, excluding the imprint of Bai Chen's 5 fingers. Then, he seemed to really let out a cry, "Ugh ugh ugh. I feel like I might be dying. Ugh ugh ugh." The sound was as if someone had pinched his throat. While whimpering, his body slowly began to descend. Eventually, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Not just him. The subordinates around him, who had just been eager to fight Bai Chen, were also trembling all over. With pained expressions, they plopped down to their knees. This group of people, looking at their crying young master, also cried out, "Young master, it seems like we are going to die with you, ugh ugh ugh." This sudden change in atmosphere left Lao Chi dumbfounded. Lao Chi had originally intended to tell Gu Qing about Bai Chen's identity, hoping Gu Qing would restrain himself a bit, at least not to make things too extreme today and earn the Bai family's resentment. But unexpectedly, before he could finish his sentence, he knelt down? A bad premonition suddenly arose in Lao Chi's heart. It seems like I've bet on the wrong treasure. Ding! Lao Chi's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding! Lao Chi's severance value plus 0.1%. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Bai Chen glanced at Lao Chi in surprise. Looking at Lao Chi's current frown, Bai Chen was puzzled. This old guy can't really think he can compete with me using Gu Qing, can he? Damn! At such an old age, still managing the listening rain tower, have you lived your life in a dog's belly? However, Lao Chi's matters could wait for later. First, he needed to deal with this clueless Gu Qing. Seeing Gu Qing kneeling on the ground, already crying, Bai Chen took a couple of steps forward and slowly squatted down. With great interest, he looked at Gu Qing and said in a teasing tone, "What's wrong? Why are you crying? I mean, I saw you being so loud and arrogant just now, and now you're like this? Where's that spirit from earlier? You need to stand up for yourself." Woo woo woo. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Gu Qing seemed to cry even harder. With tear-filled eyes looking at Bai Chen, he said in the most sincere tone, "Young Master Bai, my Gu family in Jiangcheng is just a second-rate family, while your Bai family is one of the 4 great families of the southern region, the sole ruler of Jiangcheng. How could I dare to stand up in front of young Master Bai?" Woo woo woo. This crying Gu Qing became more and more amusing to Bai Chen, but he still said, "What young Master Bai? Didn't you just call me a driver?" Gu Qing raised his hand and, with a loud smack, slapped his own face without any mercy, then said, "Young Master Bai, I was blind and mistook you for a driver. Truly my vision was too low, woo woo. Young Master Bai, you personally driving is just to experience life. When young Master Bai is driving, what you hold in your hands is not the steering wheel, but the entire future economic direction of Jiangcheng, young Master Bai." Smack! Gu Qing raised his hand again and slapped himself hard, continuing to cry, "I, Gu Qing, the young master of a second-rate family, as long as I work hard enough, I will definitely have the chance to become young Master Bai's driver, woo woo woo." Listening to Gu Qing's words, Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. Not to mention Lao Chi standing there. Lao Chi's heart was about to explode. "Good heavens, I tried to find a way to keep you safe so you could have the chance to enrich your wings. Don't forget today's shame. Work hard to improve yourself, and in the future, you might have the chance to challenge Bai Chen. But you say your effort is just to become Bai Chen's driver? Good grief, Gu Qing. The human body has a total of 206 bones, and you have 207 that are all soft? Ding! Lao Chi's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding. Lao Chi's severance value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen's twitching eye corner proved that he also didn't expect the current situation. He had no idea that Gu Chang was such a soft-hearted person. Moreover, the flattery coming out of his mouth sounded like a nursery rhyme. It was as if this kid majored in flattery in college. Bai Chen actually knew about Gu Chang. In the original work, Gu Chang was brought in for a couple of plot points. However, this Gu Chang had nothing to do with the protagonist, not within the protagonist's halo of connections. Instead, he was a small villain. The reason was Chi Yi, the protagonist's seventh senior sister. Because Gu Chang failed in love, he tried to use special means to force something to happen with Chi Yi. But how could the original plot allow such a thing to happen? The protagonist must appear at the most critical moment and save Chi Yi. After being driven away, Gu Chang definitely couldn't swallow this anger, so he ran to the Bai family to seek help from Bai Jinnan. At that time, I was already dead. It should be that my character in the original work had already died. Bai Jinnan hated the protagonist to the bone, so he would step in to help. The final outcome is easy to imagine. The protagonist arrogantly said, "The wind is rising, the Gu family will go bankrupt." And then the Gu family fell, and the Bai family was hit hard again. So this person has no panel and certainly won't generate any rupture value. Bai Chen didn't take him seriously at all. He just didn't expect that, with more than 2 years left before the plot began, this kid would get entangled with Chia. It seems that the protagonist's halo is even more detestable. They say companionship is the longest confession of love? Then the villain's companionship is worse than a dog's, right? At this moment, Bai Chen was internally mocking the original plot. Gu Chang thought Bai Chen felt his apology wasn't sincere enough. He turned to look at the few subordinates kneeling beside him. He immediately let out a roar. "What the hell are you doing? Did I hire you to watch me hit myself? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Bai." These little brothers didn't know what sin they had committed to be with such a young master. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Chang had given them too much, they, forget it. Smack. "Young Master Bai, we were wrong." Smack, smack. "Young Master Bai, we didn't recognize the mountain." "Young Master Bai." Bang, bang. "Young Master Bai, please spare us, we won't dare again." At this moment, Chia had just turned off the shower in her bathroom and was wiping the water off her body with a white towel. Looking at her perfect reflection in the mirror, she was lost in thought. With her ears perked up, she looked puzzled. What's that banging outside? The next second, oh no, could it be that guy misbehaving in front of my grandfather and getting taught a lesson? My grandfather has practiced martial arts. Oh no, what if I have to pay for this later? Is Chia worried about Bai Chun or the money? Regardless of the reason, she had already quickened her movements. She hastily wiped her body and then rushed into the bedroom, opening the wardrobe. Meanwhile, in the room where Bai Chen and the others were, Bai Chen stood there with a strange expression, listening to the sounds of slapping. This group of people was frantically hitting their own faces, mixed with cries for mercy. Bai Chen was getting a bit annoyed and waved his hand, speaking loudly, "Alright, stop the damn howling. Get the hell out of here." After all, Gu Chang hadn't caused him any substantial harm and was very pragmatic. He had flattered him for quite a while. Moreover, there was nothing of value on him to exploit. So Bai Chen was too lazy to waste time with such a person. He was impatient to send them away. Hearing Bai Chen's words, the few people led by Gu Chang suddenly looked delighted, as if they had been released from a burden. Gu Chang couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Bai, are you serious? You're letting us go?" Hearing this, Bai Chen simply curled his lip. "Not leaving? Then I've changed my mind." No. Gu Chang panicked instantly. "Young Master Bai, I'll leave right now, we'll leave right now." And then, roll under Gu Chang's lead, this group of people actually curled up on the ground and rolled out of the room. He also conveniently took away the umbrellas they had left behind, though now they were of no use. It was still raining outside, but they rolled out in groups through the heavy downpour. Even Old Seven couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, they really are obedient." Ding! Old Seven's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old Seven's split value plus 0.1%. Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chen chuckled and said, "By the way, where were we just now?" Old Seven was taken aback. Then he saw Bai Chen slap his forehead and say, "Right, it should be this." With a serious expression, filled with a sense of threat, Bai Chen looked at Old Seven and said, "You wouldn't want your granddaughter to get hurt, would you, Old Seven?" Wait, when did we talk about this? Ding! Old Seven's split value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen was surprised. Huh? Didn't we? Old Seven, no. Just now you were about to leave, and I wouldn't let you go. then that Guqing came in, and we haven't even reached that part yet, right? Ding. Old 7 split value plus 0.1%. Is that so? Bai Chen sighed, realizing that he had forgotten due to Guqing's interruption. A melodious voice came from the doorway. Grandpa, what are you talking about? What part are you at? Bai Chen and Old 7 turned to look at the same time. Old 7 was indifferent, but Bai Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This Chi seemed to be in a hurry, having thrown on a nightgown and rushed out. Whether it was fate or not, the rain outside had lessened, and a beam of sunlight fell directly on Chi. The loose nightgown made Bai Chen unable to help but sniffle, exclaiming, I wonder who still doesn't believe in light. Light? Hearing Bai Chen's inexplicable words, both Chi and Old 7 were taken aback. Old 7 certainly had no improper thoughts about his own granddaughter. His gaze was fixed solely on Chi's face, but Bai Chen was different. He liked to look at people from the bottom up. So, having only seen half, he was already convinced by the light. Ahem. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Chi and Old 7, Bai Chen cleared his throat and said, I mean, the rain has stopped, the sun is out, and soon we'll definitely see a rainbow. Rainbow? Old 7 still didn't understand, but Chi laughed and said, how old are you, still hoping to see a rainbow? Exactly. Bai Chen nodded earnestly and said, I'm still that young man. Upon hearing Bai Chen say young man, Chi inexplicably thought back to what he had said earlier in the underground parking lot. Bai Chen claimed he hadn't touched a woman in over 20 years. Then she recalled how Bai Chen intended to make her repay her debt. In an instant, her cheeks flushed again. Ding! Chi has split value plus 0.1%. So, does that mean I'm the first woman he's ever touched? Ding! Chi has split value plus 0.1%. Chi, what are you thinking? He's just a big pervert. Ding! Chi has split value plus 0.1%. Humph! She let out a soft huff, crossing her arms. Listening to the continuous system prompts ringing in his mind, Bai Chen was utterly confused. He thought, what's wrong with Chi? I just mentioned a rainbow, does she have to react like this? Bai Chen simply couldn't read minds. If he knew what Chi was thinking right now, he might be overjoyed. His plan had truly succeeded. But Chi's soft huff naturally reached another person's ears. Old 7. He looked at his granddaughter like this, then at Bai Chen, and thought, good guy. This kid Bai Chen seems to be flirting with my granddaughter right in front of me. And my granddaughter is actually being flirted with? Ding! Old 7 split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old 7 split value plus 0.1%. Wait, you guys. Old 7 certainly wouldn't let the situation develop like this. So he was ready to speak up and put a stop to it. However, Chia's voice seemed to come even faster. Grandpa, you haven't answered my question yet. What stage are we at now? What stage? Hearing this, Old 7 swallowed the words he was about to say. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, it was Bai Chen who came to his rescue, saying, Old 7 said that it's getting late, and it's time for a meal, so we should enter the stage where you invite me to dinner to express your gratitude. Hearing this, Old 7 breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected Bai Chen to help him out. But 2 seconds later, Old 7 felt something was off. When did I say I would invite you to dinner? This was what Old 7 intended to say completely. However, before he could finish, he caught sight of Bai Chen's smile, which looked friendly but was full of threat. It seemed to say, now we can enter that stage. What stage? Of course, it wasn't the stage of having a meal. It was the stage of you wouldn't want your granddaughter to get hurt, would you? Ding! Old 7 split value plus 0.1%. He wished he could just smash his cup as a signal, summon all his subordinates, and then take care of Bai Chen. But he knew he couldn't. Although Bai Chen came to his pharmacy alone, let's not forget that Jiangchen was the Bai family's territory. Could the Bai family not know that Bai Chen was here? If Bai Chen died here, it would be fine for him, he had lived long enough. But his granddaughter would definitely be implicated. For the sake of his granddaughter, Old 7 could only endure for now. Once the master returns, the Bai family won't be able to bounce around for long. Old 7 could only comfort himself like this in his heart. Then, he forced out a disingenuous smile and said, yes, Grandpa was just about to arrange for the people below to prepare a meal. He saved you, so of course, we should express our gratitude properly. However, there was something in Old 7's tone that sounded a bit gritted. Xie didn't think much of it. After hearing this, she nodded in agreement and said, indeed, it is getting late. Old 7 then turned to leave, saying, you all go ahead, I'll go instruct my subordinates. After saying this, Old 7 quickly left. It was certainly not his wish to leave his granddaughter alone with Bai Chen. But he had more important matters to attend to. Because Bai Chen actually came here, and today he had already taken down a few of his offices, and now he had found him. It seemed that his identity as the acting master of the Listening Rain Tower had probably been exposed. He needed to discuss some countermeasures with his subordinates. After old Seven left, Chia, wearing slippers, approached Bai Chen and took the initiative to speak. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Chia, and yours? As she spoke, she extended her delicate right hand, as if introducing herself to Bai Chen and politely offering a handshake. Bai Chen, of course, wouldn't be polite. He directly took Chia's small hand and smiled, saying, "Hello Chia, my name is Zhou Bai. You can't say it, but you really can't say it. Chia can be a surname, so why can't Zhou be one?" Moreover, Bai Chen's self-introduction with Qi Yi was completely truthful, because his name is indeed these two characters. Zhou Bai? Qi Yi murmured the name softly. Bai Chen continued, "If you find it awkward, you can call me Mr. Bai, or Brother Bai, either is fine." With those words, everything suddenly made sense. In the future, if someone called him Mr. Bai or Young Master Bai, even if Qi Yi heard it, there would be no problem. Calling by name and by surname is not the same, right? Brother Bai? But upon hearing this, Qi Yi actually showed a hint of disdain and said, "People who don't know might think you're very white. Is that all you care about?" Bai Chen looked at Qi Yi at that moment, a playful glint appearing in his eyes as he said, "Well, in that regard, I'm definitely not as white as you, Xiao Yezi." "That's right." Qi Yi surprisingly lifted her snow-white swan neck with a bit of pride. But the next second, ding! Qi Yi's split value plus 0.1%. "What are you saying, you rogue?" Ding! Qi Yi's split value plus 0.1%. Gritting her teeth, after cursing Bai Chen, she directly pulled her small hand out of his palm. But that wasn't the end. Qi Yi actually took out her phone, smiling sweetly as she said, "That last time counts as 1, holding hands counts as 1,000. Now I've returned you 1,000. Qian Yi, he. Bai Chen, you little brat, unscrupulous merchant, do you know this is fraud? Since that's the case, don't blame me." With a smack, Bai Chen's palm landed steadily on the swaying legs beneath Qian Ye's nightgown. Ding! Qian Ye's split value plus 0.1%. Qian Yi, not he. Ah! Ding! Qian Ye's split value plus 0.1%. Upon feeling Bai Chen's attack, Qian Yi let out a startled cry. She jumped up on the spot, bouncing backward to dodge. Bai Chen always believed in light. Qian Ye's bouncing figure beneath the nightgown was truly. She naturally didn't notice Bai Chen's gaze, but her face turned slightly red, and with a hint of anger, she said, "I just took a shower. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. Go wash your hands." Hearing this, Bai Chen's pupils slightly widened. "Wash hands? You mean, as long as you wash your hands, it's fine?" Ding! Qian Ye's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qian Ye's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qian Ye's split value plus 0.1%. You! Qian Ye's face turned even more flushed. Her pupils became frantic. "Who said that? You? Don't talk nonsense. What does it matter to me whether you wash your hands or not? You can't touch me whether you wash your hands or not." Just as Qian Yi was about to finish her sentence, old Qi's aged voice suddenly rang from outside. "What are you washing your hands for?" "Qi Yi." Ding! Qi Yi's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qi Yi's split value plus 0.1%. After giving a series of instructions to his subordinates, old Qi actually returned at this moment. Startled, Qi Yi almost lost her balance. She hurriedly supported herself against the nearby tea table to steady herself. Seeing Qi Yi's appearance, a cold light flashed in old Qi's eyes, and he instinctively thought, "Is that brat Bai Chen bullying my granddaughter?" But Qi Yi hurriedly spoke up, "It's nothing, he's washing his hands." "Washing? Oh, Grandpa, aren't we going to eat?" "I told him to wash his hands first." This reason sounded so reasonable. "Is that so?" Old Seven looked suspiciously at his granddaughter, then at Bai Chen. Bai Chen approached old Seven with a calm smile, nodding as he said, "Of course, Miss Seven said that if I don't wash my hands, I can't touch her." The utensils. Ding! 7-leaf split value plus 0.1%. Ding! 7-leaf split value plus 0.1%. The utensils. 7-leaf, ha! Old Seven believed him, for the time being. Bai Chen, under old Seven's guidance, went to wash his hands. Outside the back hall of the pharmacy, the street was almost deserted. Gu Qing, covered in mud, along with a few muddy little brothers behind him, surprisingly hadn't left yet. The little brothers looked at Gu Qing with puzzled expressions. At that moment, Gu Qing was staring blankly at Bai Chen's battered Maybach. The little brothers exchanged glances and sent a representative, who cautiously approached Gu Qing and whispered, "Young master, if you can't swallow this anger, should we smash his car?" Hearing this, Gu Qing instantly snapped back to reality. He turned around directly. You have some nerve. Smack. The one who had been beaten before was always himself, but now, he finally had the chance to slap someone else. How satisfying. The little brother covered his muddy face, tearfully saying, Young master, why are you hitting me? I just wanted to help you vent your anger. Gu Qing, with a fierce glare, retorted, Are you trying to help me vent my anger? You're trying to take it out on me. Goodness, do you not know whose car this is? This is the car of the Bai family's young master. If you smash the Bai family's young master's car, our Gu family will be finished the next day. Listening to Gu Qing, the little brothers behind him exchanged glances. The one covering his face continued pitifully, Young master, what should we do now? Is this matter just going to end like this? A strange light flickered in Gu Qing's eyes as he said, Of course, this matter can't just end like this. Hearing this, the little brothers behind him perked up, excitedly looking at Gu Qing. Our young master has stood up, daring to challenge the Bai family's young master. Then, they watched as Gu Qing, with a righteous expression, said, We need to think of a way to properly please young master Bai. What the heck? The little brothers, who had just gotten their spirits up, instantly deflated. Goodness, is this what you meant by it not being over? With such a leader, they suddenly didn't know whether to be angry or not. Meanwhile, Gu Qing seemed to have thought of a great idea. He gathered the little brothers around and whispered, Hey, why do you think young master Bai drove to rescue Seven Leaf? The little brothers were instantly confused. Looking around, one of them said, Young master, didn't you say young master Bai was with that group before? Of course. Gu Qing rolled his eyes. Then he said, I didn't understand before, they were clearly in cahoots, so why did he take Seven Leaf away? Now I understand, this is a play directed and acted by young master Bai. Young master Bai sent people to attack old Seven's subordinates' businesses, then Miss Seven stepped in, chased by Miss Seven, he appeared at the right place at the right time, performing a hero saving the beauty. As Gu Qing spoke, his eyebrows danced with excitement, his face full of pride. He looked as if he had seen through everything. The little brothers were all enlightened. Young master Bai likes Miss Seven? Exactly. Gu Qing nodded confidently. I've already thought of a way to please young master Bai. I understand Seven Leaf's temperament. If that little girl could be taken down so easily, I would have succeeded years ago. So, as long as we find a way to get Chie into young master Bai's bed, then. He. Gu Qing and a group of his little brothers let out a sharp, unpleasant laugh in the back hall of the pharmacy. But amidst such laughter, an out-of-place voice suddenly emerged. One of the little brothers cautiously said, But young master Bai is well known. Shut up! Before the little brother could finish his sentence, Gu Qing shouted sharply. Then, in a cold voice, he said, Keep your thoughts to yourself. If you dare to mention this matter again, if the Bai family doesn't kill you, I, this young master, will personally cut out your tongue. The little brother instantly broke into a cold sweat, looking nervous. Yes, young master, I won't dare again. Alright, let's go for now. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Gu Qing left. Inside the pharmacy, Bai Chen was already preparing to scrounge a meal. Meanwhile, far away in a luxurious villa in Rain City, someone was destined to have a less than pleasant dinner tonight. In a restaurant of a scale similar to Bai Jinnan's home, a family of 3 was sitting at the dining table. The child sitting there had a face painted with smoky makeup. It was none other than the so-called Lin Siyu from the Lin family in Rain City. A regal middle-aged woman was constantly serving dishes into Lin Siyu's bowl. The middle-aged man, seemingly very displeased with Lin Siyu's makeup, frowned and snorted, You're so beautiful, why do you have to dress yourself up like this? Lin Siyu defiantly replied to the middle-aged man, It's none of your business. You! The middle-aged man was so angry that he looked ready to smash his bowl on the table. Just then, an urgent voice came from outside the restaurant. Sir, something has happened, it's bad. The middle-aged man, who had just lifted his bowl, put it down at the sound of this voice. After all, he couldn't let the servants see him educating his daughter. Turning to look at the person who rushed in, he coldly said, What is it, panicking like this? The person appeared very anxious but still glanced at the mother and daughter inside the restaurant. He quickly approached Lin Siyu's father and whispered something in his ear. Soon, Lin Siyu's father's expression changed. The bowl he had set down was lifted again. Smash! This time, he smashed the bowl into pieces. What the hell did you say? This sudden outburst of rage startled Lin Siyu, causing her to shrink her neck instinctively. Although she had been deliberately annoying her father with her behavior, she was still afraid when he truly got angry. Lin Siyu's mother quickly stood up, ran to Lin Siyu's side, and hugged her, reproaching Lin Siyu's father. What are you doing? The child has only just come back. However, Lin Siyu's father completely ignored the mother and daughter, his face filled with anger as he turned to the subordinate who reported the news and shouted, "All these years, we haven't interfered with the Bai family in Jiang City? Has the Bai family gone mad? Why are they ruining our business?" Hearing this furious shout, Lin Siyu, held in her mother's arms, trembled all over, her pupils suddenly constricting. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Her mother seemed to sense Lin Siyu's abnormality and softly comforted her. "Be good, don't be afraid, Dad isn't angry with you, don't be afraid." When Lin Siyu's father heard this, he turned to glance at Lin Siyu. But he didn't think much of it, as the servant had already spoken. "Sir, here's the thing. The subordinates from the places that were raided reported back that those people are really skilled, clearly trained professionally. Moreover, before they acted, they would say, 'This is a gift from the young master of the Bai family to the Jiang family of Yucheng.'" Young master of the Bai family? Bai Chen? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Lin Siyu's father became even angrier. The young master of the Bai family? That brat Bai Chen has the audacity to. But as his furious voice reached this point, it suddenly stopped, and a glimmer of suspicion appeared in his eyes. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "Did they see Bai Chen?" The subordinate shook his head. "So you're saying that those people introduced themselves before taking action?" The subordinate nodded, "Yes." Lin Siyu's father slowly fell silent, lowering his head, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. In his understanding, he had had some unpleasantness due to the absurd situation between his daughter and Bai Jinnan's son, but it had been years since they had any conflict. Suddenly, the young master of the Bai family crossed a city to cause trouble for him? Everything seemed so unreasonable. Especially the fact that they introduced themselves before taking action was even more confusing. He found it perplexing. But his daughter was completely different from him. Goodness! When Lin Siyu heard the words "Bai family," the first thought that sprang to her mind was, "Have I been exposed?" Indeed, it was her request to Liang Yu, her good sister, to send someone to assassinate Bai Chen at the Liang Yue bar. However, apart from her and Liang Yu, no one else knew about this. Could it be that Sister Yu betrayed me? Impossible! Lin Siyu firmly believed in the deep sisterly bond between her and Liang Yu. But how could Bai Chen know it was me? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Did he realize I was there when he sent over the body of Sister Yu's subordinate? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. If not, why would he target our family's business? Isn't that just a warning to me? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Lin Siyu cautiously lifted her head to glance at her father, who was deep in thought. Seeing her father frowning and pondering, she knew she had really gotten herself into big trouble this time. But the first thought that came to her mind was not to confront her father, but rather to escape. Thus, she broke free from her mother's embrace and said, "I'm full." Then she quickly turned and left the dining room. However, Lin Siyu's mother was quite anxious. "You haven't eaten anything yet, how can you be full?" Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Lin Siyu's rupture value has reached 10%, gaining rupture points plus 1000. It seemed that Lin Siyu's mother's words caused Lin Siyu's father to pause slightly, raising his head to watch his daughter leave in a flurry. His frown deepened. He turned to his subordinate and said, "Send someone to investigate what the young master of the Bai family is doing today, and also, find out where Lin Siyu went first after returning to the country." Bai Chen was unaware of what was happening in the Lin family of Yucheng, but he knew that this matter was definitely related to him. Otherwise, how could Lin Siyu's rupture value notification sound keep ringing? Especially, Lin Siyu's disconnection level has already reached 10%, rewarding herself with 1000 disconnection points. The isolation points, which had not increased for a long time, successfully reached a balance of 95,000 points. Just 5,000 more for the Golden Legend. The main reason this balance had not changed for a long time was that the people she disconnected from today were too closely related to the protagonist. One was the female lead, and the other was a loyal servant under the protagonist. Each time the disconnection value increased, it was only by 0.1%. Fortunately, when she engaged in some activities now, she was doing it in double measures. Otherwise, it would have been quite a while before she could obtain the schedule for the Golden Legend again. But for Lin Siyu's disconnection, it was also a good thing for Bai Chen. A happy Bai Chen was having dinner, instinctively raising his left hand high, then slowly letting it fall. Smack! A light sound echoed. Ding! 7-leaf disconnection value plus 0.1%. That's right, at that moment, he was having dinner with 7-leaf and Old 7. Old 7 sat across the table, while he and 7-leaf sat side by side. The smooth sensation on his hand was truly the perfect accompaniment to the meal. However, 7-leaf's whole body stiffened, instinctively looking up at her grandfather sitting across from her. Noticing that her grandfather's attention was not on them, she immediately made her move. Whoosh! With a sound, she pulled her leg away from Bai Chen's hand. Ding! 7-leaf disconnection value plus 0.1%. Taking advantage of her grandfather's inattention, she quickly grabbed her phone from the table and swiftly sent a message. It seemed they had exchanged contact information long ago to better repay Bai Chen. When Bai Chen's phone screen lit up, it displayed, "You big bastard, are you crazy? My grandpa is right across from me." Seeing 7-leaf's urgent message filled with typos, Bai Chen almost laughed out loud. However, he still maintained his composure and slowly typed a reply with 2 big words, "Add money." Ding! 7-leaf disconnection value plus 0.1%. Ding! 7-leaf disconnection value plus 0.1%. Ding! 7-leaf. Ding! Detected that 7-leaf's disconnection level has reached 10%, awarded disconnection points plus 1000. It was clear that Bai Chen's strategy of adding money was very successful. Otherwise, according to 7-leaf's standard as the female lead with only a 0.1% increase, how could she provide him with a stage of disconnection points as a reward when he officially started disconnecting from her for the first time? His current disconnection points balance was already 96,000, just 4,000 short. Bai Chen felt that he might be able to gather the 100,000 points for the Golden Legend today. But who should he start with? He still had no clue. After pondering for a while, the time was getting late. Bai Chen finally stood up to take his leave. However, after he left, whether 7-leaf and old 7 would breathe a sigh of relief was something Bai Chen could not know. Driving his battered Maybach, he slowly distanced himself from the street where the pharmacy was located, and he saw Black Tiger and his group. They had been waiting for him in the courtyard of the pharmacy. When they saw him get out of the car, Black Tiger, along with his subordinates, lowered his head and ran up to him. Black Tiger looked guilty as he said, "Young master, I'm really sorry, the last operation at that pawnshop failed due to my negligence." Indeed, most of the people at that pawnshop had been taken away by old 7 while they were chasing 7-leaf. By the time they returned, the place was already empty. However, the results of the 2 things Bai Chen had them do were completely different. It was just a simple task failure. Bai Chen would indeed be angry with them. But wasn't it a twist of fate that Chi ended up in his car? One could say this was a pleasant surprise. Therefore, today's gains were far greater than if things had gone according to the original plan. Bai Chen didn't mind and waved his hand, saying, "Be careful next time." This matter was considered settled. Heihu and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. With their subordinates, they respectfully said to Bai Chen, "Thank you, young master." Bai Chen didn't linger on the matter and waved his hand, preparing to take them home. While he was eating inside earlier, he had been thinking about whether he could gather enough rupture points for the Golden Legend in one go today. The first person that came to his mind was the protagonist's sister, his little maid, Xiao Rou. He remembered that Xiao Rou's rupture level had already reached 90%. Only 10% of rupture points were left. With Bai Chen's current training of Xiao Rou, he believed that this last 10% would be a matter of minutes. By then, he wouldn't just obtain a random blind box, he could even directly gain 10,000 rupture points. That would mean he had achieved the goal he set for himself today. So, Bai Chen was feeling a bit eager. However, just as Bai Chen was about to get into the car, Heihu unexpectedly came to his side again and whispered, "Young master, there's someone making a fuss to see you." Bai Chen hadn't thought much of it, his mind focused on how to rupture Xiao Rou. Upon hearing this, he casually asked, "Who is it?" Heihu replied quietly, "I don't know him, but he says his name is Su Wenma." "Who did you say?" Bai Chen, who had already sat down, jumped out of the car at the mention of that name. Seeing Bai Chen so excited, Heihu couldn't help but curl his lip. It seemed this Su Wenma was quite important to the young master. Of course, he was important. Bai Chen knew that this Su Wenma, known as Old Mo in the original work, was someone who could match the protagonist, the war god Dragon King, in skill. Although the ultimate victor was still the Dragon King protagonist, how could Bai Chen not want someone with such powerful combat ability? If he didn't take him, and this person ended up following the protagonist, then when the protagonist became powerful again, it wouldn't matter if he had the protagonist's woman. Su Wenma. Heihu's voice came out somewhat awkwardly. Bai Chen didn't hesitate. Where is he? Indeed, if it weren't for that name, Bai Chen would have gone home to rupture Xiao Rou. But now, although he didn't know why Su Wenma wanted to see him, Bai Chen felt that he could gather those 100,000 points from Su Wenma. Moreover, if he could completely rupture Su Wenma, the significance would be extraordinary. It would be equivalent to him getting a golden blind box for free. Seeing his young master so excited, Heihu didn't dare to delay and said, "He said he's waiting for you at the East City Market." Drive! Bai Chen directly jumped into the back seat of his Maybach. Heihu obediently started the car, taking Bai Chen towards the East City Market. The younger brothers who had come out for the operation today naturally followed behind Bai Chen's vehicle. At this moment, sitting in the back seat of the Maybach, Bai Chen's eyes sparkled with joy, and he eagerly thought, Su Wenma's sister isn't dead, right? If she really is dead, that would be great. This is really something. You look forward to that little girl dying every day, and that's okay? But, that familiar and strangely odd buff seems to have triggered again. Today, when Bai Chen was sitting in the driver's seat of the Maybach, everything was fine. But as soon as he sat in the back seat, his phone suddenly rang. However, Bai Chen was used to it and couldn't be bothered to complain. He took out his phone and saw that the caller ID was actually Mu Yun again. Why again? Because the last time he went to the East City Market, it was Mu Yun who called him, and he hung up. Now, Bai Chen still wanted to hang up, but just as his finger was about to press the button, Bai Chen seemed to think of something, a playful smile appearing in his eyes, and he answered the call. As soon as the call connected, before the other party could speak, Bai Chen directly said, Aunt Yun, miss me? Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. Hearing the system prompt, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. He even took his phone down in surprise to check the caller ID again. That's right, it was Mu Yun. But why was the system indicating Mu Qianqian? Just as Bai Chen was still processing this, Mu Qianqian's furious voice suddenly exploded from the phone. Bai Chen, you bastard! How could you talk to my mom like that? Bai Chen! What the hell? It really is Mu Qianqian? What's going on? While Bai Chen was bewildered, he heard Mu Yun's urgent voice from the phone, as if she was running from a distance. Qianqian, what are you doing with mom's phone? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Chen instantly understood. Goodness, Mu Qianqian had secretly taken her mom's phone to call him? This. For some reason, Bai Chen inexplicably said into the phone, how do you talk to your dad? Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Mu Qianqian. Detected. Mu Qianqian's split value reached 20%. Earned split points plus 2,000. Bai Chen. Mu Qianqian's voice seemed to roar out. Repeat what you just said. Mu Qianqian probably wanted him to say it again, right? Not sure. Bai Chen had already hung up the phone. He was looking at his split points balance of 98,000, feeling quite pleased. Just 2,000 more. The second golden legend was calling. As for how Mu Yun would explain this to Mu Qianqian, that was not something he needed to consider, because Mu Yun would definitely be more anxious about this than he was. The phone didn't ring again. It seemed Mu Yun had already snatched her phone back. Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. With such a system prompt, Bai Chen could imagine what kind of situation was unfolding between Mu Yun and Mu Qianqian. Just imagining that scene made Bai Chen feel like laughing. Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. This kind of system prompt would appear in Bai Chen's mind every so often. It was clear that Mu Yun was really going crazy over there, desperately trying to explain to Mu Qianqian, trying to find a way to smooth things over. Ding! Mu Qianqian split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Bai Chen didn't even know how many times the system prompt had sounded. Finally, his phone rang again. This time the caller ID was still Mu Yun. This time, Bai Chen was sure that the call was definitely not from Mu Qianqian. It seemed that Mu Yun had already persuaded Mu Qianqian, or perhaps deceived her? It was unclear. However, a playful smile still lingered in Bai Chen's eyes as he answered the call with a direct question. Miss Daddy? Crack! A sound came through. Bai Chen knew it was the gritted voice from the other end of the line. Yet, he did not hear Mu Qianqian's system notification in his mind. So, the person on the other end must be Mu Yun. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, Mu Yun's gritted voice came through. Bai Chen, you bad guy, what did you just say to Qianqian? Why are you going on about daddy? Listening to Mu Yun's intense voice, Bai Chen's smile deepened. Hey, daddy is here, so obedient. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. Shut up, shut up, shut up. At that moment, Mu Yun's state was hard to tell if it was shyness, anger, or perhaps a mix of both. Can you be serious? I'm telling you something very important. But Bai Chen still wore that nonchalant expression, seemingly indifferent, and then deliberately said, Hey? You know, when we were on the Big G yesterday, why didn't I make you call me daddy? How about we try it tonight? Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. You are such a big jerk. Beep 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 beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Bai Chen, sitting in the back seat, was smiling. It was a bright and sunny smile. However, he had no intention of calling Mu-yun back to apologize. After all, Mu-yun was a grown woman, some things needed her to process on her own. But what Bai Chen never expected was that when Black Tiger drove him to the eastern part of the city, his phone rang again. This time, it wasn't a call but a message. And the source was the same as before, Mu-yun. Opening it, Bai Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. It read, Mu-yun, Qianqian won't be home before midnight. Hiss, oh my Aunt Yun. Bai Chen looked at the message displayed on his phone. What does this mean? Did she just agree to his earlier suggestion? Goodness! Bai Chen felt that Mu-yun was not only torn apart by him but was even starting to break down. TSK. Bai Chen's signature excited hand-rubbing gesture appeared again. However, he still restrained himself from wanting to have Black Tiger turn around and head straight to Mu-yun's house. After all, Su Wonmo was still very crucial. Before long, the familiar sign of the Eastern Market appeared before Bai Chen's eyes. He no longer dwelled on the system notification that belonged to Mu Qianqian. After Black Tiger parked the car, he got out and strode directly into the Eastern Market. Black Tiger and his men had no idea what Bai Chen was up to, but they followed closely behind. This led to some customers who were about to enter the market seeing the scene and turning to run, not hesitating for a moment. Not for any other reason. Bai Chen and his crew hadn't changed their clothes yet. Bai Chen was wearing a blue suit at the front, while Black Tiger and his fierce-looking subordinates were all in black suits. From a distance, they looked imposing. There was no need to think about what kind of people they were. Even at the moment Bai Chen and they stepped into the market, the noisy market suddenly fell completely silent. Everyone, whether buying or selling vegetables, froze in their movements. They turned to look at the entrance, in the direction of Bai Chen and his group. One by one, they instantly adjusted their demeanor to a submissive and respectful attitude. Of course, this state lasted only a moment before they withdrew their gazes, lowering their heads and quietly attending to their own business. In their hearts, they were all silently chanting, "You can't see me, you can't see me." Naturally, they were also very curious about the identities of this group and why they had come. Bai Chen, on the other hand, had a clear objective. He led his subordinates straight to Su Wonma's stall. Inside the stall, there was only Su Wonma, who had not yet tied on his apron, clearly indicating that he hadn't started working today. Bai Chen also did not see the figure of Su Shi from before. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation in his heart, thinking, Su Shi must be dead. Please tell me Su Shi is dead. Inside the stall, Su Wonma sat with a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with a sense of anxious despair. At that moment, he didn't even notice Bai Chen and the others' arrival, showing just how disordered his mind had become. Just then, Bai Chen's somewhat hoarse voice broke the silence. I heard. You want to see me? Ding! Su Wonma's rupture value plus 1%. Upon hearing this voice, Su Wonma instantly looked up. The group behind Bai Chen seemed to be completely ignored by Su Wonma. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Bai Chen. The Black Tiger standing behind Bai Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, thinking to himself, such speed, I didn't even see it clearly? But after a brief shock, he immediately prepared to take on the responsibility of protecting his young master. Instinctively, he stepped forward to block Su Wonma. However, he didn't expect Su Wonma to be even faster. With a thud, he knelt directly in front of Bai Chen. This sudden change left the Black Tiger momentarily stunned. Then, they heard Su Wonma's voice, which seemed to carry a hint of sobbing. I don't know who you are, but I know your identity must be extraordinary. As long as you can promise to save my sister, I can give you anything you want. Ding! Su Wonma's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen was also taken aback that Su Wonma had knelt directly before him. But upon reflection, in the original story, even when the protagonist merely killed his sister's enemy, Su Wonma was completely devoted to the protagonist. One could imagine the status Su Shi held in Su Wonma's heart was indeed enough for him to give up everything. However, upon hearing Su Wonma's words, Bai Chen paused slightly. Save your sister? What do you mean? As he asked this question, Bai Chen silently thought to himself, that Su Shi can't still be alive, right? Then, Su Wonma spoke in a choked voice, tonight, she went out to buy takeout from the market as usual, but she hasn't returned yet. Someone told me she was taken away, it was raining heavily, and they didn't see who it was. As he spoke, anxious tears streamed from the corners of Su Wonma's eyes. I know who they are, but I can't find them, so I thought of you. Listening to Su Wonma's words, Bai Chen finally understood. It turned out that Su Shi was just missing. Su Shi was indeed in danger, but she wasn't dead yet. However, Bai Chen seemed to have caught another key phrase. He turned to Su Wonma with a puzzled expression and asked, how did you think of me? Indeed, I have basically no intersection with Su Wonma. Moreover, Su Wanma just said himself that he doesn't know who he is. So why would he think of Bai Chen? Listening to Bai Chen's question, Su Wanma felt anxious. His sister still didn't know what was going on, and now he was being dragged into this? However, in order to get the other party to help him find his sister, he could only answer the questions. Because the last time you came, the strength you displayed, and the feeling of that old man standing beside you, told me that you are not ordinary people. And, at this point, Su Wanma turned to glance at the black tiger standing next to Bai Chen and continued, now, it further proves my guess. This reason was reasonable. But Bai Chen had another question. Then how did you contact me? Hearing this question from Bai Chen, Su Wanma was taken aback for a moment and seemed to think of something. Right. He then stood up and ran back to his fish stall. From behind a fish tank, he hoisted up a figure. This person was dressed in black but was already bruised and battered. Returning to Bai Chen's side, he threw the unconscious person at Bai Chen's feet and said, this person should be the one you sent to monitor me, right? The black tiger standing nearby immediately frowned. He quickly stepped forward to help the figure up and examined him closely. The next second, the black tiger's face turned furious as he looked up at Su Wanma. Did you do this? At this moment, the black tiger's rage also confirmed Su Wanma's words. This person was indeed one of Bai Chen's subordinates, but now, a hint of cold light appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Su Wanma, however, seemed unconcerned as he said, he came to monitor me in the first place. If anyone is to be offended, it was he who offended me first. I just wanted to find his master through him, but he was very tight-lipped, so, in the end, he didn't say anything, and I found out from his phone's call records. But don't worry, he only suffered a bit of physical pain, and there is no other danger. You bastard! The black tiger roared instantly. He even stepped forward to teach Su Wanma a lesson, but Bai Chen, who was standing there, calmly spoke to stop him. Uncle Huzi, stop. Young master! The black tiger's pupils dilated at this moment. This subordinate was someone he had trained meticulously, and the black tiger treated his subordinates very well. Now, the black tiger was truly furious. However, seeing the emotionless gaze of Bai Chen, he gritted his teeth slightly and retracted his iron fist. Su Wanma, standing there, seemed to have known what would happen now all along. Therefore, his expression didn't even change. He then slowly knelt before Bai Chen again and sincerely said, please, sir, save my sister. Listening to Su Wanma's words and looking into his eyes, a flicker of ambiguous light flashed in Bai Chen's eyes. Then, Bai Chen took a slight breath and asked, who is the person that took your sister? Ding! Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, a hint of surprise appeared in Su Wanma's eyes. This meant that the other party agreed to save his sister. It seemed he had bet right. He had enough value for the other party to help him. Thus, he directly replied, that person gave himself a nickname, called Huang Mao Diao Shou. Bai Chen. Damn, do the supporting characters in this original work all give themselves such names? No wonder they die early. Bai Chen was too lazy to get entangled in this issue and turned to Heihu, saying, do our people know about this yellow-haired Martin? Heihu slowly shook his head, I don't know, but anything related to the underground world of Jiangcheng can be investigated. Bai Chen nodded, go check, I want results right now. Upon hearing this, Heihu's brows furrowed, and with a look of deep confusion, he asked, young master, he attacked our people, and we still want to. But before he could finish, Bai Chen's indifferent gaze stopped him. Heihu, filled with anger, turned to Su Wanma, I really don't know what's so good about you that the young master would go to such lengths for you. Kid, I'll be watching you. After saying this, Heihu turned and left. Ding! Su Wanma's rupture value plus 1%. After watching Heihu leave, Su Wanma immediately shouted at Bai Chen, thank you, young master. As long as you save my sister, you can make me do anything. However, this time, Bai Chen did not respond. Su Wanma stood up and moved a chair for Bai Chen. Bai Chen did not refuse and sat down. Not long after, the bruised little brother on the ground slowly regained consciousness. Upon seeing Su Wanma, he was so frightened that he almost crawled away. But then he saw Bai Chen sitting there calmly. Just as he was about to go up and complain, he noticed that everyone's expressions were not good. So he had to shut up and pitifully hide behind Bai Chen. After a while, Heihu returned. His face looked a bit unpleasant, and it was obviously because of Su Wanma. When he reached Bai Chen's side, he turned and glared fiercely at Su Wanma, then said to Bai Chen, young master, we found it. Hearing this, Su Wanma's eyes lit up with surprise as he stepped forward. Where? Let's go save my sister right now. But Bai Chen seemed not to have heard Su Wanma's voice and calmly said to Heihu, very well, Uncle Tiger, contact the so-called yellow-haired Martin. Tell him to kill this person's sister. Su Wanma. Ding. Su Wanma's rupture value plus 1%. Ding. Su Wanma's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wonma's rupture value plus 1%. Su Wonma immediately let out a roar. What? What do you mean? I asked you to help to save my sister. At this moment, Su Wonma was stunned. Yes, he was looking for someone to save his sister, but why would they want to kill her first? Could they be in cahoots? Facing the nearly mad Su Wonma's roar, Bai Chen merely raised his hand and pointed at the bruised little brother who had just hidden behind him, softly saying, "Is this your sincerity in asking for my help? Is this your sincerity in asking for my help?" Bai Chen's tone was very calm, but as soon as these words came out, the pupils of everyone present slightly constricted, especially Su Wonma. From Bai Chen's calm tone, he sensed a strong threat. Ding! Su Wonma's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wonma's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wonma detected that Su Wonma's rupture degree has reached 20%, gaining rupture points plus 1,000. The balance was already 99,000, but Bai Chen's face remained expressionless. At this moment, Heihu suddenly reacted. The young master is. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The young master was looking for this yellow-haired Martin. It was not to be the Su Wonma's lapdog. It turns out that the young master still cares about his subordinates. Don't mention Black Tiger. Even the little brother who was hiding timidly behind Bai Chen, sent to keep an eye on Su Wonma, had his pupils instantly brighten upon hearing this. Suddenly, a wave of grievance surged in his heart. Tears uncontrollably flowed from the little brother's eyes. He was just a little brother whose name the young master didn't even know. The young master brought so many people to seek revenge for him and even wanted to kill that person's sister. Everything the young master did was for me. From now on, my life belongs to the young master. His thoughts were indeed. But Bai Chen didn't think so. Creak! Su Wonma's iron fists were tightly clenched. He never expected the situation to turn out like this. He guessed that Bai Chen had a noble status. He also knew that he was powerful. For someone of such high status to come personally to see him twice after learning about him proved that the other party truly valued his usefulness. To gain him, they would surely meet his demands. But he only injured a trivial little brother of his to contact him. He actually wanted to kill my sister? Looking at Su Wonma, who was now engulfed in rage, Bai Chen knew that Su Wonma had fallen into a complete fury. It could even jeopardize his plan. However, Bai Chen did not regret his actions. The reason was simple. You can't take advantage of my fondness for you and act recklessly in front of me. My subordinates, even the lowest dog, are still under my command, the Prince of Jiangcheng, Bai Chen. Even when beating a dog, you must look at its owner. This Su Wonma hasn't even regarded me properly, yet he wants me to help? What a joke. I, Bai Chen, am a villain. Even if you are a talented person I desire, I can't truly become your lapdog, can I? Looking at the furious and speechless Su Wonma, Bai Chen said lightly, "You don't really think your sister's life is more important than the face of my subordinate, do you?" What? Bai Chen's indifferent voice came again. His sister's life is even less important than a dog of his subordinate? Bastard! Su Wonma seemed to completely lose control of his anger and erupted on the spot. With a loud bang, as Su Wonma stepped forward, several fish tanks nearby were shattered by the powerful impact. He transformed into a shadow and charged towards Bai Chen. "Young master, be careful!" Black Tiger instinctively rushed to protect Bai Chen, but Bai Chen slightly raised his hand, stopping Black Tiger's movement. Su Wonma had already appeared in front of Bai Chen. His fist, the size of a sandbag, showed no hesitation as it smashed towards Bai Chen's head. However, Bai Chen made no move to evade. "Young master!" Black Tiger's anxious roar echoed out. But, with a whoosh, Su Wonma's iron fist stopped just 5 centimeters from Bai Chen's temple. Flames of fury surged in Su Wonma's pupils. Gritting his teeth, he roared at Bai Chen, "Why don't you dodge? Because I'm not afraid?" Bai Chen couldn't be bothered to engage in such meaningless talk. He simply looked at the furious Su Wonma, who could kill him at any moment, and then said, "Kneel." Just those 2 words made Su Wonma's body tremble heavily. Ding! Su Wonma's split value plus 1%. Bai Chen was actually gambling, because he knew how formidable Su Wonma was. Even if the Black Tiger and his group of subordinates rushed in, it would only serve to delay the inevitable. If Su Wonma wanted to take action against him, it was just a matter of time. But Bai Chen felt that this gamble was necessary. He initially thought that if Su Wonma sought his help, he would go. After all, Su Wonma had said that after he helped him, he would do whatever Bai Chen asked. Then Su Wonma would be his man, completely severed from his previous ties, allowing Bai Chen to reap a wave of points and even exchange for 2 blind boxes. However, after the incident with his little brother, Bai Chen suddenly realized, setting Su Wonma apart like this would only make him arrogant. What Bai Chen wanted was not someone like that, he only wanted a loyal dog. So, Bai Chen gently cleared his throat. I don't want to say the same thing a second time. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk Su Wanma trembled all over, gritting his teeth. Thud. He knelt before Bai Chen once again. This time, his mindset was definitely different from the previous two. But this act of kneeling made Bai Chen realize that he had bet correctly. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk Su Wanma gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and then said hoarsely, I'm sorry, sir. I apologize to you and your subordinates. I shouldn't have laid a hand on him. I hope, sir, you can save my sister. After saying this, Su Wanma slowly placed his head on the ground. Thud. He knocked his head against the ground in front of Bai Chen. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk although Su Wanma's voice sounded filled with anger at that moment, Bai Chen knew that Su Wanma was more sincere now than before. However, if it was just like this, it still wasn't enough to make Su Wanma a loyal dog under his command. Thus, Bai Chen turned to the bruised little brother hiding behind him. You, come here. This little brother was feeling emotional, and upon hearing Bai Chen's words, he trembled and was momentarily stunned. But he quickly ran over. Young master, you command? Hiss. It seemed that speaking had aggravated the pain on his face, and he inhaled sharply. Bai Chen's voice followed. How did he hit you? Go hit him back now. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk Me? The little brother was taken aback, not even processing it at first. Then he saw Bai Chen raise an eyebrow and say to him, What? Are you afraid? Are you saying that my subordinate Bai Chen can be bullied by anyone in this world, and you don't dare to fight back? Upon hearing this, the little brother gasped in shock. His gaze became more resolute than ever. He shouted loudly, Young master, I dare. Thank you, young master. From now on, I will never let you lose face again. After saying this, the little brother stepped forward and kicked out. Bang! He kicked Su Wanma hard in the face. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk ding. Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Asterisk detected that Su Wanma's severance value has reached 30%, gaining 1,500 severance points. Star. Bai Chen's severance points balance had once again reached 100,500. As long as Bai Chen spoke, he could immediately obtain a new golden legend. But at that moment, Bai Chen's attention was not on this, because Su Wanma himself is equivalent to a golden legend. And now, I am at the crucial moment of training Su Wanma to become a dog. So Bai Chen will not be distracted for the time being. Ding! Su Wanma's fragmentation value plus 1%. Bang! Poo! Pa! Ding! Su Wanma's fragmentation value plus 1%. This bruised little brother is pressing Su Wanma down on the floor and rubbing him. Ding! Su Wanma's fragmentation value plus 1%. At this moment, Su Wanma gritted his teeth, allowing the little brother's attacks to land on him. He didn't make a sound at all. After all, he is a powerful expert. Yet, he is being beaten down by a worthless little brother, with no intention of fighting back, because he doesn't dare. Ding! Su Wanma's fragmentation value plus 1%. While this little brother was beating Su Wanma, the black-clad little brothers behind Bai Chen, along with Black Tiger, quietly watched the scene in front of them. Although they did not express any opinions, their pupils flickered with a kind of fervent gaze. They were very sure that if the one being wronged were themselves, the young master would definitely treat them the same way. The young master was right. The young master Bai Chen's subordinates in Jiangcheng must walk with swagger. They absolutely cannot be bullied and not dare to fight back. The young master protects us like this. Then our lives in the future will definitely belong entirely to the young master. When we were with the old master, we never felt this way. The young master. The young master is the future old master. We have followed the right person. Ding! Detected that the host has generated a large amount of fragmentation value due to non-Halo characters. Triggering system exceptional reward. Random blind box is being drawn. Bai Chen listened to the system prompt in his mind, and his pupils instantly constricted. What's going on? Exceptional? That's right. Bai Chen's operation to save the villain has been going on for so long. The system has never emitted a sound like this before. This is not right, this is very wrong. What does non-Halo character mean? This halo must refer to the protagonist's halo. Characters unrelated to the protagonist. Bai Chen paused slightly. He instinctively turned his head to look. Sure enough, the group of black-clad little brothers behind him were all looking at him, their eyes filled with fervor. Could it be them? Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a random blind box reward, silver blind box +1. Damn! It's actually a silver blind box, such a high-end blind box? A faint light glimmered in Bai Chen's eyes, and a slight upward curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, if this large amount of fragmentation value comes from these little brothers, then they should all be subordinates of my cheap old man Bai Jinan, right? After splitting them, the random blind box drawn won't be related to my old man Bai Jinan's halo, will it? Bai Chen really didn't know about this. After all, the system had never encountered such a situation before. No matter what it is, it can only be known after opening this blind box. However, now is not the time to open the blind box. The little brother who was beating Su Wanma has stopped his actions and is standing there with his hands on his hips, panting. Bai Chen saw this and directly asked, "Why aren't you hitting him anymore?" The little brother turned his head, looking helpless, and said, "Young master, I need to rest a bit, I'm a little tired from hitting." Hearing this, Bai Chen smiled slightly. "Have you finished hitting him back?" The little brother was taken aback, then nodded. "I finished hitting him back, I think I might have hit a bit more. Young master, I'm sorry." Bai Chen waved his hand, indicating it was no big deal. And that Su Wanma, who was pressed to the floor and rubbed against it, now equally bruised and battered, finally escaped the beating. He hurriedly got back up from the ground. Although he was a bit unsteady, he still knelt firmly on the ground and with a loud thud, he bowed his head again towards Bai Chen. The sound was no longer as natural as before, now tinged with pain. "Please, young master Bai, save my sister." Whoa, his voice once again carried a sobbing tone. Ding! Su Wanma's breaking value +1%. Ding! Su Wanma's breaking value +1%. This time, his sobbing seemed to carry a different flavor. Su Wanma's wailing did not stop. "Young master Bai, as long as you can save my sister. From now on, I, Su Wanma, will be your dog, young master Bai. Whoever you want me to bite, I will bite." Ding! Su Wanma's breaking value +1%. Ding! Su Wanma's breaking value +1%. Ding! Detected that Su Wanma's breaking degree has reached 40%, gaining breaking points +2000. When Bai Chen's point balance reached 102500, a glimmer of satisfaction finally appeared in his eyes. He could see that Su Wanma's wailing was completely sincere. After having his subordinates press him to the floor and beat him in front of everyone, Su Wanma's pride had been thoroughly crushed. It was evident from his words. Previously, he only said he would do whatever Bai Chen asked. Now, he had quickly adjusted his position and was ready to be Bai Chen's dog. This was the effect Bai Chen wanted. Since that was the case, his goal had been achieved. Bai Chen smiled slightly, slapped his thigh, and stood up. He turned to Heihu and said, "Take him and follow me to meet this yellow-haired weasel." Yes. At this point, Heihu had no objections to Bai Chen's request. Earlier, he thought that after his subordinate was beaten, the young master wouldn't be angry and would even help that Su Wanma. Although he would carry out the young master's orders, he would definitely have reservations about the young master's actions. But now, it was completely different. He had even started to apologize to Bai Chen in his heart. It was his misunderstanding of Bai Chen, his lack of trust in Bai Chen. It was all his fault. The young master was indeed wise. This change in Heihu's mindset was a pleasant surprise for Bai Chen. But it didn't matter. Heihu had already found someone to help Su Wanma up from the ground. Supported, Su Wanma, bruised and tearful, called out to Bai Chen's departing figure, "Thank you, young master Bai. Thank you, young master Bai." In the silent East City market, the vendors and customers looked over with stiff expressions and twitching eyes. Some even looked at Bai Chen's figure, unable to help but wonder in their hearts, who is this young master? Is he really that impressive? He beats someone, and the other still has to thank him? At this moment, Bai Chen walked at the forefront, listening to Su Wanma's somewhat dazed voice behind him, and to be honest, he felt a bit emotional. After all, he remembered that in the original story, Su Wanma and the protagonist referred to each other as brothers, following the protagonist with great ambition, cold and ruthless, decisive in killing. Apart from the protagonist, he was the epitome of handsomeness in the original work. But now, the protagonist could treat him as a brother, but the protagonist's brother could only be Bai Chen's dog. Over here, as the sun had just set, Bai Chen, with a sense of a little brother, drove towards the stronghold of that yellow-haired weasel. Rain City. Lin family's villa. In the study, Lin Siyu's father sat high up there. The subordinate who had reported to him in the dining room stood before him with lowered eyes and said, "We found out that the young master of the Bai family is in Jiangqing today, and he brought people to smash 3 small shops." Hearing this, Lin Siyu's father's eyes twitched. That's definitely something he would do, just bullying the weak, right? It seems that Bai Chen doesn't have the extra energy to send people to Yuqing. He then quickly looked up at the subordinate and asked, "Have you found out about the other matter?" "Yes, I have." The subordinate nodded and said, "The first place the young lady went after returning to the country was Liangyue Bar." Upon hearing this, Lin Siyu's father instantly furrowed his brows. "What did you say?" With a loud bang, Lin Siyu's father's anger made him stand up from his chair. The subordinate immediately realized that the master was truly furious. He quickly stammered, "Master, please calm down. Although Liangyue Bar sent people to ambush the young master of the Bai family, it doesn't necessarily mean the young lady did it." "What?" However, the subordinate never expected that upon hearing his explanation for Lin Siyu's father's voice even broke. A roar erupted. "Liangyue Bar ambushed Bai Chen?" The subordinate. "You mean the master didn't know?" Unable to help himself, the subordinate slapped his own mouth. Goodness, he was originally trying to calm the master's anger, but now, "Master, please don't be angry, don't let it affect your health." The subordinate sounded like a voiceover for Lin Siyu's father. It was one thing for him to stand there in a rage. After hearing the subordinate's words, he suddenly felt a bit short of breath. He immediately clutched his chest, taking deep breaths, and collapsed back into his chair. Trembling, he raised his hand, pointed outside, and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Get out! Get out of here! Tell that little bastard Lin Siyu to come to me." The subordinate instinctively wanted to agree and turned to run. However, soon, an awkward expression appeared on his face, and he stood frozen in place, pale. Lin Siyu's father was already furious. "What the hell are you still doing?" The subordinate trembled all over and cautiously said, "The young lady. She's not at home." "Not at home?" Old Lin's head was about to explode. Where the hell did she hide? Liangyue Bar. Upon hearing this name, Lin Siyu's father slammed the table with a loud bang, and immediately roared, "Bring people, surround Liangyue Bar for me." Bai Chen had no idea. Because of his small act of revenge, it had caused a huge uproar within the Lin family in Yuqing. However, even if he knew, Bai Chen wouldn't care at all, because it was all Lin Siyu's own doing. At this moment, he was riding in a hidden elevator concealed within an arcade, going down. Ding! The elevator doors opened. The noise instantly flooded into Bai Chen and the others' ears. Looking around, it was resplendent. Below was actually a huge underground casino. This sight made Bai Chen's eyes light up. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Who designed such a large basement?" Indeed. In his villa, there was a hidden space behind his bedroom that concealed a secret room. Although it was quite useful, it always felt somewhat undignified. But if there were a resplendent underground chamber beneath his villa, wouldn't that allow for many possibilities? Bai Chen's words naturally reached Heihu's ears. Heihu made a strange grimace and then said, "Young master, if you want, I can have people set up a dozen of them for you in no time." Bai Chen, what would I do with so many underground rooms? Use them as morgues? Heihu's face turned awkward. Go, hurry up and lead the way, find someone. Yes. Heihu quickly led the way forward. They passed through a crowd of gamblers, and Bai Chen took a moment to admire the beautiful croupiers dealing cards. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a room deep within the underground casino. Heihu turned and said, "That yellow-haired weasel should be inside." Bai Chen merely nodded lightly. Heihu turned around directly. With a bang, he kicked the double doors open with explosive force. "What the hell? Who is it? Are you looking for death?" The figures inside the room hadn't even been clearly seen when furious voices erupted from within. Yet Bai Chen and the others seemed to have not heard anything. A group of people surged into the room. The last of the underlings even remembered to close the door behind them. Because the casino was too noisy, Heihu's kick barely caused any commotion. Once Bai Chen and the others entered the room, the scene before them made Bai Chen's pupils constrict in surprise. What first caught his eye was not the yellow-haired weasel or his subordinates, but 5 completely naked beauties. These 5 girls had nothing on them except for their hair. However, each of them wore a different style of high heels. Notably, each of them stood on a small white cylindrical platform. Standing on it, they looked like 1:1 human figurines. Bai Chen was fine with it. After all, although these beauties were indeed beautiful, they were certainly not on par with Shen Qingying and Mu Yun. So, for Bai Chen, it was merely a surprise. Heihu, having seen much in his life, didn't make a big fuss either. But the underlings behind them were instantly wide-eyed. Some even shamefully drooled. Those 5 slightly reflective sculptures, even if given one, they would be willing to carry that human figurine home on the spot. But to put it plainly, these 5 were not real figurines, they were living, breathing people. At that moment, seeing so many men suddenly rush in, their faces turned pale. With such a sharp scream, they hurriedly jumped down from the platform and scattered in all directions. But the door had already been blocked by Bai Chen's men. They could only protect their bodies and hide in the corners of the room. After they hid, Bai Chen and the others finally saw the main figure. A middle-aged man with a furious expression, his head full of curly yellow hair that looked like instant noodles. A long, thin face with a pointed chin. The phrase thief-like eyes seemed tailor-made for him. Surrounding him were a dozen fierce-looking men, all burly and clearly not friendly. Without a doubt, the only man sitting there with a sharp face was the legendary yellow-haired weasel. Bang! With a loud bang, the yellow-haired man slammed his hands on the table and stood up. He directly roared at the group of people pouring in. Who the hell are you? Who let you in here? Are you looking to die? Accompanying the yellow-haired man's roar, the dozen or so burly men beside him simultaneously drew their batons from their waists with a whoosh. Each of them held a weapon, pressing forward in their direction, ready to strike at any moment. The Black Tiger was already prepared to protect his young master. However, Bai Chen, with great interest, remarked, "Yellow hair, I have to say, you really know how to have fun, huh?" When Bai Chen said this, he was naturally pointing at the 5 white cylindrical pedestals on the ground. In fact, as he spoke, a beautiful image appeared in Bai Chen's mind, thinking, if I set up a whole basement at home filled with life-sized figurines, starting with Shen Qingying, wouldn't that be? Far away in the villa, Shen Qingying, Xiaorou, Mu Yun waiting for Bai Chen at the Mu family villa, Mu Qianqian from Chen Yun Group, and Qi Yi at the pharmacy. Some of them didn't even know each other, yet they all trembled slightly at the same time, feeling a chill down their spines. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xiaorou's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Mu Yun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. Ding! Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qi Ye's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Lian Yu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen? I understand the reasoning. But how did Lian Yu and Lin Siyu get their rupture values? Yellow hair, I have to say, you really know how to have fun, huh? Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, the yellow-haired man instinctively replied, every dealer in our casino has to go through my personal interview. Is there a problem? Goodness. So this is your dealer interview. Your method of interviewing is quite innovative. I just wonder if there will be a chance to popularize it. But after finishing his words, the yellow-haired man suddenly reacted. Why the hell should I explain anything to you? I'll give you a chance, get the hell out of here right now, or how you leave will be up to me. To be honest, the yellow-haired man's words did carry a bit of momentum. The dozen or so fierce-looking men seemed well-trained as they stepped forward again. Yet Bai Chen looked at the yellow-haired man sitting there in surprise and said, "You don't recognize me?" The yellow-haired man scoffed, "Who the hell are you? Why should I know you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Chen instantly understood. This yellow-haired man was probably on the same level as Zhang Tianfeng. It just seemed that his operation was much larger than Zhang Tianfeng's. With this thought, Bai Chen decided to contact Wang Ji. At that moment, Bai Chen also stopped the Black Tiger, who was about to rush up and teach the disrespectful yellow-haired man a lesson. He spread his hands and said, "It doesn't matter that you don't know me, anyway, the person looking for you isn't me." Then, slightly tilting his head, the bruised Su Wanma stepped out from behind Bai Chen. At this moment, Su Wanma's eyes were filled with anger, gritting his teeth. Coupled with his bruised face, he looked even more ferocious. As soon as Su Wanma appeared, he strode forward, roaring, "Yellow hair! Where's my sister? Hand her over!" Hearing Su Wanma's roar, the yellow-haired man finally recognized who had come. Su Wanma? The yellow-haired man looked surprised. "You got beaten up like this?" "Ha ha," he laughed quite happily. "Aren't you supposed to be pretty good at fighting? I've beaten so many of your subordinates, and I couldn't do anything to you. How did you end up like this today? Heaven has eyes. Su Wanma, you have your day too?" Hearing the words of the yellow-haired man, Su Wanma's back teeth ground together. The reason he was beaten to this state was entirely because he didn't dare to retaliate. "You actually dare to mock me? Then my anger can only be unleashed on you. Give me back my sister." Su Wanma roared as he charged forward. The yellow-haired man waved his hand, and immediately, a dozen black-clad men surrounded Su Wanma. The Black Tiger standing next to Bai Chen looked at him, as if asking whether he should step in to help, but Bai Chen simply shook his head gently, quietly watching the scene. He was familiar with the original plot, so he knew. It wasn't those dozen black-clad men surrounding Su Wanma. It was Su Wanma who surrounded them all by himself. Sure enough, with a flurry of movements, Su Wanma's figure darted around like a ghost. The Black Tiger's eyes kept flickering, a deep surprise appearing in his gaze. Now he understood why his young master valued this fishmonger named Su Wonma so much. This fishmonger was a martial artist, and his skills seemed to be even better than his own. This was the first time Bai Chen had seen Su Wonma in action. Watching the black-clad men being taken down one after another by Su Wonma, the surprise in his eyes was completely uncontainable, because he knew, after today, such a top-notch expert would become my Bai Chen's dog. It didn't take long before the yellow-haired man's roar echoed out, "You bunch of useless fools? You can't even handle an injured person. What use do I have for you? You, Su Wonma, what are you doing? I'm telling you, don't come over here, you." The yellow-haired man's pained screams rang out. Su Wonma grabbed the yellow-haired man's hair and yanked him out from behind the table. He slammed him heavily onto the ground. A hoarse voice, like that of the Grim Reaper, came out, "Tell me, where is my sister?" At this moment, the yellow-haired man was being choked by Su Wonma, fear of death evident in his eyes. But he still gritted his teeth and roared, "If you have the guts, kill me. If you kill me, not only will your sister die, but you will die too." Come on. This yellow-haired man had a bit of backbone? Who knows? But Su Wonma's sister was his Achilles heel, and at this moment, Su Wonma's pupils were filled with killing intent. His hand exerted force, truly intending to choke the yellow-haired man to death on the spot. Bai Chen saw this scene and immediately knew it was time to test Su Wonma's obedience. Old M.O. Bai Chen's low shout rang out. Ding! Su Wonma's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wonma's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wonma's severance value plus 1%. Amidst the continuous system prompts, Su Wonma surprisingly did not let go. The yellow-haired man's eyes were about to bulge out. Bai Chen frowned and stepped forward. With a thud, he kicked Su Wonma hard in the chest. Su Wonma instantly released the yellow-haired man, stumbling back 2 steps. Then, in a fit of rage, he turned to glare at Bai Chen, as if he was about to attack him. However, as he looked at Bai Chen, his gaze kept flickering. Ding! Su Wonma's severance value plus 1%. In the end, he slowly relaxed his fist. His expression dimmed, and he slowly lowered his head, saying to Bai Chen, "Young master, I'm sorry." The yellow-haired guy, as if liberated, clutched his neck and gasped for air. Bai Chen smiled. Indeed, when it comes to training dogs, it requires a heartfelt approach. Ding! Su Wonma's severance value plus 1%. Bai Chen knew that Su Wonma had not completely severed ties yet. His obedience was still due to his needs from him. Nevertheless, this was a good start. At that moment, the yellow-haired guy, who had narrowly escaped death, seemed to have realized something. That arrogant Su Wonma had easily dealt with his subordinates. However, this young man had come in with a kick, and Su Wonma didn't dare to show any temper, even having to apologize. The injuries on his face were probably arranged by this young man, right? This young man. Cough cough cough. The yellow-haired guy, still gasping and coughing, propped himself up and slowly stood up, hissing at Bai Chen, "Kid, you're the helper that bastard Su Wonma found, right?" The yellow-haired guy actually spoke to him. Bai Chen naturally turned to look at him and replied nonchalantly, "You could say that. He. Ha ha ha." The yellow-haired guy's laughter sounded somewhat unpleasant, but there was still a glint of cold light in his eyes as he said to Bai Chen, "Although I don't know who you are, you must be someone of some stature in Jiangcheng, right? Today, you dare to lay hands on me. Have you considered the consequences? I have people above me." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen, Black Tiger, and Su Wonma instinctively looked up, but there was only the ceiling above. Where were the people? However, the three quickly realized he didn't seem to mean that. Bai Chen turned to Black Tiger and asked, "He has people above him?" Black Tiger slightly curled his lip and then nodded, a hint of awkwardness appearing in his eyes. Seeing Black Tiger's expression, Bai Chen seemed to understand something. The yellow-haired guy thought he had succeeded and said to Bai Chen, "So, now you're scared, huh?" Listening to the yellow-haired guy's retort, Bai Chen slightly curled his lip and replied, "Your people above you wouldn't be my people below me, would they?" Hearing this, the yellow-haired guy was momentarily stunned. "You? What do you mean? Who exactly are you?" "You." But Bai Chen couldn't be bothered to explain, waving his hand and saying, "Alright, I'll give you a chance. Call your people above you right now. But before that, tell me where his sister is?" Just as he finished speaking, Bai Chen's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a pale shadow. It wasn't that Bai Chen wanted to look, it was just too obvious. Hiding behind a large sofa was one of the croupiers who had just been interviewed, one hand protecting her front, while the other cautiously pointed in a direction. Bai Chen instinctively turned to look, and behind the yellow-haired guy's previous seat, there was indeed a small door that seemed to blend into the wall. Bai Chen suddenly realized, goodness, the yellow-haired guy was hiding a beauty. The yellow-haired guy would definitely not answer Bai Chen's question, still wearing a fierce expression as he said, kid, if you want to know where his sister is, just give up on that thought. Just wait, I'm calling now. If you have the guts, don't run. Saying this, he scrambled to the table and grabbed his phone. Bai Chen shrugged slightly, turning to Su Wonma and saying, "You stay here, I'll go help you find your sister." With that, Bai Chen prepared to walk towards that small door. Su Wonma immediately became anxious. "I'm going too." "No need." Bai Chen shot a cold glance at Su Wonma. "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" Su Wonma's split value plus 1%. Ding. Su Wonma's split value plus 1%. Su Wonma lowered his head in silence, and Bai Chen said, "I asked you to keep an eye on him here. What if your sister isn't found, and he makes a call to have your sister killed?" Ding. Su Wonma's split value plus 1%. Su Wonma believed it. Looking at Bai Chen, his expression was complex as he gritted his teeth and nodded. Bai Chen then turned and walked towards the small door. Was Bai Chen really so kind as to help Su Wonma find his sister? How could that be possible? Bai Chen naturally had his own plans. If Su Shi wasn't found, then she was Schrodinger's Su Shi. Whether Schrodinger's Su Shi was dead or alive was entirely up to him. If nothing unexpected happened, and Su Shi was still alive, then Bai Chen would have her killed. He would frame the yellow-haired guy, maximize Su Wonma's hatred, and then reluctantly have the yellow-haired guy killed. By then, Su Wonma would be as devoted to him as arranged in the original work. He would become his loyal dog. Wasn't that good? Don't think too highly of Bai Chen. He had never forgotten that he was a villain. Thus, he directly pushed open the small door. The yellow-haired guy hadn't made the call yet, and upon seeing this, he instantly roared, "What are you doing? Is that place somewhere you can go? You give me." While shouting, he lunged at Bai Chen. But in the next second, puff, there was a muffled sound. Su Wonma appeared behind Bai Chen and kicked the yellow-haired guy away. After stopping the yellow-haired guy, Su Wonma turned to Bai Chen, his voice hoarse as he said, "Young master, I beg you, please save my sister." Ding. Su Wonma's split value plus 1%. Ding. Su Wonma's split value plus 1%. Detected that Su Wonma's split degree has reached 50%, gaining split points plus 2,500. Listening to the system prompt in his mind and looking at his 105,000 points balance, Bai Chen smiled with a true, good, and beautiful expression and nodded at Su Wonma, saying, "Don't worry." He then dove into the small door, not forgetting to close it behind him. Once the door was closed, a cold glint appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Then, a dark handgun was drawn from his waist. As the young master of the Bai family, carrying a handgun should be quite reasonable, right? Behind this door was actually a long corridor. From a distance, Bai Chen could only see a faint pink light emanating from the end of the corridor. Bai Chen slightly curled his lips, feeling a bit wary. After all, he couldn't be sure whether the dealer, treated as a figurine by the yellow-haired guy, was sincere or not. However, Bai Chen now had his own means of self-protection. So, Qing Shan's concealment technique. Bai Chen's figure, along with his breath, instantly disappeared in the corridor. In the depths of the yellow-haired guy's underground secret chamber, there was a room decorated like a couple's hotel. Surrounding it were drapes hanging everywhere. Light shone through, casting several swaying shadows. And in the center of these drapes, a sound of struggle, as small as a mosquito, could be heard. Wo Su Shi, with her mouth covered, was firmly locked on the only large bed inside. Moreover, the clothes on Su Shi had long since fallen to the ground. Beside the bed were 4 women, looking very alluring, who were wiping Su Shi's body. One of the older, more graceful women was using a wet towel to wipe Su Shi's face while slowly saying, "Miss, you were not the first to be sent here, and I believe you won't be the last, but I'm sure you're the most beautiful one. What a pity." When the woman said this, a hint of desolation appeared in her eyes, and then she took a deep breath and continued, "After tonight, just follow old Master Huang well, don't think about suicide. With that said, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." The woman didn't know if she was brainwashing Su Shi, but at that moment, Su Shi was shaking her head frantically, struggling continuously. Tears kept pouring from her eyes. Even though the woman kept wiping her face, it couldn't stop the flow. Just then, it seemed Su Shi saw something. Her body trembled heavily. Her pupils slowly dilated. In the tears, a glimmer of hope appeared. Her expressive eyes seemed to be conveying the message, "Save me, save me." The woman who was wiping Su Shi's face immediately noticed the abnormality. But before she could react, there was a soft click. The woman's head paused slightly, and she clearly felt a chill at the back of her head. Before she could process it, a piercing scream rang out. The other 3 women, pale-faced, retreated in panic. The woman finally reacted. A strange man was actually pointing a gun at her head. "Old master, don't kill me." The woman immediately began to plead for mercy. She surrendered so quickly that Bai Chen didn't expect it. With the enhancement of the Qingshan concealment technique, he quickly swept through the secret room. Finding no one else besides them, Bai Chen then stepped out with his handgun. He had initially planned to deal with these women first. Unexpectedly, these women were really just ordinary women? Thud. The woman fell to her knees, tears of fear instantly streaming down her face. Old master, we were forced to. It was Huang Mao who made us do this. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I'll let her go right now, I'll let her go right now. While speaking, she pressed a mechanism on the bed. In an instant, Su Shi broke free from her restraints. Su Shi quickly tore off the tape from her mouth. With a whoosh, she dove behind Bai Chen, her voice trembling as she said, Thank you for coming to save me. Thank you, sob sob sob. Hearing Su Shi's voice, Bai Chen's expression turned a bit strange. Who said I came to save you? I'm here to kill you, darling. But, don't you care at all that I've seen everything about you? Ahem. Bai Chen coughed and slowly said, put your clothes on first. Su Shi. Ah. A shocked cry of embarrassment escaped her lips as she hurriedly grabbed the scattered clothes and began to put them on haphazardly. At this moment, Bai Chen coldly shouted at the four pale-faced women, get lost. The four women felt a great relief. Thank you, old master. Thank you, old master. They fled in a panic. But the last woman, before leaving, surprisingly turned to look at Su Shi behind Bai Chen and then said to Bai Chen, old master, enjoy yourself, and if you need anything, just call us. After saying that, the woman ran away. Enjoy? Enjoy what? I'm here to kill. But just at that moment, a crisp sound came from behind Bai Chen. Bai Chen instinctively turned his head to look, his pupils instantly dilating. Wait, how did the clothes you just put on get torn? But Bai Chen hadn't even recovered from his surprise. He heard Su Shi gasping for breath. Hot. Bai Chen. That bastard with the yellow hair drugged her? The out-of-control Su Shi looked at Bai Chen, who was in shock. She actually lunged directly at him, coming right in front of Bai Chen. What Bai Chen felt wasn't just a figure approaching. It was a wave of intense heat rushing towards him. Good heavens! This sudden change startled Bai Chen so much that he took a step back. In an instant, he seemed to understand what the woman had meant when she rolled out earlier. So that's how it is? And now, Bai Chen had successfully deduced how Su Shi had died. Because this was before the original plot began, the original work didn't explain anything at all. It seemed that Su Shi had taken the drug and realized she had been taken advantage of by that yellow-haired bastard outside. After waking up, unable to bear it, she committed suicide on the spot. But now, I'm here to kill you. Bai Chen looked at the massive wave of heat in front of him and raised his handgun, pointing it at Su Shi's forehead. Normally, when a person is threatened with a gun to their head, their first reaction is fear, followed by begging for mercy. But what about Su Shi? She had completely lost her mind. Looking at the gun pointed at her brow, she grabbed it. And then, Bai Chen's pupils slowly dilated. Damn, this is a real gun. Solid metal, and it even has bullets in it. UTM. Bai Chen didn't even know what he was seeing. Anyway, at that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, it's over, don't do this, if you keep this up, I won't be able to meet Mu Yun tonight. Calm down, Bai Chen, calm down. You can definitely think of a countermeasure. At this moment, Bai Chen stood still, resisting Su Shi's assault while taking deep breaths and thinking of a strategy. To be honest, if Bai Chen really killed Su Shi, it wouldn't matter whether she had been drugged or not, just one shot would do. But, he was also a normal man. So, Bai Chen felt like that monk, with two fingers pressed against his temples, as if he were channeling energy there. He knew he had to think of a countermeasure quickly, or he would catch a cold soon. He kept silently reciting in his heart, the plot of the female lead being drugged is really too common. I'm a VIP of tomato. What should I do if I were the protagonist at this moment? I should. Right. A bright light suddenly appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. The protagonist would use their powerful cultivation or impressive medical skills. Without anything happening, they would help the female lead detoxify. That's right, but I can't do that. Is it the Qingshan Duan Jin finger? Don't even joke about it. Bai Chen was anxious, but the next second, I have a bit of a plan. In an instant, Bai Chen marveled at how wise his earlier decision to not directly consume his split points was. Rubbing his hands together. Golden legend, save my brother's life. System, give me a golden blind box. Of course, it had to be golden. Because that kind of powerful technique or miraculous medical skill is definitely not an ordinary thing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming 100,000 split points, gaining a golden blind box +1. Does the host wish to open it? Of course I want to open it. Goodness, if I don't, this suit I'm wearing will be ruined, and it's very expensive. The golden blind box is opening. After a rather long wait, a dazzling golden light finally appeared before Bai Chen. The system's prompt sound followed. Congratulations, host, for opening the golden blind box. Reward, Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens, Dragon Hidden in the World. Ha? What is this? This ambiguous reward left Bai Chen confused. But soon, a massive amount of information surged directly into Bai Chen's mind. This time, the system forcibly transmitted more information than ever before. Bai Chen even felt a sharp pain in his head. Fortunately, this pain did not last long. The phrase Phoenix Dance in the 9 Heavens, Dragon Hidden in the World was instantly imprinted in Bai Chen's heart. Moreover, it felt as if he had always understood it. Bai Chen's eyes gradually brightened. This is a cultivation technique. This is actually the protagonist's cultivation technique? This is the secret of the Great Chang Mountain? The protagonist relies on such a powerful, even unknown technique to cultivate into the most formidable powerhouse in the world. Truly worthy of a golden legend, and this is exactly what I wanted. Now, I have a way. However, the intense joy in Bai Chen's eyes suddenly froze at that moment. Then, his face even began to pale a bit. 3 seconds later. This TM is actually a set of techniques that don't adjust for holidays? Truly a fine product from the golden legend. But for Bai Chen right now. Damn it! System, are you doing this on purpose? Of course, the system wouldn't answer Bai Chen's question. But Bai Chen quickly understood. Everything has its fate. Even as a transmigrator, he could not defy this fate. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be cannot be forced. What the hell is this? In short, Bai Chen no longer resisted. The moment he stopped resisting. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. Hearing this system prompt, Bai Chen's face darkened a bit. After all, damn it, at a time like this, the system's prompt actually indicated a split involving a man. That was a bit. Forget it, as long as what's in front of me is not that. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. Ding! Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. Detected that Su Wanma's split degree has reached 60%, gaining split points plus 3,000. After just consuming a wave of split points, the balance was once again at 8,000. But Bai Chen was already too lazy to care about these things. Today's goal seemed unachieved. Su Shi probably wouldn't die. She might become one of the figurines in his basement. Perhaps this way, Su Shi's value would be greater than killing her? He could completely bind Su Wanma to himself through Su Shi. After changing his mindset, Bai Chen felt increasingly at ease. While Bai Chen was indirectly splitting Su Wanma, on the other side, still in Rain City, on the brightly lit streets filled with nightlife, the neon lights of the Cool Moon bar flickered. Yet, there wasn't a single customer inside. The reason is simple. The Liangyue bar has been surrounded by the Lin family, the local tyrants of Yucheng. At this moment, they are still in that office-like room. The young girl Lin Siyu stands in front of Liangyue, her face full of tears, pulling Liangyue's hand and shaking it continuously, saying, "Sister Yu, I beg you, please save me. My dad has sent people to catch me. Can you bear to let me go back to that heartless home?" Humph. Hearing this, Liangyue directly shook off Lin Siyu's hand. Her gaze turned cold, and her voice was devoid of any emotion as she said, "Can you bear to watch the bar I've worked so hard to manage for so many years be destroyed in an instant?" Lin Siyu was suddenly at a loss for words. Liangyue's voice continued, "You came to find me as soon as you returned to the country, which made me very happy, but, you actually want me to send someone to assassinate the young master of Zhongcheng? Now look, the plan has been exposed. Didn't you say that your Lin family in Yucheng doesn't take the Bai family in Jiangqing seriously? Then why are you hiding here with me?" Tears welled up in Lin Siyu's eyes, and she couldn't say a word. After holding it in for a long time, she finally managed to say, "But you didn't stop me back then. You also wanted to try to assassinate Bai Chen, right?" "You." Liang Yue's face stiffened immediately. Ding. Liang Yue's fracture value plus 1%. Is that what you call human words? Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture value plus 1%. Am I wrong? Sister Yu, we are now in the same boat. Although the assassination of Bai Chen was instigated by me, the killer was sent by you. If blame is to be placed, you can't escape responsibility. Ding. Liang Yue's fracture value plus 1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture value plus 1%. Just then, a sharp explosion sound suddenly came from outside the room. "Boss, not good. Mr. Lin has barged in with people." "What?" Liang Yue and Lin Siyu exclaimed in unison. Ding. Liang Yue's fracture value plus 1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's fracture value plus 1%. With a loud bang, the door to their room was kicked open from the outside. Before anyone appeared, Lin Siyu's father's angry voice had already come through. Boss Liang, my daughter has been spoiled since childhood and is ignorant, but, as far as I remember, Boss Liang, you are a respectable person. How could you do something so foolish? Accompanied by this cold voice, Mr. Lin strode in, surrounded by a group of men in black. Ding! Liang Yue's fracture value plus 1%. Although Mr. Lin's words sounded somewhat reasonable, the underlying tone was clearly scolding her. Even Liang Yue, who usually appeared cold, looked somewhat unnatural at this moment. But facing the local tyrant of Yucheng, Liang Yue managed to hold her composure. She then slightly bowed to Mr. Lin and politely said, Uncle Lin, you are right. But to her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Siyu's father waved his hand. No, Boss Liang, please don't call me uncle, we have no familial relationship. Ding! Liang Yue's fracture value plus 1%. Hearing this, Liang Yue's eyes narrowed sharply, a deep confusion appearing in her gaze. Then she heard Mr. Lin continue, you dare to send someone to Jiangqing to assassinate the young master of the Bai family while in Yucheng. As a person from Yucheng, who knows when I might also become your hunting target, Boss Liang. Listening to Mr. Lin's voice, Liang Yue understood that he was subtly mocking her. In fact, it was also a way of hitting herself. One must know that the Liang Yue bar, as the only no man's land in Rain City, had Mr. Lin putting in a lot of effort. It was precisely because of this that Liang Yu had a good relationship with Lin Siyu. That was why she was persuaded by Lin Siyu to do certain things. But now, facing Mr. Lin at this moment, Liang Yu didn't dare to say a word. She knew she was in the wrong. Naturally, she didn't dare to speak at all. She turned her head and shot a glance at Lin Siyu, who was hiding behind her. The look seemed to say, look at the good things you've done. Then, Mr. Lin's voice continued to come through. However, before he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at Lin Siyu hiding behind Liang Yu. Boss Liang, can you return my daughter to me now? Liang Yu hadn't spoken yet. Lin Siyu, hiding behind Liang Yu, couldn't help but speak up, her voice sounding a bit aggrieved. Dad, I just had someone assassinate that bastard Bai Chun. What's the big deal? He didn't die, did he? Besides, our family's strength is probably stronger than the Bai family, right? Why should we be afraid of them? Shut the hell up. Mr. Lin was not as polite with his daughter as he was with Liang Yu. He was already angry at Liang Yu, let alone his own daughter. A roar made even Liang Yu, who was standing there, shiver in fear. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. You still dare to say, you. At this moment, Mr. Lin looked extremely angry, his chest heaving. It was clear he was furious to the extreme, but some words seemed not to want to be said in front of others. So he shouted, since you still call me dad, it proves you can still be saved. Now, immediately, right now. Come with me to Jiang City and apologize to the Bai family. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Why? Just because I still want to live a few more days. Listening to the alternating system prompt sounds of Liang Yu and Lin Siyu in his mind, Bai Chen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. However, given the current situation, it was indeed much more pleasant than just having Su Shi's rupture value prompt sound. At least now it finally didn't feel so out of place. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. But just at that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the two big words Mu Yun, which instantly made Bai Chen's expression strange. Well, previously, when he was at Deji, it was Mu Qianqian who called Mu Yun. Now, had the roles reversed? Bai Chen instinctively hung up the phone. Because Mu Yun could control her own voice, but the out-of-control Su Shi could not. However, Mu Yun was just as persistent as her daughter. Bai Chen immediately silenced his phone. But when Mu Yun couldn't get through, she actually started messaging Bai Chen? Moreover, since Bai Chen's phone was placed on Su Shi's back, he saw it at a glance, with the message saying, Mu Yun, are you eating spicy hot pot too? Damn! Bai Chen instinctively exclaimed, how do you know? Before Bai Chen could react, Mu Yun actually called again. There was no way out. Bai Chen gritted his teeth and answered the call, followed by a low growl. What is it? On the other end of the line, Mu Yun was taken aback by Bai Chen's somewhat angry tone, and then, what noise is that on your side? Are you really eating spicy hot pot? For some reason, Bai Chen felt very nervous inside. But amidst his flickering gaze, he saw the gun he had placed at the foot of the bed. So, with a flash of thought, he directly picked up the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang suddenly echoed, and flames burst forth. However, the deranged Su Shi. Need I say more? On the other end of the phone, Mu Yun let out a startled cry, and then instantly became tense. Was that a gunshot? Bai Chen immediately spoke up. Now do you know what I'm doing? We'll talk about your matters later. Be careful, Bai Chen, you must be careful. This was the last thing Muyun said before hanging up. Ding! Muyun's conversion rate plus 0.5%. But what Bai Chen didn't know was that the gunshot had startled not only Muyun. There was also Su Shi's biological brother, Su Wanma, outside that long corridor. Although the corridor was long, Bai Chen's handgun was not equipped with a silencer. The sound of the gun was much louder than any human voice. Su Wanma, still in that office, instantly turned his head, staring at the dark door through which Bai Chen had just disappeared. A look of tension appeared between his brows. In that moment, he felt his heart tremble. It should be known that the only person he held dear was his own biological sister. So, what was trembling now should be. Moreover, that was definitely a gunshot. Su Wanma instantly confirmed the source of the sound. Although Bai Chen had asked him not to follow, and all of Bai Chen's subordinates were here, it wasn't just Bai Chen inside, it was very likely his own sister as well. So, Su Wanma gritted his teeth slightly, clenched his fist, and turned to walk toward that dark door. In fact, He who had also heard it. He turned to look at the small door inside. However, he understood it better than Su Wanma. That gunshot was from the young master's handgun. Indeed, He who was also professionally trained, he was very familiar with the sound of different guns. The handgun the young master carried today made that exact sound. While it was possible someone else had the same type of gun, there was only this one shot. Out of absolute trust and understanding of Bai Chen, he knew that the one who fired was definitely the young master. As for the other people, He who's subordinates, their attention was all focused on the few high-heeled shoe figurines curled up in the corner, completely oblivious to what was happening. But He whose gaze narrowed, because he saw Su Wanma was about to open the door. He rushed forward to stop him, but just then, bang! The office door that had been blocked by Bai Chen's subordinates was suddenly kicked open violently from the outside. This sudden change made Su Wanma halt in his tracks. He who also frowned and turned to look. He saw a man in a floral shirt, wearing a gold chain around his neck, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, swaggering in with a few subordinates. To say the least, this interview office for the yellow-haired ferret was indeed spacious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. As soon as this man in the floral shirt entered, he opened his mouth and roared, "Damn it! Who's bullying my brother ferret? Damn it! Who's bullying my brother ferret?" The so-called brother ferret was, of course, the yellow-haired ferret. He looked at this man in the floral shirt and immediately felt the sunshine was bright. With a wow, he burst into tears. "Brother Hua!" A heart-wrenching scream came. The yellow-haired ferret lunged toward the man in the floral shirt, crying out, "You have to stand up for me, brother. I got beaten up by a stinky fish seller." However, the crying and howling yellow-haired ferret completely failed to notice that the man he called Brother Hua had frozen in place after his boisterous shout upon entering, a pair of eyes fixed intently on the black tiger. In the next moment, his face even turned a bit pale. The cigarette dangling from his mouth fell lightly to the ground. The yellow-haired weasel had already pounced forward. This flower brother actually raised his hand. "Get out of my way!" With a smack, he slapped the yellow-haired weasel across the face. The yellow-haired weasel immediately fell over, rolling onto the ground. After that, this flower shirt completely ignored him. He took a quick step and flew towards the black tiger. When he reached in front of the black tiger, he bowed nervously and cautiously said, "Tiger Master, what's the matter? Did you need to come all the way here personally? If there's anything, just tell me, and I'll take care of it for you." The yellow-haired weasel, who had been slapped to the ground, was still dazed and was about to complain to Flower Shirt. But then he saw this scene and heard Flower Shirt's voice. It was as if someone had suddenly grabbed his throat. His entire face turned pale, and he froze on the spot. The black tiger looked at this Flower Shirt, his face devoid of any emotion, coldly saying, "Not only have I come, but the young master has come as well." "What?" Upon hearing this, Flower Shirt couldn't help but exclaim. He immediately appeared very anxious. The young master of the Bai family. His voice began to stutter. "Jiangcheng, the young prince? Oh my god." Flower Shirt instantly became tense, starting to look around the room. Where is the young prince? The young prince. He didn't even glance at the 4 white figurines. His gaze then fell on Su Wanma, and he immediately spoke, "You must be," before he could finish his sentence. Smack! A sound even crisper than when he slapped the yellow-haired weasel rang out. The black tiger directly slapped Flower Shirt across the face. "Have you lost your dog eyes? The young master is busy right now and will be back later." It was clear that although Flower Shirt's status was higher than the yellow-haired weasel's and he could recognize the black tiger, he had never encountered someone of Bai Chen's legendary status. Flower Shirt spun around from the slap, stars dancing in his eyes, yet he still remembered to apologize. "I'm sorry, Tiger Master, I'm sorry, I really am blind." Then, Then Tiger Master, you and the young prince came here because... The black tiger looked at Flower Shirt and snorted coldly, "Humph! Who sent you? Go ask someone else." Hearing this, Flower Shirt's body slightly stiffened. He then slowly turned his head. During this turning process, the expression on Flower Shirt's face underwent a dramatic change. It even looked so ferocious. When he turned to see the yellow-haired weasel slumped on the ground, the explosive roar could no longer be suppressed. "Yellow hair! You bastard! What the hell did you do?" Flower Shirt kicked out, directly landing a blow on the yellow-haired weasel's face. But the pain on his face did not wake him from his stupor. Because at that moment, he finally understood Bai Chen's earlier words, "The people above you are my subordinates." Wasn't that the truth? He had previously been shouting for people not to run, waiting for his big brother to come and deal with them. And what happened? His big brother came. His big brother actually called their little brother master. What about him? Moreover, Flower Brother had just mentioned the young master of the Bai family. The young master of Jiangchang? The kid who just said he didn't know the heights of heaven and earth is actually the sky of Jiangchang. Who is really unaware of the heights of heaven and earth? It's over. I'm Huang Mao Diaoshu. Completely finished. At this moment, Huang Mao Diaoshu is being pinned to the floor and beaten mercilessly by Brother Hua, but he lies there motionless. He lets Brother Hua's fists rain down on him. He doesn't dare to resist, and on the other hand, he has completely lost the ability to fight back. He doesn't even have the thought to do so. What is happening outside the corridor? Bai Chen has no idea. Ding! Su Wanma's severance value +1. He only knows what is happening to him right now. He feels a kind of energy slowly gathering within him, an energy he has never felt before. And when this energy appears, Bai Chen feels for the first time a boost in his physical strength. He quickly understands. Truly worthy of being the protagonist's technique. Moreover, because of the special attributes of this technique, it perfectly aligns with him at this moment. He just opened it from the blind box, and Bai Chen has already put it to use. Although this thing from the blind box wasn't exactly what Bai Chen intended. But, ding! Su Wanma's severance value +1%. From another perspective, this reward is quite timely. However, at this moment, Bai Chen feels a hint of confusion in his heart. After this long period of reflection, Bai Chen's previously unclear mind has become clear. The plot of the original work appears in Bai Chen's mind once again, and he mutters with a hint of suspicion, "I don't remember the protagonist having such a technique. Isn't the technique he practices called the Xianyuan War God Decision? This name is quite cliché." So Bai Chen remembers it very clearly. Then what is this Feng Wu Jiutian, longing you sure? Ding! Su Wanma's severance value +1%. Suddenly, as Bai Chen is sorting through the original plot, a light flashes before his eyes. He slaps his forehead. I remember now. That Xianyuan War God Decision requires the practitioner to maintain a certain physical state to reach the highest level. No wonder his master from Dakingshan said that true cultivation begins only after practicing to the peak of the Xianyuan War God Decision. That beginning must refer to this thing that came out of my golden blind box. Tisk tsk tsk. A look of realization and joy appears in Bai Chen's eyes. The original work set a limitation on that cultivation technique to build anticipation. But unfortunately, Bai Chen never intended to create any anticipation. Just right, the system didn't give him that so-called Xianyuan War God Decision. At this moment, a slight curve appears at the corner of Bai Chen's mouth as he thinks, "Protagonist, oh protagonist, let me fulfill your anticipation." Ding! Su Wanma's severance value +1%. While Bai Chen is secretly pleased, he has no idea that Su Shi actually regained her senses 10 minutes ago. Because Su Shi's poisoning had just begun when Bai Chen started detoxifying her. The simplest way to detoxify is to expel the poison. Su Shi has actually expelled the poison once. However, Bai Chen, lost in thought about the origins of the golden blind box reward, didn't notice. So now, Su Shi has already recognized the current reality. Just waking up, Su Shi feels panic, fear, pain, and despair. But as time passes, she notices Bai Chen. She remembers that it was Bai Chen who saved her. She also recalls why all of this happened. Thus, Su Shi's panic, fear, pain, and despair. Gradually, it all faded away. In its place was her plan for the future. None of this mattered anymore. In short, everyone in the interview room with the yellow-haired ferret had gone through a long wait. Even those little brothers found the 4 figurines a bit dull. The hidden door slowly opened. Su Wanma immediately cast an anxious glance over. Bai Chen stepped out from inside, looking refreshed. Unable to hold back, he spoke directly, "Young master, where is my sister? How is she?" "Brother." It was clear that Su Shi's voice was already hoarse. Su Wanma and Su Shi shared a deep sibling bond. After all, they were biological siblings, and in this world, they had no other relatives besides each other. At least for now, Su Wanma still thought so. The two cried and sobbed. Su Shi, with a hoarse voice, cried out, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Hearing Su Shi's voice choked with tears, Su Wanma's eyes were also filled with tears. "Shi, I'm sorry. It's brother who didn't protect you well. Brother, you didn't let me down." As she spoke, Su Shi looked at her brother, wiped her tears, and then said seriously, "Brother, it was Baichin who saved me, and it was twice. If it weren't for him, I really don't know what kind of torment I would have suffered. Brother, do you know what they did to me?" Woo woo woo. As Su Shi spoke, she couldn't help but cry again. What did she mean by twice? That was unclear. Anyway, Su Wanma thought Su Shi was referring to that time in the East City market, so he didn't notice the flush on Su Shi's face. Su Wanma felt a pang of heartache and gritted his teeth, saying, "Shi, it's okay now, you don't have to say anymore, your throat is this hoarse." Brother can imagine. When he heard this, Baichin was momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, thinking to himself, "You really can't imagine your sister's happiness. A double entendre? Not important." And when Su Shi heard this, her body trembled slightly, instinctively turning to glance at Baichin. In her tear-filled pupils, it was hard to tell what kind of emotion was revealed. At this moment, Su Wanma had turned to look at Baichin. Then, step by step, he walked up to Baichin. The next second, thud! He knelt straight on the ground. Slightly tilting his head up towards Baichin, he said solemnly, "Young Master Bai, what I said before will never change. From today on, my life, Su Wanma, belongs to you." After saying this, Su Wanma slowly placed his head on the ground. It was equivalent to making a gesture of complete submission to Baichin. And it was at this moment, Baichin's mind was filled with a series of continuous system notification sounds. Ding! Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wanma's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Su Wanma detected that Su Wanma's severance degree reached 70%, gained severance points plus 3,500. Detected that Su Wanma's severance degree reached 80%, gained severance points plus 4,000. Detected. Severance points plus 4,500. Detected that Su Wanma's severance degree reached 100%, gained severance points plus 5,000. Baichin's severance points balance once again skyrocketed to 25,000 points. A satisfied light flickered in his eyes. But it was not enough to surprise him, because it was entirely within his expectations. At this moment, what he was looking forward to was the system reward after completely severing ties with Su Wanma. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completely severing ties with the main supporting character. Extracting additional random blind box. Random blind box extraction in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden blind box +1. Baichin! What the hell? Su Wanma, you really live up to your name. A golden legend. It's truly a golden legend. In fact, Baichin had been hoping from the very beginning that Su Wanma would draw a golden legend for him. After all, this is Su Wanma, whose address was opened by the system's silver blind box rewards. Moreover, Su Wanma's role in the original work was very important. He had to be much stronger than that Wang Ji, right? But even so, looking at the golden blow, Baichin couldn't contain his excitement. Although he had just opened a golden blind box before, the effects of these two golden blind boxes were not the same. The previous golden blind box was exchanged with points he had painstakingly accumulated. And this one was given to him for free. Free stuff is always good, no matter what. So, without a second thought, Baichin directly spoke in his mind, "System, open it for me." Ding! The golden blind box is being opened. With Baichin's nervous heart and trembling hands, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the golden blind box, obtaining golden blind box reward, Heavenly Mysterious 9 Needles. Baichin! Heavenly Mysterious 9 Needles? Baichin remembered this very clearly. Because the protagonist of the original work was a Dragon King war god, who not only had powerful combat skills but also absolutely invincible medical skills. The Heavenly Mysterious 9 Needles, the original protagonist had used this thing to show off countless times. Goodness, it was said to have been lost for a long time, and only the protagonist knew how to use it. But now there were two, and that was him, the villain Baichin. Does that mean I can? Wait. Originally, Baichin was secretly pleased in his heart that this golden blind box had such an impressive reward. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Shi secretly watching him. Wait a minute. System. Suddenly, Baichin thought of a problem. The rewards from these two golden blind boxes, you messed up the order, didn't you? That's right. He still remembered that when Su Shi was poisoned, what he wanted from the golden blind box was exactly this kind of thing. Because if the golden blind box had given him this, he wouldn't have needed to detoxify Su Shi personally. Instead, it gave him such a technique. Now that Su Shi had already become Su Shiri, what the hell do I need this traditional Chinese medicine technique for? Returning to the host. The system actually answered Bai Chen's question at this moment? System blind box rewards are all random, and the system cannot manipulate them. I don't believe you for a second. Bai Chen's face darkened. You must have done this on purpose. But no matter how much Bai Chen cursed, the system did not respond to him again. Really? Bai Chen felt a bit displeased. Although he hadn't suffered any losses and was very happy, he still felt that completing these things in a passive state was not as good as the windshield incident with Mu Yin back then. However, Bai Chen did not delve too deeply into this issue. After all, after completely severing ties with Su Wanma had also entered the transformation stage. He needed Su Wanma's transformation degree to reach 100% for him to completely become a character within his halo. Bai Chen hadn't really considered how to transform Su Wanma before. After all, the idea was to quickly sever such a character from the protagonist. But now, Bai Chen slowly turned his head to look at Su Shi on the other side. It seemed he could start with this girl and convert Su Wanma. This should count as gaining from misfortune, right? The system had no words to say about Bai Chen's behavior of taking advantage and then acting innocent. At this moment, Bai Chen's attention had already shifted away from the system. Looking at Su Wanma kneeling on the ground, he said lightly, "It's just a small effort, get up." After Su Wanma stood up, Bai Chen continued, "From now on, just follow me and work hard, I won't treat you poorly. Your sister is still in school, right? In the future, you can ask my butler for your sister's tuition, you've met him before." Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 5%. Hearing this, Su Wanma's eyes lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly spoke to Bai Chen, "Thank you, young Master Bai, thank you, young Master Bai. If it weren't for me not wanting she to give up her studies, I wouldn't have borrowed money, and there wouldn't be today." Sigh. At this point, Su Wanma let out a heavy sigh and immediately turned to Su Shi, saying, "She, quickly thank young Master Bai." Hearing her brother's words, Su Shi slightly pouted and murmured, "I've already thanked him, and I will in the future." "What are you mumbling about?" Su Wanma's voice came. Su Shi was slightly startled, her face flushed, and she quickly said, "Thank you, Bai. Young master." Just as Bai Chen raised his hand to indicate no need for thanks, suddenly, a loud exclamation came from not far away, "Young master." This shout startled everyone present, especially Bai Chen, who instinctively turned to look. He saw a man in a floral shirt, wearing a big gold chain, lunging towards him. The movement was so intense that the buttons of his shirt flew off. Bai Chen immediately caught sight of the thick chest hair. "What the hell? What do you want?" "I don't have any special interests." Mainly, it was the way the man in the floral shirt called out "young master." It indeed sounded a bit too affectionate. Coupled with the action of the buttons popping off and arms wide open, Bai Chen felt the greatest danger since his arrival in this world. Just as he was about to shout, "Old Mo, don't let him bite the fish," thud. The man in the floral shirt suddenly crouched down. Whoosh, he actually slid on the ground in a very stylish kneel. Just right, he stopped in front of Bai Chen. Thud! His head hit the ground. Then came his howl, "Young Master Bai. I was wrong, it was my mismanagement. I caused trouble for you, young Master Bai. You can kill or cut, as you wish. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry, truly sorry." Thud! The man in the floral shirt knocked his head against the ground again. "So that's how it is." Bai Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Goodness! He almost thought this man in the floral shirt had some improper intentions towards him. Just as Bai Chen was relieved, thud, 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 thud. It sounded like someone was laying tiles. Everyone turned to look. It was actually that yellow-haired guy. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy's face was pale, devoid of life. Gritting his teeth, he said nothing and knelt at a distance, continuously knocking his head towards Bai Chen's direction. The force was even quite strong. With just a few knocks, blood started to flow from the center of his forehead, but he showed no signs of stopping. He knew he was guilty of serious crimes. In fact, it wasn't really a crime, he was just as arrogant as everyone else. The only problem was that he had chosen the wrong target for his arrogance. Bai Chen understood the scene before him. It seemed that the yellow-haired guy had brought his big brother, who was this man in the floral shirt. The man in the floral shirt knew Who and immediately understood what was happening. Thus, the yellow-haired guy had come to a profound realization about the weight of the phrase "the people above you are your subordinates." Of course, Bai Chen also encountered another person in the office. Wang Ji. That's right, before coming here, Bai Chen had asked Heihu to contact Wang Ji. This kid arrived just in time. Bai Chen had grown tired of dealing with the yellow-haired guy. After all, he had already achieved his main purpose for coming here. It wasn't Su Shi, it was Su Wenma. At this moment, Bai Chen turned to Su Wenma and pointed at the yellow-haired guy on the ground, saying, "This person, I leave it to you to handle." Ding! Su Wenma's conversion rate plus 5%. Handle it however you want, no need to consider the consequences. If anything happens, just tell Uncle Hu, understand? Ding! Su Wenma's conversion rate plus 5%. Thank you, young master. Su Wenma's words carried a hint of gritted teeth, but his gratitude towards Bai Chen was completely sincere. At this moment, Su Wenma's cold gaze was already fixed on the yellow-haired guy, who was continuously bowing his head. Standing beside Su Wenma, Su Shi's eyes sparkled with an ambiguous light as she secretly glanced at Bai Chen. Although she had learned Bai Chen's name while inside, she also understood her future situation. However, she never expected Bai Chen's identity and status to be so terrifying. The yellow-haired guy who bullied her and her brother, she had thought was a powerful and lawless figure in Jiangcheng. But unexpectedly, he could only kneel before Bai Chen, bowing his head repeatedly, not even daring to speak? What kind of man is he? Normally, the process would be to make a key first, then unlock the door. But for Bai Chen and Su Shi, it was the other way around. They unlocked the door first and then made the key, which was unavoidable. After all, the incident happened suddenly. But as long as the outcome was the same, it didn't matter. Watching Su Wenma already itching to deal with the yellow-haired guy, Bai Chen decided it was time to leave. So, after glancing at Su Shi and seeing her adorably flustered as she avoided his gaze, Bai Chen chuckled lightly and turned to leave. However, as he passed by Wang Ji, Bai Chen patted him on the shoulder and said, "This place originally belonged to that yellow-haired guy on the ground, but now it's in your hands. Make sure you don't let it go to waste, understand?" "I understand, young master. If I find out this place goes to waste, I'll bring your head to see you." Wang Ji looked at Bai Chen with eyes filled with intense fervor. His voice was filled with excitement. Of course. Before meeting Bai Chen, he was just a security guard who had just arrived in the big city, the lowest of the low. Someone like Bai Chen could easily beat him up. But after being beaten by Bai Chen, he not only jumped to become a small leader in Jiangcheng's underground world. Now, with Bai Chen's backing, he could even swallow up the territories of other leaders, including such a massive underground casino. In an instant, his identity had undergone several layers of change. Now, Wang Ji increasingly felt that the beating he took back then was truly worth it. After finishing with Wang Ji, Bai Chen was about to leave, but suddenly it seemed he remembered something. He turned and spoke, "Oh right." Then, he pointed a finger at the corner, they. Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, with a whoosh, the high-heeled figurines that had been curled up and hiding suddenly stood up. They then began to showcase all their proud features to Bai Chen. They even worried that Bai Chen might not see clearly, each one rushing towards him. Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback by this phenomenon. These women were not foolish, they instantly recognized that Bai Chen's status was definitely not simple. If a young master like him could take an interest in them, even if just as playthings, it would be their chance to soar. However, their alluring display naturally caught Su Shi's attention. Su Shi's cheeks puffed up in displeasure. She looked at Bai Chen with a hint of resentment. But the next second, she froze. Wait a minute. I just detoxified him once. Why am I feeling jealous? Ding. Su Wenma's split value plus 5%. This system prompt indicated that Bai Chen had successfully transformed Su Wenma's strategy through Su Shi, and it was spot on. Fortunately, the system's prompt brought Bai Chen's thoughts back. He shook his head. Although those figurines were indeed quite nice, to Bai Chen, their quality was still too ordinary. So, he said to Wang Ji, "These few were originally the dealers that Huang Mao interviewed. You decide what to do with them. Just remember to send the platforms they were standing on to my house, got it?" At this moment, Wang Ji looked at the figurines with an infatuated gaze, and after hearing Bai Chen's words, he instinctively nodded. "I understand, young master, I will ensure the task is completed." But soon he was taken aback. Huh? The young master wants the platforms? Not the women? What does he want those platforms for? By the time Wang Ji realized this question, Bai Chen had already left the place with Black Tiger and his subordinates. A different glimmer appeared in Wang Ji's eyes. If the young master doesn't want them, then Bai Chen didn't find it interesting to pick up what others had discarded. However, if someone else wanted to play, he would gladly help them out in advance. For example, Shen Qingying, Mu Yun, and Su Shi was an exception. But when he thought of Mu Yun, Bai Chen naturally recalled the message she had sent him before he came here. Shanshan wouldn't be home before midnight tonight. This was an invitation for his daddy operation. But now, after Su Shi's influence. Bai Chen first looked down at himself, then nodded, confidently stating, I can do it. Bai Chen absolutely could not say he couldn't. But, what about the time? Looking at the clock, it was already 10:30, almost 11. Wasn't that a bit too short to make it by midnight? He would definitely be discovered by Mu Qianqian. Ha! For some reason, when he thought of this, Bai Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If I'm discovered, wouldn't that be even better? Black Tiger, following behind Bai Chen as they left the underground casino, watched Bai Chen's back. Suddenly, it seemed as if Bai Chen had developed a slightly different aura. Even Heihu couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking to himself, I can't shake the feeling that the young master is thinking of some strange new tricks. Did Bai Chen really come up with something new? It's unclear. Anyway, after he got into the car and was about to instruct Heihu to go to the Mu family's villa, that strange buff unexpectedly triggered again. This time, as Bai Chen looked at the caller ID, his eyelids twitched slightly. The 3 characters by Jin Nan were flashing on the phone screen. A trace of contemplation hung in Bai Chen's heart. This was the second time since he had crossed over that his adoptive father had called him. The first time was right after he had been ambushed. It was normal for someone to care about their son. But this time, it couldn't be because of the yellow-haired weasel incident, could it? Hello? Dad? No matter what the matter was, he had to answer this call. It's so late, and you're still awake? Bai Chen made a symbolic polite remark. On the other end of the line, Bai Jin Nan's voice came through, sounding somewhat helpless. I really wanted to sleep a long time ago, but your Uncle Lin's family came to visit us. You should come back quickly. It's been a long time since you've seen your Uncle Lin, right? Uncle Lin? Upon hearing those 3 words, Bai Chen instinctively reacted. When did I have an uncle with the surname Lin? But the next second, Bai Chen suddenly realized, could it be Lin Xiyu and her family? With this thought, Bai Chen tentatively said, Uncle Lin and the others came all the way from Yuqing this late? Yes. Bai Jin Nan's voice sounded very polite. It's quite a distance. You can't imagine how hard it was. The polite tone had a hint of sarcasm. But at least it confirmed for Bai Chen that the visitors were indeed Lin Siyu's family. A faint smile appeared on his face. So, that old guy Lin Yongtian already knew about the trouble his daughter was causing? Lin Yongtian, the underground emperor of Yuqing, and Lin Siyu's father. A family that would become a powerful ally for the protagonist in the future. However, by that time, Lin Yongtian would no longer be around. The one in control of the Lin family would be that little girl Lin Siyu. It was written in the original plot. Lin Yongtian's wife died suddenly due to a long-term illness. After her sudden death, Lin Yongtian was heartbroken and depressed, ultimately passing away on the day before the protagonist's return. When the protagonist first met Lin Siyu, he mentioned that she was dressed in black and had a filial character on her arm. But now, it was still a long way from the day before the protagonist's return, so they should all be doing well. And they must have come to Jiangcheng overnight for that ambush incident. After confirming their intentions, Bai Chen said lightly with a hint of a smile, alright, I'll head back now. After hanging up the phone, Bai Chen glanced again at the message Mu Yun had sent him. He was itching with anticipation. But, clearly, there were more important matters waiting for him to attend to today. So, Bai Chen directly instructed Heihu, go to my father's villa. Yes. Heihu started the car and slowly left the gaming city. Just after their vehicle had left for a short while, Su Wenma, wiping his hands with a wet wipe, walked out of the gaming hall with his sister Su Shi. Bai Chen hadn't arranged for his subordinates to send the Su siblings. After all, with Su Wenma around, as long as the protagonist didn't show up, they wouldn't be in any real danger. Su Wenma casually tossed the blood-stained wet wipe into the trash can. The blood on his fists definitely wasn't his own. As the siblings walked towards home, Su Wenma said in a low voice, I'm sorry, but your brother might have to return to that kind of life again. When he mentioned this, a cold glint flashed in Su Wenma's eyes. Su Shi was momentarily taken aback, wanting to ask something, but ultimately held back and said, is it for that Bai Chen? Su Wenma nodded slightly and then surprisingly let out a soft sigh. He turned to Su Shi with a serious expression and said, although this young master Bai helped me and saved your life, you must keep your distance from him, understand? The farther away, the better, because this person is truly dangerous. Hearing this, Su Shi's heart skipped a beat, and she slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, silently thinking, brother, what you don't know is that your sister probably can't stay away from that person. Su Wenma, unaware of Su Shi's inner thoughts, continued, keep your distance from him, got it? Is a negative distance okay? Su Shi suddenly thought to herself. Su Wenma looked at Su Shi, who had been silent for a long time with a complex expression, and asked, what are you thinking? Did you hear what I said? Su Wenma's voice interrupted Su Shi's chaotic thoughts, and she hurriedly looked up. I heard you, I was just thinking. After a brief pause of 3 seconds, she turned to Su Wonma and said, he helped us so much, even saved my life, we should express our gratitude, right? Of course. Su Wonma nodded as if it were a matter of course. Your brother will work seriously under him in the future to repay his kindness. Ding! Su Wonma's conversion rate plus 5%. But Su Shi shook her head and said, that's you, brother. After all, he saved my life, and I must show my appreciation too. You! Hearing Su Shi's words, Su Wonma's brows instantly furrowed. Didn't you hear what I just said? I said he's very dangerous, you need to. Oh, I know, brother, he's dangerous. Su Shi's voice was slightly impatient. Let's just find a time to invite him over for dinner. I'll cook, and that will be my way of thanking him. Just this once. Besides, you're here, so what danger could I be in, right? Listening to Su Shi's naive voice and seeing her serious expression, Su Wonma's eyes twitched slightly. He could only slowly sigh. He nodded and said, since you put it that way, then, I'll find a way to contact him later. Ding! Su Wonma's conversion rate plus 5%. Hearing the continuous system prompts in his mind, Bai Chen knew that Su Shi's value was just beginning to manifest. It was fortunate that by some twist of fate, he hadn't gotten Su Shi killed, otherwise, he would have to think of other ways. He didn't know if this was an excuse Bai Chen had made for himself. In any case, it wasn't long before Bai Chen saw a magnificent villa. Of course, compared to his own villa, it still fell a little short. However, upon seeing this villa, Bai Chen felt a twinge of nervousness. This was the first time he was returning home since he crossed over. This home still belonged to the local emperor of Jiangcheng, Bai Zhenan. Although Bai Zhenan was his cheap old man, facing such a super giant, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Under the service of the servants, Bai Chen stepped into the villa. As soon as he entered, Bai Chen saw 2 men and 2 women sitting in the brightly lit living room. The moment he laid eyes on these 4 people, a bright light suddenly appeared in his gaze. He couldn't help but think to himself, still charming, ha! He didn't even know who he was referring to. Bai Zhenan had already spotted Bai Chen, and his voice rang out. Xiao Zhou, you're finally back. Your Uncle Lin and the others have been waiting for a long time. Bai Chen hadn't even had the chance to speak yet. Asterisk ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Asterisk asterisk ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Asterisk asterisk ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Asterisk asterisk detected that Lin Siyu's fragmentation level has reached 20%, gaining fragmentation points plus 2,000. Asterisk his point balance had increased to 27,000. Bai Chen's gaze slowly fell on a little punk girl sitting there, her eyes sparkling with an interesting glimmer. Just as Bai Chen was about to step inside, a melodious yet soft voice came from behind him. Bai Chen. Hearing this voice, a hint of surprise appeared in Bai Chen's eyes as he turned to look. He saw Shen Xingying standing right behind him, looking travel-worn as if she had just rushed over. Today, Shen Xingying's outfit was almost the same as when he first met her after crossing over, just a different color of OL attire, still the familiar Balenciaga and Valentino. However, now with her charm value at 99, Shen Xingying looked even more stunning in this outfit. What are you doing here? Bai Chen truly hadn't expected Shen Xingying to come to his father's villa. Shen Xingying bit her lip slightly and replied, it's Bai. It's Dad who asked me to come. Asterisk ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Asterisk Shen Xingying instinctively wanted to call him Mr. Bai. After all, after 2.5 years of marriage, she had never regarded Bai Chen as her husband, let alone her father-in-law. Of course, it was also because Bai Zhenan was sitting not far away. So Shen Xingying quickly changed her words. My dad asked you to come? Hearing Shen Xingying's explanation, Bai Chen was taken aback for a moment, then turned to glance at Bai Zhenan sitting in the living room. He instantly understood. What was Lin Siyu's identity? She was the one he was betrothed to, but because of his congenital defect, this woman had actually gone abroad, wanting to make him a joke. After all, he was Bai Zhenan's son. Knowing this, Bai Zhenan must be angry too. Although it was not good to directly confront Lin Yongtian, but now, Bai Chen smiled slightly. What his cheap old man was thinking seemed to align with his own thoughts. Thus, with a slap, Bai Chen grabbed Shen Xingying's small hand. Asterisk ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Asterisk in her fluster, Shen Xingying couldn't react at all as Bai Chen led her, striding into the living room. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhenan's eyes also revealed a faint smile. As the crisp sound of Bai Chen and Shen Xingying's high heels drew closer, the little punk girl Lin Siyu, who had been looking down, instinctively turned her head. But when she saw the handsome and imposing Bai Chen, confidently holding the hand of an extraordinary beauty, walking towards her Her heart suddenly twitched lightly. Asterisk ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Asterisk Lin Siyu didn't even realize that her small fists had unconsciously clenched tightly. When she finally reacted, she was startled herself. Wait a minute, why do I have this reaction? Could it be? I'm jealous? Ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Siyu shook her head frantically. How could I be jealous of that celestial eunuch? What a joke. It must be because I saw that bastard living so well. Does he deserve it? Ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. This was exactly the effect Bai Chen wanted. He didn't care who came, he didn't care what Lin Siyu thought. All he cared about was harvesting fragmentation values from Lin Siyu, accumulating a wave of fragmentation points to strengthen his own power. Bai Chen had already brought Shen Xingying into the living room. First, he greeted his cheap old man, Bai Zhenan, then turned to the other middle-aged couple present. With a calm and confident smile on his face, he said, Uncle Lin, Aunt Li, good evening. Then Bai Chen turned to bring Shen Xingying in front of him and said, This is my wife, Shen Xingying. Ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Shen Xingying didn't expect Bai Chen to introduce her like this, and a blush unexpectedly appeared on her face. However, she quickly greeted Lin Yongtian and his wife. Lin Yongtian's hearty laughter rang out. Ha ha, Xiao Zhou, how long has it been since we last met? You've grown up, and now you're even more handsome. Amidst Lin Yongtian's pleasantries, Bai Chen's expression remained unchanged as he turned to hold Shen Xingying's hand and sat down on the sofa. Their seats were directly opposite Lin Siyu, the little punk. When Shen Xingying saw Lin Siyu's heavy smoky makeup and messy hair, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She even thought, how could the Bai family have such a guest? Indeed, the contrast between Lin Siyu and her own parents was quite stark. Lin Yongtian's compliments continued, Xiao Zhou's wife is so beautiful, you two really are a perfect match. Ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Although Shen Xingying knew Lin Yongtian was just being polite, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was right. She didn't know why. The atmosphere seemed quite good. But unfortunately, after Lin Yongtian praised Shen Xingying, the little punk Lin Siyu sitting there suddenly said softly, TCH. She's just my substitute. Although Lin Siyu's voice wasn't loud, everyone present heard it. The one who reacted the most was Shen Xingying, who instantly turned to look at Bai Chen in surprise. Her expression clearly indicated she was unaware of any relationship between Bai Chen and this little punk. However, Lin Yongtian's brows furrowed instantly, and he was about to teach his daughter a lesson. But someone spoke faster than him. That was Bai Chen. Without hesitation, as soon as Lin Siyu's words fell, he coldly shouted, You think you deserve to say that? Ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding. Shen Xingying's fragmentation value plus 0.1%. As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Xingying, sitting next to Bai Chen, felt a warm surge in her heart for some reason. Her gaze towards Bai Chen changed slightly. She couldn't help but think, is he protecting me? Protect what? Ha! Bai Chen has no intention in that regard. He just wanted to provoke Lin Siyu a bit and harvest some of her emotional turmoil. But Lin Siyu was stunned. When she heard those three words, a surge of anger flared up in her heart. Yet, she instinctively looked towards her parents. She never expected Bai Chen to be so bold, speaking like that in front of her parents. However, she noticed that her mother was anxious to stand up for her but was held back by her father. This scene only fueled her anger further. She turned to Bai Chen and shouted, What are you saying? Oh. Bai Chen let out a mocking interjection, then looked at Lin Siyu with the gaze of a clown and said, Haven't you got a brain? Don't you have eyes? Bai Chen gestured for Lin Siyu to look at Shen Xingying and then at herself. He then casually patted Shen Xingying's knee. Shen Xingying, whether out of instinct or familiarity, immediately crossed her legs in a very ladylike manner. Bai Chen was pleased to let his hand rest on the soft fabric of her Balenciaga. Ding! Shen Xingying's emotional turmoil plus 0.1%. What am I doing? Why do I feel like I've been tamed? Bai Chen's voice continued after all this, do you think you deserve this? Ding! Lin Siyu's emotional turmoil plus 1%. Lin Siyu seemed to want to say something more. But Lin Yongtian's loud shout came instantly, Enough! Lin Siyu, Xiao Zhou is right, you should take a look at what kind of person you are now. Dad! You! Lin Siyu suddenly looked aggrieved, as if about to throw a tantrum, but Lin Yongtian let out another low growl, Shut up! He then turned to Bai Chen and spoke in a calmer tone. Xiaozhou, Siyu has been spoiled by Uncle Lin, you should. However, to Lin Yongtian's surprise, Bai Chen interrupted him in a very nonchalant tone. Alright, Uncle Lin, there's no need for all this roundabout talk. My wife and I want to get home and rest early. Just get to the point. Who are you putting on a show for? Lin Yongtian gasped slightly. Ding. Shen Qingying's emotional turmoil plus 0.1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's emotional turmoil plus 1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's emotional turmoil plus 1%. The atmosphere in the entire living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Lin Yongtian was stunned. He had long known that Bai Chen was arrogant in Jiangcheng, but he never expected him to be this audacious. After all, he held a position comparable to Bai Chen's father in Yuqing. Moreover, he was his elder. How dare he speak to him like that? However, Lin Yongtian knew that Bai Chen's behavior was not due to being a spoiled rich kid. He understood what a true spoiled rich kid was like. A real spoiled brat would never have such audacity. A different emotion stirred within him. If Lin Yongtian was like this, one could only imagine how Bai Zhenan felt. Bai Zhenan was also taken aback, completely not expecting his son to be so defiant, but all he felt was surprise. However, he had to maintain appearances, so he feigned severity and said, Xiaozhou, how can you speak to your Uncle Lin like that? Then he turned to Lin Yongtian and smiled, saying, Old Lin, your daughter has been spoiled by you, my son is no different, so please bear with it. This was something Lin Yongtian originally intended to say to the Bai family. How did it come out of Bai Zhenan's mouth? In that moment, he was instantly put in a passive position, and the Bai family took the initiative on the spot. All of this was due to Bai Chen's brief outburst of attitude. He looked at Bai Chen, his eyes shining with a hint of light, and silently thought to himself, all these years, my assumptions about this young master Bai Chen, could they all be wrong? Although he thought this in his heart, Lin Yongtian still sided Bai Zhenan on the surface, shaking his head and saying, every family has its own difficulties. Ding. Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Of course, Shen Qingying did not have the same psychological activities as Lin Yongtian and Bai Zhenan. She just felt inexplicably that the Bai Chen sitting next to her, experiencing her Balenciaga, had an extra touch of handsomeness. Shen Qingying thought she must have seen it wrong. Just the feeling on her leg. This Bai Chen was still that familiar big bad guy. At this moment, Bai Chen spoke again. Of course, it was not an apology, but he said to Bai Zhenan, Dad, I know why Uncle Lin's family came today. After all, this is a matter between our younger generation. To avoid affecting your brotherly friendship with Uncle Lin, let's handle this ourselves, shall we? Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Zhenan almost immediately replied without hesitation, of course. As for the children's matters, you can handle it yourselves. He then turned to Lin Yongtian and said, Old Lin, what do you think? Lin Yongtian clenched his fist secretly. He thought to himself, you've already made the decision, why ask me? However, this was Jiang City, after all, the Bai family's territory. And Lin Yongtian's purpose for coming was to seek peace, so he said, let the children handle their own matters. We are already old, not useful anymore. Ha ha ha. Bai Zhenan and Lin Yongtian exchanged smiles. But the wife sitting next to Lin Yongtian directly grabbed his clothes. A pair of mature and charming eyes revealed deep concern. Indeed, it was clear at home that this mother truly cared for her daughter. But Lin Yongtian gave her a look, signaling her not to say too much. She just sat there, secretly anxious. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already turned his gaze to Lin Siyu, who was sitting opposite him. When Lin Siyu met Bai Chen's gaze, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. What? What do you want to do? Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Hearing the system's prompt, Bai Chen chuckled and said, you admit to arranging the assassination against me, right? Assassination? Upon hearing this, Lin Siyu hadn't reacted yet, but Shen Qingying, sitting next to Bai Chen, was slightly taken aback. It was actually her doing? For a moment, her gaze towards Lin Siyu turned colder. She subconsciously positioned herself closer to Bai Chen, without even realizing it. At this moment, Lin Siyu bit her lip slightly and directly nodded, saying, that's right, it was arranged by me. What do you want to do about it? She felt a bit like she had nothing to lose, since it was no longer a secret, she might as well admit it boldly. Why hide? Was she afraid of you? Are you going to kill me? Lin Siyu seemed to think she had Bai Chen in her grasp, believing he wouldn't dare to really do anything to her, which was why he had this attitude towards her. She completely failed to notice that her mother, sitting next to Lin Yongtian, was already feeling anxious. Bai Chen, however, shook his head with a faint smile and said, I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Antli let out a slight sigh of relief, and even Lin Siyu felt a sense of relief. However, Bai Chen's next words nearly made Antli stand up on the spot. Just killing you would be so boring, right? What did you say? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Lin Siyu's rupture level has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 3,000. Isn't that just an easy and simple 30,000? But Bai Chen had no intention of giving Lin Siyu a chance to react. He turned to the outside and shouted, "Uncle Hu." In the next second, Lin Siyu suddenly felt the light in the room dim. A black tiger, broad-shouldered and over 2 meters tall, slowly walked out. Upon seeing this man, who resembled a black bear, Lin Siyu's little face instantly turned pale. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Nervous, Lin Siyu's rupture value skyrocketed. Not to mention her, even Antli, who was sitting there, turned pale, looking at the black tiger with fear, filled with worry for her daughter. Young master. After the black tiger respectfully greeted Bai Chen calmly said to Lin Siyu, "I'm the kind of person who likes to return the favor in kind. You sent someone to hunt me down, so I'll send someone to hunt you down too." Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Xiao Zhou. Antli finally couldn't hold back, standing up and urgently saying to Bai Chen, "Siyu has already realized her mistake." However, Bai Chen dared to interrupt Lin Yongtian, so how could he care about her? He turned to Antli and said, "Antli, you heard what my father and Uncle Lin said. Our matters, we will resolve ourselves." You. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Antli felt a constant pressure in her chest, her face gradually turning from pale to slightly yellow. But Bai Chen didn't care at all, continuing to speak to Lin Siyu, "My car is outside. Now I'm giving you time to get in my car and run. Uncle Hu will drive a dump truck to chase you." Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Isn't this the method you used to hunt me down? Letting you experience it yourself. Whether you live or die, this matter will be settled, how about that? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen. Lin Siyu gritted her teeth and looked at him. "Are you crazy?" Antli stood there anxiously, turning to grab Lin Yongtian, exclaiming, "Old Lin, say something. Your daughter is about to be killed. I only have this one daughter." Old Lin. At this moment, Lin Yongtian's face was, of course, very grim. However, since he had said those words himself, he could only grit his teeth and endure it, frantically thinking of countermeasures. But Bai Chen had no intention of giving him that opportunity. He continued, "Your time is running out." Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Lin Siyu's rupture level has reached 40%, gaining rupture points plus 4,000. Bai Chen knew that his strategy was very successful. Otherwise, his rupture points balance wouldn't have reached 34,000 so quickly. Old Lin. Antli suddenly let out a scream. But in the next second, her body instantly stiffened. Her pupils dilated on the spot. Puff! A mouthful of blood was unexpectedly sprayed directly from her mouth and nose. With a thud, she fell backward onto the ground, facing the sky. "Mom!" Lin Siyu's heart-wrenching scream echoed instantly. She and her father lunged toward her mother, who had collapsed on the ground. This sudden turn of events made Bai Jinnan and Bai Chen stand up simultaneously. There was no need to mention the shock on Bai Jinnan and Shin Qingying's faces. Instead, it was Bai Chen, with a strange expression, staring at Antli, who was spitting blood, his eyelids twitching. No way. Could it be this coincidental? He had just obtained the heavenly mysterious 9 needles. And Antli collapsed? This seemed like a plot specifically designed for him to show off. This was really. Bai Chen certainly knew that Antli had a chronic illness. Hadn't she just collapsed before the plot even began? He just didn't expect it to happen so abruptly. To be honest, Bai Chen's heavenly mysterious 9 needles could indeed save Antli right now. However, Bai Chen wouldn't care about such a deliberate arrangement. Save Antli? Why should he? What does it have to do with him? Besides, he didn't even have acupuncture needles. He couldn't possibly use his own needles for the heavenly mysterious 9 needles, could he? Antli still had her charm, but if he were to use needles on her, it would be a bit too undignified. So, Bai Chen chose to remain silent. But someone didn't want Bai Chen to stay silent. Like the little girl, Lin Siyu. She was already terrified to the extreme. But with her mother collapsing and spitting blood in front of her, could she not go crazy? Bai Chen. A voice that seemed to be gritting her teeth roared from Lin Siyu's mouth. "It's you who harmed my mom like this. I'm going to kill you. I want to kill you." While screaming, she charged at Bai Chen with her claws out, as if she really intended to kill him. However, Bai Chen seized the opportunity and raised his hand. With a crisp smack, before Lin Siyu could grab his collar, he slapped her away. Literally slapped her away. Lin Siyu spun in the air for a full 1.5 rotations before landing with a thud on the nearby sofa. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen was also taken aback. He looked at his own palm. When did I become so strong? Suddenly, Bai Chen remembered the Feng Wujiu Tian and Long Yinyashur he had obtained from the golden blind box. Wasn't that a technique for adjusting one's rest during holidays? Moreover, after mastering it, he had immediately adjusted his rest with sushi. At that time, he felt an unprecedented energy nourishing him, so now, at this moment, Lin Siyu had been stunned by Bai Chen's slap. Dazed, she sat on the ground, her face already swollen. There were even signs of white foam at the corners of her mouth. Looking at Lin Siyu now, Bai Chen coughed and withdrew his hand, coldly shouting, "If anyone is to blame for harming Antli, it's you, the unfilial daughter. If it weren't for you, would Antli be in this state?" Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Although Lin Siyu was now dazed, it didn't affect the stimulation Bai Chen caused her. Of course, she had basically lost all fighting power at this point. Lin Yongtian, kneeling on the ground, was now furious, his eyes bloodshot with rage. This Bai Chen not only made his wife like this but also beat his daughter into that state? This was truly too much. I'm about to explode. Bai Jinnan, you wait a moment before exploding. At this moment, Bai Jinnan had approached, speaking urgently, "Old Lin, don't be anxious. I'll find you a doctor, the best doctor in the southern region, right here in our Jiang city." After saying this, he turned to the black tiger standing there and shouted, "You, go find Director Chen for me immediately. If he's asleep, you better drag him here, no matter what." Yes. The black tiger didn't dare to delay and turned to run. After giving the black tiger his orders, Bai Jinnan immediately shouted at Bai Chen, "Look at the good thing you've done." Although his voice was loud, there wasn't much anger in it was all just for show. He then turned to the furious Lin Yongtian and said, "Old Lin, don't worry. Director Chen Baozhong, our #1 divine doctor in the southern region, with Director Chen here, your sister-in-law will definitely be fine." Lin Yongtian thought, then I'll wait a bit longer before I explode. Indeed, his wife's life was at stake. It wasn't appropriate to lose his temper now, so he can only give Bai Chen a cold glance and quickly shift his focus back to taking care of his wife. Thud. In the end, Lin Siyu couldn't hold back and fainted onto the sofa after giving Bai Chen a slap. Watching this scene, Bai Chen couldn't help but curl his lips. This really was, should he still chase after her? But Bai Chen also understood. Neither he nor his father could allow Antli to die in their home. That would be tantamount to declaring war on Yu City, right? Although Bai Chen wasn't afraid, it would affect his progress in severing the protagonist's halo. So now, he could only wait patiently for Director Chen to arrive and stabilize Antli's condition first. While this group of people anxiously awaited Chen Baozhong, somewhere in the wilderness, a patch of dry soil suddenly cracked with a pop, revealing a dark passage. Then, a small, dirt-covered woman crawled out from within. She brushed off the dirt from her body, looked at the night around her, and breathed in the fresh air. A deep surprise shone in her starry eyes, even glistening with tears of having survived a calamity. Unable to contain herself, she spread her arms wide and shouted, "I'm out. I finally made it out. Ha 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 ha." After a fit of wild laughter, she quickly pulled a satellite phone from her somewhat tattered bag. Looking at the screen, her surprise grew. There's a signal. This cursed place didn't even have a signal for the satellite phone, but now it's good. This girl is out. This girl is finally out. She then dialed a number directly. In Jiang City, Mu Qianxian, who was returning home under the stars, heard the pleasant ringtone from her pocket. The lack of caller ID made Mu Qianxian frown, but she still answered the call. The next second, a melodious laughter came through. "Third sister. I'm out. I finally made it out." Hearing this crisp voice, Mu Qianxian was momentarily stunned. "Fourth sister?" From this address, she realized that this woman was actually the protagonist's fourth senior sister. "What do you mean you're out? You didn't go exploring some ancient tomb again, did you?" Mu Qianxian's tone carried a hint of helplessness. "This time is different, Third sister." The fourth sister's voice on the phone sounded so excited. "This ancient tomb is just like the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, filled with all kinds of rare medicinal materials." "Third sister, do you know what I found?" Mu Qianxian hadn't guessed yet. The fourth sister, unable to keep a secret, directly revealed, "It's the divine herb of the progenitor." "The divine herb of the progenitor?" Hearing this strange and unfamiliar name, Mu Qianqian's expression turned odd. What is that? Fourth sister seems to be very considerate, acting as a guide for Mu Qianqian, saying, we 7 sisters, and our little junior brother, have all cultivated the Xianyuan war god technique, right? Isn't it true that before reaching the top level, there are some things we can't do? But if we have this herb, then that limitation can. He, third sister, don't you want a man? Mu Qianqian? The moment she heard this, a man's shadow instantly appeared in Mu Qianqian's mind. But this man's shadow was not their little junior brother, but Bai Chen. It was the scene of herself and Bai Chen walking in the corridor. Mu Qianqian. Ding. Mu Qianqian split value plus 0. 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian split value plus 0. 1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian split value plus 0. 1%. Damn. Mu Qianqian, are you crazy? What are you thinking? Just as she was cursing herself, fourth sister's voice came through the phone again. Third sister, why aren't you speaking? You didn't drool, did you? Ding. Mu Qianqian split value plus 0. 1%. Instantly gritting her teeth, fourth sister, do you have a single serious word in your mouth? I think you should go back to your alchemy furnace. It would be best if you could refine yourself into a golden pill that melts in the mouth. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Sitting in the living room of his father's villa, Bai Chen listened to the system prompt sound belonging to Mu Qianqian in his mind, looking astonished. What is going on? Did she inexplicably start splitting herself? Before Bai Chen could figure it out, the villa's front door was slammed open with a bang. The anxious voice of Black Tiger came through. Sir, Director Chen has arrived. An old man with a white beard, carrying a medicine box, walked out from behind Black Tiger. The moment Bai Chen saw this old man, his pupils suddenly constricted. Goodness, so it's him? Name, Chen Baozhong. Identity, major supporting character, first divine doctor of the southern region, age, 67, charm, 80, split degree, 0%. This panel appeared directly in front of Bai Chen as the old man's figure emerged. Previously, Bai Chen's attention was completely not on what Bai Zhenan was saying. At that time, he only felt that the name sounded a bit familiar. Now, it was all clear. As the first divine doctor of the southern region, how could he not have any intersection with the protagonist? Bai Chen still remembered the plot in the original work. It seemed that in another city in the southern region, an old man from a prominent family fell ill. The local doctors were helpless, and they traveled 1,000 miles to invite Chen Baozhong to take a look. On the plane, he happened to encounter the protagonist who was preparing to show off in that city. In that overused plot, someone on the plane suddenly fell ill. Then Chen Baozhong shouted, I am Chen Baozhong. Originally planning to show off himself, he ended up being overshadowed by the protagonist who liked to meddle. Seeing the protagonist's Tianxian needle technique, he was so excited that he wanted to become a disciple on the spot. Through Chen Baozhong, that protagonist had shown off quite a bit, saving many important figures' lives and integrating many important figures into his protagonist halo. Looking at Chen Baozhong, Bai Chen's eyes flickered, and he secretly made up his mind. He is a very important branch of the protagonist halo. If I want to split those people, it seems necessary to start from the root. However, Bai Chen still had a strange expression, the corner of his eye twitching slightly. I understand the reasoning, but I never expected this old man's charm value to reach 80. Of course, that wasn't the main point. In a tidied-up room, Andli lay motionless on the bed, her hands folded over her abdomen, her face pale, eyes tightly closed. The look of tightly clenched jaws seemed very uncomfortable. Bai Zhenan stood beside Lin Yongtian. Bai Chen and Shen Xingying stood at the door of the room. At this moment, Lin Xiyu also woke up from her dazed state, covering her cheeks and glaring fiercely at Bai Chen. She wanted to rush up and question Bai Chen, how dare you hit me, such a pointless question. But right now, her mother's condition was the most critical issue. At this time, Chen Baozhong also spoke in a low voice. The patient seems to have a serious illness that has persisted for a long time, and it may now be due to a sudden surge of emotions. What it led to, Bai Chen didn't listen closely anymore. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Baozhong. He was constantly calculating in his mind, how should I fundamentally sever this Chen Baozhong? Yes, severing Chen Baozhong was crucial to inflict significant damage to the protagonist's halo. Why don't I just kill him directly? When this thought arose, a cold glint appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Chen Baozhong, who was standing by the hospital bed explaining Aunt Li's condition, was slightly taken aback, turned his head to look around, shrank his neck, and instinctively asked, is the air conditioning on in this room? It's so cool? Bai Chen naturally didn't hear this. At this moment, he slowly shook his head, dismissing his idea of a one-time solution. Because in the original plot, the big shot that Chen Baozhong went to see in another city was the person in charge of the place where the protagonist was preparing to show off. So, Without Chen Baozhong, the protagonist would still meet some big figures. Even if Chen Baozhong's introduction was missing, with the protagonist's strong personal charm, anything was possible. Therefore, this Chen Baozhong could only be used by himself. Let him transform from the protagonist's connection to all parties into his own medium. Only then would it deal a heavy blow to the protagonist. If that's the case, Bai Chen's expression gradually became strange. I really need to use this heavenly mysterious 9 needles. Sigh. Although Bai Chen was very reluctant. But right now, he couldn't think of any other methods, so. Hey! Wait a minute! Bai Chen suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Director Chen. Chen Baozhong was there alarmingly discussing how serious the patient's condition was. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback and instinctively looked at Bai Chen. Chen Baozhong immediately spoke. Young Master Bai, is there a problem? Yes. Bai Chen nodded directly. Do you have a granddaughter? Bai Jinnan, Lin Yongtian, Chen Baozhong? Xin Xingying, Lin Siyu. They were in the middle of a medical consultation. Why ask this? Yes. Chen Baozhong actually nodded, but before Bai Chen could open up a new line of thought, he continued, she is studying abroad. Abroad. Bai Chen's voice was filled with disappointment. Then forget it. Xin Xingying and Lin Siyu? What the hell does that mean? Forget it. What are you thinking? Lin Siyu looked at Bai Chen, gritting her teeth, angrily cursing in her heart. This bastard must not have thought this through. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Xin Xingying stood behind Bai Chen, looking at his back, and her pupils even showed a hint of resentment. She couldn't help but reach out with 2 fingers and pinch Bai Chen's waist. Hiss, in pain. Ding! Xin Xingying's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Xingying's severance value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Xingying's severance value plus 0.1%. Listening to the system's prompt sound in his mind, Bai Chen turned his head to look at Xin Xingying with a strange expression. Feeling the movements of Xin Xingying's hands and her seemingly sulky gaze, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. Is this woman jealous? But before Bai Chen could feel happy about it, he realized a problem. Wait, I never said I was going to do anything to his granddaughter. Why are you jealous? Damn, is this really how you see me in your heart? Xin Xingying, don't you have any self-awareness? Now, the road Bai Chen was most familiar with was temporarily unavailable. It seemed he could only sigh. Bai Chen began to reminisce in his heart. What should the protagonist do to show off at this moment? He seems to say. While thinking, Bai Chen looked up ahead. Just in time, he saw Chen Baozhong taking something out of his medicine box, preparing to shove it into Aunt Li's mouth. How could you just shove that in? That can only be my job. No, that's not the issue. It's that Bai Chen had already stood up. So he stepped forward, pretending to be indifferent, and said in a flat voice, you'd better think twice before using that medicine, otherwise, she will die. As soon as Bai Chen said this, the entire room fell silent. Chen Baozhong also stopped his actions, turning to look at Bai Chen in surprise. Bai Chen didn't notice Chen Baozhong's gaze but continued to recall in his mind. After the protagonist says this, Chen Baozhong gets angry and immediately scolds the protagonist, calling him a brat and blah blah blah. Then there should be people around agreeing, calling him a useless thing, daring to question the #1 divine doctor of the southern region, and so on. It has to be a few scoldings. Sigh. Bai Chen, never thought I would also be scolded like the protagonist one day. This is really. Young Master Bai, do you have any special insights? I am all ears. Chen Baozhong's voice was calm, and his actions were sincere. 3 huge question marks slowly appeared above Bai Chen's head. Wait, this script isn't written like this. If you don't scold me, how can I show off? If you don't scold me, how can I slap your face? Hey, how could Chen Baozhong dare to do that? Goodness. Although no one dares to offend a doctor, especially a famous one, does a famous doctor dare to offend a big shot? There are many doctors in the world, but there is only one local emperor in Jiangchang, and only one prince of Jiangchang. Your father can just move a finger and carry me off the bed to treat someone else, and it's for free. Would I dare to scold you in front of your father? Of course, Chen Baozhong couldn't hear Bai Chen's thoughts, and Bai Chen couldn't hear Chen Baozhong's thoughts either. At this moment, Bai Chen felt a wave of disappointment. He originally wanted to imitate the protagonist, show off, and then slap Chen Baozhong's face to make him realize his place. But, if you don't scold me, who am I showing off for? He even felt a bit sad. Sometimes being a young master is quite speechless, no one dares to scold me, and this is really. Since I can't show off anymore, Bai Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly stepped forward, walking towards the sickbed while saying, watch closely, learn well. In the gaze of everyone still in shock, Bai Chen had already pushed aside Chen Baozhong and arrived at Aunt Li's bedside. Then he reached out and pulled out an acupuncture needle from Chen Baozhong's medicine box. Then, using an extremely drifting technique, he aimed directly at Aunt Lee's closed eyes and delivered a flying needle. With a whoosh, a silver needle flashed coldly at the center of Aunt Lee's brow. Upon seeing this scene, someone finally reacted. Chen Baozhong didn't dare to scold himself, but someone else did. For example, Lin Xiu, whose cheeks were swollen. Bai Chen, you bastard! What are you doing? With a startled cry, Lin Xiu quickly ran over from a distance, seemingly ready to wrestle with Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen paid no attention at all, because in his mind, the system's prompt sound had already come. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. With the boost of this system prompt, Bai Chen smiled slightly and took out another silver needle from Chen Baozhong's medicine box. Aimed at the philtrum above Aunt Lee's lips, he delivered another flying needle. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Chen Baozhong, you seem like some kind of teacher. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the trick. Bai Chen's actions elicited no thoughts from others, but Chen Baozhong could see it at a glance. Although Bai Chen didn't know how he figured it out, he had seen it in the original work, and he could definitely see it now. Don't touch my mom, bastard! Lin Xiu had already lunged forward. She was about to grab Bai Chen's collar again, but at that moment, a bang sounded from Lin Xiu's side. Ah! Lin Xiu immediately let out a miserable scream, flying sideways and landing on the ground. Enduring the pain in her backside, she looked at the old man in his 60s with a face full of shock and anger. Director Chen, what are you doing? That's right, it was Chen Baozhong. At such an old age, he still didn't know what was going on, yet he had such agile reflexes. He had dodged and knocked Lin Xiu away. Then, with a face full of fervor and devotion, he stood in front of Bai Chen. His expression was extremely exaggerated, even his beard seemed to fly up, and his voice trembled. This is actually the heavenly mysterious needle technique. This is actually the heavenly mysterious needle technique? My god! Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Detected that Chen Baozhong's rupture degree has reached 10%, gaining rupture points plus 500. Looking at Chen Baozhong's current performance, which seemed a bit like Tang's, Bai Chen wore a faint smile and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's right. The that's right he said was definitely not in response to Chen Baozhong's question, but rather, that's right, when you saw the protagonist perform the heavenly mysterious needle technique in the original work, you were just as shocked. Although the process of him showing off and slapping faces was completely different from the protagonist's beginning of being insulted, the result was the same. What heavenly mysterious needle technique, Director Chen, what are you talking about? Lin Xiu, who had just gotten up from the ground, exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Lin Yongtian also stepped forward and urgently spoke. Director Chen, what are you talking about? What did Bai Chen do to my wife? Lin Yongtian naturally didn't believe Bai Chen either, but his demeanor was at least much more composed than Lin Xiu's. Because if Bai Chen really did something harmful to the patient's safety, Chen Baozhong would definitely not react this way. At this moment, Chen Baozhong spoke excitedly, the heavenly mysterious needle technique. I've only seen it recorded in literature, it has been lost for 100 years, this is the culmination of my Chinese medicine acupuncture techniques, only a true divine doctor can perform it. Even I haven't mastered it, I didn't expect you, young master Bai. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Listening to Chen Baozhong's excited voice. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Lin Xiu's rupture value plus 1%. From these system prompts, one can see what kind of psychological activities the two women are experiencing at this moment. Lin Yongtian and Bai Zhenan, Bai Chen's father, immediately turned their gaze to Bai Chen, who was standing there. The two middle-aged men experienced the shock of the younger generation. Of course, there was more confusion. Even Bai Zhenan, the biological father, didn't know that his son could do this, let alone Lin Yongtian. In fact, Bai Zhenan couldn't help but say to Chen Baozhong, Director Chen, you must be mistaken, I know my son very well. What you know is the previous spoiled Bai Chen. The current Bai Chen, who has shed his old self, is not something you mere mortals can comprehend. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. No! Chen Baozhong's voice was very firm. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Look, the patient is already awake. What? Lin Yongtian and Lin Siyu exclaimed in unison. They then rushed to the bed. Sure enough, at this moment, Aunt Lee had already opened her eyes, and in her large, beautiful eyes was a deep confusion. Her eyes were constantly moving, seemingly assessing the situation around her. Mom! Lin Siyu exclaimed, Mom, how do you feel? As she spoke, she was about to shake her mother. But Chen Baozhong shouted loudly, Stop! Everyone step back, no one is to touch the patient. This loud shout startled the father and daughter, causing them to instinctively jump back. But Chen Baozhong turned to Bai Chen and said, Young master, it's like this, right? Bai Chen curled his lips, since you already confirmed it, why ask me? But Bai Chen still nodded and said, the first 2 needles of the heavenly mysterious 9 needles can forcibly prolong the patient's life, allowing the patient to temporarily regain consciousness, able to hear people speaking and see images. Apart from that, it's just like a vegetative state. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Chen Baozhong, excited, turned to Lin Yongtian and said, Mr. Lin, your wife's illness can be cured. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Can a plant become an animal and still be saved? How so? Lin Yongtian asked eagerly. Chen Baozhong looked at Bai Chen with admiration and said, I never expected, young Master Bai, that you are the true divine doctor of the world. If young Master Bai were to use all the heavenly mysterious 9 needles correctly and then provide proper care and rest, any stubborn illness could be resolved. Moreover, right now, only young Master Bai can save her. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. The Lin father and daughter looked at Bai Chen, their eyes flashing wildly. Lin Siyu was internally collapsing. Clearly, her mother had been driven to this state by Bai Chen, but why was it that only Bai Chen could save her? Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. As for the changes in Xin Qingying's surprised gaze towards Bai Chen at this moment, it was not worth mentioning. Chen Baozhong was already excitedly speaking to Bai Chen, Young Master Bai, you can start now, I'll assist you. You tell me what to do next. Listening to Chen Baozhong's excited voice and watching his expression, Bai Chen slightly curled his lips and asked, what am I starting? Chen Baozhong was taken aback, of course, saving people. Pfft! Bai Chen's mouth and nose suddenly emitted a sound akin to disdain, and then he said with a face full of indifference and disgust, when did I say I wanted to save her? What? The entire room gasped in unison. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Chen Baozhong never expected this turn of events. Meanwhile, Bai Chen had already waved his hand, turning to leave while saying, her daughter just hired someone to kill me a few days ago, and I should save her? What a joke! Bai Chen's tone was laced with strong indifference. Indeed, he used the heavenly mysterious 9 needles merely to sever ties with you, Chen Baozhong. Who said anything about saving anyone? But, after all, Chen Baozhong was a doctor, he couldn't just watch a patient's life slip away before his eyes. Young master, only you can. Before he could finish his sentence. Thud! A crisp sound rang out. Then came Bai Zhenan's exclamation, Old Lin, what are you doing? Don't kneel, get up. Lin Yongtian almost spat blood. He shot a resentful glance at Bai Zhenan. You still want me to get up? I'm kneeling for your son, you must be thrilled. But this wasn't the time for that. He trembled as he called out to Bai Chen's back, Bai Chen, young master Bai, Uncle Lin is kneeling for you, please, save your Aunt Lee. Use that heavenly mysterious 9 needles, give her a shot. I beg you, save my wife. What the hell are you saying? Hearing Lin Yongtian's voice, Bai Chen was taken aback. He turned to look. Goodness, Lin Yongtian kneeling now looked so much like the scene of the floral shirt kneeling before him earlier. But this feeling, Lin Yongtian in Rain City was like a local emperor in his own world. The sensation was completely different. The floral shirt, that little lackey, kneeling before Bai Chen was entirely expected. But Lin Yongtian's status, this feeling was somewhat satisfying, wasn't it? It wasn't over yet. Lin Yongtian turned to glare at the stunned Lin Siyu, you ungrateful girl, what are you still dawdling for? Get over here and kneel. It's all your fault, do you really want to watch your mother die before your eyes? Lin Siyu's face turned pale. Thud. Ding. Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Ding. Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Detected that Lin Siyu's severance level has reached 50%, gaining severance points plus 5,000. Bai Chen's severance points balance surged again, now reaching 39,500. In comparison, Chen Baozhong's 500 did seem a bit lacking. However, it didn't matter, Bai Chen didn't value Chen Baozhong for those severance points. Bai Chen. Lin Siyu's voice was tinged with tears. I was wrong, I am guilty, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have hunted you down. As she spoke, she raised her palm. Slap! She struck her unbruised cheek. Tears instantly streamed down her face. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Just save my mother, whether you want to kill or torture me, I don't care. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Looking at the little girl Lin Siyu kneeling on the ground and slapping herself, Bai Chen's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He knew this girl was arrogant and had a bit of a spoiled rich kid's demeanor, but he didn't expect her feelings for her mother to run so deep. She probably doesn't even care about her father's life or death, right? Bai Chen really didn't know about this matter, because in the original work, when Lin Siyu appeared, her parents were already dead, so he had no way of knowing. However, it seems, just like that Mu Chanshan, if he were to sever Lin Siyu through Antli, the speed might be even faster. Other thoughts suddenly arose in Bai Chen's mind, but to test his idea, he decided to probe a little more. I said, killing you would be so boring. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Lin Siyu gritted her teeth again and then shouted, as long as you save my mom, I'll do whatever you want. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen confirmed what he had in mind. This Lin Siyu really has a deep mother-daughter bond with Antli. Since that's the case, Bai Chen slightly turned his head towards the bed, where he could see and hear, but could not move or speak, yet her charm remained. Slowly, he said, you said it. Ding! Lin Siyu's severance value plus 1%. You agreed? Lin Yongtian's voice was filled with excitement. Thank you, Xiaozhou, Uncle Lin thanks you, this life-saving grace, Uncle Lin will never forget. Chen Baozhong, seeing Bai Chen nod, was also filled with excitement. Ding! Chen Baozhong's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's severance value. Detected that Chen Baozhong's severance degree reached 20%. Gain severance points plus 1,000. Look, isn't the balance now 40,500? Chen Baozhong was right to be excited, because he felt he had a chance to see the complete Tianqian 9 needles. But, Bai Chen's one sentence brought him back to reality. Everyone, get out. The three people present immediately became unwilling. Lin Yongtian, Lin Siyu, and Chen Baozhong. Lin Yongtian was still a bit skeptical of Bai Chen. Lin Siyu was worried that Bai Chen would harm her mother. Chen Baozhong felt he wouldn't be able to see the Tianqian 9 needles anymore. But Bai Chen didn't give them a chance to react, turning to Chen Baozhong and saying, your eyesight can recognize the Tianqian 9 needles, you should also know the last 3 needles of the Tianqian 9 needles. Hearing this, Chen Baozhong was stunned for a moment. The next second, he turned and said, everyone, do not disturb the young master while he treats the illness, let's go out first, trust me. Actually, when he said this, Bai Chen was a bit speechless. The original work mentioned that Chen Baozhong really knew where the 9 acupoints of the Tianqian 9 needles were located. But he just wouldn't, can you believe it? Bai Chen had no idea how many times he had wanted to complain about this while reading. Unexpectedly, after crossing over, he could actually use this point? After all, Chen Baozhong was known as the first divine doctor of the southern region, and his words carried a lot of weight. Soon, only Bai Chen and the motionless Antli were left in the room. At this moment, Bai Chen slowly walked to the bedside. Lying there, Antli stared at him with 2 bright eyes, her gaze filled with vigilance and even fear. But she couldn't speak or move. She could only listen to Bai Chen's voice. Antli, I know you can hear me, and you heard them talking. It was your husband and your daughter who asked me to save you, so I can only do my best. While speaking, Bai Chen also looked Antli up and down. The 4 words Bai Chen said when he first entered the villa were definitely fitting to describe Antli. Antli had no relation to the protagonist, and although Bai Chen couldn't see her age, she was certainly older than Mu Yun. But the traces of time are completely invisible. Especially this figure, this dignified and graceful appearance, it truly is. TSK TSK TSK. Ahem. Bai Chen seemed to have caught a glimpse of Antli's gaze and coughed lightly, saying grandly, Antli, a healer has the heart of a parent, so don't worry, I'm doing this to save you, right? As he spoke, Bai Chen extended his hands. Rustle rustle. Antli, what is he doing? My clothes? Why are you saving me? Let go. With a soft click, it was unclear what kind of clasp made the sound. In the next second, Antli's gaze went blank, and her face gradually turned pale. Her pupils began to tremble violently. She couldn't move, she couldn't speak. The only thing she wanted to do right now was to raise her hand and give Bai Chen a resounding slap. Then she would curse loudly, you bastard, you filthy rogue, don't touch me. But now, it was completely futile. Don't continue, please, that's enough, you still. Bai Chen, you bastard. Who will save me, who will help me? See you. Where are you? Yang Tian, where's my husband? My. Antli's face grew whiter, and a look of despair gradually appeared in her pupils. However, she heard Bai Chen's low exclamation, damn, because, just as he had said to Chen Baozhong earlier, the last 3 needles of the heavenly mysterious 9 needles are crucial. There can't be any obstructions during the needle application, so Bai Chen had to clear everything away. But he never expected that after removing all the obstructions, he would see. Xiaoro is young, I can understand, but you, good heavens, are you a natural? Bai Chen couldn't hear Aunt Li's thoughts. Aunt Li also couldn't hear Bai Chen's thoughts, but Bai Chen's tone conveyed something to her. A clear tear slowly solidified in Aunt Li's eyes. Why? Such an embarrassing thing. Just let me die, let me die. Embarrassing? Good heavens, if Bai Chen heard this inner monologue, he would definitely give her a lesson. Ahem. Bai Chen couldn't help but cough again. After all, the healer's parental heart was just a pretense for him. Chen Baozhong could have a parental heart because he was a doctor, but he wasn't. He didn't have the time to be someone else's parent. So, however, at this moment, it was indeed inappropriate, and Bai Chen took several deep breaths. Aunt Li, I'm doing this to save you, so, I'm sorry. Aunt Li cried, crying in utter despair. But she couldn't make any sound or take any action. Although she knew she had woken up because of Bai Chen, she felt no gratitude at all. Was this meant to make her endure this torment while awake? It would be better to remain in the state of unconsciousness she had been in before. And regarding her current predicament, her husband and daughter waiting anxiously outside had no idea. Because they definitely couldn't hear anything. Even if they could hear, what they would hear was Bai Chen's polite, Aunt Li, I'm sorry. They would think Bai Chen had a change of heart, feeling guilty for making her angry, and was apologizing. Lin Yongtian was naturally pulling Chen Baozhong, asking this and that. After all, he was very worried about his wife. Lin Xiyu, although worried about her mother, stood there with a face full of anger, her fists tightly clenched. It was clear that she was extremely furious, seemingly replaying the events of the day in her mind. First, someone tried to hunt her down, this weak woman. Then, her mother was so enraged she nearly vomited blood, and finally, she was humiliated by Bai Chen. Hadn't he just made her kneel before him? It seemed she had completely forgotten her earlier promise to Bai Chen of I'll do whatever you say. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. But, if I can't outplay you, Bai Chen, can I not outplay that second-rate family's young lady? It was likely this thought crossed her mind. Lin Siyu's eyes darkened as she slowly turned to look at Shen Qingying, who was standing obediently at a distance, dressed in Balenciaga. Looking at Shen Qingying's stunning beauty and her graceful figure, Lin Siyu couldn't help but mutter under her breath, little vixen. It was as if she felt Shen Qingying had stolen her fiancé. Goodness, Lin Siyu truly lived up to her reputation. She was the one who had run abroad alone to see Bai Chen's embarrassment. Now, the tables had turned. Regardless, Lin Siyu actually took a step toward Shen Qingying. At that moment, Shen Qingying was staring blankly ahead, her mind racing with thoughts, how could Bai Chen still do this? Isn't he just a good-for-nothing playboy? But now he seems to be. Want to chat? At that moment, Lin Siyu's voice reached her ears, causing Shen Qingying to pause slightly. Turning her head, her brows furrowed slightly. It was unclear if it was because of Lin Siyu's attempt to ambush Bai Chen that Shen Qingying felt no goodwill toward her. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse. However, she noticed Bai Zhenan comforting Lin Yongtian on the other side. Being a sensible person, she understood that the Bai family likely had some connection to the Lin family. So, to avoid putting the adults in a difficult position, Shen Qingying nodded and turned to walk away. Shen Qingying herself didn't even realize that she had started to consider things from Bai Chen's and the Bai family's perspective. Bai Zhenan's villa was large, and there was certainly a balcony. However, at that moment, the balcony was only illuminated by moonlight. Perhaps due to the cool night breeze, Shen Qingying hugged her shoulders and gently shrank her neck. She looked pitiful, but the spark in Lin Siyu's eyes became even more pronounced. Then, without any courtesy, she directly spoke, "Is it interesting to be my substitute?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingying instantly turned her head, and the disgust in her eyes toward Lin Siyu became even more evident. However, she recalled Bai Chen's reaction the first time Lin Siyu had said this. Gritting her teeth, she shot back, "My husband is right, you really don't deserve it." Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. It seemed that Shen Qingying's use of the term my husband caught her off guard. Her cheeks flushed slightly. You! Lin Siyu immediately clenched her fists, as if about to explode. But Shen Qingying was unfazed. Her attitude toward Lin Siyu was as cold as Bai Chen's. If you called me here just to say this, then I think we have nothing more to discuss. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. After saying this, Shen Qingying really made a move to leave. However, Lin Siyu had come to deliberately annoy Shen Qingying and reclaim her dignity, so how could she let Shen Qingying walk away? So she immediately spoke up, marrying a eunuch, won't your family laugh at you? Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Seeing Shen Qingying stop, Lin Siyu quickly continued, you've been married for so long, and you haven't done anything yet, right? Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Shen Qingying's current state was certainly not because Lin Siyu hit the nail on the head. If it were before, she might have reacted that way, but now, Shen Qingying recalled that her previous misunderstanding of Bai Chen had led her to say such things. The consequences she faced were truly. Now that she thought about it, her face felt a bit hot. She originally didn't want to bring this up because she was also coerced by Bai Chen. However, seeing Lin Siyu's gaze and the sharpness in her voice made her angry. She couldn't help but retort Lin Siyu. So, she directly said, you actually believe the rumors outside? What my husband says carries more weight. What did your husband say? That I'm unworthy? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Before Lin Siyu could react, Shen Qingying feigned surprise and said, you did not get together with my husband because of this, did you? Thank you. In a sarcastic tone, Shen Qingying surprisingly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Siyu's hand. Looking into Lin Siyu's eyes, she said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten the dragon tendons and tiger bones of Bai Chen. And I wouldn't have known that married life could be so joyful. Thank you. After saying this, Shen Qingying unexpectedly gave Lin Siyu a big hug. Lin Siyu was stunned on the spot. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Detected Lin Siyu's rupture level reached 60%. Gained rupture points plus 6,000. Before Lin Siyu could react, Shen Qingying released her and turned to run inside, saying, no, I can't talk to you anymore, I miss my husband. After saying this, Shen Qingying instantly disappeared, leaving behind the girl standing in the moonlight, who no longer knew what expression to wear. What is she talking about? I feel for her. Lin Siyu immediately shrank her neck, trembling all over. But soon, she was stunned. Does she mean to say Bai Chen isn't? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. No! Absolutely impossible, I specifically had someone investigate. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. But why does Shen Qingying? Lin Siyu's own face turned a bit red. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. No! I don't believe it, it's impossible, Bai Chen absolutely cannot be normal. At this moment, Shen Qingying was struggling even more than her inner turmoil. She actually crawled into the bathroom, sitting on the toilet, holding her head in her hands. Shen Qingying, what on earth were you just saying? Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. How could you say such things? Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. I'm really going crazy, I'm really going to die. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Inside the room, holding the silver needles in his hand, Bai Chen had just placed 4 needles on Aunt Li's limbs and stood there with a strange expression. He thought, is the balance already 46,500? What are these 2 women doing outside? Could it be a battlefield? But soon, Bai Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought. Impossible. Shen Qingying is being coerced, and Lin Siyu is trying to kill me. Would they really create a battlefield for me? What a joke! Clearing his mind of these chaotic thoughts, Bai Chen turned his attention back to the patient lying motionless on the bed. Taking a deep breath, he said, the last 3 needles are coming, just bear with it. Finally, is it about to end? Aunt Li, with her eyes closed in tears at the corners, slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Bai Chen, who stood there with the silver needles, his head bowed as he focused on her. In her heart, Aunt Li was resolute. I never expected that at my age and in my position, I would one day be. I want to commit suicide. Once I can move, I will definitely commit suicide, right in front of him. If Bai Chen had heard this inner voice, he would have slapped her hard. Of course, you want to commit suicide. Why should I go through all this trouble to save you? But at that moment, Bai Chen was not concerned with such thoughts. He was busy building his own mental fortitude. He stared intently at the spot where he was about to perform acupuncture, taking a deep breath and murmuring, the 7th and 8th needles need to be placed between the 4th ribs, symmetrically on both sides. The horizontal distance from the Zhangwan point is about 4 inches, almost directly below the sternum. This position is generally not used for acupuncture, but with the Tianqian 9 needles, it requires caution and precision. To ensure the needle's position did not deviate, Bai Chen needed to use his other hand to stabilize it. Thus, Bai Chen leaned down. Swish! Aunt Lee's eyes widened instantly. Her black pupils visibly trembled violently. Inside, she was screaming endlessly, "Bastard! He actually... Since my husband was injured decades ago, I have never let go." However, as time passed, Aunt Lee's inner roar suddenly came to an abrupt halt. She tightly closed her eyes once more. What exactly happened? No one knew. At that moment, Bai Chen had just placed the 7th needle and was about to move to the 8th. The heart of a healer is like that of a parent. Bai Chen repeated this phrase like a broken record, but he found it seemed to have no effect. So, he changed his mantra: my dad is still outside, Shen Xingying is still outside, Lin Yongtian is still outside. He didn't know why he kept repeating such things. Shouldn't healing and saving lives require more focus? Finally, Bai Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He straightened his body and rubbed his nose. Thankfully, at this point, Bai Chen no longer cared about the expression on Aunt Lee's face. He turned and did 50 push-ups. Then, springing up, he quickly said, "Alright, Tianxian 9 needles, the last needle. Aunt Lee, your illness is about to be cured." The position for the last needle is relatively simple. You can see it at a glance on the human meridian chart. If it were among the 13 ghost needles, this needle's position is called Ghost Conceal. After Bai Chen finished introducing Aunt Lee, he immediately made a yay gesture with his left hand, upside down. With his right hand, he directly exclaimed, "Flying needle." The 9th needle of the heavenly profound 9 needles landed perfectly. But just as Aunt Lee had closed her eyes again, she suddenly opened them once more. This time, her pupils no longer trembled. Instead, they seemed to dilate, as if she were dead. Her face gradually turned pale. However, soon, a healthy flush began to appear. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. For some reason, Bai Chen suddenly started coughing violently. It was as if the illness from Lin Siyu's mother had transferred onto him. As he approached the bedside, he inexplicably said, "It's okay, the servants at my dad's place are even more diligent than those at my house." It was visibly apparent. After Bai Chen's words fell, Lin Siyu's mother began to tremble violently, her body, face, head, neck, and ears all stained with the color of blood. In the next second, she could actually move? But the first thing she did upon propping herself up was to poof and spray a mass of purplish-black blood from her mouth and nose. Then she turned to look at Bai Chen, gritting her teeth, her voice trembling, "You." After that, her eyes rolled back. With a poof, she collapsed back onto the bed, perhaps already unconscious. Seeing this scene, Bai Chen shrugged slightly, then smirked and said, "The stagnant blood accumulated from the chronic illness should have all come out now. I didn't expect the heavenly profound 9 needles to be this powerful. It truly lives up to being something only the protagonist can master." Power? What power? After saying that, Bai Chen couldn't help but glance back a couple of times. But he closed his eyes again. No, they are still waiting outside. So, he turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he thought of a problem. In this state, it was still inconvenient for them to see, even Lin Yongtian or Lin Siyu. What if they overthought it? Thus, Bai Chen turned back again. In a flash, he gathered up Chen Baozhong's medical equipment. Then, he carefully restored Aunt Lee to her original state. Only then did he take a deep breath and turn to walk out of the room. The people waiting outside had indeed been waiting for a long time. When they saw Bai Chen push the door open and come out, Lin Yongtian rushed up immediately, grabbing Bai Chen's hand and asking anxiously, "Xiao Zhou, how is my wife?" Bai Chen. "Very well." Really? Lin Yongtian didn't feel there was anything wrong at all. With a face full of joy, he dashed past Bai Chen to check on his wife's condition. Lin Siyu didn't even glance at Bai Chen before following him inside. But the next second, her scream echoed out, "Mom! Mom, why are you spitting blood, Mom?" Hearing this, Chen Baozhong hadn't even approached Bai Chen to greet him when he hurriedly rushed in. He quickly arrived at the bedside to check Aunt Lee's pulse. Meanwhile, Lin Siyu was already in tears. "You bastard Bai Chen, you harmed my mom. I want to kill." While she was screaming and about to rush out to settle accounts with Bai Chen, Chen Baozhong's voice rang out, "Is it all good now? It's completely healed? The pulse that seemed to belong to a chronic illness has disappeared? My God, the heavenly profound 9 needles are truly this miraculous?" Upon hearing this, Lin Siyu's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. On the other side, Lin Yongtian also looked up at Chen Baozhong. Lin Siyu was still a bit uneasy and quickly asked Chen Baozhong, "Director Chen, is what you said true? Is my mom really doing well now?" Chen Baozhong's voice was filled with excitement. "Your mother is doing better than ever. It seems her bodily functions have rejuvenated by 20 years. What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Siyu and Lin Yongtian both gasped in shock. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Lin Yongtian had already turned to look at Bai Chen. The way he looked at Bai Chen seemed to carry other meanings, as if he was still pondering in his heart, her bodily functions rejuvenated by 20 years? His acupuncture has such miraculous effects? Then what are you thinking? Don't be ridiculous. You want Bai Chen to treat you? That's absolutely impossible. At this moment, Bai Chen had already spoken to the stunned Lin Siyu. What, do you want to kill me? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Don't forget what you promised me. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Crack, crack. It was unclear whether it was Lin Siyu gritting her teeth or the sound of her tightly clenched fists. In any case, she said with great reluctance, I won't forget. As soon as Lin Siyu finished speaking, she saw a figure fly past her. Before she could react, thud. Chen Baozhong, who was in his 60s or 70s, unexpectedly performed a beautiful slide kneel right on the spot. This movement was even smoother than the previous floral shirt. Then, that aged, excited voice followed, Young Master Bai. Your heavenly mysterious 9 needles are truly miraculous. Though I have the title of the first divine doctor in the southern region, in front of Young Master Bai, I am simply nothing. Young Master Bai, please, take me as your disciple. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong. Detected that Chen Baozhong's rupture level has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 1,500. This scene was all too familiar to Bai Chen. Of course, it wasn't because he had experienced it himself. It was because in the original work, when Chen Baozhong saw the protagonist using the heavenly mysterious 9 needles to heal, he acted just like this. Of course, the person the protagonist saved on the plane wasn't in as dire a situation as Antli. The heavenly mysterious 9 needles only required 6 needles to heal, but that was still the genuine heavenly mysterious 9 needles. So, Chen Baozhong's knees instantly gave way. Now, he had effectively preempted Chen Baozhong's kneeling. However, at this moment, Bai Chen slowly shook his head. I won't take a disciple, but I will take him out. Chen Baozhong? Bai Chen remembered that in the original work, when Chen Baozhong first knelt before the protagonist did not accept him as an old disciple. The reason was that Chen Baozhong was too old, and the knowledge he possessed was so limited that he truly had no talent. But for Bai Chen, it wasn't that Chen Baozhong lacked talent, it was because he only knew the heavenly mysterious 9 needles. If he were to accept Chen Baozhong as a disciple so eagerly, he knew that such a student doctor had a flaw. That is, they liked to call their teacher. When faced with difficult problems or uncertainties, they would call for help. Chen Baozhong was the first divine doctor in the southern region. If he encountered a difficult case he couldn't solve, there would be no one in the world besides the protagonist who could resolve it. If he were to call Bai Chen for help, and then encounter a case that the heavenly mysterious 9 needles couldn't solve, wouldn't that expose him? At that point, the hard-earned rupture of Chen Baozhong would be sent back to someone else. So, at this moment, Bai Chen still found it necessary to be a bit reserved. He needed to buy some time. Wait until the system blind box opens something related to medical skills again, it won't be too late to take in this Chen Baozhong. However, Chen Baozhong was still very anxious. Young Master Bai. In his dim, old eyes, there were even a few murky tears. I, an old fool, have lived for decades, thinking I have mastered the art of medicine. But today, upon seeing Young Master Bai, I realize I am just a frog at the bottom of a well. Young Master Bai, I beg you, please accept me. With a loud thud, Chen Baozhong actually kowtowed to Bai Chen. This scene left everyone present stunned. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Xin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. The look in Xin Qingying's eyes as she gazed at Bai Chen sparkled with unspoken emotions. As for Lin Siyu, she completely ignored Bai Chen, still thinking that this bastard must have just gotten lucky. If Bai Chen knew about this mindset, he would definitely retort, why do you seem like the mother-in-law of the protagonist? Of course, there were also 2 other people. Lin Yongtian, the local emperor of Yuqing, and Bai Jinan, the local emperor of Jiangchang. Lin Yongtian looked at Bai Chen with eyes that sparkled wildly, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness in his gaze. He thought to himself, the number 1 divine doctor of the southern region, kneeling and kowtowing to the young master of the Bai family? If this matter gets out, the Bai family will surely be bustling in the southern region. At that time, countless families will go crazy trying to befriend the Bai family just for the title of the southern region's divine doctor, and my long-standing plan. Did Lin Yongtian actually have a plan? This was something Bai Chen was completely unaware of. But it seemed now, I can only temporarily set aside this plan. This Bai Chen is truly unexpected. Even if you don't set it aside, according to the original plot, your plan is already gone, you're dead, so what's the point of saying anything? Bai Jinan looked at his son, his eyes filled with surprise. Satisfied, too damn satisfied. Especially when he saw Lin Yongtian kneeling, pleading for his son to save his brother and sister. TSK. So satisfying. Too damn satisfying. Originally, Bai Jinan thought Bai Chen was hopeless, so he chose to let him be, to not interfere. But unexpectedly, after letting him be, Bai Chen brought him such a surprise, it was truly heaven helping me. Watching his son refuse to take on a disciple while this director Chen kept kneeling on the ground, he felt that as a father, he should step in to help his son out of this predicament. Thus, he stood up and said to Chen Baozhong, Director Chen, you don't need to be too anxious. Although I don't know what that heavily mysterious 9 needles is, my son must have worked very hard to treat patients like this. Let him rest a bit first, alright? But Chen Baozhong seemed excited and wanted to say something more. But as soon as he looked up, he met Bai Jinan's gaze, which made him feel a chill run down his spine. After all, the other party was the local emperor of Jiangchang, and he was still. Yes, mister. Bai is right. Master, you should rest first. I'll go check on the patients. Alright. You didn't hear a word of what he said. Did he agree to you? And you're calling him master? However, Chen Baozhong was definitely dismissed by Bai Jinan. Bai Jinan looked at his son and laughed heartily 3 times. Then he spoke, shall we sit in my study? Bai Chen knew what Bai Jinan wanted to say, but still nodded. Before turning to leave, Bai Jinan didn't forget to add, Xingying, come along. It was after the 3 members of the Bai family had left. Aunt Li's voice, which sounded somewhat relaxed, came through, husband. See you. You finally came? Finally? Hearing this voice, Lin Yongtian and Lin Siyu instantly rushed to the hospital bed. Mom! You're awake? Lin Siyu immediately burst into tears. Mom! I thought I would never see you again, sob. At that moment, Aunt Li tightly embraced her daughter, tears streaming down her face. I thought I would never see you again. Watching the crying mother and daughter, Lin Yongtian wanted to join in, but then he remembered there were still outsiders present, so he had to maintain a strong demeanor. He sat beside Aunt Li and said, You scared us so much when you fainted, but we never expected that little Joe would turn out to be a miracle doctor. He can heal and save people. You were saved by him, did you know that? Aunt Li, with tear-filled eyes, glanced at Lin Yongtian, slightly gritting her teeth, but said nothing. Yet in her heart, she thought, of course I know. I know even more than you do. Now, Bai Chen knows more than you do. Aunt Li chose to swallow those words. For some reason, while Lin Siyu was deeply emotional with her mother, Bai Chen was sharing a deep bond with his father. At the pharmacy on the walking street, Xie, who was sound asleep in the room, was abruptly awakened by the urgent ringing of her phone. Groggily seeing the caller ID, Xie answered the call with a direct, Third sister, it's so late and you're calling me? If you're not sleeping, I need to sleep. Xie was the protagonist's 7th senior sister, and the 3rd sister she referred to was, of course, Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian on the other end of the line immediately said, 4th sister just called me. Xie rolled her eyes, 4th sister woke you up, you can't take it out on me. Oh, no. Mu Qianqian said anxiously, 4th sister said she found a magical herb, and I thought your family was a medical family, so I wanted to ask. Xie sat up in bed, somewhat helpless, and said into the phone, what herb? She said it seems to be called Xinjun Divine Herb? Upon hearing this, Xie's mouth twitched slightly, and she directly said, 3rd sister, are you thinking about men? Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. Mu Qianqian's rupture value plus 0.1%. Mu Qianqian was in despair. Why did both of her junior sisters have to bring up this issue? However, this also confirmed that what 4th sister had said on the phone earlier was true. Mu Qianqian confirmed with Xie, and after a few more exchanges, they hung up. Just as Xie was about to turn over and continue sleeping, she paused slightly and turned to look outside the door. It seemed she heard some noise, so Xie cautiously got out of bed and pushed the door open. As a result, she saw her grandfather in the courtyard below, not sleeping at this late hour, discussing something with an old servant. Just as Xie was about to ask a question, the voice from below made her instantly silent. The old servant asked in surprise, Master, are you in such a hurry to arrange for the young lady to leave? Old Xi nodded heavily, his voice hoarse, she must leave, it will be very dangerous for her to stay with me. Standing on the upper floor, Xie's gaze suddenly tightened. It seemed she wanted to say something. Grandpa, I've returned from studying in the Dakingshan, I won't be in danger, or something like that. However, there was a flicker of unexpected light in Chiye's pupils. What does Luju mean? This was the first time Chiye had heard this title. Suddenly, she recalled today when a servant came to report that her grandfather had rushed out in great urgency. If she hadn't followed, she would have never known that her grandfather had gone to a pawn shop she had never heard of before. When did that pawn shop become related to her grandfather? Mainly, after the later Jobai incident, she had forgotten. Now it suddenly came back to her. Is Grandpa hiding something from me? Below, the servant spoke again. Luju, the incident happened suddenly, and to avoid their surveillance, the earliest the people moving the young lady can arrive is in the afternoon. Then after lunch. Lao Chi's voice was low. Then, his body trembled slightly. It was as if he sensed something and looked up in the direction of Chiye, but there was nothing there. A hint of moisture appeared in Lao Chi's pupils. This granddaughter of mine. She is the apple of our Chiye family's eye. I can't bear to part with her, but... Lao Chi's gaze became resolute as he turned to look seriously and said, this matter absolutely cannot go wrong, do you understand? Yes. Lu Zhu. In Chiye's room, her petite body blocked the door. Her gaze flickered continuously, and the light in her pupils held an unknown meaning, but it seemed to solidify a hidden thought. Bai Chen was unaware of what was happening in the pharmacy. At that moment, he was sitting in his father's study. Bai Jinnan was warmly pouring a cup of hot water for Bai Chen and Xin Qingying. He also said, it's getting late, and I don't want to disturb your rest, so I won't make you tea. Bai Chen said nothing. Xin Qingying sweetly said, thank you, Dad. Hearing Xin Qingying's voice, Bai Jinnan was slightly taken aback and then said with some surprise, Qingying, this is the first time you've called me Dad since you married into our family. Ding! Xin Qingying's split value plus 0.1%. Did I? My goodness! How could this happen? Ding! Xin Qingying's split value plus 0.1%. Xin Qingying didn't even realize it, because her previous words were completely instinctive. Just like when she had called my husband in front of Lin Siyu. Ding! Xin Qingying's split value plus 0.1%. When did I become like this? No, this isn't me. Ding! Xin Qingying's split value plus 0.1%. At this moment, Xin Qingying looked tense, her small fists clenched involuntarily, and she even lowered her head. The constant notification sound ringing in Bai Chen's mind also indicated how conflicted Xin Qingying was at that moment, but his eyes were filled with smiles. Because his current isolation point balance had reached 48,000 points, if he continued to split Xin Qingying, her next 10% reward would be a whopping 32,000 split points. Wouldn't that mean he could prepare to exchange for a golden legend again? However, it was indeed somewhat difficult for Xin Qingying's 0.1 increase to rise another level. But he wasn't only focused on Xin Qingying as a single fat sheep to fleece, so Bai Chen didn't care that much. At this moment, Bai Jinnan had already spoken to Bai Chen. Xiao Zhou, how many secrets are you hiding from your old dad? Hearing Bai Jinnan, Bai Chen wore a smile that seemed to belong to a young scion and replied, oh, there are still plenty. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Jinnan immediately burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Then I'll be waiting for you, Xiao Zhou, to surprise me, ha! His son was now completely different from before. How could Bai Jinnan not be happy? A son who was once a hopeless case, how could he trust him with the empire he had built? But now, Bai Chen had even exceeded his expectations for his son. How could he not be pleased? The father and son exchanged a few casual words, and Bai Jinnan's expression finally took on a more serious glow as he said, Xiao Zhou, I originally planned to have Shaoli tell you this news, but since you're back today, I'll just say it. There's less than a week until this year's Haicheng Summit. So, what do you think? Are you interested in going with me to the Haicheng Summit? Bai Jinnan's words sounded like he was asking Bai Chen, discussing it with him. But in reality, Bai Chen couldn't refuse, it was clearly a notification. However, when Bai Chen heard the 4 words Haicheng Summit, his eyes lit up slightly. He was well aware of the original plot. He knew exactly what the Haicheng Summit represented for the southern region in the original story. The 4 major families of the southern region, including the Bai family, had to be present, along with those so-called second-tier families in the southern region. These second-tier families were only considered so in relation to the 4 major families. In their own cities, they were also top-tier families. Most importantly, although the Haicheng Summit was in the provincial capital of the southern region, some major families from the northern region and even the imperial capital would also attend. Many would seize this opportunity to see if they could collaborate with families from the southern region and expand their businesses. The protagonist of the original story first shone brightly at the Haicheng Summit. It was at the Haicheng Summit that the protagonist met a young lady from the imperial capital. It was this young lady who gave the protagonist the confidence to break into the imperial capital. At this moment, a faint light flickered in Bai Chen's eyes as he thought, I wonder if there will be any unexpected surprises at the Haiqing summit before the plot begins? Because of this, Bai Chen replied to Bai Jinnan, of course, that sounds great, Dad. I've been an adult for a while now, and this is the first time you've mentioned taking me to this conference. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Jinnan retorted with a hint of annoyance, you little rascal, how can you say that? What were you like before? Would I dare take you? When Bai Jinnan said this, Shen Xingying, who was sitting next to Bai Chen, also lifted her head. She turned to look at Bai Chen, thinking, yeah, the current Bai Chen seems completely different from the old Bai Chen, but, why is that? Could it be because of that day? Ding! Shen Xingying's fracture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Xingying's fracture value plus 0.1%. It seemed she recalled that day when she helped Bai Chen feel what it was like to bear the heaviest burden on a young master's shoulders, and her face turned slightly red. Could it be that his hidden ailment was cured? Did he cure it himself? She must have thought of today's so-called Tianqian 9 needles. While Shen Xingying was still reminiscing about Bai Chen's transformation, Bai Jinnan had already stood up. It's getting late. It's almost midnight. Lin Yongtian and his family should be about ready to rest. With Bai Jinnan standing up, Bai Chen and Shen Xingying had to get up and leave, regardless of whether they had finished their drinks. They followed Bai Jinnan back to the room that had been tidied up earlier. Bai Chen once again enjoyed Lin Yongtian's gratitude, and Li's evasive gaze, and Lin Siyu's eye roll. Of course, there was also Chen Baozhong's admiration. Bai Jinnan said, Old Lin, it's so late, and your sister-in-law has just gotten her health back in order. Why don't you stay the night? Well, Lin Yongtian hesitated for a moment, then said, Brother Bai, to be honest, I have a light sleep. Don't worry, I'll have someone prepare earplugs and an eye mask for you. Bai Jinnan waved his hand grandly. Since Bai Jinnan had said so, Lin Yongtian couldn't refuse and naturally agreed. However, at that moment, Shen Xingying, who was standing next to Bai Chen, seemed to think of something and turned to glance at Lin Siyu in the corner. Then, she bit her lip slightly and said, Hubby, Dad, I'm going to tidy up in the room for a bit. After saying that, Shen Xingying walked straight towards the bedroom that old Bai had prepared for Bai Chen. Watching Shen Xingying's departing figure, Bai Chen felt a strange sensation in his heart, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Not thinking too much, he knew he had to arrange for his father to settle the guests into their rooms before he could excuse himself. About 10 minutes later, Bai Chen pushed open the bedroom door. As soon as he stepped inside, he sniffed and suddenly exclaimed, What the hell is burning? What the heck? It's actually Shen Xingying? Bai Chen was completely stunned. Shen Xingying said she was going to her room to tidy up, but it turned out she was tidying herself up? Looking at Shen Xingying, who stood there like a Venus with two arms, Bai Chen was bewildered. What is going on? Although he had been intimate with Shen Xingying before, it had never been under her initiative. Moreover, seeing Bai Chen in a daze, Shen Xingying, with a slightly flushed face, flickered her eyes and said, In this room, I don't have my pajamas, so I can only. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Hubby. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Shall we rest early? Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen even rubbed his eyes in disbelief, observing Shen Xingying's panel. He thought, it hasn't fully split yet, and it hasn't even started to transform. So why is she like this today? No matter what. Originally, Bai Chen had considered whether to go to the Mu family after turning Su Shi into Su Shi wet. In the end, he found he was completely fine, but due to the Lin family's matters, he had no choice but to go home. But unexpectedly, there was such a surprise waiting for him at home. Hubby, there aren't any suitable slippers at home, so I. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen rubbed his nose. Since that's the case. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shen Xingying's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Although he didn't know the reason, Bai Chen absolutely wouldn't hide it. However, as time passed, Bai Chen actually heard in his mind, Ding! Lin Siyu's split value plus 1%. At the moment this sound occurred, Bai Chen looked down at Shen Xingying's gently flickering pupils. It seemed he understood something. No wonder Shen Xingying's voice was more confident today. It turned out to be because of this? So did the two of them have a battlefield today or not? Unclear, unknown. But Shen Xingying's reason for returning to the room early to become Venus was definitely due to this competitive spirit among women. She did it on purpose. At this moment, Lin Siyu was also in a dark room, dumbfounded. Sitting there, she perked up her ears. That room over there is Bai Chen and Shin Qingying's? How is this possible? Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. What Shin Qingying said before was true. That Bai Chen actually isn't. Ding. Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 0.1%. Detected that Lin Siyu's rupture level has reached 70%, gaining rupture points plus 7,000. The point balance immediately reached 55,000, and the silver blind box could be easily purchased. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Siyu's cheeks flushed, gritting her teeth. They must be pretending. It's intentional. I must see it with my own eyes, verify it personally. I will definitely expose their lies. After throwing out a bunch of harsh words, she directly covered her head with the quilt. But it wasn't long before she couldn't help but poke her head out, biting her back teeth. Is there any sense of public morality? Can't anyone sleep? However, neither Shin Qingying nor Lin Siyu had any idea that there was actually another person struggling in the room at that moment. Lying next to Lin Yongtian was Aunt Li, Lin Siyu's mother. She herself had trouble sleeping today, tossing and turning in bed. As a result, she never expected that the war between Shin Qingying and her daughter would actually involve her. Without needing to think, she knew what had happened. She turned to look at Lin Yongtian, who was sleeping soundly with earplugs and an eye mask. A strong sense of disdain appeared in her eyes. Decades have passed, you. Sigh. Lin Yongtian's snoring grew louder. Aunt Li wrapped herself tighter in the quilt. She looked like a big cocoon wrapped in spider silk, and she trembled slightly. She didn't dare to close her eyes, because once she did, she saw Bai Chen. Sigh. Aunt Li looked up at the ceiling. Heaven. Who will come to save me? Fortunately, their war did not affect Bai Jinan. After all, Bai Jinan's own bedroom was completely on a different floor, so he wouldn't discover that his son's congenital defect had actually been cured. But it didn't matter. Those who couldn't sleep tonight were certainly not just the few women in Bai Jinan's villa. There was also Chie, hiding in her own room. After being woken up by Mu Chanxian's call, Chie surprisingly hadn't slept all night. She had endured until dawn. However, probably due to her natural beauty, she didn't even have dark circles under her eyes. Lao Chi clearly hadn't slept well last night either. When he came out of his room, he was yawning widely. Turning to glance at Chie's room, he didn't think much and walked over, knocking on Chie's door, calling out, "Little Yezi, why are you so late today? The curtains are still not drawn, get up." With Lao Chi's voice falling, there was silence in Chie's room. Because of this, Lao Chi's pupils suddenly constricted. A bad premonition rose in his heart. He quickly knocked on the door again. "Little Yezi?" There was still no response from inside. Lao Chi could no longer hold back. With a bang, he kicked the door open and rushed in. The scene before him made his face turn pale instantly. The room was in disarray, as if a tornado had passed through. Naturally, there was no sign of Chie inside. Anxious, Lao Chi's body began to tremble, and he let out a loud shout, "Someone! Bring me someone!" The voice was loud due to the urgency. The previous servant rushed in, flustered, "Master, you. What happened?" Clearly, he was also startled by the scene in the room. "I want to ask you what happened." It was evident that Lao Chi was genuinely anxious. "Send someone to find. Dispatch everyone we have in Jiangcheng, find them for me. If we can't find Xiao Yezi, I'll question you all." "Yes, master." The servant hurriedly turned and ran out. Lao Chi stood in place, looking at the chaos in the room, his body trembling heavily. However, Lao Chi didn't stay for long. He turned and ran out. He also wanted to join the search for Qi. Just as he left, the large door of a wardrobe in the room slowly opened. Qi crawled out from inside. Lao Chi, in his concern, hadn't thought to search the room first. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Qi such an opportunity. She tiptoed out quietly, realizing that there was truly no one left in the pharmacy. Thus, she also slowly and silently left the pharmacy. Before leaving, Qi took a deep look at the pharmacy's main door and softly said, "Grandpa, I will not leave Jiangcheng." Then, she disappeared into the streets of Jiangcheng. Time quickly moved to noon. 3 robust men, who looked tough at first glance, silently entered the pharmacy. They made their way to the back hall and saw Lao Chi sitting there, propping his head up, looking very dejected. The 3 of them didn't know what had happened, so they walked in directly, clasped their fists, and spoke, "Master Qi, we have arrived. Where is Miss Qi? We need to relocate her." Hearing this, Lao Chi slowly raised his head to look at them. They immediately noticed that Lao Chi's eyes were bloodshot and had traces of tears. The 3 of them were taken aback, exchanging glances, and the leader said in a deep voice, "What happened?" Lao Chi remained silent, and a servant standing beside him, with a worried expression, said, "You are late, Miss Qi has been kidnapped." "What?" The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, then frowned and asked in a low voice, "Who did it?" In Jiangcheng, the only one bold enough to do this, besides the young master of the Bai family, we can't think of anyone else. The servant said this while gritting his teeth. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the three men slightly trembled. It's that Bai family young master, Bai Chen, who forcibly took the master's wife for himself. Achoo! Unaware of anything, Bai Chen had just sat down at the dining table when he covered his mouth and nose and sneezed. For some reason, when Bai Chen sneezed, Shen Qingying, Lin Xiu, and even Atli all shivered slightly at the same time. Because yesterday had indeed been very exhausting. They only woke up around noon. Bai Chen's mother had long passed away, so Bai Zhenan, as the sole master, sat at the head of the table. The table was filled with delicacies. Bai Zhenan looked curiously at the three from the Lin family and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Why do you and niece Siyu have such dark circles under your eyes?" Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. The three of them unexpectedly looked at Bai Chen in unison. Bai Chen had just wiped his nose after sneezing and saw the scene, his expression instantly turning strange. Bai Zhenan was even more deliberately oblivious, directly asking, "I ask you, what are you looking at the little boat for?" Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Shen Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen waved his hand. "Alright, Dad, let's eat, everyone is hungry." Dinner was served. But just as Bai Chen picked up his chopsticks, his phone rang. This made both Bai Chen and Bai Zhenan frown slightly. Because in the past, if Bai Chen's phone rang during a meal, Bai Zhenan would definitely say, "You can't focus on eating." But now, due to Bai Chen's change, Bai Zhenan swallowed those words back. He tacitly allowed Bai Chen to answer the call. Since it was an unknown number, Bai Chen's voice became a bit low. "Hello? Who is it?" "Young Master Bai." Lao Chi's hoarse voice came through the phone. Hearing this voice, Bai Chen paused slightly. Lao Chi took the initiative to call him? He had been avoiding him, yet he reached out? Could it be that something happened? If there's something, then I'm eating, let's talk after I'm done. With a bang, he hung up the phone. Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 1%. Listening to the continuous system prompts in his mind, Bai Chen was a bit surprised. Because he remembered that previously, Lao Chi's rupture value increased just like the female leads, both at 0.1%, 0.1%. How did it suddenly increase tenfold? Could it be that something really big happened? But, what big deal they had to do with him? Eating. Unbeknownst to him, while Bai Chen was enjoying his lunch, Lao Chi in the medicine shop was already furious. He was even shouting loudly, "It must be him. Absolutely him. That bastard. He said he wouldn't harm my granddaughter. Sure enough, he's a bastard. Talking is like farting." But even though he was furious, he still didn't call Bai Chen again. After waiting for almost 2 hours, Lao Chi finally redialed Bai Chen's number. "Hello?" Bai Chen's somewhat lazy voice came through the phone. Lao Chi was so angry he could hardly contain himself. Ding! Lao Chi's rupture value plus 1%. However, Lao Chi held back his outburst. He truly loved his granddaughter. So he took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Bai, I originally wanted to invite you to dinner, but I don't know if young Master Bai has time now? Would you like to come out for a cup of tea?" "Sure," Bai Chen answered without any hesitation. Time, place. Bai Chen's agreement was so straightforward that it further confirmed Lao Chi's suspicions. After hanging up the phone, Lao Chi raised his somewhat cold eyes and looked at the three strong men in front of him, saying, "A-san, are you ready?" "As far as I know, there are at least 2 experts around Bai Chen." The 3 men exchanged glances. Adin nodded and said, "Master Chi, we are trained by the master himself, you can rest assured. A-er and A-san can each handle 1, the remaining Bai Chen will be left to me." Lao Chi nodded and then said, "Remember, don't kill Bai Chen, just find out the whereabouts of Xiao Yezi. His life, the master will come to collect personally." The 3 men nodded in unison, yes. Old Seven was nervously searching the city for the whereabouts of his granddaughter, Xie. Bai Chen had no idea that Xie was missing. However, her whereabouts had already been discovered by someone. In Jiangcheng, the so-called second-rate Gu family, the young master of the Gu family, Gu Qing, was swinging in the garden of his villa. A little brother rushed over in a panic and excitedly said to Gu Qing, "Young master, we found Xie's whereabouts." But Gu Qing scoffed at this, saying, "I know she's not at the pharmacy. Where else could she be?" "No, young master." The subordinate realized his young master had misunderstood and quickly added, "Isn't our Gu family running 3 hotels in Zhongcheng? Didn't you leave them to me to manage? Today, I saw Xie's hotel check-in record." "What? Upon hearing this, Gu Qing jumped up, exclaiming dramatically, "She went to a hotel with a man?" The subordinate rolled his eyes and said, "So far, we only saw her alone." "But, young master, didn't you say you wanted to? Now's the opportunity." Hearing his subordinate's words, Gu Qing's eyes finally lit up. "Yes, yes, yes. Quick, gather the men, and let's go immediately." Bai Chen arrived at the tea house where he had agreed to meet Old Seven, driving a brand new Maybach. In the private room upstairs, Old Seven stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with 3 men, watching the parking lot below. Old Seven slowly said, "The thinner one should be the butler of the Bai family, and the strong man should be Bai Chen's bodyguard. They are the 2 experts I mentioned. Do you have confidence?" The 3 men exchanged deep glances at the scene below, only retracting their gaze when Butler Lee, Black Tiger, and Bai Chen entered the tea house, nodding as they said, "Rest assured, Master Seven." As soon as the words fell, the figures of the 3 men flashed and disappeared from the private room, as if they had never been there at all. Old Seven took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and sat down in the tea house's private room. Not long after, the door of the private room opened. Bai Chen walked in, protected by Butler Lee and Black Tiger. Old Seven immediately stood up. "Young Master Bai." Bai Chen, like a lord, waved his hand at Old Seven and said, "Sit down." Then, he sat down opposite Old Seven. Butler Lee and Black Tiger flanked Bai Chen on either side. Old Seven gritted his teeth slightly and sat down. Just as he settled into his chair, Bai Chen's voice came through. "Just get to the point. What do you want?" "You know I'm very busy." "Busy? Busy kidnapping someone's granddaughter, is that it?" Old Seven thought this in his heart, but he didn't let it show on his face. He feigned calmness and said, "Young Master Bai, I wonder if what we discussed before still stands." "What discussion?" Bai Chen raised his eyes. Old Seven continued, "The matter between Tingyu Tower and the Bai family has nothing to do with my granddaughter. Young Master Bai promised me that he wouldn't let my granddaughter know about this matter, nor would he allow her to be harmed." Hearing Old Seven's words, Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. "Did I say that?" "You." Ding. Old Seven's rupture value plus 0.1%. Seeing Bai Chen in person, Old Seven's rupture value returned to normal. Bai Chen waved his hand lightly. "Let's just say I did. So, what exactly do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, Old Seven could no longer hold back and exclaimed, "Bang!" With a loud bang, he slammed his hand on the table in front of him, standing up to roar at Bai Chen. "Then why did you kidnap my granddaughter?" Seeing the furious Lao Chi, Hei Hu, and Butler Lee stepped forward simultaneously to protect Bai Chen. However, Bai Chen, listening to Lao Chi's words, was somewhat bewildered and replied, "Although I am indeed a villain, but when did I kidnap your granddaughter?" Ding. Lao Chi's resentment value plus 0.1%. "Are you still pretending?" Lao Chi's beard trembled as he gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. "It seems there's no way to talk to you properly, so don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 cold breaths suddenly surged from the corner of the private room, rapidly approaching Bai Chen. Hei Hu and Butler Lee both shouted loudly, "Young master, be careful." The script was unfolding just as Lao Chi had arranged. Butler Lee and Hei Hu faced off against Air and Asan. The 4 of them exchanged blows back and forth. Bai Chen watched this scene with a strange expression, filled with strong sarcasm. He thought to himself, truly worthy of being the protagonist in a city novel about the war god Dragon King. Indeed. Damn it, they went straight to fighting at the slightest disagreement, without any hesitation. After finishing one, they moved on to the next. But is this really interesting? Bai Chen turned to Lao Chi and said helplessly, "Do you think this is interesting?" At this moment, Lao Chi's eyes flashed with a fierce look. His fists clenched tightly, producing a hoarse sound. "Then is kidnapping my granddaughter interesting?" Hearing this, Bai Chen rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to explain to this Lao Chi. Meanwhile, Lao Chi's voice grew increasingly fierce. Without speaking, a chill had already crept up behind Bai Chen. Hidden in the shadows, Adit, after entangling the 2 masters beside Bai Chen, suddenly sprang out, arms wide open, attacking Bai Chen's back. Bai Chen naturally sensed this, but he made no move. Instead, he calmly picked up a cup of tea from the table in front of him and began to savor it. Although the situation was urgent, Lao Chi's pupils constricted sharply, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Just as Ada's henchman was about to grab Bai Chen's neck, suddenly, a shadow appeared with a whoosh. With a muffled bang, Ada's body was sent flying. Pfft, blood sprayed from his mouth and nose, splattering into the air of the tea house. "What?" Lao Chi exclaimed in shock. Ding. Lao Chi's resentment value plus 1%. Ding. Lao Chi's resentment value plus 1%. Ding. Lao Chi's resentment value plus 1%. Detected that Lao Chi's resentment level has reached 10%, gaining 500 resentment points. His isolation point balance had reached 55,500, but the system notification in his mind did not stop there. Ding! Lao Chi's resentment value plus 1%. The shadow gradually revealed its true form, standing behind Bai Chen. Su Wenma's signature magnetic voice slowly rang out, "Young master." Indeed, it was Su Wenma. Now he was taming Su Wenma. When going out to do something, Bai Chen would naturally contact Su Wenma first and keep him by his side. Upon seeing Su Wenma, Lao Chi's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Ding! Lao Chi's resentment value plus 1%. It's you? Hearing Lao Chi's exclamation, not only Su Wenma, but even Bai Chen paused slightly. Su Wenma frowned and looked at Lao Chi. "Do you know me?" Hearing Su Wenma's question, Old Seven slightly gritted his teeth and remained silent. Instead, he turned to Bai Chen, his gaze icy, "The eldest young master of the Bai family. I heard the analysis from the Listening Rain Tower about you, and it turns out they were wrong after all. Let's not worry about what Old Seven said about the Listening Rain Tower for now." Upon seeing Old Seven's reaction to Su Wenma, Bai Chen also formed his own speculation. Could it be that the protagonist's act of exterminating the yellow-haired Martin in the original work was also premeditated? He remembered that in the original text, the protagonist first dealt with the yellow-haired Martin's underlings, and then the yellow-haired Martin sought revenge for them. Subsequently, it was only natural for the protagonist to eliminate him, and after that, Su Wenma appeared, and the two became acquainted without a fight. In the original work, everything seemed coincidental. However, Old Seven, the acting master of the Listening Rain Tower, had just displayed behavior that seemed somewhat different from what was described in the original. Who would have thought? Was the Dragon King War God protagonist secretly playing such tricks behind the scenes as well? Bai Chen did not answer Old Seven's question, but Old Seven had already shifted his gaze to Adi, who had been knocked back by Su Wenma's sneak attack. At this moment, although Adi was injured, his physique was indeed strong. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground. The two exchanged glances in an instant. "Ah!" Adi suddenly roared and charged at Su Wenma. Su Wenma frowned slightly and turned to face the enemy. It was evident that Adi was no match for Su Wenma and was being completely overwhelmed. However, it also left a vacuum around Bai Chen. A hint of excitement appeared in Old Seven's eyes as he slowly said, "Now you have no backup, right?" Hearing this, Bai Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh, do you have an ambush?" Old Seven chuckled lightly. "Young Master Bai, don't forget, there's still me." As soon as the words fell, whoosh, Old Seven leaped directly from the other side of the table, crashing towards Bai Chen. Indeed, as the acting master of the Listening Rain Tower, how could Old Seven be without any skills? Dealing with Bai Chen, this useless young master, was absolutely more than enough. Old Seven at least got one thing right. Their assessment of Bai Chen at the Listening Rain Tower was completely wrong. Watching Old Seven spread his wings like an eagle, Bai Chen calmly remarked, "I still have myself." Then, he lightly paused his foot while sitting there. Using the Qing Shan concealment technique, he sidestepped directly. Old Seven's palm instantly fell into empty space. Meanwhile, Bai Chen's right hand moved like lightning. Qing Shan wrong bone hand. Crack! A light sound echoed. Immediately after, an old and painful scream erupted. Ding! Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Detected that Old Seven's severance level reached 20%. Gain severance points plus 1000. Ding! Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. A balance of 56,500 severance points did not affect Bai Chen, who remained calm and composed, sipping his fragrant tea. But Old Seven's painful screams instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Adi, Ayer, and Asan all retreated simultaneously, creating distance from Bai Chen's three subordinates. The scene before them left them momentarily stunned. Bai Chen sat there holding his teacup, leisurely, and their acting master, Old Seven, was now kneeling beside Bai Chen on the ground, clutching his completely dislocated arm, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth and letting out painful whimpers. "Master Seven!" The three of them exclaimed in unison. "What is going on?" Old Seven instantly looked up, his eyes wide open, and let out an incredulous roar at Bai Chen. "Impossible! You! How could you? In the archives of my Listening Rain Tower, there is no record of any martial arts experience. You!" Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. It seemed that his rupture value had increased tenfold and couldn't drop back down. In fact, their archives at Listening Rain Tower were not wrong. Bai Chen truly had no experience in this area, but Bai Chen had a system. Why not have your Listening Rain Tower archives record this too? Adit and his two brothers were also dumbfounded. They were the backbone of Listening Rain Tower and knew Bai Chen very well. But they could never have imagined. Isn't he a wastrel? How does he have such personal strength? It must be fake? Could there be other experts hiding in the shadows? In an instant, the three of them became even more vigilant. They were even prepared to flee. However, they couldn't just run away. If they did, they had to find a way to take their seventh master with them. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, as if nothing had happened, finished his tea, placed the cup on the table, and continued, "Can we talk properly now?" Listening to Bai Chen's calm voice, Old Seven gritted his teeth and roared, "Let my granddaughter." Smack! A crisp sound. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. Bai Chen slapped Old Seven to the ground. For some reason, perhaps because Bai Chen had immersed himself in the role of the villain, he was increasingly enjoying the feeling of slapping others. "I'll ask you again. Can we talk properly now?" Lying on the ground, clutching his dislocated arm, with 5 finger marks on his face, Old Seven stared fiercely at Bai Chen. However, he didn't have the courage to speak again. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. In Old Seven's cold eyes, Bai Chen's calm voice came again. "What you mean is, your granddaughter has been kidnapped?" Bai Chen's question was clearly sincere. However, Old Seven gritted his teeth and replied, "Humph. You know the answer already." "Hey! My temper." Bai Chen stood up abruptly, grabbing Old Seven by the collar. Smack! A forceful slap. "You just can't talk properly, can you?" Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. Smack! Another forceful slap. "Was that last slap too light for you?" Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. Smack! A forceful slap. "Seeing you so old, I don't want to hit you, but are you not done yet?" Ding! Old Seven's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Old Seven's rupture value. Detected that Old Seven's rupture level has reached 30%. Gain rupture points plus 1,500. The 3 strong men standing at a distance watched their acting tower master, at such an old age, being grabbed by a younger generation and slapped wildly. They were all furious, wanting to rush up and rescue Old Seven. But standing in front of them was a mountain taller than the last. They could only watch helplessly as Bai Chen's rupture points balance reached 58,000 points, which was utterly futile. However, it must be said, Bai Chen was indeed enjoying slapping people more and more, especially when the other party could only endure the slaps and couldn't fight back. Bai Chen finally stopped when he got tired of slapping. However, Old Seven's old head seemed to have turned into an oval shape. The whole person slumped to the ground, leaning awkwardly against the nearby tea table, his body swaying unsteadily. He felt dizzy, as if his eyes had been scattered and turned yellow by Bai Chen. Mainly, Lao Chi himself had not expected this. At his age, how could Bai Chen actually go so far? Of course, Bai Chen, as a villain, didn't care about age or gender, young or old. He was already struggling to manage the 2 words in the middle, let alone anything else. Moreover, Bai Chen was completely unconcerned that Lao Chi might be killed by him. After all, Lao Chi was also a skilled practitioner and the acting master of the Listening Rain Tower. Although his skills and physical condition might not match the protagonist or Su Wanma, a few slaps wouldn't be enough to take him down. Bai Chen gradually calmed himself from the effort of slapping others and said lightly, "Your granddaughter has been kidnapped. How could you think it was me?" As he spoke, he also curled his lip and added, "Is this the kind of image I have in your eyes?" He turned to glance at Adit and the other 3. The 3 of them immediately curled their lips, their eyes twitching slightly. Their expressions seemed to say, "Does the young master of the Bai family really need us to judge his image? Goodness, you just grabbed an old man by the collar and slapped him wildly." But they didn't voice these thoughts. It was unclear whether they were worried about being slapped themselves or about Lao Chi's reaction. Bai Chen's voice continued, "And I'm puzzled. Isn't your Listening Rain Tower supposed to be very well informed? How could you not find your own family member and casually suspect me? Now, I'm starting to doubt your Listening Rain Tower's business capabilities." Ding! Lao Chi's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding! Lao Chi's fragmentation value plus 1%. Ding! Lao Chi's fragmentation value plus 1%. At this moment, Lao Chi, whose eyes were still somewhat yellow, although his head was muddled, could still hear Bai Chen's voice. When he heard Bai Chen questioning the capabilities of the Listening Rain Tower, he instinctively wanted to explain, but the pain on his face made Lao Chi hold back and not speak. Bai Chen's voice came again, "Now, tell me, when did she go missing, and how are you sure she was kidnapped?" If it were someone else, Bai Chen wouldn't care. But the other party was Chi Yi, the protagonist's senior sister. Anyone who could grasp the protagonist would not be overlooked by Bai Chen. After all, the protagonist's halo was too powerful. No matter how much preparation he made, he had to be cautious. Otherwise, when the protagonist returned, the first to die would still be him. With his head in a daze, Lao Chi looked at Bai Chen sitting there, listening to the tone of Bai Chen's speech, and his pupils shrank slightly. Could it really not be him? Ding! Lao Chi's fragmentation value plus 1%. Is my guess wrong again? But who else in Jiang City has the guts besides him? Ding! Lao Chi's fragmentation value plus 1%. Just then, as if everything had been arranged, a phone rang. Bai Chen initially thought it was his, but then realized that the person answering the call was actually Butler Lee. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Butler Lee's expression became a bit strange. He then turned to look at Bai Chen. Seeing Butler Lee's gaze, Bai Chen casually asked, "What's wrong?" Butler Lee quickly hung up the phone. First, he glanced warily at Adi and the other three. Then he approached Bai Chen and whispered in his ear, "Young master, there's someone claiming to be the young master of the Gu family asking to see you at your door." The young master of the Gu family? Upon hearing this title, Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. Who is he? Hearing Bai Chen's retort, the others hadn't said anything yet. Old Seven, slumped on the ground, couldn't help but rasp out, "You just met him yesterday at my pharmacy." Listening to Old Seven's explanation, Bai Chen was first taken aback then suddenly enlightened. "Oh, that guy. A playboy from a second-rate family? What does he want with me?" Butler Lee shook his head and said, "Not clear. The people below said he came to deliver a gift to you, young master." A gift? Bai Chen and Old Seven both scoffed. Of course, their thoughts were different. Bai Chen was thinking, what good thing could a young master from a second-rate family possibly give me? I might as well focus on Old Seven's granddaughter issue right now. Old Seven was thinking, as expected, you can't help someone who's already down. I knew you wouldn't save me yesterday. Bai Chen had turned to look at Old Seven and continued, "First, describe to me how you found out that Chi-Yi gave." At this point, Bai Chen's voice suddenly halted. He turned again to look at Butler Lee. "You said he came to deliver a gift to me?" Butler Lee didn't know what was wrong with Bai Chen but nodded nonetheless. However, Bai Chen's expression had already turned strange. He glanced at Old Seven, who was still on the ground, then turned back to Butler Lee. After that, he stood up and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go, follow me, let's go back and take a look." Saying this, he swaggered out with Butler Lee and the others. But Old Seven and Ade were dumbfounded. "Is that it? We came to ask you to hand over Chi-Yi. As a result, you beat us up, said nothing, and just left? Is there any law? Is there any justice?" However, even though they thought this in their hearts, when Bai Chen and the others walked toward the door, Adi and the others still instinctively stepped back, giving Bai Chen a way out. Ding! Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. Watching the few of them walk away, Old Seven seemed to become a bit tearful, muttering, "The master is right. The master said to wait until he comes back to discuss everything. This Bai Chen really exceeded expectations, master. I'm sorry, we couldn't protect your wife, and now even my granddaughter." Sigh, ding. Old Seven's severance value plus 1%. Ding. Detected Old Seven's severance level reached 40%, gained severance points plus 2,000. The severance points balance reached 60,000 but Bai Chen didn't pay attention, because just now, he suddenly connected all the dots. The first time he met that Gu Qing was at Chi-Yi's pharmacy. The reason Gu Qing was causing trouble for him was that he liked Chi-Yi and wanted to be her sycophant. Later, he rolled away out of fear of him. As soon as Chi-Yi went missing, Gu Qing said he had a gift to deliver to him. That gift wouldn't be. Sure enough, it's TM Chi-Yi. At this moment, Bai Chen had quickly returned to the front of his villa. In the face of Gu Qing's fawning smile, he opened the back door of a van. And there, in the van's trunk, lay an unconscious Chi-Yi, leaning there at an angle. With a bang, Bai Chen slammed the van's door shut. He turned around and shouted at Gu Qing, who was standing behind him, "You have some nerve." Bai Chen's roar scared Gu Qing so much that he thudded, and knelt before Bai Chen. But after kneeling, he was confused, because he didn't even know why he knelt down. And it felt so natural. Intuitively, this was the most comfortable position for him right now, the kind that made him want to sleep. At the moment Gu Qing knelt down, Bai Chen was also a bit stunned. Although he had shouted so loudly, he didn't feel much anger. Instead, he was more surprised. So it was Gu Qing who had kidnapped Chi-Yi? Goodness, old Chi thought it was me and was looking for trouble with me. He even sent someone to bully me, to hit me? Really? I don't even know who was bullying whom. Of course, none of this was important. What mattered was that Gu Qing was guessing. He was speculating about Bai Chen's current mental state. It seemed that after he thought he had guessed something correctly, he spoke in a flustered manner. "Young Master Bai, don't worry. This woman was caught by me and the hotel's front desk lady working together with the cleaning aunt. By the time I got there, she was already in the car, and I didn't dare to touch a single hair on her." Listening to Gu Qing's explanation, Bai Chen was taken aback. Is that what I was talking about? Wait a minute? Bai Chen seemed to have heard some keywords from Gu Qing's explanation and then asked, you said you caught her at the hotel? Who was she with? Sure enough, anyone hearing this news would have the same first reaction. Gu Qing even thought to himself, I guess this, young Master Bai guessed this too, so I'm equivalent to young Master Bai, hee, I'm really impressive. Ahem. Gu Qing quickly coughed and said, young Master Bai, don't overthink it, there's only her record in my hotel. I initially speculate that she must have run away from home. Run away from home? Bai Chen's gaze paused slightly. A hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. If Gu Qing was guessing that someone had run away from home, Bai Chen wouldn't be thinking the way he was now. But if running away from home was linked to the name Qi Yi, Bai Chen really knew. In the original story, Qi Yi had played the runaway card. At that time, the protagonist had already returned. Old Qi naturally went to recognize the master first, but Qi Yi hadn't met the protagonist yet. When Old Qi learned that the protagonist had killed Bai Chen and was planning to start a comprehensive revenge plan, he felt that Qi Yi couldn't stay by his side, as it would be very dangerous, so he needed to send Qi Yi away from Jiang City. However, when Qi Yi learned about this, she of course refused on the spot. Before Old Qi could forcibly take Qi Yi away, she had already played the runaway card. Although this plot hasn't started yet, Qi is running away. It wouldn't be because of this, right? A glimmer of thought sparkled in Bai Chen's eyes. It made perfect sense. Old Qi knew he was targeting them, and to protect Qi Ye's safety, he sent her away in advance. Isn't that reasonable? So, did Qi Yi pull the same stunt this time? At this moment, Bai Chen's gaze seemed to have changed slightly. This runaway Qi Yi seems to be useful. How to utilize her specifically, Bai Chen hadn't figured out yet. But since she had already been delivered to his doorstep, how could Bai Chen let this opportunity slip away? Thus, he nodded at Gu Qing and said, I'll accept this gift, but in the future, you should do less of this kind of nonsense. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Gu Qing was first taken aback, secretly thinking, young Master Bai said to do less, not to stop doing it. Realizing this, a hint of excitement even appeared in Gu Qing's pupils, and he directly shouted at Bai Chen, young Master Bai, I understand. I understand, you just take care. What do you mean by take care? Bai Chen looked at the kneeling Gu Qing with a strange expression. Why do I feel like this guy hasn't understood at all? However, Gu Qing's voice had already come through. Young Master Bai, do you need me to find someone to help you unload? Where is your bedroom? My bedroom is in. Bai Chen instinctively stopped mid-sentence. What do you mean, my bedroom? Bai Chen lowered his head and glanced at Gu Qing in silence. He then turned to the Black Tiger and Butler Li behind him and said, in this villa area, I should have another property, right? Hearing this, both the Black Tiger and Butler Li were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and the burly Black Tiger instinctively spoke up, young master, you only bought this. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Butler Li directly reached out and grabbed the Black Tiger's arm, then nodded at Bai Chen and said, yes, young master, I'll go find the keys for you. After saying this, he shot a glance at the Black Tiger, then turned and ran towards Bai Chen's villa. The Black Tiger instantly understood. Butler Li's expression clearly said, young master is just showing off here. Why are you ruining the moment? The Black Tiger silently gave Butler Li a thumbs up in his heart. If anyone is considerate, it's definitely you, Butler Li. Indeed, Bai Chen only had this one villa. But in front of outsiders, if Bai Chen said he had another one, then he could just go buy one, right? Money was no object. Moreover, as the Prince of Jiangcheng, just one villa was nothing, he could have one with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Gu Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of you, young Master Bai. The villas here are beyond our reach. Although our family is wealthy, our family's status doesn't even qualify us to own a bathroom here. Young Master Bai, you own more than one villa. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, unceasing, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, uncontrollable. Looking at Gu Qing's adoring expression and listening to his empty flattery, the Black Tiger couldn't help but give Bai Chen another thumbs up in his heart. Young master really knows how to show off. Every gesture is so impressive. What kind of words are these? What are you showing off for? In fact, Bai Chen didn't know why either. The conversation had just gone this way. Perhaps this was the mindset of a villain? A hint of fear appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Goodness, I hope this villain's intelligence diminishing aura doesn't manifest on me. He then turned to the kneeling Gu Qing and said irritably, alright, you've repeated those few phrases enough. Are you annoying or what? Drive. Alright, young Master Bai. Gu Qing scrambled to his feet and jumped into the driver's seat of the van. It really didn't take long. Butler Li hurriedly ran out from the villa and came to Bai Chen's side. He whispered quickly, young master, everything is arranged. Shall I lead the way? Bai Chen nodded. Gu Qing's van followed behind Bai Chen's Maybach, driving deeper into the villa area. Why did Bai Chen want to take Qi Yi to another place? It wasn't because Shen Qingying lived in the same villa. If he were worried that his legitimate wife would cause a scene upon discovering he brought a woman back, that would definitely be a lie. He separated Qi Yi from Shen Qingying entirely for his own plan of severance regarding Qi Yi. After all, she was one of the few key targets he didn't know personally. So, Bai Chen needed to be a bit more cautious. It definitely wasn't because he was worried about Shen Qingying finding out, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Xiao Rou along. Ding! Xiao Rou's severance value plus 1%. Xiao Rou was right beside him. Bai Chen specifically brought Xiao Rou, who was dressed in a maid outfit, with him to this brand new villa. He felt very assured with butlerly handling things, especially considering Bai Chen's identity. This brand new villa was ready for Bai Chen to move in with just his bag. However, the bag he was carrying was actually the unconscious Qi Yi slung over his shoulder. When Xiao Rou saw Bai Chen toss the tightly bound and gagged Qi Yi onto the master bed of the villa, her eyes narrowed significantly. She bit her back molars slightly, not knowing what thoughts crossed her mind, but she said nothing. It was unclear when Qi Yi would wake up. However, Bai Chen thought of something else and turned to Black Tiger, asking, "Did Wang Ji deliver the items I asked for?" Black Tiger nodded directly, "They've been delivered. Do you need them moved here, young master?" Bai Chen immediately nodded, "Of course, make it quick." "Yes, young master." Black Tiger turned and left. After Black Tiger had left, Bai Chen cast an interesting glance at the timidly standing Xiao Rou. Upon meeting Bai Chen's gaze, Xiao Rou suddenly felt an ominous premonition, her body involuntarily shivering slightly. Ding! Xiao Rou's split value plus 1%. While Black Tiger was moving the items Wang Ji had delivered, Bai Chen arranged for Xiao Rou to untie Qi Yi and tidy up a bit. He took a moment to explore the new villa. Although it was definitely much smaller compared to his original villa, it was still sufficient for storing his figurines. In the living room, Bai Chen instructed Butler Li and Old Mo to leave first, as he still had some matters to attend to. However, before leaving, Su Wanma approached Bai Chen and asked, "Young master, I wonder if you have time tonight?" Bai Chen paused slightly and turned to look at Su Wanma. He couldn't be sure about his schedule, especially since the Lin family of three hadn't left yet. Because of Old Chi's call, he hadn't had the chance to harvest another wave of Lin Siyu's split value. Nevertheless, Bai Chen still asked, "Is there something you need?" "It's about my sister." Upon hearing Su Wanma's words, Bai Chen felt a surge of tension. Had Su Shi told Old Mo about Su Shiyi's situation? Although Bai Chen knew it was embarrassing to be nervous at this moment, it was unavoidable. Because, to some extent, wouldn't you be nervous meeting your brother-in-law? Moreover, he was a top expert, second only to the protagonist in terms of combat power, standing right in front of him. If he wanted to cause trouble, there would be no one to save him. However, Su Wanma didn't seem to have that intention. He continued, "Because you saved her, she is very grateful and wants to express her thanks." After hearing this, Bai Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Shiyi's situation hadn't been exposed yet. Relaxed, Bai Chen even unconsciously blurted out, "She has already thanked me." Before Su Wanma could finish his sentence, he was taken aback by Bai Chen's words. Ding! Su Wanma's split value plus 1%. Hearing the system prompt, Bai Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Did I just let something slip? Su Wanma's expression turned into one that Bai Chen couldn't quite describe. Could it be that you two have already? Good heavens, was the situation about to be exposed like this? Bai Chen quickly spoke up. Well, Old Mo, at that time it was an emergency. If I hadn't gone, someone else would have had to, so I already had dinner? Bai Chen? Dinner? Su Wanma innocently nodded at Bai Chen and said, My sister said she wants to invite you to our home for dinner as a token of gratitude. Has she already invited you for dinner? When did this happen? I wasn't aware. So it was just a meal? Bai Chen patted his chest in relief and smiled. Well, not yet. Is it tonight? Okay, if I have time, I'll let you know in advance. Hearing Bai Chen's voice, Su Wanma smiled and nodded. Alright, young master, I'll go back and have Shi prepare. With that, Su Wanma turned and left. Bai Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest, almost getting slapped to death by his brother-in-law. Looking at the panel Su Wanma displayed in front of him, the conversion rate was only a few dozen %, not yet at 100. It seemed this matter had to be prioritized. As long as Su Wanma wasn't fully converted, it was a day of danger. Just like now, Su Wanma suddenly stopped, turned to Bai Chen, and with a hint of confusion in his eyes, asked, Young master, what did you mean by going up just now? Bai Chen. Of course, I didn't mean you. I meant going up to your house for dinner. Oh, Su Wanma didn't seem to know whether to believe it or not. Finally, he left Bai Chen's new villa. Not long after Su Wonma left, Black Tiger brought over the items Bai Chen wanted. Looking at what Black Tiger had prepared, Bai Chen slightly turned his head to glance at the bedroom above the stairs, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the bedroom. Master, this isn't very good, right? Ding. Xiao Rose split value plus 1%. She's still here. Isn't she unconscious? Even if she wakes up, you're all women, what's there to be afraid of? Ding. Xiao Rose split value plus 1%. But she is a stranger. So does that mean I'm not a stranger? You say she is a stranger? Does that mean I should find you an insider? Then I'll call Shin Qingying. Ding. Xiao Rose split value plus 1%. No, master, I can do it, I can. Ding. Xiao Rose split value plus 1%. Detected Xiao Rose split degree reached 100%, gain split points plus 10,000. Bai Chen's point balance immediately reached 70,000 points. But that wasn't the end. The system's voice certainly wouldn't stop there. Ding. Detected host successfully completely split the main character, gained additional random reward. Random blind box is being drawn. Listening to the system's prompt, Bai Chen's eyes lit up. He had finally completely split Xiao Rou. With Xiao Rou's identity, the blind box drawn for him must be golden. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully obtained silver blind box plus 1. What? Bai Chen could hardly believe the system prompt echoing in his mind. What is this? This isn't right. Xiao Rou is the main character's sister. Her status within the main character's halo must be much higher than Su Wonma's, right? But why did he get a golden blind box for splitting Su Wonma, yet only a silver one for splitting Xiao Rou? No, system, you. It seemed that the Save the Villain operation knew what kind of soul question Bai Chen was about to raise. So it preemptively transmitted a voice. Host, the system's blind box draw and blind box reward draw are all random, external forces cannot control. Can you wipe? Bai Chen had heard this line from the system countless times. Although he knew that these system prompts were all random, the fact that it had only given him a silver blind box while severing Xiao Rou was simply unacceptable. Ding. Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Bai Chen initially wanted to have a good rant with the system, to discuss it further. However, the system's notification sound momentarily interrupted his thoughts, causing him to instinctively look up. But with just that glance, Bai Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A bright light suddenly burst forth before him. Before his eyes was a huge glass dome. Inside this dome was a white, low cylindrical platform, just large enough to serve as the base for the glass dome. And standing on this base was Xiao Rou, dressed in a light pink maid outfit. She wasn't wearing shoes, and a pair of knee-high white cotton socks wrapped around her straight legs. Perhaps due to nervousness, her small feet were awkwardly turned inward. Her little hands seemed to be in a dilemma, clasped tightly in front of her, gripping the hem of her dress. This scene, this image, goodness! Bai Chen couldn't help but exclaim, goodness! This humanoid figure was truly, it was simply tailor-made for Xiao Rou. If that was the case, it seemed much better than that golden blind box. Wait a moment. Bai Chen couldn't help but quickly pull out his phone, searching for something on it. He then raised the phone, pointing it at Xiao Rou inside the glass dome, saying, "Can you see clearly? Come on, strike a pose for me." Ding. Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Master, is it like this? Yes. Exactly. Next. Ding. Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Ding. Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Ding. Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Master, would it look good if I only took off one sock? Ding. Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Some people, although they are villains, do not act in a perverse manner at all. Some people always claim to be perverted, but most rely on narration to highlight that. Some people, just by sitting there, are already perverted. It's unclear which type Bai Chen belonged to. But no matter what, in Xiao Rou's eyes, Bai Chen was a pervert. However, at that moment, Xiao Rou's thoughts had undergone a dramatic change from before. This change occurred the moment she stepped onto that platform. It was also the moment her severance value reached 100%. The first thought that sprang to her mind was, if I do this, Master will surely be happy, right? The photos Bai Chen showed her were all of strange-looking figurines. Each figurine looked different. But even when Xiao Rou saw the first photo, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse Bai Chen in her heart, damn pervert. But her body completely acted according to Bai Chen's wishes uncontrollably. Goodness! Xiao Rou was stunned herself. She kept shouting in her heart, stop, Xiao Rou, how can you do this? That's a big bad guy who threatens you and harms your sister-in-law, a big pervert. How can you do this? No, I need to scold him, I need to curse him to wake myself up. But, the words Xiao Rou wanted to shout at Bai Chen turned into, Master, the skirt is a bit long, should I lift it a little? Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 5%. Goodness! Xiao Rou seemed as if her body had been taken over by someone else. Her true soul was frantically rejecting and screaming within her heart. Yet, the control of her body was seized by an extremely submissive soul. If this continued, Xiao Rou would surely develop some kind of split personality. However, Bai Chen couldn't perceive Xiao Rou's struggles at all. Just as Xiao Rou felt, she had inexplicably become extremely compliant. She didn't know if this platform had some special ability. Click, 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 click. The sound of the shutter from Bai Chen's phone kept ringing. With something like this, of course, it had to be recorded. This was a figurine that belonged solely to her. Later, he would develop all these photos. In this villa, he would find a room and cover the walls with such photos. Then, he would lock them in this glass case and quietly admire his own appearance. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Even now, Bai Chen, despite the still unconscious Qi, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, his body trembling slightly. However, just as Bai Chen was looking for the next imitation target for Xiao Rou, suddenly, knock, 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 a somewhat urgent knocking sound came from the door. Bai Chen thought Qi Yi had woken up. He turned to take a look and found that Qi Yi was still unconscious. He stood up and walked towards the door. The knocking naturally startled Xiao Rou as well. She hurriedly put on all her clothes. In a panic, she pushed open the glass door and jumped out, standing obediently on the ground with her head lowered. Bai Chen had already opened the door. He Hu stood outside with a frown, and before Bai Chen could ask, he spoke in a deep voice, Young master, the master wants you to return immediately. Upon hearing He Hu's words, Bai Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. His father had been contacting him a bit too frequently. Hadn't he just returned yesterday because of the Lin family's matter? And now today. Moreover, Bai Chen caught a crucial point. Previously, when his father Bai Jinnan contacted him, he would call directly. But why today did he send He Hu to notify him? Bai Chen instinctively asked, Is it urgent? He Hu nodded immediately and said, Very urgent. The servant sent by the master said, Wang Jinwu has arrived. Wang Jinwu? Upon hearing this name, the corners of Bai Chen's eyes twitched slightly. The plot from the original work instantly appeared in Bai Chen's mind. His stepfather Bai Jinnan was known for playing both sides, right? And this Wang Jinwu belonged to the Bai side. Moreover, his status was extremely high. The reason the Bai family could act with impunity in Jiangcheng was largely related to this Wang Jinwu. Alright, I understand. Bai Chen nodded, his voice low, slightly bowing his head. A thoughtful expression lingered in his eyes. Although he was familiar with the original plot, at this moment, the plot hadn't even begun yet. Was someone of Wang Jinwu's status appearing ahead of time? Could it be due to some recent events? Regardless of the reason, Wang Jinwu was a crucial figure because of his identity. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have asked him to return now. As for the figurine, today had already marked a qualitative leap for Xiao Rou. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Wang Jinwu's matter first. Thus, Bai Chen said to Xiao Rou, Just stay here. If she wakes up, tell her not to run around and wait for me to come back. After saying this, Bai Chen turned and left. Who was she? It was undoubtedly Qi Yi, lying unconscious on the bed. Why hasn't Qi Yi woken up yet? What on earth did Gu Chang use? Is the drug really that potent? It doesn't matter anymore. As Xiao Rou watched Bai Chen's retreating figure, she surprisingly felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. It even seemed to come out uncontrollably. Why didn't he hit me today? Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation rate plus 5%. Oh my, Xiao Rou, what are you saying? Xiao Rou's small feet in white socks instantly curled up together. Bai Chen is a big pervert. Are you also a pervert? Xiao Rou, can you be a little more clear-headed? The split personality of Xiao Rou began to fracture again. Meanwhile, as Bai Chen hurried to the southern villa in Bai Town, on the other side, at the Qi family's pharmacy. The pharmacy had been closed all day, and the front door was tightly locked. In the back room, where Bai Chen had previously dined with Qi Ye and Lao Qi had a thick bandage wrapped around his head. Ye and Asan were all visibly injured, sitting there with frowns, while a previous servant stood around with an odd expression. De couldn't help but grit his teeth and lowly growl, that bastard Bai Chen. Not only did he steal the master's wife, but he even kidnapped the granddaughter of the seventh master. What on earth does he want? They were still entangled in this matter? Ayer also gritted his teeth. I really don't know what kind of luck Bai Chen has. I originally thought there were two great masters, but that's Su Wenma. Lao Qi interjected at this point. Don't mention Su Wenma. Erase him from our list. I never expected that the number one on the list, Su Wenma, would actually be such a coward. Ding! Lao Chi's split value plus 1%. The exchange between Lao Chi and them was quite informative. What list? Su Wanma is still ranked first, but they certainly wouldn't explain this matter now. Asan spoke up, 7th Master, what should we do now? Just watch as Miss Chi falls into Bai Chen's clutches? Ding! Lao Chi's split value plus 1%. Just mentioning this matter made Lao Chi's heart twitch. But thinking back to Bai Chen's performance at the tea house today, my granddaughter was really kidnapped by him? How could it not be him? Adit and the three brothers exclaimed in unison. Ade angrily gritted his teeth and said, in the entire Jiang city, who else would dare? Moreover, the master's wife is still in his hands. Ding! Lao Chi's split value plus 1%. But after saying this, Ade seemed to think of something. Right. How did I not think of that? Hearing Ada's excited voice, everyone turned curiously to look, and Ar asked, Elder brother, what did you think of? Ade turned to Lao Chi, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. If Bai Chen can kidnap our people, why can't we kidnap his people? Then we can have him trade people. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi's mouth twitched, and he finally said irritably, who can we kidnap? His subordinates? Or Su Wanma? Do we have that capability? Ding! Lao Chi's split value plus 1%. That sense of powerlessness only deepened Lao Chi's pain. But Ade, with a wicked smile, said, he went to great lengths to force the mistress to marry him. The mistress must hold a significant position in his heart, right? Hearing this, Lao Chi and the others were instantly stunned. Are you talking about Shinxing? Ade nodded immediately. With a loud bang, Lao Chi slammed the table and stood up, furious. Have you forgotten? That is the master's wife. That is the master's childhood friend. How dare you lay a hand on the master's people? Who said I was going to do anything? Ade looked confused. As long as we explain things clearly to the mistress, she is kind-hearted and will definitely understand us, definitely help us. At that time, we just need to make the mistress pretend to be kidnapped to scare Bai Chen, that's all. What are you thinking, 7th Master? Ding! Old 7's split value plus 1%. Listening to Ada's words, several people exchanged glances, while a glimmer of contemplation appeared in Old 7's eyes. Is this really going to work? A notification about Old 7 echoed in his mind. Bai Chen didn't care what this old fellow thought was useless. He had once again seen his father's villa. After getting out of the car, he pushed the door open without saying a word. As soon as he entered, Bai Chen saw that iconic police uniform. It was worn by a middle-aged man. And Bai Chen knew that this middle-aged man was the legendary Wang Zhenwu. Bai Chen's pupils slightly constricted, because he remembered that in the original text, it was written that Wang Zhenwu generally wouldn't choose to wear a uniform when meeting Bai Zhenan. After all, there were many things on that uniform that Wang Zhenwu could not overstep. But if Wang Zhenwu came to meet Bai Zhenan in his uniform, it would mean something had happened. However, Bai Chen still maintained a casual demeanor and walked over. From a distance, he called out loudly, Uncle Wang, long time no see. How have you been lately? This kind of polite small talk was something Bai Chen had read in the original text. As Bai Chen's voice came through, Wang Zhenwu, along with Bai Zhenan and Lin Yongtian sitting in the living room, turned to look. Only Aunt Li and Lin Siyu were absent. It was unclear where they had gone, or perhaps their identities made it inconvenient for them to meet Wang Zhenwu. Upon seeing Bai Chen, a smile appeared on Wang Zhenwu's face. Ha, Xiaozhou, I didn't expect you to care so much about your Uncle Wang. Wang Zhenwu, sitting there with a smile, had a face full of flesh. He looked like a clumsy and adorable giant panda. But Bai Chen knew that at least half of the fat on Wang Zhenwu's body was raised by his cheap old dad. After greeting, Bai Chen also sat down on the sofa next to his father. Watching Bai Chen take a seat, Bai Zhenan smiled at Wang Zhenwu and said, Brother Wang, we've known each other for so many years, there's no need to be polite. Now that Xiao Zhou is back, just say what you need to say. They all understood each other well, with no need for any roundabout talk. Alright. Wang Zhenwu's smile remained unchanged. After lifting the teacup in front of him and drinking the fine tea inside, he said, the tea is almost finished. I wonder if old Bai has noticed. Recently in Jiangcheng, the number of deaths and disappearances seems to be a bit high. These two sentences seemed completely unrelated. However, Bai Chen's pupils slightly constricted. He instantly understood what Wang Zhenwu was talking about. The deaths and disappearances included not only the matter of him dealing with Tingyu Tower but also the underground world, concerning Jiang Tianfang and Huang Mao the Weasel. It truly echoed that saying, the villains are not protected by the law. When he read the original text, the protagonist killed this one and that one, slaughtered families and gangs, without facing any legal consequences at all. In fact, among their group, there was even the protagonist's good helper. Just because he is a villain, even though his family has a huge influence in Jiangcheng. Even though the plot of the original story hasn't even started yet, has the kind of punitive weapon from above already been aimed at him? When Wang Junwu finished speaking, Bai Jinnan and Lin Yongtian immediately turned their gazes towards Bai Chen. They also knew that what Wang Junwu was referring to was Bai Chen's recent changes. However, Bai Jinnan quickly spoke up, "Brother Wang, what you said about the situation in Jiangcheng." Bai Jinnan's intention was, of course, to protect his son, to use his son as a shield. In the past, whenever something happened, Bai Chen would naturally hide behind his father. But now, this Bai Chen is not the same as before. So he directly interrupted his father. "Uncle Wang, do you mean someone wants to target me?" Bai Chen's sudden voice instantly silenced the entire living room. Lin Yongtian naturally remained silent. Bai Jinnan, interrupted by his son, was not angry. Instead, he looked at Bai Chen with some surprise. As for Wang Junwu, his gaze towards Bai Chen held a bit more astonishment. Especially now, as Bai Chen looked at him with an unflinching gaze, showing no signs of timidity. It seemed he truly had a sense of standing on his own. Particularly this statement brought Wang Junwu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It even caused Wang Junwu to unexpectedly turn to Bai Jinnan and say, "Old Bai, do you remember this phrase? A few years after we first met, when you were handling the Jiangqing tiger incident, it was exposed, and you said the same thing to me." Bai Chen did not know what the Jiangqing tiger was. Bai Jinnan had also experienced such matters before, which Bai Chen was unaware of. As he listened to Wang Junwu's voice, a hint of reminiscence appeared in Bai Jinnan's eyes. He then poured another cup of tea for Wang Junwu and continued, "Let the past be the past." Ha ha ha. The sound of laughter came from Wang Junwu. Bai Chen had no idea what riddle Wang Junwu was playing with his father. Wang Junwu then spoke to Bai Chen, "Xiao Zhou, since you've been so straightforward, Uncle Wang will be direct with you too. Yesterday afternoon, a troublemaker was parachuted in from the capital to be my criminal investigation team leader." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen's heart stirred slightly. A familiar feeling surged within him. Wang Junwu helplessly spread his hands, looking at Bai Jinnan and Lin Yongtian. "He doesn't listen, and I have no way to deal with him." The reason. That previous mention of the capital was enough to explain the issue. Wang Junwu continued, "He just arrived, and being a parachutist, he definitely needs to find a way to win people over. Some cases that just happened and haven't been dealt with naturally caught his attention. In his eyes, we locals in Jiangcheng are just local snakes." Wang Junwu's words were quite vague, but any normal person would understand the problem. However, Bai Chen couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Local dragon? In this world, only the protagonist can be considered a local dragon, the others. But just then, it seemed that because Bai Chen thought of the protagonist, that familiar feeling from before suddenly became clear. He was well versed in the original plot, hadn't he said it before? The protagonist is not subject to legal sanctions, and even among that team, there is a helper of the protagonist. This helper, his identity is the criminal investigation team leader. At that time, he had already been the captain of the criminal investigation team for more than 2 years, definitely not a naive newcomer to Jiangcheng. So, Bai Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Wang Junwu, saying, "Uncle Wang, that cross-river dragon you mentioned, is it Chen Lei?" Upon hearing this question from Bai Chen, Wang Junwu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "Do you know him?" As soon as he said this, Bai Chen's expression instantly relaxed. With a carefree look, he replied, "I don't know him, but I've heard a lot about him." After saying this, Bai Chen leaned on the armrest of the sofa and stood up directly. He then said, "Uncle Wang, you, my dad, and Uncle Lin continue to drink tea and have a good chat. I won't let this Chen Lei cause you any trouble." After saying this, Bai Chen turned and left. His decisive action left the three present without much time to react. Just as Bai Chen was about to leave, Wang Junwu seemed to think of something and urgently called out, "Xiao Zhou." Bai Chen stopped in his tracks. Wang Junwu continued, "Back then, I told your dad something, and today I need to tell you again. Killing police officers. Such things absolutely cannot happen in my jurisdiction." Hearing this, Bai Chen's lips curled slightly. "Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I understand the rules." After saying this, Bai Chen stepped out of Bai Jinnan's villa. It was only long after Bai Chen had disappeared that Wang Junwu turned his gaze back. He looked at Bai Jinnan, and the light in his eyes revealed an unknown meaning as he slowly said, "Old Bai, your son has been hiding quite deep." This statement undoubtedly carried other implications, which Bai Jinnan was well aware of. However, Bai Chen did not hear it. At this moment, he had already arrived outside the villa. Seeing Butler Li and Black Tiger approaching, Bai Chen squinted slightly and said, "Tell old Mo, I want to eat fish." Jiangcheng Criminal Investigation Team Office. In the large office, at least 20 uniformed personnel were working. Chen Lei stood at the front of the office, holding a thick stack of documents. A subordinate stood beside Chen Lei, looking quite troubled, repeatedly saying, "Captain Chen, you just arrived in Jiangcheng and don't understand the situation. The Bai family is quite extraordinary. We can understand that you want to do something to gain the public's trust, but you can't just jump in and bite this hard bone right away. This bone is tough to chew. Be careful not to break your teeth and get blood all over us." This subordinate was clearly trying to persuade Chen Lei with good intentions. However, the words fell on Chen Lei's ears like cold sarcasm, and he frowned, letting out a cold snort. "What do you mean? What do you mean I'm doing this to gain the public's trust? I'm doing my job, removing a tumor from Jiangcheng and giving the citizens a clear sky." Hearing Chen Lei's righteous tone, everyone in the office instinctively turned to look. However, there was not a trace of admiration in their eyes. Instead, there was more of a sense of helplessness, mixed with a hint of mockery. Some people in the corner were already whispering, "Hey, should we place a bet on how long it will take for him to give up?" Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. "I bet 1 week. 1 week is too short, right? It should be at least 2 weeks. You underestimate him too much. He was airlifted from the capital. What if he has some enormous backing? So, I bet a month." The whispers of this group did not reach Chen Lei's ears. However, the subordinates standing next to Chen Lei knew exactly what they were up to without needing to listen. Similar events had been unfolding in Jiangcheng for decades, with no changes whatsoever. There were other captains airlifted from the capital, not just Chen Lei, but in the end, what could be done? Sigh. This subordinate also sighed and said to Chen Lei, "Since you say so, Captain Chen, we can only comply." Yet, there was little sincerity in his words. Chen Lei could naturally hear the voice in his heart. Although he didn't speak, he silently thought, "Humph, underestimate me? Just wait for the day I bring down the Bai family and slap your faces." Chen Lei had such a flag in his heart. In the original plot, he really succeeded. It was all because of the protagonist's appearance, which provided Chen Lei with a genuine breakthrough. But even so, it took several years. Just now. Ding ding ding. A crisp knock on the door sounded. Chen Lei didn't think much and turned directly. "Come in." However, when he saw the young man who pushed the door open, Chen Lei immediately frowned. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." The young man who appeared, upon hearing Chen Lei's words, let out a helpless voice. "You say you've never seen me, so why are you messing with me?" That familiar, somewhat rogue-sounding voice could only belong to Bai Chen. Bai Chen entered, swaggering through the entire police station, making his way to their criminal investigation team's office. The moment the door opened, Chen Lei's panel appeared right before his eyes. Name, Chen Lei, identity, major supporting character, age, 30, charm, 70, severance rate, 0%. However, just as this panel unfolded, one of the values within it changed. Ding! Chen Lei's severance value plus 1%. After hearing Bai Chen's words, Chen Lei was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean I'm messing with you? I have no Dragon Yang." Wait! Looking at Bai Chen standing there, Chen Lei gradually felt a familiar vibe. He immediately lowered his head to check the thick file in his hand. On the first page, Bai Chen's handsome photo was right there. "You are Bai Chen?" He let out a deep exclamation. Then he loudly continued, "How did you get in here? This is not a place for you. Get out immediately." The tone of his speech sounded so bureaucratic. However, Bai Chen seemed to have not heard at all, stepping in one step at a time. He was alone, with no black tiger or butler Li by his side. After all, this was the police station, the safest place. No one would attack Bai Chen here. He walked in with swagger. Chen Lei watched Bai Chen's steps, his pupils contracting. "You can't understand what I'm saying?" He then turned directly to his subordinates and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and get him out." The command was delivered with great authority. However, this group looked at Bai Chen, then at Chen Lei, and surprisingly turned to do their own things. Even the subordinate standing next to Chen Lei slightly saluted Bai Chen before turning to leave. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1%. You! Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1%. What do you mean by this? Chen Lei's voice even felt a bit hoarse. Do you deserve the uniforms you are wearing? Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1%. I am the head of the criminal investigation team. I command you to immediately throw him out. However, the response Chen Lei received was still silence. At this moment, Bai Chen had already walked to Chen Lei's side, a faint smile on his face, and softly said, "Everyone, you've worked hard. I would like to have a chat with your captain, if you would be so kind." With that, there was no need for Bai Chen to continue. More than 20 uniformed individuals in the office stood up. Silently, they lined up and left the office, even closing the door behind them. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1. The newly appointed Chen Lei felt as if his worldview was about to collapse. Was the place he was in still that sacred place? Did the people under him still remember what uniforms they were wearing? He gave them orders, and they remained indifferent. This big bad guy, this villain, casually said a few words with a smile, and they just obediently left? What kind of world was this? Had Jiangcheng really deteriorated to this extent? To be honest, it was Bai Chen's first time experiencing this feeling. This was not what was described in the original work. Bai Chen had only seen, heard, and imagined some things. After crossing over to become the Prince of Jiangcheng, he just thought he would come and give it a try. He didn't expect to actually succeed? For some reason, seeing this scene brought him an inexplicable sense of relief, even more satisfying than all the time he had spent after crossing over combined. Perhaps it was because, before crossing over, he was always being bossed around by these people with his own money. Listening to the system prompt in his mind and seeing Chen Lei's pale face, Bai Chen continued to chuckle. Don't understand? Chen Lei looked at Bai Chen without speaking. As Bai Chen swayed towards Chen Lei's seat, he said, once they take off these uniforms, they are just ordinary citizens of Jiangcheng. Their families, their wives, their children, are just honest and simple citizens of Jiangcheng. Do you understand? After saying this, he plopped down into Chen Lei's office chair. Bai Chen saw through it all. He knew that this group of people seemed obedient now, but in reality, they were just afraid. It was only after hearing Bai Chen's words that Chen Lei gradually began to realize this key issue. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value +1. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value +1. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value +1. Detected that Chen Lei's rupture degree has reached 10%, gaining rupture points +500. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Bai Chen wore a faint smile. He felt that he could extract another golden legend from this Chen Lei. I don't believe it. With a loud bang, Chen Lei, feeling as if his worldview was shattered, tried to pull himself together. Clenching his fists, he slammed them heavily on his desk. Staring fiercely at Bai Chen sitting in his chair, his voice turned harsh. They are just under the tyranny of your Bai family. Wait until I gather enough evidence to completely bring down your Bai family, then you will see what they will be like. Listening to Chen Lei's roar, Bai Chen still wore that indifferent smile and said, young people shouldn't be too hot-headed. If you're not hot-headed, what do you call a young person? Chen Lei's response was sharp, but after saying that, he froze. Wait, this Bai Chen looks even younger than me. Who is the young person here? Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Bai Chen casually waved his hand and looked at Chen Lei with a strange gaze, saying, you only make a few thousand a month. What are you playing with your life for? Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Bai Chen's voice continued. Even if you add in your legitimate gray income, what difference does it make? The money you've earned in several lifetimes doesn't even match the taxes I pay in a month. Why are you always trying to mess with me? Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Damn! Chen Lei's mindset was shifting. He didn't know if it was because he was worried about the people of Jiangcheng or it was just too much. I. Chen Lei didn't know if he was angry or what. For a moment, he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Bai Chen had no intention of quietly waiting for Chen Lei to calm down before continuing. Instead, he picked up various case files that Chen Lei had left on the table. The first one was about the disappearance of Zhang Tianfang and his son Zhang Hao. Indeed, missing. After all, there was no body to be found. Bai Chen pointed at this case and looked up at Chen Lei, saying, you want to investigate this case? Why is the table full of my information? Aren't you going to check who Zhang Tianfang and Zhang Hao really are? Chen Lei hadn't even reacted yet. After hearing this, he was even more stunned. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. What does that mean? Bai Chen continued, I'll fill in the information you didn't check. Saying this, he actually pulled out a file bag from under his backside. He then tossed it in front of Chen Lei. Chen Lei quickly opened the file bag, and the contents came into view. It clearly stated the identities of Zhang Hao and Zhang Tianfang. It also detailed what the father and son had done. Looking at the text above. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. They are. That's right. Bai Chen nodded. That's why, after they had an accident, no one reported it, and many people were actually celebrating. My family even has a banner. Do you want to see it? The mention of the banner was pure nonsense. Bai Chen was lying. But the purpose was merely to deepen Chen Lei's inner fragmentation. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. Ding! Chen Lei's fragmentation value +1%. detected that Qianlei's fragmentation level has reached 20%, gaining fragmentation points plus 1000. With the system prompt serving as background noise, Bai Qin picked up the second case file on the table. It read that gunshots were heard at the car accident scene, with a large amount of blood on the ground, but no body was found. Damn it! Seeing the line at the top, Bai Qin directly slapped the file in his hand against Qianlei's face with its smack. Ding! Qianlei's fragmentation value plus 1%. Are you investigating this case too? Do you know that the scrapped Maybach in there is mine? That was me being assassinated. You're not checking the killer but investigating me, a victim? Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. What? What did you say? Qianlei, somewhat dazed, randomly grabbed a few pages of documents from the air, not even sure if he was reading them. At this moment, Bai Qin exuded a certain puh charm. The first case had Qianlei investigate the victim, while the second case instructed him not to. Let's just say, Qianlei's CPU hadn't burned out yet. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? At this moment, the trembling pupils of Qianlei indicated that his heart had begun to waver. However, as if he thought of something, he started searching randomly on the table, then said to Bai Qin with righteous indignation, "What about these? This fruit shop, this pawn shop, they are all just..." Smack! Before Qianlei could finish his sentence, Bai Qin pulled out a file bag from under his own backside and tossed it onto the table. What is this? Without thinking much, Qianlei picked it up and pulled out the documents inside. Immediately, his pupils widened even more than before. Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. What is this? Why is there detailed investigation information about me in here? My background, my family. A list? What list? Why am I third on this list? This list appeared once again. Bai Qin slightly raised his head. Why don't you take a look at the signature below? Qianlei's body trembled, and then he slowly read in a hoarse voice, Ting. Ting Yulu? Bai Qin leaned slightly against Qianlei's chair, crossed his legs, and said that fruit shop, pawn shop, and so on, are all offices of this so-called Ting Yulu. From the information you've seen, what do you think Ting Yulu does? Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. He trembled as he held the documents in his hands, slowly raising his head to look at Bai Qin, who was sitting there calmly, his voice also trembling. You mean, these people are all bad guys? Why do you seem like a big fool? Bai Qin is actually a volunteer police officer, a really good guy? Bai Qin would never admit it, but he clapped his hands and stood up from the chair. Then he walked over to Qianlei, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "The fact that you can think through this problem now proves it's not too late. Keep it up, do well in Jiangcheng, I have high hopes for you." Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. Do I really need your encouragement? Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. After saying this, Bai Qin turned to leave. However, just before he reached the office door and opened it, Bai Qin stopped and said softly, "By the way, didn't you want to establish a foothold in Jiangcheng? If you need anything, you can come find me. I can't guarantee anything else, but if you want others to listen, I have experience." Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Qianlei's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Qianlei's rupture level has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 1,500. After this visit, Bai Qin's rupture points increased by a total of 3,000, bringing his balance to 73,000 points. As for thinking about getting another golden blind box from Qianlei, Bai Qin was not in a hurry, he had his own ideas. The reason was simple. In the original work, although Qianlei was the protagonist's assistant, his abilities were also quite outstanding. He managed to sit in the position of the head of the criminal investigation team in Jiangcheng for more than 2 years without relying on the Bai family, his status subtly approaching that of Wang Jinwu. From this perspective, Qianlei indeed has exceptional qualities. Moreover, this is precisely Bai Qin's goal. Hadn't he already realized it? The things that belonged to his cheap old man, Bai Jinan, ultimately were just Bai Jinan's. This is also why Bai Qin sought out Wang Ji and Su Wenma. The same reasoning applies. Wang Jinwu is ultimately just Uncle Wang. To establish a foothold in Jiangcheng, he needs his own Wang Jinwu. Hey Tiger was waiting by the car outside for Bai Qin. When he saw the young master come out, he kindly opened the car door to assist him in getting in, not forgetting to ask, "Young master, where are we going next?" Bai Qin waved his hand decisively, "To Old Mo's house." "Oh, you ask me why Bai Qin wanted Hey Tiger to tell Old Mo that I want to eat fish? That's obviously because Bai Qin really wanted to eat fish. Su Wanma and his sister were inviting him to dinner. So why couldn't he order a dish? Hey Tiger, when did I ask you? Today, didn't old Mo ask him in his newly bought villa if he had time for dinner? Originally, he didn't have time. He wasn't planning to leave his figurine room. But, wasn't it because Wang Junwu went home and mentioned Chenlei's matter? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Bai Chen came out early to meet Chenlei, right? Moreover, he had only just woken up at noon. After all that fuss, it was getting dark, and it was just about dinner time. Earlier, when Bai Chen told Hey Tiger, tell old Mo I want to eat fish, it meant to inform old Mo that he was going to his house for dinner, to let him cook a fish to taste his skills. Bai Chen vividly remembered Wang Junwu's words. In his jurisdiction, certain things should not happen. Although Bai Chen really wanted to do those things that shouldn't happen, for the sake of his sustainable development, he planned to use his brain more. After all, the world of Jianghu is not just about fighting and killing. Bai Chen had just arrived at the bottom of Su Wanma's rental building when he heard the sound of chopping vegetables, ding ding dang dang. The rental building here was quite dilapidated. Few households around had their lights on, while Su Wanma and the others seemed like the stubborn residents. After getting out of the car, the foul smell from the dirty and messy street made Bai Chen wrinkle his brow. Seeing Bai Chen's disgusted expression, Hey Tiger said, young master, don't worry. Butler Lee has already found a new place for old Mo, so that when the young master wants to come here in the future, the environment won't dirty your shoes. Listening to Hey Tiger's words, Bai Chen nodded in satisfaction. Butler Lee really understood. Buying a house for old Mo was certainly not to curry favor or for any employee benefits. It was to prevent the young master's shoes from getting dirty. TSK. No wonder he could follow Bai Jianan for so many years. Seeing Bai Chen nod, Hey Tiger continued, young master, I'll take my leave now, and I'll come to pick you up later. Okay. Bai Chen did not refuse. After all, the host was only inviting him to dinner. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring a bodyguard along. Thus, Bai Chen stepped into the dimly lit hallway that didn't even have a light bulb. Looking at the door number Su Wanma had given him, Bai Chen knocked on the old door in front of him. With a creak, the door opened. Su Wanma's figure appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Bai Chen, he quickly stepped aside to make way and whispered, young master, you're here. Bai Chen nodded and followed Su Wanma into the room. As soon as he entered, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. This fragrance, Bai Chen had smelled on Su Shi before. It was completely different from the dirty and chaotic streets outside. It must have been taken care of by Su Shi. The room was not large. The living room and dining area had been completely merged, probably around 10 square meters. The space inside was easy to imagine, especially with the fragrance lingering, but more prominently, there was a delicious aroma of food. Bai Chen had been here for quite a while, eating meals prepared by family members, all of whom were certified chefs. However, the aroma in this room was surprisingly comparable to those chefs cooking. Just as Bai Chen was about to express his admiration, a somewhat disdainful voice came from the kitchen. Brother, after you finish with the fish, can you clean up a bit? With such a strong fishy smell, aren't you afraid Mr. Bai will notice? Ding! Su Wanma's transformation degree plus 1%. The voice sounded loud and boisterous, quite spirited. It was as if Su Shi was trying to reason with Bai Chen upon their first meeting. Bai Chen turned to see the awkward expression on Su Wanma's face. However, he was not surprised by the system notification in his mind. Su Shi was Su Wanma's beloved. It was perfectly normal for him to gain transformation degree or previous disconnection value because of her. But it wasn't over yet. Brother, I'm talking to you. Have you prepared Mr. Bai's slippers? I bought them new today, remember to remove the tags. Ding! Su Wanma's transformation degree plus 1%. Upon hearing this, Su Wanma was momentarily stunned, then immediately slapped his forehead. He quickly turned and bent down to pick up the bag on the floor, looking at Bai Chen with an embarrassed expression. Ding! Su Wanma's transformation degree plus 1%. Bai Chen understood. Su Shi was right, it made sense. And Su Shi's voice continued, showing no signs of stopping, clean up the sofa. Don't let Mr. Bai see our house in such a mess. What if he never comes back again? Ding! Su Wanma's transformation degree plus 1%. What did she mean by in the future? Oh, brother, did you hear me? If Mr. Bai dislikes our home. Su Shi's every sentence was filled with the words, Mr. Bai. Ding! Su Wanma's disconnection value plus 1%. Before she could finish, Su Shi, frowning, had already poked her head out of the kitchen. After talking for so long without any response, she was a bit angry. But as soon as she peeked out, she froze. Because the strikingly handsome Bai Chen was standing in her small living room, smiling at her. Put. In an instant, Su Shi's face turned red. Bye. Bye. She stuttered, unable to articulate her words clearly. Bai Chen didn't know if it was intentional or not. he simply said, "Bye-bye? Then I'm leaving." "No." Su Shi immediately spoke urgently, You sit first, I have one more dish, it will be ready soon." After saying that, she swiftly darted back into the kitchen. However, her tone had changed dramatically compared to before. From a bold woman to someone gentle and even a bit timid. Su Wonma couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes, feeling a sense of wonder. How could the gap between people be so vast? Ding! Su Wonma's transformation degree plus 1%. Young master, please take a seat. Su Wonma quickly arranged for Bai Chen to sit down. He took a seat on the only sofa in the house. He turned and walked into the kitchen. As soon as he entered, his sister Su Shi, with a flushed face, bit her lip and said in a voice as small as a mosquito's, "Brother, Mr. Bai is here, why didn't you tell me?" Seeing his sister's anxious expression, Su Wonma couldn't help but curl his lips. "You didn't give me a chance." "Oh." Su Shi looked very frustrated. She then turned around and immediately started chopping vegetables, saying, "Quick, serve the dishes out, I'll be done soon." Su Wonma nodded and picked up 2 plates of stir-fried dishes, ready to leave. However, he hesitated and turned to look at his sister. Ding! Su Wonma's transformation degree plus 1%. He pouted and said, You don't like Bai Chen, do you? Su Shi? Are you talking about liking Bai Chen, or? Oh no! Su Shi quickly shook her head, nervously whispering, "Brother, what nonsense are you thinking?" Su Wonma? Who's the one thinking nonsense here? Looking at his sister's expression, Su Wonma also shook his head slightly and said, You need to understand, the gap in status between us and the young master can never be bridged. Clang! Su Shi's knife suddenly slipped and fell to the side. Oh dear, Su Wonma. Why are you saying this now? You're going to cut that little white hand. Su Shi's slightly flushed cheeks instantly turned a shade paler, but she still controlled herself well, turning to her brother and saying, "What are you rambling about? Aren't you afraid he'll hear? Quick, go serve the dishes." However, after brushing off her brother, Su Shi's movements while chopping vegetables were no longer as smooth as before. While Bai Chen was comfortably visiting, on the other side, in front of a not very tall building in the Jiangcheng CBD, Lao Chi and the 3 brainless brothers appeared silently. They had already removed the bandages from their bodies, and one could see the swollen scars on Lao Chi's face. Perhaps they felt that the white bandages would be too conspicuous at night? Unclear. Anyway, Lao Chi looked at the 3 and spoke in a low voice. "Are we sure we want to do this? The master doesn't want Miss Shun to know his identity too soon." Ade waved his hand and said, "The master just doesn't want it. There's no explicit prohibition. Master Chi, we're doing this to save your granddaughter. The master will understand." Upon hearing about his granddaughter, Lao Chi's gaze instantly became resolute. "Let's go." The few of them quietly made their way toward the building. Just after the 4 left, a shadow slowly emerged from the corner. Taking out his phone, he dialed a number and quickly said, "Tiger, there's a situation with the young mistress." "What situation is there with Xin Qingying?" Black Tiger didn't plan to disturb Bai Chen for now. After all, the Bai family was the first family in Jiangcheng, and they were also subordinates of the first family in Jiangcheng. They shouldn't contact the young master for every little thing. Let the young master handle these trivial matters amidst his busy schedule and give him a break. Therefore, at this moment, Bai Chen had no idea what was happening with Xin Qingying. Even if he knew and heard that it was Lao Chi and the others from the listening rain tower, Bai Chen wouldn't be worried. After all, he knew that in Lao Chi's mind, Xin Qingying had always been their master's fiancée. How could they do anything detrimental to their master? However, at this moment, Bai Chen was sitting at the dining table, and the atmosphere in the room felt a bit tense. The table was filled with delicious food, still steaming, but Su Wonma and Bai Chen sat there, staring at each other. Su Shi had completely disappeared. Neither of them felt comfortable picking up their chopsticks. Ahem! As the host, Su Wonma coughed lightly, breaking the tense atmosphere, and complained, "It's just a meal, and this girl insists on changing her clothes." While speaking, he picked up a bottle of wine from the table and said to Bai Chen, "Young master, our family can't afford any good wine anymore. I don't know if you can drink this, but let me pour you some." Saying this, he thoughtfully took Bai Chen's cup and poured him some wine. However, little did he know that Bai Chen was thinking to himself, "I haven't had any good wine either." Indeed, if Su Wonma hadn't brought it up, Bai Chen wouldn't have remembered that since his arrival in this world, he hadn't drunk any wine. Goodness! No, after returning this time, he must savor it properly. What about a good mutai or an 82 lafite? His ears had grown calluses from hearing about them before he crossed over. He definitely had to try it. What was the difference between that and the 10 yuan a Jean daughter red he used to drink? Wine is to be respected. Su Wonma raised his glass first, and Bai Chen didn't put on airs. Just as the two of them lifted their glasses, a light sound came, creak. The door to Su Shi's room slowly opened. Then, Bai Chen saw a girl with double ponytails, her head lowered, slowly walking out of the room. She was even wearing little leather shoes and white cotton socks. This scene immediately reminded Bai Chen of Xiao Rou back home. Xiao Rou had an excellent foundation too. He must get Xiao Rou a set of clothes like that and take a couple of photos under the glass dome. However, it must be said that Su Shi's foundation was indeed good, mainly because this character had already died in the original work. Otherwise, Bai Chen was sure the protagonist wouldn't let this little girl slip away. Bai Chen couldn't see Su Shi's stats, but he could imagine that after his purification, Su Shi's charm value had definitely reached 99. Cough cough. Su Wunma's cough broke the moment. Young master, you've spilled your wine. Oh. Bai Chen quickly corrected his attitude. Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate plus 1%. Then, Su Wunma irritably said to Su Shi, didn't you say this was your new outfit for school? School hasn't even started yet, you. However, before Su Wunma could finish, Su Shi directly looked up at her brother and said irritably, it's my own clothes. I can wear them whenever I want, you have no say in it. After saying that, she turned to Bai Chen and flashed a sweet smile, her tone suddenly dropping by 8 degrees. Besides, isn't there a guest today? Mr. Bai hasn't said anything, so why are you saying anything? Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate plus 1%. Goodness, is your brother not human? Isn't your attitude changing a bit too fast? Su Wunma's face showed a hint of sulkiness. Gritting his teeth, he downed his drink in one go. Who knew this would step on Su Shi's tail? And she directly retorted, the guest hasn't drunk yet, how come you drank first? Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate plus 1%. It's fine. Bai Chen also downed his drink. It must be said that with this sip, Bai Chen confirmed that Su Wunma was genuinely treating him well. This wine was indeed better than what he had drunk before crossing over. At least, they had prepared real wine. Su Shi had already taken a seat. Although they were sitting around a small round table, the three of them were separated. It was clear that Su Shi wanted to sit a little closer to Bai Chen. Just right, not even an arm's length away. Don't ask why I'm so certain. It's because Bai Chen measured it himself. The dining table is a wonderful thing. The person across from you really can't see anything. Moreover, Bai Chen has also noticed that Su Shi is clearly different from Qi Yi. Qi Ye's first reaction is to avoid. He only settled down after agreeing on the price. But Su Shi? She actually shortened the distance between them. Although her face still had a hint of redness at that moment, her performance at the table was completely at ease. Mr. Bai, try this, it's my specialty. Mr. Bai, try this fish, you ordered it, my brother just caught it. Mr. Bai. Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate plus 1%. Watching his sister's chopsticks constantly appearing in Bai Chen's bowl, Su Wunma couldn't help but grit his teeth. She has never served me food like this. Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate plus 1%. It seemed that Su Shi's double standards from the moment Bai Chen walked in until now had left Su Wunma feeling quite frustrated. He barely touched the food and was pouring the wine into his mouth. Ding. Su Wunma's conversion rate plus 1%. Such system notification sounds occasionally appeared in Bai Chen's mind. Of course, Bai Chen was enjoying it. Not only was he getting a good deal, but he could also harvest Su Wunma's conversion rate. Looking at the number on Su Wunma's panel rapidly climbing towards 100%, Bai Chen's smile was naturally full of joy. Before long, Su Wunma even started to feel a bit dizzy. Supporting himself on the table, he stood up. Sir, you eat first, I need to go to the restroom. With that, Su Wunma walked towards the restroom, his steps surprisingly a bit unsteady. But Bai Chen hadn't reacted to this yet. With a creak, Su Shi dragged her chair closer to Bai Chen. This scene immediately made Bai Chen tense up. Wait, why are you sitting so close to me? Your brother. Bai Chen was certainly nervous, because this brother-in-law was no ordinary person. If he found out that his sister was getting close to him, what if he couldn't hold back and, fueled by a bit of alcohol, decided to take action against him? With his current strength, he definitely couldn't take on Su Wunma. But unexpectedly, Su Shi said, don't worry, I know my brother, he has a very low alcohol tolerance. Usually, just 2 liang and he's out cold. Today is already a lot for him. Are you sure? Hearing Su Shi's words, Bai Chen was taken aback and turned to look in the direction of the restroom. I really didn't expect that. Indeed, in the original work, Su Wunma was powerful, his combat ability second only to the protagonist. Usually, such people have a strong alcohol tolerance, but this Su Wunma, is it really like that? Regardless of whether it was true or not, Bai Chen turned to look at the slightly flushed Su Shi, and his gaze had already changed. since you say so, then I. Bai Chen naturally pulled his hand back a bit. Normally, whether it was Qi Yi or Mu Yun, their first reaction would be to say not to go any further. But Su Shi actually bit her lip slightly. Then, she made way for Bai Chen. Ha! Bai Chen looked at Su Shi in surprise. I mean, even though Su Shi had completed a cross-era evolution with me, it shouldn't be to this extent. Bai Chen's pupils dilated instantly. No way. Why didn't you? Facing Bai Chen's shocked gaze, Su Shi surprisingly closed her eyes. Bai Chen deeply suspected that at this moment, Su Shi was definitely thinking in her heart, you finally noticed. Goodness! Bai Chen exclaimed right on the spot. What was Su Shi trying to do? He couldn't help but curl his lips. Main character, you let this woman die by coming 2.5 years late, you really lost out big time. Young master Bai, drink. Su Wenma, who had returned to his seat, was indeed as Su Shi had said. He was feeling a bit dizzy. He didn't even notice that his sister and his master were already sitting close together. She was even holding a wine glass, wanting to clink it with Bai Chen. Of course, Bai Chen raised his glass without showing any signs. Cheers! Drink! After finishing, he. Su Wenma laughed. Bai Chen was so startled that it felt like cold sweat was breaking out. He even worried that Su Wenma would next say, you all still think I'm a fool? I noticed long ago. And then a wine bottle would be smashed over his head. But Bai Chen didn't expect that Su Wenma, in his dazed state, would say, young master, your eating habits are really interesting. Since the meal started, your left hand has never been on the table. Hick. Listening to Su Wenma's voice, Bai Chen forced out a smile of unknown meaning and nodded, saying, this habit is indeed. But it eats much better than I do. Hearing this, Su Wenma naturally didn't know, but Su Shi couldn't help but lower her head. However, Su Wenma's voice didn't stop. Hey young master. Su Wenma really looked like he had drunk too much. How can you say that? What dish could be better than what my sister makes? Young master, my sister's cooking skills are truly exceptional. Hearing this, Bai Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, your sister is really good. Then, whether it was because Bai Chen wasn't thinking straight or for some other reason, he added, but as for how good the skills are, I don't know. After Bai Chen said this, he clearly felt Su Shi, who was leaning beside him, tremble slightly. Then, Su Shi actually opened her eyes. However, Bai Chen didn't notice Su Shi's expression. A hint of struggle appeared in her eyes as she glanced at her brother. There seemed to be a different kind of light in her eyes, just like when she was chopping vegetables in the kitchen earlier. It was the same look she had after hearing her brother's disappointing voice. But soon, a determined look appeared in her eyes. Then, she slightly gritted her teeth. Her complexion also underwent subtle changes. Bai Chen was still dealing with Su Wenma drinking. But the next second, Su Wenma, young master, did you drink too much? You spilled your drink again. If it's spilled, then it's spilled. Bai Chen had no time to care about that anymore. He quickly lowered his head. When he raised it again, his gaze towards Su Shi had already changed, you know? It was that kind of roaring in his heart. I just said it casually, I didn't ask you to show me. Damn! Su Wenma, holding the wine, was also looking at Su Shi, who had her head down. Shi, what's wrong with you while eating? Oh. Su Shi nodded in agreement, then picked up her chopsticks to eat. Su Wenma's expression became even more interesting. Shi, how come I don't remember you could use your left hand to hold chopsticks? Su Shi, I just learned. Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate plus 1%. Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate plus 1%. Ding. Su Wenma's conversion rate plus 1%. Ding. Su Wenma. Through Su Shi's influence on Su Wenma, Bai Chen felt that this was the wisest decision he had made in his life so far. He even found himself secretly cursing his former self. Fortunately, he hadn't killed Su Shi back then due to some matters. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss just like the protagonist. Su Shi and Bai Chen didn't mind. However, Su Wenma couldn't help but feel that this meal was taking an unusually long time. Even though he was already tipsy and feeling a bit dazed, it seemed that Bai Chen and his sister hadn't eaten enough. So, he could only sit at the table. He just didn't understand why. Suddenly, Bai Chen and his sister stood up at the same time. Bai Chen, I'm going to the bathroom. Su Shi, I'm going to the kitchen. Then, Su Wenma curiously shouted towards the kitchen, feeling a bit dazed. Shi, we haven't finished eating yet, don't rush to wash the dishes. Was that washing the dishes? Standing in the bathroom, Bai Chen casually splashed some water on his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, Bai Chen's pupils were a bit dazed. Goodness. I've been here for so long, always the villain coercing others, but today, why does it seem like I'm the one being coerced? Bai Chen pouted, is this the power of characters outside the original story? This meal was truly Ding ding dang dang. This time, the ringtone felt so considerate. He took out his phone and answered the call. The voice of Black Tiger came through. Young master, how's your meal? Pretty tiring. Bai Chen's response left Black Tiger momentarily stunned. Tiring? What's tiring about eating? Bai Chen, my hand. Never mind, just tell me, what's the matter? Black Tiger didn't know what Bai Chen was talking about. But there was nothing to ask, so he said, the report from below, near Madam's company, we saw those people who invited you for tea today. Old 7? Bai Chen immediately knew who it was. Yes. Black Tiger nodded. I've had my men keep an eye on them, worried they might do something to Madam, but it's been so long, and they've just been lurking outside the company, as if waiting for Madam to come out. I didn't want to disturb you, young master, but them lurking around isn't a good thing. What do you think? Hearing Black Tiger's voice, Bai Chen's expression turned strange, and he couldn't help but say, they wouldn't want to kidnap Shen Qingying and trade her for his granddaughter, would they? Bai Chen was indeed Bai Chen. He guessed it in an instant. But Black Tiger became anxious upon hearing this. What? They want to kidnap Madam? Young master, I'll arrange for people to capture them right away. No rush. Bai Chen immediately interrupted Black Tiger. Because Bai Chen was familiar with the plot and knew their relationships. So even if Old 7 had such plans, they definitely wouldn't do anything to harm Shen Qingying. Moreover, Bai Chen knew that to deal with Old 7, he had to start with Old 7's granddaughter. Thus, Bai Chen directly said, I've finished my meal. Whether he had finished or not, it was over anyway. Come pick me up. Let's head back to the new house first. Yes, young master. Although Black Tiger didn't understand why the young master wasn't concerned about Shen Qingying's safety, he was still a servant of the Bai family, not the Shen family. He had to listen to the young master. After coming out of the bathroom, Su Shi had returned to her seat. At that moment, she was bent over, seemingly wiping the floor. It doesn't matter anymore. Bai Chen had already spoken. Alright, it's about time. Lao Mo, you should rest well. I'm heading back now. You're leaving just like that? Su Wanma hadn't reacted yet. Su Shi suddenly stood up with a start. Her gaze at Bai Chen seemed to carry a hint of unspoken resentment. Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. Bai Chen certainly understood what Su Shi meant. The matter of putting on long johns and then denying it was something Bai Chen could indeed do. But that wasn't the reason right now. So he said, we'll keep in touch by phone. Su Shi, along with her dazed brother, personally saw Bai Chen off. They stood by the windowsill, watching the taillights of Bai Chen's Maybach slowly fade into the distance. Su Shi clenched her small fist slightly, the light in her eyes flickering, as if she was lost in thought. The reason Bai Chen had to return to the new house first was twofold. On one hand, Lao Qi and the others definitely wouldn't harm Shen Qingying. On the other hand, he needed to continue severing ties with Lao Qi, sending him a message, your granddaughter is not kidnapped by me. However, even if your granddaughter were kidnapped, I, Bai Chen, would still be able to find her. So, he believed Lao Qi would understand his meaning. He wasn't a fool. But Bai Chen never expected that when Xiao Rou stood beside him with her head down, he blurted out, why hasn't she woken up yet? That's right. Bai Chen was stunned. Didn't Qi Yi have Gu Qing's subordinates drug her? If it was a sedative, there should be a time limit for its effects, right? But it seemed like a whole day had passed, and it was already dark outside. Why was Qi Yi still unconscious? This didn't seem right. Bai Chen looked at Qi Yi, lying on the bed, unresponsive. His lips couldn't help but twitch a couple of times. Then, he didn't know what he was thinking, but he stepped forward to the bedside and placed his fingers on Qi Yi's pulse point. Then, damn it, I'm trying to feel her pulse like a doctor. What can I even tell? Bai Chen was harsh when cursing others, but even harsher when cursing himself. Indeed, although he had the capital to have the #1 doctor in the southern region as his mentor, his only asset was the Tianqian 9 needles. Aside from that, everything like observation, inquiry, and diagnosis was all fake. Previously, when Adli was unconscious in the southern villa of Bai Town, the southern region's Dr. Chen Baozhong wanted to treat her. Whether he could cure her, Bai Chen didn't know. His words to stop Chen Baozhong were purely for show. So that Tianqian 9 needles. Bai Chen slowly lowered his head, looking at Qi Yi, who lay there with a peaceful expression. The Tianqian 9 needles should be able to expel Adli's stagnant blood, so it should also be able to expel Qi Yi's residual poison, right? With this thought, Bai Chen said to Xiao Rou, you go outside to the car, find Heihu, and bring me the things that Chen Baozhong gave me. Yes, master. Now, Xiao Rou was truly obedient. And during the wait for Xiao Rou, Bai Chen recalled some content from the original work due to the Tianqian 9 needles. That's right, the plot where Gu Qing drugged Qi Yi really existed in the original. However, while the beginning of the plot was the same, the development was different. In the original, Guqing definitely didn't send Shi to himself, he wanted to enjoy her himself. As a result, the protagonist appeared and saved Shi. At that time, it seemed like Shi was unconscious for a long time, and then the protagonist found a way. Right. Bai Chen excitedly clapped his hands. The protagonist seemed to have used the Tianqian 9 needles. Master. Xiao Rou's voice followed. She returned, handing Bai Chen a delicate box. After Bai Chen took the box, he directly said to Xiao Rou, "Take off her clothes." Really? If Bai Chen had recalled for 3 more seconds, he wouldn't have said this. Because in the original work, the protagonist used the first 6 needles of the heavenly mysterious 9 needles to awaken Qi. So there was no need for such an operation. The heavenly mysterious 9 needles, all 9 needles together, were meant for bringing the dead back to life. Qi's condition clearly didn't require that. But it doesn't matter, the result is what counts. However, after hearing this, Xiao Rou was taken aback. Xiao Rou was obedient, but hearing this made her pause. Seeing Bai Chen raise an eyebrow, Xiao Rou's body trembled. Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 1%. Why yes, master. Xiao Rou walked tremblingly to the bedside. Looking at the unconscious Qi on the bed, she gritted her teeth and thought, what right do you have? Xiao Rou, what are you thinking? Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 5%. Amidst the rustling background noise, Bai Chen also opened the small box. Inside lay a row of acupuncture needles, quietly resting. Previously, when at the villa in Baitown South, Bai Chen had no needles and had used Chen Baozhong's own needles. Later, Chen Baozhong specially gifted him a set to become his apprentice. However, he did not accept Chen Baozhong as a disciple. But gifts are still welcome. Bai Chen had already pulled out the acupuncture needles and came to the bedside. The next second. Wow! What a work of art! Indeed. The 7 senior sisters of the protagonist, which one of them wasn't a work of art? Of course. Although Bai Chen felt this way, his state was definitely much stronger than when he was needling Aunt Li. After all, he had just escaped from Su Shi's grasp. There had to be some withdrawal reaction. Thus, Bai Chen took a deep breath and began his heavenly mysterious 9 needles. However, while Bai Chen was calmly treating and saving people, one person's mood seemed far from beautiful. It was Xiao Rou, standing aside with her small fists tightly clenched, watching Bai Chen and Qi. What a pervert, he actually. Isn't he afraid my sister-in-law will find out? Damn it! Why does he have to use needles on her? I really don't know what it feels like. If it were me lying there, how wonderful it would be. Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 5%. Ah, Xiao Rou. You. How did you become like this? What are you thinking? He's a big pervert, a big jerk. His torturous methods are just like Rong Mama's. Look at that. The first 6 needles are fine, but what about the ones after that? What kind of feeling is this? Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 5%. Xiao Rou, go die. The system's prompt in her mind couldn't disturb Bai Chen. But Bai Chen was still quite curious. What was wrong with Xiao Rou? He was here saving people, and her thoughts were so rich? He, of course, had no idea that Xiao Rou was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Alas! Poor thing. A good little girl was tortured like this by Bai Chen. If the protagonist found out, his expression would surely be quite something, right? Just as Xiao Rou looked on with envy, jealousy, and hatred, after Bai Chen steadily placed the 9th needle of the heavenly mysterious 9 needles, a muffled groan came. Bai Chen immediately stepped back 2 paces. Watching Qi's brows slowly furrow and then relax, Bai Chen also let out a sigh of relief. She should wake up now, right? Sure enough, just as Bai Chen's breath fell, Qi's beautiful eyes slowly opened. There was a hazy feeling, as if she had just woken up from a lovely sleep. She looked to the left, then to the right. Where am I? Bai Chen? Ding! Qi's split value plus 0.1%. How are you in my house? Ding! Qi's split value plus 0.1%. Upon seeing Bai Chen's figure by the bedside, Qia immediately woke up and let out a startled cry. Bai Chen, hearing Qia's exclamation, slightly curled his lips and said, "Take a good look, this is my house." Your house? Qia was taken aback. Ding! Qia's split value plus 0.1%. How did I end up in your house? What about my clothes? Qia! Her gaze slowly fell down. The 3 silver needles were standing upright. Ah! Qia's scream shattered the silence. Ding! Qia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! Qia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding! The piercing scream made Bai Chen unable to help but cover his ears. But blocking his ears could only muffle some of the screams. It couldn't stop the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding! Detected Chia's split value reached 20%. Gain split points plus 2,000. This balance just smoothly rose to 75,000 points. However, Bai Chen had no time to rejoice and couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "Can you please shut up? My eardrums are about to burst." Chia's voice was very urgent, even tinged with a sob. "Bastard. You bastard. Where are my clothes? And what's with the needles on me? You." Bai Chen spread his hands and said, "What are you shouting about? Your clothes weren't made by me, it was her." Chia turned to look at the maid Xiao Rou standing beside Bai Chen. The little maid nodded obediently. Chia let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness. What the hell? Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Didn't you see it too? And the needles on me, you. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Right. The needles. Don't move. After Bai Chen's words fell, he extended his hands with lightning speed. Swish 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 swish. Xiao Rou could only hear a few sounds of air being cut, but Chia clearly saw Bai Chen's movements, this technique, the placement of these needles. Ding! Chia's split value plus 0.1%. This is the heavenly mysterious 9 needles? How do you know the heavenly mysterious 9 needles of my great Qingshan? Ding! Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Chia finally remembered. She even recalled Bai Chen's Qingshan misalignment technique from before. You! With tears in her eyes, Chia looked at Bai Chen in astonishment. Are you also a disciple of my great Qingshan? Are you also a disciple of my great Qingshan? Ding! Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen, it seemed like Chia had asked this before, but he hadn't paid her any mind at the time. But now, Bai Chen touched his nose. I don't know what you're talking about. Ding! Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Chia jumped directly off the bed. She really jumped up and down. Bai Chen's hand remained on his nose without moving. The little maid Xiao Rou's fists were clenched tightly, but Chia knew nothing and directly stepped forward to grab Bai Chen, shouting, "Stop pretending. I saw the Qingshan Swugwa hand technique on you before. That's something that only disciples of the great Qingshan can possess. The Tianqian 9 needles you just used on me are even more so a technique that my master only passes down to male disciples. Neither I nor the other 6 sisters can do it, only my master and the little junior brother." Could you be the little junior brother? Damn little junior brother. Goodness. Bai Chen suddenly realized that he had thought about the little junior brother question when he was in front of Mu Chanshan before. He didn't expect that the boomerang would appear on Chie. The Qingshan Swugwa hand was one thing. Who knew that the Tianqian 9 needles were also only passed down to males? The original text didn't elaborate on the origins of the Tianqian 9 needles. What to do now? Bai Chen covered his nose and looked at Chie, who was pulling him and bouncing eagerly in front of him. Let's just say, how about you put on some clothes first? Chie instantly stiffened all over, then suddenly thought of a crucial question. The piercing scream naturally rang out once again. Ding! Chie's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Chie's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Chie's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Chie detected that Chie's rupture degree has reached 30%, gaining rupture points plus 3,000. A 0.1 increase had already reached this level. It was evident how broken Chie's heart was. Listening to the system's prompt, Bai Chen was slightly taken aback. Why only 3,000? That's right, Bai Chen remembered that Xin Xingying, also a female lead, had her rupture points double with every 10% increase in rupture degree. Normally, with a 30% rupture degree, the rupture points should be 4,000. Could it be because Xin Xingying's identity is more special than the 7 senior sisters of the protagonist? Bai Chen slightly curled his lips. He hadn't noticed this when reading the original text, but from the changes in rupture points, he could see the difference between Xin Xingying and the others. After all, Xin Xingying was the protagonist's childhood sweetheart, and the protagonist's decision to return to the city early was entirely because of this childhood sweetheart. Deep down, only the childhood sweetheart was his woman. As for the others, to the protagonist, they were merely convenient matters. Looking at it this way, it didn't really matter. Wasn't he also just a convenient matter? Even so, the rupture points provided by Chie were still beyond the reach of other minor characters. The balance was already 78,000, right? Only a little over 20,000 points away from the next golden legend. Bai Chen certainly remembered that Xiao Rou had provided him with a silver blind box, and Uncle Huzi and his group had given him a special purple blind box that he hadn't opened yet. Wasn't it just that he hadn't had the time? When the time comes, he would wait to accumulate 100,000 points, then get a golden blind box, and directly do a one-click triple combo. No rush. Amid the constantly exploding prompt sounds, Chia finally managed to put on her clothes. Looking at Bai Chun, her gaze had a biting feeling. Staring at Bai Chun so intently made him feel a bit uneasy. Touching his nose, he said, "Don't look at me like that, I'm just trying to save you." Bai Chun initially thought that Chia would break down and start cursing at him. Who would have thought that after staring at him with that resentful gaze for who knows how long, she would suddenly say, "Add money." Ha! Chia's request for more money surprised both Bai Chen and Xiao Rou, who was standing beside him. Seeing Bai Chen's bewildered expression, Chia clenched her fists, her face flushed, eyes closed, and jumped up shouting, "I said add money. You all saw it. At least 1 million. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. By this point, Bai Chen had already realized what Chi had just said. He still remembered that the words add money were something he had secretly said to her in front of her grandfather. Who would have thought that now they would come out of Chia's own mouth? This girl, even at this point, still remembered what had happened before? It was somewhat amusing. However, what surprised Bai Chen was that he hadn't even responded yet. Xiao Rou, standing behind him, couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Did you get diamond encrusted? Dare to ask for 1 million? Diamond encrusted? What the heck is diamond encrusted?" Bai Chen turned to look at Xiao Rou with a puzzled expression. Ding! Xiao Rou's conversion rate plus 1%. Seeing Bai Chen's gaze, Xiao Rou's face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly lowered her head. She completely failed to notice Bai Chen's gradually satisfied expression. Before Chi could react, Bai Chen quickly spoke up, "Did you hear what she said? You must be crazy for money, daring to ask for 1 million? At most 50. You. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Chi gritted her teeth, fists clenched, 80. Bai Chen chuckled lightly, 30. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. What? Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Is there such a way to bargain? Bai Chen said nonchalantly, 20. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Don't lower it anymore. 30 is 30, I agree. Bai Chen looked at Chi, 10. You. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Furious, Chi glared at Bai Chen with gritted teeth. Her chest heaved up and down, clearly extremely angry. But she didn't say anything more, fearing that Bai Chen would continue to lower the price. Bai Chen looked at Chi like this and said lightly, "Did you agree? You bastard. You're such a big bastard." Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen, looks like you didn't agree, then. I agree. 10 is 10. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Now Chi had no say in the matter. Goodness, even when you go out to buy something, people wouldn't bargain like this, right? 1 million instantly turned into 100,000, is that okay? She couldn't let Bai Chen continue, otherwise, she would end up with nothing. Bai Chen, satisfied, took out his phone and said, "Last time I left your house, you still owed me 4,350,300. Adding this 10 means, you still owe me 4,350,299. Chi, degree, the 10 you mentioned, is it 10 yuan, right? Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. To be honest, after all this fuss, it seemed that Chi had actually forgotten about the Big Green Mountain incident. This was the effect Bai Chen wanted. Of course, although Bai Chen was no longer comparable to before at this moment, what did the Great Green Mountain have? There was the protagonist's unfathomable master, along with the 7 senior sisters of Xie. He had not yet fully grasped the protagonist's ceiling-level combat power. If the people from the Great Green Mountain found out about this, they would come over to investigate and cause him trouble. At that time, the pressure he faced would definitely not be less than facing the protagonist. If Lao Mo were to take action, it might lead to the protagonist appearing prematurely. He had not yet completed his plans, so he still needed time. Just as Chia was about to strangle him on the spot, Bai Chen's phone rang urgently. It was a call from Black Tiger, a call for help. After answering, Black Tiger said directly, "Young master, the madam has come out, and it seems those 3 want to make a move on her." Upon hearing this, Bai Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and simply replied, "Wait and see what happens." Sitting in the Maybach heading to Shinching company, Black Tiger, who was driving, frowned and said in a low voice, "Young master, the people below said they spoke a few words with the madam, and then she took them back to the company. The madam might be in danger." Madam? Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. In the back seat, Chia, who had been sulking next to Bai Chen, turned to look at him, surprise flashing in her eyes as she said, "You got married?" Bai Chen turned to glance at Chia and then said, "I'm just a normal guy in my 20s, is there a problem with getting married?" Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Chia's pupils suddenly showed a hint of panic. She even felt a strange sense of loss. But after this feeling of loss, as if she thought of something, she suddenly looked up and shouted at Bai Chen, "Then how can you say you've never touched a woman? You lied to me?" Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. She finally reacted. She just didn't expect it was because of Shinching that she realized it. She had never considered how Bai Chen's skilled techniques could possibly be without prior training. But, Bai Chen looked at Chia and said, "Who said that getting married means you've definitely touched a woman?" Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Her anger had not fully erupted yet. Bai Chen's words extinguished it, and her eyes were once again filled with confusion. What do you mean? Your wife doesn't let you touch. Bai Chen sighed softly, holding his forehead. Every family has its own difficulties. Who is Jia? Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. For some reason, as Chia looked at Bai Chen's side profile while he held his forehead, she suddenly felt a sense of pity. She actually thought Bai Chen was a bit pitiful. She completely failed to see Black Tiger, who was driving, with a face that was struggling to contain an expression she couldn't quite place. However, Bai Chen wasn't lying. Shinching really didn't let Bai Chen touch her. But whether Bai Chen touched Shinching or not had nothing to do with whether Shinching allowed it or not. How would Chia know? At this moment, she increasingly felt Bai Chen was pitiful. She even thought that Bai Chen, in order to touch a woman, came up with such a despicable method, was forced into a corner. If it weren't for his wife being like that, he wouldn't have to do this. Ding. Chia's split value plus 0.1%. Goodness. 7 Leaf, oh 7 Leaf. Although the original text described the youngest senior sister of the protagonist as having the purest and most adorable thoughts, Bai Chen never expected that being pure to the point of foolishness would feel like this. A flicker of struggle flashed in 7 Leaf's eyes, and then she gritted her teeth and said, Zhou Bai. Black Tiger? Who is Zhou Bai? Bai Chen turned to look at 7 Leaf. 7 Leaf continued, "From now on, let's not do this anymore. After all, I didn't know you had a wife before, otherwise. What are you talking about?" Before 7 Leaf could finish her sentence, Bai Chen's strange voice interrupted, "What did we do?" Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. It's just that you owe me money, and I'm asking you to pay it back. Isn't it only right to repay debts? The way you say it makes it sound like you're my kept little wife. Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Who is your little wife? 7 Leaf exploded again. Goodness, she had finally managed to cultivate a bit of pity for you, Bai Chen. And you just had to say something to drive her crazy? Have you ever seen a little wife who was purely taken advantage of and doesn't ask for a dime? Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Black Tiger, who was driving, wore a shocked expression. Looking at his young master's handsome face in the rearview mirror, admiration welled up within him. He even shouted in his heart, where did the young master find such a little wife? Truly worthy of being the young master, he's amazing. 7 Leaf didn't notice, but Bai Chen saw it clearly. This Black Tiger must be thinking something else, but now was not the time to dwell on that. Thus, Bai Chen still didn't give 7 Leaf a chance to vent, loudly saying, "Alright, do you know that because of your running away from home, my wife is now in danger?" Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. After Bai Chen extinguished the flames once more, 7 Leaf said to him, "What does my running away from home have to do with your wife?" Bai Chen underscored, "Your grandfather thinks I've kidnapped you, and now he's taken my wife hostage." What? Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding. 7 Leaf's rupture value plus 0.1%. Has my grandfather's head been kicked by a donkey? Ding. Old 7's rupture value plus 1%. In the distance, the outline of the building belonging to Shin Qingying's company could already be vaguely seen. However, in Bai Chen's villa, without Butler Lee, who was accompanying Bai Chen and Black Tiger, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Butler Lee's brows instantly furrowed. But he didn't dare to delay and directly answered the call. After connecting, the expression on his face seemed to take on a hint of flattery as he said, "Hey, Brother Wang, how long has it been since we last contacted each other?" Ha ha ha. A deep laugh came from the other end of the line. "Not even a month. I'm calling you this time, just like last year. Our young master has arrived at the old place." Upon hearing this, a serious light appeared in Butler Lee's eyes. "Are you saying, young master Ma has come to Jiangcheng?" "Yes, that's right." The voice on the phone clearly stated, "He just arrived, no need to rush, just let your young master come to meet him quickly. For now, I'll go arrange a few girls for our young master." Beep 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 beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Butler Lee quickly put away his own mobile phone. Standing still, he frowned, his eyes flashing with a cold seriousness. "Why is that Ma Chang here again? Does he really think our young master is an easy target?" Though he said this, from Butler Lee's earlier state and the content of the call, it was clear that Ma Chang's identity was definitely not ordinary. After all, who would dare to say that the Prince of Jiangcheng was summoned to meet him? Goodness, even Bai Jinnan wouldn't address his son like that. But Butler Lee also knew that this person was of great importance. He immediately dialed Bai Chen's number. However, the phone rang only twice before a voice came through. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Hearing this, Butler Lee's eyes showed even more urgency. What is the young master doing? Then, Butler Lee quickly called Black Tiger. But Black Tiger's phone emitted the exact same sound as the young master's phone. What's going on? Butler Lee, in a state of anxiety, had never appeared like this before. "There's no time." "Ah, forget it. I'll go take a look." After saying this, the troubled Butler Lee hurriedly left the Bai family villa. At this moment, Bai Chen and Black Tiger had just hung up Butler Lee's call. The two had already entered Shin Qingying's company. On the floor where the general manager's office was located, the employees who hadn't left yet were in a frenzy. They were all talking. "Have we called the police? President Shin has been kidnapped. What do those people mean by this? How dare they kidnap President Shin? Don't they know who President Shin is married to? These people are really asking for death." Compared to Shin Qingying's situation, Butler Lee's call was really unnecessary to answer. They would deal with that later. Black Tiger immediately shouted, "Make way for the young master." The crowd, chattering anxiously, was startled into silence. They quickly parted to the sides, each lowering their heads, standing there timidly, not daring to speak. Shi, following behind Bai Chen, was preoccupied with what kind of foolishness his grandfather was up to and didn't notice this. A woman in her 20s, presumably Shin Qingying's secretary, hurriedly ran to Bai Chen's side and said, "Young master, President Shin has been taken hostage, and the kidnappers have weapons. Should we negotiate first?" "No need." Before she could finish, Bai Chen strode forward. He reached the door of Shin Qingying's office. With a bang, he kicked the office door open. The scene made the little secretary gasp in shock. "What the hell? Don't you care about President Shin's life?" Not just this little secretary, but also several employees under Shin Qingying were dumbfounded at the sight. Under normal circumstances, when someone is kidnapped and the kidnappers have weapons, shouldn't you negotiate properly, see what they want, then find a way to rescue the person before discussing anything else? Who barges in like this? What if the criminals inside get scared and shoot the hostage? Moreover, the hostage inside is your wife. Just as the little secretary said, "Don't you care about your wife's life?" The group exchanged glances, each one rushing forward to see what was happening inside. At this moment, Bai Chen and Black Tiger had already stepped into Shin Qingying's office. As soon as they entered, they saw Shin Qingying sitting safely in her own office chair. Old Seven, along with Ade, Aer, and Asan, stood nearby with a respectful demeanor, subtly acknowledging Shin Qingying's status. Bai Chen's powerful kick indeed startled them, causing Ade and the others to instantly draw their weapons. However, their immediate reaction was to protect Shin Qingying. But the next moment, when they saw the newcomer, Ade, who was closest to Shin Qingying, pressed the injured dagger against her neck. You better return Miss Seven to us." It sounded like a threat to Bai Chen. Yet, the tone of voice was so tense, and a bit awkward, mainly because they were scared. The knife at Shin Qingying's neck drew gasps from outside the office. After all, the scene was indeed a bit frightening. One wrong move, and Shin Qingying's fair swan neck would be gushing blood. Countless people were silently shouting in their hearts, "Young Master Bai, calm down. Young Master Bai, calm down. Don't come any closer." Amidst the panicked gazes of the crowd, Bai Chen, who had kicked open the door, did not stop his steps but strode towards Shin Qingying with an expressionless face. Ada, seeing this scene, became even more anxious. Don't come any closer. Stay back. Otherwise, I'll kill her immediately. I'm about to. You've already come closer. Ada's lips twitched as he looked at Bai Chen, who was now standing right in front of him. He kept insisting he would kill Shin Qingying, yet the tip of the dagger hadn't even grazed Shin Qingying's skin. Even now, his hand was starting to tremble, but there was no intention of harming Shin Qingying. However, Bai Chen had already revealed a smile. The next second, smack! A crisp sound echoed as a big slap landed directly on Ada's face. Ding! Shin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! 7 leaves rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 1%. Ha! Outside the office, there was a chorus of astonished voices. The group was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? This was nothing like what they saw on TV. Where was the hostage being held? The hostage's family wasn't begging for mercy or trying to negotiate. They just slapped the kidnapper? And it wasn't over yet. I didn't hit you before, did I? Smack! Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! 7 leaves rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. You dare to kidnap my woman? Smack! Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! 7 leaves rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Shin Qingying, I don't know why, but when he said that, I felt a warm sensation in my heart. Ding! Shin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. I spared your lives before, and now you are seeking death, right? Smack! Ding! Old 7's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! 7 leaves rupture value plus 0.1%. Ding! Shin Qingying's rupture value plus 0.1%. Detected that old 7's rupture level reached 50%, gaining rupture points plus 2,500. 7 leaves stood behind, watching the scene in front, her eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. So this is what they call boyfriend power, huh? With a boyfriend like this protecting me, the sense of security is really. Looking at Shin Qingying, 7 leaves even felt a bit envious. Ding! 7 leaves rupture value plus 0.1%. She is Mr. Bai's wife, and Zhou Bai already has a wife. You. Put away your wild thoughts. Ding! She has split value plus 0.1%. The people inside were already like this. Not to mention those outside. Looking at the scene inside, the employees of Shin Qingying were all dumbfounded. Their jaws nearly dropped in shock. For a moment, they felt that calling the police would be useless. The effect of young Master Bai's appearance was far more useful than the police. Goodness! Where do you find such a miserable kidnapper? This kidnapper's face was swollen just like his old accomplice. Wait a minute. That old accomplice's face couldn't have been beaten by Bai Chen, right? Of course, this group of people, especially the little secretary, looked at Shin Qingying with unabashed envy. I really envy President Shin for having such a husband. With such a husband backing her, the criminals wouldn't dare to say anything, let alone bully her. Young Master Bai is simply glowing. At this moment, Bai Chen had completely knocked Ade to the ground. Ada's head was dazed from the slaps. The sharp blade in his hand fell to the ground without causing any harm to Shin Qingying. Air and Asan looked at the scene and didn't dare to rush in to rescue him. After all, who knew how many experts Bai Chen had brought today? They were angry but dared not speak, mostly fearing that Shin Qingying would be harmed. Meanwhile, Bai Chen, waving his hand in the air, slightly turned to look at the door. He waved at He Hu. Close the door. He Hu was also a bit dazed, not knowing why his young master was so brave. But, it looked good, so he quickly turned to close the door. Lao Chi finally couldn't sit still. Mainly because earlier, when Bai Chen angrily slapped Ade, he felt a sense of empathy, feeling frustrated. Now that it had stopped, he realized what he was there for. Thus, Lao Chi gritted his teeth and prepared to roar, "Return my granddaughter to me, or else." But at that moment, Lao Chi's gaze suddenly froze, and the next second, he looked extremely surprised. Little Yi? He finally broke free from the state of empathy and saw his granddaughter Chi Yi. Chi Yi naturally also saw Lao Chi, whose head was wrapped in bandages. "Grandpa?" With a gasp, "Did a donkey really kick your head?" Ding! Lao Chi's split value plus 1%. Ding! Lao Chi's split value plus 1%. A dramatic scene was unfolding in Shin Qingying's office. On the other side of Jiangcheng, in front of a business store called Jin Shisheng, an ambulance with flashing emergency lights quickly left, rushing to the Bai family's private hospital. "You mean?" He didn't kidnap you, but instead saved you? In Shin Qingying's office, Lao Chi rubbed his head wrapped in bandages, looking at Qi standing in front of him with a strange expression. Clearly, after such a long time, Qi had already explained what had happened to Lao Chi. Although earlier, when Qi had just woken up in Bai Chen's villa, she knew nothing. But after such a long time, even if it were a melodramatic TV show, she should have remembered some things. She had gone to the hotel and then inexplicably got knocked out. Then, in a daze, she felt herself tied up and heard a man's voice. However, that man's voice was definitely not Bai Chen's. After all, how many men in the world have a voice as charming as Bai Chen's? Ding! She has split value plus 0.1%. When she woke up, she found that it was Bai Chen who had saved her with the heavenly mysterious 9 needles. Yes, heavenly mysterious 9 needles. Previously interrupted by the extra money incident, Chiya had completely forgotten to ask Bai Chen about the situation in Dakingshan. Now that he remembered, he immediately turned to Bai Chen, ready to inquire. But at that moment, bang! The door to Shin Qingying's office was suddenly kicked open. Goodness! What audacity! Only Bai Chen kicked others' doors, yet someone dared to kick his own? Turning around, Hei-Hu was just about to explode but noticed that the person who barged in was not concerned about that at all. Instead, they looked extremely anxious, rushing over to Bai Chen in 3 steps. They whispered something in Bai Chen's ear. What did you say? Bai Chen's sudden low roar echoed out. It was clear to see the intense anger etched on his face. Hei-Hu, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and asked, Young master, what happened, you? Before Hei-Hu could finish, Bai Chen directly told him, you stay here to handle things. Then, without saying anything more or even pausing, he turned and left. Watching Bai Chen's departing figure, everyone was curious about what could have happened to provoke such a reaction from him. However, Chiya, looking at Bai Chen's back, felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. Ding! Chiya's split value plus 0.1%. Bai Chen truly had no time to care about Chiya right now. The message his subordinate rushed in to report was, Butler Lee has been beaten into the hospital. How could someone with Butler Lee's skills end up in the hospital? Well, Butler Lee was the steward of the Bai family. Not only in Jiangcheng, but throughout the entire southern region, he represented the Bai family's face. Bai Chen wondered if his father knew about this. In any case, now that Bai Chen was aware, he absolutely could not sit idly by. Although Butler Lee was from Bai Jinnan's side, he was still seen as the eldest young master of the Bai family. If the Bai family's face was slapped, how could he, as the eldest young master, not step in? Wouldn't that make others look down on him? Therefore, Bai Chen hurried to the hospital where Butler Lee had previously done a paternity test for someone. In the emergency room, Bai Chen saw Butler Lee with his head wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, undergoing gastric lavage. Surrounding the ward were Bai family subordinates dressed in black. When they saw Bai Chen arrive, they immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle in the hallway. Young master. Their voices were so loud that it seemed the entire building echoed. This was a hospital, and usually, when such things happened, doctors and nurses would rush out to stop it. But since it was Bai Chen, they had to be brave. Of course, that was not important. Since the doctor was attending to Butler Lee, Bai Chen did not go in to disturb them. He called over a subordinate in black and asked in a deep voice, what exactly happened? This subordinate clearly knew something, his face showing an ugly expression as he said, Young master. It's that young master named Ma Chang, he has come to Jiangcheng again. Ma Chang? Upon hearing this name, Bai Chen was momentarily stunned. He even searched his memory briefly to see if there was such a person in the original story. However, after a quick search, he found no impression at all. The subordinate continued, this Ma Chang often comes to our Jiangcheng to hang out with you, young master. He used to come once or twice a year, but now he comes every month, and every time Ma Chang comes, you always personally welcome him. Today, Butler Lee couldn't get through to you, so he went by himself. Who knew that Ma Chang thought you, young master, were neglecting him, and then he took it out on Butler Lee, so. At this point, Bai Chen recalled the call he had hung up from Butler Lee before he was about to kick open Shin Qingying's office door. Was that what the call meant? Just then, a voice that sounded very weak yet still carried great authority came from the hospital room. What nonsense are you talking to the young master? Be careful, or I'll cut out your tongue. Upon hearing this voice, the little brother instantly stiffened and stepped aside. Watching the doctor and nurse come out of the hospital room, Bai Chen immediately asked, how is Uncle Lee's condition? The doctor, facing Bai Chen, spoke with great respect, young master, don't worry. Butler Lee only has superficial injuries on his head, it's not serious. The strong liquor in his stomach has been mostly cleared out, and there is no danger to his life. That's good. Thank you, doctor. Upon hearing Bai Chen's thanks, the doctor excitedly replied, everything is for the Bai family. Bai Chen ignored the doctor's declaration and quickly entered the hospital room. Looking at Uncle Li lying on the bed, his face pale yet forcing a smile to face him, the cold light in Bai Chen's eyes deepened. Butler Li's first reaction upon seeing Bai Chen was to get out of bed. However, Bai Chen pressed him back down. With an ugly smile on his face, Butler Li said to Bai Chen, "Young master, don't listen to what the people below are saying." "I am." Bai Chen raised his hand to silence Butler Li and said, "Tell me, where is Ma Chang?" Hearing this, Butler Li instinctively replied, "He is still at Jingsashang." But as he spoke, Butler Li suddenly noticed that Bai Chen's expression was somewhat abnormal. He immediately asked, "Young master, what are you planning to do? Please don't do anything foolish." "Foolish?" Bai Chen chuckled lightly at Butler Li's words. "What do you mean by foolish?" The coldness hidden in Bai Chen's smile was instantly captured by Butler Li. His pupils shrank suddenly. No! The young master he used to see Ma Chang was always bowing and scraping, as if he were meeting his master. Even if Ma Chang made any excessive demands or did anything outrageous, he would unconditionally agree. But he had never shown this kind of expression. The young master. Could it be because of me? No! This won't do. Butler Li tightly grasped Bai Chen's hand and said, "Young master, calm down. Although this is Jiangchang, and it is the territory of the old master and you, but that Ma Chang's backing, the Ma family, is one of the 8 great families in the capital, a subsidiary of the Tang family. He is backed by a giant from the capital. We, the Bai family of Jiangchang, cannot." So it's him. Before Butler Li could finish his words, a look of understanding appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. Now Bai Chen understood why Butler Li had such skills. Previously, he had simply recalled the content in the original work, searching for the so-called Ma Chang. Why couldn't he find anything? Because it seemed that Ma Chang's role was really not that significant? But as soon as he heard Butler Li mention the words, the capital, Bai Chen suddenly realized. He remembered that in the original work, after he had the protagonist kill him, the Bai family could no longer receive help from Yucheng. With no other options, Bai Zhenan could only contact the capital, seemingly asking Butler Li to reach out to someone called Young Master Ma to see if they could communicate directly with the Ma family. It was said that this Ma family was a subsidiary of the Tang family, one of the 8 great families in the capital. As soon as the other party heard that the Bai family was nearly finished, they didn't take the Bai family seriously at all. Even that so-called young master Ma pretended he had never known Bai Chen. So it was this little bastard. Bai Chen's knowing smile gradually turned cold. "Jin Shishang, huh?" After saying this, Bai Chen stood up and strode out of the ward. "Young master." Seeing Bai Chen leave, the Butler Li, lying on the hospital bed, panicked. "Young master, you must stay calm." "Young master, should we contact the master first?" But Bai Chen showed no signs of stopping, turning to leave. He didn't forget to instruct his subordinates outside the ward, "Take good care of Butler Li, don't let him wander around." After saying this, Bai Chen turned back to Butler Li and said, "Uncle Li, take care of your injuries, don't be nervous. I'm just going to personally apologize to young Master Ma, right?" "Apologize?" Butler Li, who was blocked by those servants from returning to the ward, looked at Bai Chen's retreating figure, his eyelids twitching. Is the young master really going to apologize? Bai Chen was on his way to the so-called Jin Shishang. A faint glimmer flashed in his eyes. He knew. He was the first person to be killed after the original protagonist made his appearance. Although the Bai family was the number 1 in Jiang City, the first major antagonist faced by the protagonist. But the original plot was written for so long, several thousand chapters, how could there be only Bai Chen as the antagonist? The protagonist may have been killing all the way, but that was from the bottom up. Of course, there were other families above the Bai family. Not to mention the southern region, the gap wasn't that big. The main focus was the northern region, because the northern region was close to their political core, and the family with the greatest power in the northern region was naturally concentrated in the capital. Among the 8 great families in the capital, at least 6 were enemies of the protagonist. This was set in the original work, and there was no way around it. For those colossal entities, the Bai family, the earliest appearing antagonist family, was indeed a bit. Even in the original work, Bai Chen had to curry favor with a second-rate family in the capital. The Ma family was one of them. It was because the Ma family was an affiliated family of the Tang family in the capital. If it were the previous Bai Chen, this matter would have really passed today. Perhaps Bai Chen would even have personally gone to apologize. However, wasn't Bai Chen also going in person now? Bai Chen walked alone into the entrance of the Jin Shishang Business KTV. It wasn't exactly alone, though, because Jin Shishang was also a property of the Bai family. Just as he entered, the lobby manager came over with a group of waitstaff, fawning over him. But Bai Chen ignored them and simply said, "Where is Ma Chang?" "Ma Chang?" The manager was clearly taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, "Young master, are you referring to young master Ma? Young master Ma is currently in your exclusive suite on the top floor, young master." Young master, I'll take you up, young master." With a ding, the elevator doors closed, leaving that group of sycophants outside. Bai Chen took the elevator alone, all the way to the top floor of the Jin Shishang KTV. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Bai Chen heard a chorus of giggles and women's screams. And in the entire corridor, only the luxurious door at the deepest point was lit. The other areas were marked as no entry, prohibited from operating. Bai Chen strode forward, completely unaware that he had passed an intersection. Whoosh! A petite figure quickly ducked back. This figure, with a messy hairstyle and smoky makeup, could only be that little delinquent Lin Siyu. At this moment, Lin Siyu was pressed tightly against the wall behind her, stealing glances into the corridor. To say she was well informed would be an understatement. This little troublemaker had her ear to the ground in Jiangcheng and had managed to find out that a young master from the capital had arrived today. She also heard that Bai Chen was being submissive in front of this young master. Thinking that she could finally find someone to put Bai Chen in his place, she sneaked over, hoping for a stroke of luck. She learned that the young master from the capital was on the top floor, but the elevator to that floor was not in operation. So, she climbed the stairs alone. Just as she reached the top, she spotted Bai Chen. Why is he here too? Lin Siyu thought nervously, if that bastard Bai Chen is here, how am I supposed to find that so-called young master from the capital? I was hoping to get the young master from the capital to help deal with Bai Chen, but, just as she was feeling a bit frustrated, Lin Siyu suddenly seemed to have thought of something, a glimmer of anticipation appearing in her eyes. I heard that Bai Chen acts like a dog in front of that young master from the capital. As she pondered, she slowly took out her phone. What if I capture Bai Chen's disgraceful behavior on camera? Hee. Lin Siyu was getting excited for herself. Then, she looked around to ensure no one else was present, holding her phone, and quietly made her way toward the only room with the light on. At that moment, Bai Chen had already pushed the door open and entered the private room. The music inside was deafening. Among the dozen or so girls, 7 or 8 were practically wearing nothing. They were happily dancing strange dances in the dance floor. On the sofa, a young man in his 20s was reclining back, his head tilted. A woman was kneeling in front of him, tending to his wounds. Another middle-aged man had a girl in a bikini sitting on him. The dazzling lights kept flashing. Bai Chen noticed the shards of glass on the floor and a few bloodstains. His face showed no expression. He turned and walked to the front where the song selection stage was. The explosive music and flashing lights suddenly came to a halt. This abrupt change caused everyone present to freeze. They immediately turned to look. The young man reclining, Ma Chang, also shouted irritably, "Damn it, who the hell is this blind bastard?" Receiving no response, he instead saw the girls carefully sitting on the nearby sofa. These girls might not fear Butler Lee because of Ma Chang's presence, but Bai Chen. After all, he was still Bai Chen. Ma Chang, seeing this scene, lazily turned his head and spotted Bai Chen standing there. A hint of a sneer appeared in his eyes, though he didn't show it. He reached out and slapped the face of the girl kneeling in front of him, then pulled up his pants. The middle-aged man beside him quickly stood up, fastening his belt while saying, "Young Master Bai, you're here, please sit. My young master has been waiting for you for quite a while." While saying this, he didn't even glance at Bai Chen, instead focusing on adjusting his pants. There was no sense of respect at all. Ma Chang swayed as he stood up, waved at Bai Chen, and said with a hint of alcohol on his breath, "Bro, you're late and still so serious? Want to apologize to me? No need. That. What was it? Butler Zhang? Lee?" The middle-aged man standing beside him, presumably Ma Chang's butler Wang, tried to remind him. But Ma Chang still said nonchalantly, "Whatever. Anyway, he has already apologized to you, so this is the last time. Come on, let's have a couple of drinks." Saying this, he picked up a bottle of foreign wine from the table, ready to pour. However, Bai Chen reached out and took the bottle from Ma Chang's hand. "This wine." Ma Chang wore a nonchalant smile. "It's the same as the one you had with that Chen butler." "Damn it, this is good wine. I haven't even had a sip yet." Letting him have it first. "Ha ha ha ha." Bang! A crisp sound. Ma Chang's laughter abruptly stopped. "Ah ah ah ah." The group of women on the sofa instantly let out terrified screams. The same wine, the same bottle, the same outcome. Only the location was different. The previous bottle exploded on the head of Butler Lee. And now this bottle exploded on Ma Chang's head. Ma Chang instantly covered his bleeding head with both hands, collapsing onto the sofa. Meanwhile, Butler Wang beside him had already let out a roar. "Bastard. Bai, are you crazy?" Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. At this moment, Lin Siyu's system notification sound actually appeared? Bai Chen instinctively glanced towards the door. Sure enough, the door to the private room had opened a small crack. That's right, Lin Siyu had arrived long ago. She had been there since Bai Chen first entered. Holding her phone, she peeked through the door crack. Good heavens, she immediately turned red and retreated. She even cursed a few times in her heart, calling him a beast. When the music inside stopped, she cautiously pushed the door open again. The scene inside was finally a bit more normal. Then she saw that young master from the capital walking towards Bai Chen. Lin Siyu couldn't help but chuckle, took out her phone, and opened the recording function, thinking to herself, ha ha, you have your day today, Bai Chen, let me see you acting like a lapdog. Watching Bai Chen take the wine bottle and say, you also have a day to pour wine for others. But the next second, bang! The sound startled Lin Siyu awake. Lin Siyu was completely stunned. She even forgot to turn off the recording, staring blankly. No, the script wasn't written like this, right? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Wasn't it said that the other party is a young master from the capital? In front of him, isn't Bai Chen just a stinky little brother? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Then how dare he smash a wine bottle on the head of the young master from the capital? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. She truly couldn't understand. She even began to doubt whether the information she had gathered was wrong. She wondered if that young master was really from the capital. After all, she was of similar status to Bai Chen in Rain City. She knew how significant the families from the capital were. Her own father would be polite when meeting young masters or young ladies from the capital. But this Bai Chen, is he crazy? Isn't he looking for death? Sure enough, inside the private room, Ma Chang's roar, covering his head, had already exploded. Bastard! Bai Chen, what the hell is wrong with you? Are you looking for death? What are you doing? Bai Chen casually threw the remnants of the wine bottle on the ground. Standing there, he looked at Ma Chang calmly and said, what am I doing? Aren't I apologizing to you? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. You really are looking for death. Standing beside him, still a bit dazed, Butler Wang heard this and instantly exploded with rage. You, a rich second generation from a small place like Jiangcheng, dare to lay hands on our young master? Kneel down for me. Saying this, he walked directly towards Bai Chen. A slap was about to land on Bai Chen's face. However, Bai Chen was faster. He had been suspected more than once of being a disciple of the Great Qing Mountain. No one saw Bai Chen's movement clearly. Crack! With a sound, the butler Wang's arm separated from his shoulder. Ah! Damn it! A piercing scream echoed. The butler Wang instantly felt excruciating pain, rolling on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ma Chang, who was lying there holding his head, was even more furious. Bai Chen, are you crazy? What the hell do you want? I am Ma Chang. I come from the capital, Ma. Damn you. Before Ma Chang's scream could fully escape, Bai Chen's impatient voice interrupted. Then he stepped forward swiftly. He picked up another wine bottle from the table. Ma Chang's pupils widened at this sight. No. Although he was impressive, although he was a young master from the capital, being beaten continuously was not a solution. But would Bai Chen care about that? Smack! With a sound, another wine bottle was smashed. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ah, damn, now even Ma Chang started rolling on the ground, holding his head. However, before he could curse, he felt someone grabbing the back of his collar. Of course, that person was Bai Chen. Bai Chen held his collar like this, and whispered in his ear, his voice hoarse, don't pretend to be a big shot in front of me. Jiangcheng is my Bai family's territory. If you come to Jiangcheng, you must behave like a dragon, and if you are a tiger, you must lie down. Remember, there is only one young master in Jiangcheng, and that is me, by the young master. After the words fell, Bai Chen pressed Ma Chang's head down. Bang! With a sound, he slammed it hard against the glass table in front of him. Crack! Whoosh! The glass shards scattered everywhere, causing the 10 or so girls to scream and flee to the corners of the sofa. After doing all this, Bai Chen stood up straight and exhaled a deep breath. The trace of hostility in his eyes finally disappeared. Gurgle! Ma Chang, whose face was already a bloody mess, lay on the ground, his body twitching, blood bubbles oozing from his mouth and nose. Bai Chen chuckled softly, I'll take that as an apology to Uncle Li. Outside the door, Lin Siyu, trembling with her phone in hand, looked at the scene inside, her eyes wide in disbelief. The scene before her was something she could never have imagined. How could Bai Chen be so bold? And so ruthless? That was the young master from the Ma family in the capital. Goodness! Can your Bai family really handle this? Especially Bai Chen's earlier words, there is only one young master in Jiangcheng, and that is me, by the young master. This sentence kept echoing in Lin Siyu's mind. Coupled with the image of Bai Chen's one-sided dominance just now, Lin Siyu couldn't help but swallow. Why do I feel that Bai Chen is so handsome now? Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Lin Siyu's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Lin Siyu's rupture degree has reached 80%, gaining rupture points plus 8,000. Lin Siyu suddenly shivered all over. Then she quickly ran away. Not for any other reason, but because Bai Chen, who had just done all this, was already walking towards the outside. As Bai Chen pushed the door open, he happened to see Lin Siyu's fleeing figure disappear around the corner of the stairs. Bai Chen chuckled lightly, not saying much more. Adding to what he had previously gained from Lao Chi, his current points balance had already reached 88,500. How far could his one-click triple combo be? Bai Chen had already taken out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and Black Tiger's voice immediately came through. Young master, I know about Butler Lee's situation. I'm on my way to the hospital. Clearly, the matter on Shin Qingying's side had already concluded. However, Bai Chen said, there's no need to go to the hospital. Come to Jingsisheng to pick me up. Jingsisheng? Black Tiger on the other end paused slightly, then his voice sounded noticeably unnatural as he asked, Young master, Ma Chang didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Difficult? Upon hearing this, Bai Chen turned to look at Ma Chang in the pool of blood and said lightly, he did make things a bit difficult for me. After saying this, Bai Chen hung up the phone, but he immediately found another number and dialed it. Once the call connected, Bai Chen spoke in a calm, deep voice, if your people are ready, start working. He said just this one sentence and didn't wait for a response. Bai Chen strode out of the Jingsisheng Business KTV. Woo-ah 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 woo. The urgent sound of police sirens accompanied by flashing police lights filled the night sky. 7 or 8 police cars quickly surrounded the Jingsisheng Business KTV. Chen Lei was the first to jump out of the car. The uniformed officers gathered around Chen Lei. It was the same officer as before, looking strangely at Jingsisheng and saying, Captain, are we really going to investigate here? This is the Bai families. Chen Lei let out a cold snort. The officer quickly shut his mouth. Chen Lei gritted his teeth and said, I'm investigating the Bai family's property. Search inside for me. The people around exchanged glances and said, but, isn't raiding this kind of place outside our jurisdiction? Chen Lei said lightly, who said this place only has that kind of business? Search for me, stop talking nonsense. Yes, the higher-ups have the final say. Once the leader spoke, what could they do? Even if it was the Bai family's property, they could only brace themselves and go in. After this group left, Chen Lei, who was at the back of the line, stopped in his tracks. His face was dark, his pupils complex, and he slowly turned to look at the street corner. There, a two-tone Maybach was quietly idling. Ding! Chen Lei's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Lei's severance value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Lei's severance value plus 1%. But in the end, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and turned to walk into the Jingsisheng KTV. To be fair, Chen Lei was indeed brave. He really dared to take action against the Bai family's property, which made his subordinates view him differently. Some even felt that Chen Lei was the one sent from the capital to change the situation in Jiangcheng. In an instant, Chen Lei gained a different status in their hearts. However, it was puzzling why such a large Jingsisheng KTV only managed to capture those 10 or so hostesses. There were also 2 customers who were subdued and seriously injured for resisting law enforcement. It was said that ice sugar and similar items were found on these 2 customers. The next night, the Bai family's property, Jingsisheng, was still brightly lit. In Bai Jin Nan's study, only Bai Chen and Bai Jin Nan, the father and son, were present. However, the air in the study felt very quiet. The 2 sat facing each other, neither of them speaking. But at this moment, the light in Bai Jin Nan's eyes was definitely not something to behold. Clearly, Bai Chen's actions tonight were already known to Bai Jin Nan. Moreover, Bai Jin Nan also understood what this young master of the Ma family, named Ma Chang, represented. The Ma family from the capital. Even if it was just a second-rate family, coming from the capital was a tremendous pressure for the Bai family of Jiang City. Not to mention, this Ma family was backed by the Tang family, one of the 8 great families of the capital. Each of those 8 great families was a colossal entity, the kind that was unshakable. Xiao Zhou. Bai Jin Nan's voice sounded a bit hoarse. You weren't this impulsive before. Impulsive? Hearing Bai Jin Nan's words, Bai Chen's lips slightly curled. The reason he wasn't so impulsive before was that the previous Bai Chen acted like a lapdog in front of Ma Chang, right? The previous Bai Chen, even if his face was slapped, would still go up and smile, right? As long as he put aside all his pride, he wouldn't be impulsive? Bai Jinnan's voice hadn't stopped. If the Ma family finds out about this, and they unite with several second-rate families from the capital to suppress our family, Xiao Zhou, have you considered the consequences? Although Bai Jinnan's voice sounded calm, those familiar with him knew that he was brewing a storm in his heart. Such matters would definitely make him angry. If he wasn't angry, that would be fake. In the past, at such times, whether it was the old Bai Chen, or Butler Li, or Black Tiger, they would have immediately apologized in front of Bai Jinnan, admitted their mistakes, and sought forgiveness. However, the current Bai Chen was not the same as before. After Bai Jinnan's question fell, Bai Chen surprisingly replied directly, "Then don't let the Ma family know." Hearing Bai Chen's naive words, Bai Jinnan was even more amused and said directly, "Can you use your brain? Which family in the capital isn't powerful? How could such a thing?" However, before Bai Jinnan could finish his words, Bai Chen directly interrupted. "So what if it's a family from the capital?" The fact that Bai Chen dared to interrupt him was enough to astonish Bai Jinnan, but he didn't expect Bai Chen to say such foolish words. Bai Jinnan was so angry that he slammed the table and was about to stand up. But before his palm could fall, Bai Chen's calm voice came directly. "Who said that only those backed by the capital are impressive? Who said that being far from the capital means being suppressed by the families from the capital? Have you forgotten that the number one family in the world back then, the Shao family, was right here in Jiang City?" Bai Chen was indeed correct in saying this. The original plot was like this. The protagonist's family was indeed once the number one family in the world. This kind of setting was too common, and the world Bai Chen traversed was no exception. Bai Chen's words truly stunned Bai Jinnan for a moment, but soon, Bai Jinnan sneered and said, "You're not wrong, but don't forget, the tall tree catches the wind. You should know better than I do how the Shao family was destroyed." Originally, Bai Jinnan's intention in saying this was to make Bai Chen calm down and recognize reality. But unexpectedly, Bai Chen seemed to let out a scoff from his mouth and nose. Then he lazily stood up. Looking down at Bai Jinnan, he said, "Old man, you also said, the tall tree catches the wind. So what if I make the entire forest mine? What did you say?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Bai Jinnan's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't know how to vent the fire in his heart. He stared blankly at Bai Chen standing in front of him. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of strangeness appeared in Bai Jinnan's heart. His son, who used to be a hopeless case, was at least obedient. At least he would tremble and do whatever Bai Jinnan said. But now, not only did he have his own independent thoughts, but he also dared to stand before him and speak as an equal? Did he even think about usurping his position? This thought only crossed his mind for a moment before Bai Jinnan dismissed it. Because what Bai Chen was showing at that moment, that ambition seemed even greater than usurpation. For a moment, Bai Jinnan didn't know whether to feel happy or anxious. But Bai Chen, who had stood up, was already preparing to leave. As he reached the door of the study, he surprisingly turned to look at Bai Jinnan, who was sitting there, and said lightly, "Dad, you said you noticed I've changed." "I've noticed you've changed too. You're getting old." After saying this, Bai Chen opened the door and turned to leave. With a loud bang, the study door slammed shut. Bai Chen even heard a roar from inside, "You little brat, who are you calling old? Let me tell you, if you want to usurp my position, you'll have to wait a few more years." However, as Bai Chen listened to this voice, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He didn't look back and just walked away. Inside the study, Bai Jinnan stood there. Although his voice was roaring, there was no trace of anger on his face. He couldn't even express any emotion. He just stared blankly at the door Bai Chen had left through and slowly sat down. Not long after, Bai Jinnan unexpectedly let out a tch and laughed, shaking his head helplessly as he muttered, "This little brat really makes me see him in a new light." Shortly after Bai Chen left, another person pushed open the door to Bai Jinnan's study. "Old Bai, it's so late, you looking for me?" The visitor was Lin Yongtian, who hadn't had time to return to Yucheng. Looking at Lin Yongtian sitting across from him, Bai Jinnan's eyes flickered, and his voice turned serious as he slowly said, "Old Lin, do you remember the plan we discussed a few years ago?" Upon hearing this, a burst of explosive light shot from Lin Yongtian's pupils. He seemed so tense that he stood up directly, carefully looking around to see if anyone was eavesdropping. Then, he exaggeratedly whispered, "Bai Jinnan, are you crazy? That insane idea was already vetoed by us." Unbeknownst to him, Bai Jinnan chuckled and replied, "If we don't act crazy, we'll grow old." Lin Yongtian, _old man playing old tricks, are you sick? Bai Chen had no idea what crazy plan Bai Jinnan and Lin Yongtian were discussing, because it wasn't in the original text at all. Even if it was, it wasn't important, as Bai Chen had long been eliminated by the protagonist, and any plans were meaningless. Now, Bai Chen had returned to his villa. the newly bought one that Bai Chin intended to use for storing his figurines. Since Chi Ya had gone home with her grandfather tonight, the entire villa felt very desolate, and it seemed that this was the quiet environment Bai Chen wanted. It allowed him to think about some things alone. At that moment, the living room of the villa was pitch black, with only Bai Chen's silhouette visible, sitting quietly on the sofa, motionless, even with his eyes closed. He also understood what these families in the capital represented. After all, the original work has a ridiculous setting. Bai Chen can be a prince in Jiangcheng, but on the entire map, he is just another one of the countless. He never intended to encounter other dimensions so early, but unexpectedly, they came knocking at his door. He can't let Bai Chen be a sycophant like in the original, right? That won't do. If he had a bit more time to prepare, Bai Chen wouldn't have to worry about the current issues at all. But now, to counter the kind of setting in the original, Bai Chen really needs to think about these problems himself. At this moment, Bai Chen was completely unaware that in a dark corner, a pair of beautiful eyes was secretly observing him. The owner of those eyes had been hiding in the corner for a long time. As if finally unable to hold back, she cautiously walked over. Ding! Xiaorou transformation degree plus 1%. Bai Chen naturally heard the system prompt in his mind. He didn't expect that Xiaorou had been alone in this villa for so long without going back. Bai Chen opened his eyes, intending to let Xiaorou leave first, but unexpectedly, as soon as Bai Chen opened his eyes, he saw Xiaorou, who had walked up to him, suddenly crouch down. Just like that, she lay flat on the floor, moving right in front of him. Bai Chen? Before Bai Chen could react, Xiaorou actually took the initiative to grab his legs and place them on herself. Ding! Xiaorou transformation degree plus 1%. Hiss! Looking at Xiaorou, who had turned into a human carpet, Bai Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The main thing was that Bai Chen could clearly feel Xiaorou trembling gently beneath his feet. Moreover, her expression had a bit of a gritted teeth look. That appearance was clearly unwilling. But why was she still doing this? He hadn't threatened her today, right? Bai Chen had no idea that Xiaorou seemed to be suffering from a split personality. Just like now, the Xiaorou who had just turned into a human carpet was actually screaming inside. Xiaorou, what are you doing? Ding! Xiaorou transformation degree plus 1%. How can you do such a thing? He's just a jerk. He stepped on you to bully you. How can you let him bully you voluntarily? Ding! Xiaorou transformation degree plus 1%. Xiaorou, oh Xiaorou. If your brother and sister-in-law find out about this, what will they think of you? Woo woo woo. Ding! Xiaorou split degree plus 1%. What to do? What to do? No, Xiaorou, you must get up. You must get up right now. Standing up and cursing this jerk is what you should do. Xiaorou was frantically persuading herself in her mind. She even used the mantra, stand tall, don't lose face. You are that person's sister, you absolutely cannot let him look down on you. To be honest, the effect of this persuasion was indeed very obvious. Xiaorou really mustered her strength and pushed Bai Chen away, then got up from the floor and turned to leave. Watching Xiaorou's departing figure, Bai Chen was stunned. He thought, what happened to this girl? She was the one who actively became a human carpet, and now she was the one standing up and fleeing? Did she take the wrong medicine? What are you doing? Bai Chen finally couldn't help but voice his strange question. The fleeing Xiaorou heard this voice and froze in place. Then she stood still, slightly gritting her teeth, her fists clenched. Xiaorou, oh Xiaorou, don't be afraid, there's only him here, curse him fiercely. What's the worst that could happen? If you annoy him, he'll just beat you up, so what are you afraid of? At this thought, Xiaorou turned her head directly towards Bai Chen, speaking with righteous indignation and a loud voice, Master, you haven't hit me for 3 days. Xiaorou, Bai Chen? Ding! Xiaorou's transformation degree plus 1%. Ding! Xiaorou's transformation degree plus 1%. Ding! Xiaorou's transformation degree plus 1%. Xiaorou. What on earth are you saying? What are you talking about? After saying this, Xiaorou turned around and dashed upstairs. With a bang, she slammed the bedroom door shut. Looking at the dark second floor of the villa, Bai Chen scratched the back of his head. Then, he slowly stood up from the sofa. Everyone heard it. She asked me to hit her. I've never heard such a request in my life. With a whoosh, Bai Chen pulled out his belt. In the bedroom, Xiaorou stood still, looking at the huge glass dome in front of her, her body trembling slightly. How did I end up here? No. Xiaorou, what was that you just said? How could you? What if he really comes up to hit you? You. Ding. Xiaorou's transformation degree plus 1%. Crack. Xiaorou's body trembled heavily. Her face turned pale, and she slowly turned around. The door to the room was already closed. But inside the room, there was now a figure holding a belt. Swish! The sound of the belt cutting through the air made Xiao Rou's legs go weak instantly. Thud! She knelt on the ground. Watching Bai Chen walk towards her step by step, she couldn't help but speak with a choked voice, "Master. I was wrong, I really don't know why I." Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 1%. Swish! Bai Chen had no concept of cherishing the fairer sex, especially towards the protagonist's sister. He had things on his mind today that he needed to vent. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Rou came knocking on his door, and this time, she was really proactive. "Master!" At that moment, Xiao Rou's tears instantly flowed out, her panicked cries echoing, "Don't hit me anymore, Master, I really know I was wrong, I really know." Swish! Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 1%. Hit. Bastard! If you have the guts, just kill me. Suddenly, she became tough. "If you hit me, you won't be able to hit other women." Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 1%. Bai Chen, surprised face. Xiao Rou, Sigma, degree winky face, what am I even saying? Panicked, Xiao Rou got up from the ground and turned to run. But unfortunately, in her panic, she took the wrong path and directly dove into the huge glass dome of the figurine. Bai Chen was a bit stunned, and even began to feel a sense of, "Oh no, have I driven this girl crazy? Should I find her a psychologist?" While thinking this, he walked forward. But the next second, slippery good heavens! Bai Chen almost fell as his foot slipped. Fortunately, with his strong physique and core strength, he steadied himself. But he still looked down to check the floor that should have been clean and spotless. The next second, Bai Chen seemed to see something special, and instantly looked up, staring in surprise at Xiao Rou hiding inside the glass dome. "Damn, Xiao Rou, you." In an instant, Bai Chen felt that maybe finding a psychologist wasn't necessary after all. Don't come over. You, don't hit me anymore. I beg you, please." Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 0.1%. Ding! Xiao Rou's transformation degree plus 0.1%. Ding! Xiao Rou. The glass cover had been completely fogged up. From the inside, one couldn't see the outside, and from the outside, one couldn't see the inside. Only a few handprints were scattered chaotically on the fogged glass. Creak with a sound, the small door on the side of the glass cover was pushed open from the inside. Bai Chen stumbled, slipping on the floor and falling out. With a helpless expression, he turned to look at the ground and the tragic state of the figurine's base. Unable to help himself, he sarcastically remarked, "Why is the displacement so large? You owe me an environmental tax, do you hear me?" From that small door, one could barely see a curled-up figure inside, trembling heavily. This figure had clear scars on its legs, arms, and back. The corners of its slightly closed eyes were marked with traces of tears. Yet, between its brows, there seemed to linger a sense of happiness? Unclear, unknown. Anyway, Bai Chen dragged his exhausted body and turned to collapse directly onto the large bed in the bedroom where Chi-Yi had slept. Staring at the ceiling, he let out the most genuine sigh from the depths of his heart. "No, this can't go on. Otherwise, even the bones of a dragon and tiger can't bear it." The main reason was probably due to the change in the rate of transformation. Shen Xinying, Mu Yun, and Xiao Rou all reflected this. As soon as it started, the rate of increase dropped tenfold in an instant. This was a tremendous test for Bai Chen. But a test is a test. After waking up in the morning, Bai Chen still felt refreshed. Not seeing Xiao Rou, he didn't mind at all. He didn't even eat breakfast. He called for Heihu and took himself to the Bai family's private hospital. In Butler Li's hospital room, Butler Li lay on the bed with a helpless and worried expression, while Bai Chen sat on the chair beside him. Standing in the room, besides Heihu, there was actually another person. Bai Chen sat there, looking at the only outsider and asked, "Where did you arrange their hospital room?" Ding! Chen Lei's severance value plus 1%. That's right, this person was Captain Chen, who had previously said he wanted to deal with Bai Chen. At this moment, his gaze towards Bai Chen was filled with a complex expression. The phone call Bai Chen made last night was to him. He had asked him to investigate the Jinsi Sheng business KTV. Hadn't Bai Chen said before? If Chen Lei wanted to establish a foothold in Jiangcheng, he could contact him. Chen Lei had clearly thought it over and made the right choice. Otherwise, how could Bai Chen possibly have his number? After receiving Bai Chen's call yesterday, Chen Lei felt incredibly uncomfortable. Was he really going to cooperate with someone like this? However, the words Bai Chen had said while sitting in his office chair kept echoing in Chen Lei's mind. He wanted to sort out what Bai Chen had said, but there was simply no way. That CPU was so hot it could be used for barbecuing. There was no way, if he didn't take the opportunity given to him, it would be a bit too unwise. So, he went. After going, he still pretended to be tough, saying, "I'm investigating the Bai family's business." But in the end, the people he caught were also those Bai Chen had instructed him to catch. Wasn't the Jinsi Shang KTV still operating normally? Just thinking about this made Chen Lei feel infinitely uncomfortable. Now, facing Bai Chen's question, Chen Lei, although still conflicted inside, replied without hesitation, on the third floor. Bai Chen responded lightly, standing up directly to leave. But Chen Lei, a bit anxious, called out, "Wait a minute." Bai Chen turned to look at Chen Lei. Chen Lei gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you tell me in advance that he comes from the Ma family in the capital? Do you know that those families in the capital, one by one?" Before Chen Lei could finish his sentence, Bai Chen interrupted him with a question. "Are you scared?" Ding! Chen Lei's fracture value plus 1%. Chen Lei seemed a bit flustered and was about to explain. But Bai Chen said, "You're not afraid of me, so why are you afraid of him?" "What? Do you look down on me?" Ding! Chen Lei's fracture value plus 1%. "That's not what I meant." For some reason, facing Bai Chen now, Chen Lei felt a sense of fear rising within him. He didn't even know why this fear had emerged. Anyway, Chen Lei hurriedly explained, "I just wanted to remind you. Although the Ma family in the capital is a second-rate family, their influence is not something your Bai family in Jiangcheng can contend with. And once they say something, I will have to release him immediately. At that time, it won't just be you who can't handle it, even I." Bai Chen let out a light laugh, interrupting Chen Lei's words. Hearing this, Bai Chen understood. Chen Lei wanted to know his stance. No matter what Chen Lei said about how powerful the Ma family was and how they compared to the Ma family, the deed was already done, and it seemed like no one could escape. Chen Lei was only worried about his own safety, nothing more. Bai Chen saw this but didn't say it outright. He merely glanced at Chen Lei and turned to leave the room of managerly. Chen Lei had no idea what Bai Chen was going to do, but he hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at the hospital room Chen Lei mentioned. The area around the room had already been set up as a vacuum zone. Two of Chen Lei's subordinates were standing at the door. But such a vacuum zone operation was definitely not something Chen Lei's department could manage. It must have been arranged by Bai Chen. When the two detectives at the door saw Bai Chen arrive, they hesitated about whether to symbolically stop him, but then noticed their captain following right behind Bai Chen. Thus, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, they simply closed their eyes and let Bai Chen in. Seeing his subordinate's behavior, Chen Lei gritted his teeth. But what could he say? Should he reprimand his subordinates? Goodness, he was in such a situation himself. Could he really act both as a leader and a subordinate? Better not. Bai Chen and Chen Lei entered the hospital room one after the other. Chen Lei didn't forget to close the door behind him. Inside were two hospital beds. One had a head wrapped in thick bandages, and the other had a shoulder wrapped in thick bandages. It was clear that one was Ma Chang and the other was Manager Wang of the Ma family. Just as Bai Chen stepped into the room, Manager Wang on the bed instantly shouted, "Bai Chen? You have some nerve. You." But Manager Wang's words were not finished. Bai Chen took a step forward. With a crisp sound, he slapped Manager Wang across the mouth. Ugh! Manager Wang let out a cry of pain. "Shut up!" Bai Chen's indifferent voice frightened Manager Wang, making him instantly fall silent. Ding! Chen Lei's fracture value plus 1%. I don't know why, but seeing Bai Chen commit violence right in front of him made Chen Lei feel uncomfortable. However, he couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, on another hospital bed, Ma Chang was frantically tearing off the bandages in front of him, trying to get a clear look at the approaching Bai Chen. Sure enough, it was Bai Chen. Ma Chang immediately let out a pained roar. "Bastard! Bai, how dare you hit me? How dare you have someone capture me? Let me tell you, you're finished. Your Bai family is finished." Hearing Ma Chang's threatening voice, Bai Chen impatiently dug into his ear and said, "I told him to shut up, not you, right?" Upon hearing Bai Chen's words, Ma Chang's body couldn't help but tremble. It seemed he recalled the scene from last night in the KTV room where he was unilaterally humiliated by Bai Chen. A sense of tension rose in his heart, but he still had some confidence. He pointed at Chen Lei's defense line and shouted, "What? You want to make a move on me? How can you act against me in front of Captain Chen? You're simply lawless." Yes, Captain Chen is indeed Captain Chen. He is the one who handles such matters. Lawless? Hearing Ma Chang's voice, Bai Chen's tone became somewhat amused, and he slowly bent down, getting closer to Ma Chang. Ma Chang felt even more nervous as he looked at the approaching Bai Chen, but at that moment, he was handcuffed to the hospital bed and couldn't escape. Bai Chen leaned in and whispered, "In Jiangcheng, the world is vast, but I am the greatest." After the words fell, Bai Chen directly reached out and removed the glass bottle used for Ma Chang's foredrip. Then, with a smack, he smashed it down right on Ma Chang's face. Good heavens! What a tragic scene! It should be noted that Ma Chang had already suffered a brutal blow to his face yesterday. Just after being bandaged, he was hit again? Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Chenlei's rupture level has reached 40%, gaining rupture points plus 2000. Chenlei's rupture value. There was nothing he could do. Ma Chang still wanted to use Chenlei's identity to suppress Bai Chen. But unexpectedly, Bai Chen directly proved with his actions what it meant to be the greatest in Jiangcheng. Woo woo! Ma Chang's painful howls became distorted. Seeing his master suffer another heavy blow, Butler Wang couldn't hold back anymore. He simply couldn't endure it. He could only grit his teeth and shout, "Bastard! That is our young master Ma. Bai Chen, you." However, upon seeing Bai Chen slightly turn his head, revealing a predatory gaze, his voice trembled and stopped once again. Bai Chen's voice, sounding very calm, came through. "Jiangcheng belongs to my Bai family. This hospital also belongs to my Bai family. Do you understand what I mean?" Who was this question directed at? Ma Chang or Butler Wang? Regardless of who it was aimed at, Butler Wang shook his head. Bai Chen chuckled lightly and continued, "Your lives also belong to my Bai family." After hearing this, the howling Ma Chang, Butler Wang, and even Chenlei all trembled heavily. The faces of the three turned pale simultaneously. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. This was the strategy Bai Chen had in mind. So what if the Ma family was in the capital? Ma Chang was currently in Jiangcheng, the Bai family's Jiangcheng. As long as these two were kept in Jiangcheng, there would be infinite possibilities for the capital. Ma Chang is indeed a danger to the Bai family. But who says such danger can't be turned into a bargaining chip? Of course, this is just the first step. When dealing with the capital, having only this one chip won't do. Looking at Ma Chang, whose face is already stained with fresh blood through the bandages, and the other bed where Butler Wang, with a face full of concern for his young master, dares not speak, Bai Chen knows that the purpose of his visit today has been achieved. It's just a threat, to let the two of them know their current situation. In fact, Bai Chen could directly kill these two. However, Bai Chen also knows that having them alive will be more useful. Moreover, as long as they are alive, this secret can be kept longer. If the two of them were to die, the effect would probably not be as good. Without saying anything more, Bai Chen slightly turned around. He looked at Chenlei, who stood there with a frown and a complicated expression. Bai Chen wore a calm smile on his face and gently patted Chenlei's shoulder. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. He instinctively flinched. But Bai Chen didn't care at all. Chenlei looked at Bai Chen's eyes, which held a calm smile. His heart was in turmoil. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Like Bai Chen, he was a smart person. Bai Chen knew that what he had said earlier in Butler Li's ward was out of concern for his own safety. Additionally, he needed Bai Chen's attitude. Now, Bai Chen's threat to Ma Chang was one aspect, and the other was to give Chenlei this attitude. To tell Chenlei that he was going to confront the Ma family to the end. He wouldn't throw you out to take the blame, so you, Chenlei, need to be a bit more resolute. And Bai Chen's pat on his shoulder clearly meant to say, you've already made the right choice once, how to choose now is up to you. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. Is this what Bai Chen meant? Who knows? But who cares? As long as it achieves the effect Bai Chen wants. This is not. After Bai Chen has already turned to leave the ward, Chenlei still stands in the room, his expression complicated. After Bai Chen left, Butler Wang seemed to have broken some seal, directly roaring at Chenlei, who was standing there. Captain Chen, is this how you handle things in Jiangcheng? You just watch Bai Chen act against our young master without doing anything? Do you deserve the clothes you're wearing? He didn't dare to say this to Bai Chen, fearing he would be beaten. But he dared to speak to Chenlei like this. His tone carried a sense of superiority. I can give you a chance now. Quickly return my and the young master's phones so we can contact the family. At that time, my Ma family will eliminate the Bai family first, and you will naturally benefit. If you remain stubborn, when my Ma family finds out, you will be eliminated too. Listening to Butler Wang's words, Chenlei certainly knew this was pure coercion and temptation. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. Then he reached out and slowly pulled out two phones from his pocket. Ding! Chenlei's rupture value plus 1%. These two phones were clearly the ones previously confiscated from Ma Chang and Butler Wang. Seeing this scene, Butler Wang still wore a confident smirk and said coldly, "Humph. At least you know your place. Hurry up and hand them over. What are you dawdling for?" His attitude still carried that high and mighty feeling, not to mention he was just a butler. However, at this moment, Chen Lei seemed to have not heard Butler Wang's words at all. He just stared blankly at the two phones in his hand. The complex light in his pupils flickered continuously. He knew he had reached the so-called moment of choice. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Lei's rupture value plus 1%. Detected that Chen Lei's rupture degree has reached 50%, gaining rupture points plus 2,500. Looking at his rupture points balance, which had reached 93,000 points, and hearing the furious roar of Butler Wang in the ward, Bai Chen knew that Chen Lei had made the right choice. Without waiting for Chen Lei to clear away the wreckage of the phone, Bai Chen had already turned to leave. What he needed to do now was to grasp more chips in his hands. These chips were not just for dealing with the so-called families of the capital. More importantly, they were to deal with the protagonist who had not yet returned. This was not contradictory. Just as the elevator doors Bai Chen was waiting for opened, a familiar voice came from inside. Master? The only person who could call him that, besides the so-called first divine doctor of the southern region, Chen Baozhong, was no one else. Looking at Chen Baozhong, who stood in the elevator with a look of surprise, Bai Chen couldn't help but curl his lips and directly said, "Don't call me master. I never agreed to take you as a disciple." Ding! Chen Baozhong's rupture value plus 1%. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Chen Baozhong's face turned a bit awkward. However, a doctor and a nurse standing with Chen Baozhong in the elevator both stared wide-eyed. When the elevator doors opened, their first reaction upon seeing Bai Chen was to bow and greet him. After all, he was their young master, the one who paid their salaries. But before they could lower their heads, Chen Baozhong beside them exclaimed. Hearing the word master, both of them were stunned and leaned forward to look behind Bai Chen. They truly thought Chen Baozhong had met his teacher. If Chen Baozhong was the first divine doctor of the southern region, then his master must be an even more impressive figure, right? If they could meet such a legendary person in their lifetime, they would be satisfied to end their careers there. However, before they could find that stereotypical old man with an ethereal demeanor, they heard their young master say impatiently, "I'm not your master." Gah! The two of them perfectly illustrated the phrase, dumbfounded on their faces. The first divine doctor of the southern region just called Bai Chen master? No way! Wasn't young master Bai a spoiled rich second generation? When did he become a divine doctor? And the master of divine Dr. Chen? What a joke! Divine Dr. Chen had just started practicing medicine when young master Bai was just born, right? But what they never expected was that the so-called first divine doctor of the southern region now wore a look of deep resentment and then shook his head, saying, "Young master Bai, how can you take me as a disciple? Good heavens! Are you acting spoiled?" The two of them suddenly felt their chests tighten. Putting everything else aside, how could this old man, at such an age, say such things in a coy manner without feeling disgusted? But soon, their expressions were drowned in shock. Divine Dr. Chen really did call young master Bai? And looking at it, it seemed like Divine Dr. Chen was begging to be accepted as young master Bai's disciple. The sky was falling, the earth was sinking. The first divine doctor of the southern region actually wanted to take the prince of Jiancheng as his master? When would the apprenticeship ceremony be held? That scene would definitely be filled with drums and gongs, firecrackers, red flags waving, and a crowd of people. Cough cough. None of that mattered. What mattered was, how did the young master of the Bai family become so impressive all on his own? Isn't this a bit too much? Having money and looks is one thing, but he also has medical skills? Even the number one divine doctor of the southern region has bowed down beneath the young master's beach shorts? This is big news. We can't allow anyone in Bai's hospital to be unaware of this. As for the extent of the stiffness in the expressions of these two people, and that mouth which was likely about to turn into a cotton-padded waist, neither Bai Chen nor Chen Baozhong paid any attention. After stepping into the elevator, Bai Chen casually asked, "What are you doing at our hospital?" Ding! Chen Baozhong's fracture value plus 1%. Hearing Bai Chen's words, Chen Baozhong's expression stiffened, and he helplessly replied, "Young master, I'm working here." "Oh right. The number one divine doctor of the southern region, living in Jiangcheng, how could he not work at our Bai family's hospital?" Chen Baozhong's voice hadn't stopped, "But I have to go on a business trip to Haicheng right away, At this point, Chen Baozhong suddenly froze. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked at Bai Chen with a mix of surprise and anticipation and said, "Young master, if you have time, could you come with me to Haicheng?" Bai Chen, _old ghost, are you still half asleep? Ding! Chen Baozhong's fracture value plus 1%. Looking at Bai Chen's expression, recalling the words he had just said, good grief, it sounded like he was going on a business trip and needed to bring a secretary, and that secretary was the young master? No. Ding! Chen Baozhong's fracture value plus 1%. nervously waving his hands. Young master, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask you to help me with a favor, the old master's son from Haicheng. Bai Chen's first reaction was actually to refuse Chen Baozhong, because he clearly had more important things to do right now. Ma Chang was still locked up in his own hospital. However, when he heard the name old master's son from Chen Baozhong, Bai Chen's eyelids twitched. Who are you talking about? Chen Baozhong didn't understand why Bai Chen reacted this way, but he continued, it's the Sun family from Haicheng, one of the 4 great families of the southern region. I've been treating old master's son for many years, but Bai Chen didn't know if he heard the rest of Chen Baozhong's words. At this moment, a glimmer of excitement appeared in Bai Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but think, isn't this just the right opportunity for me? That's right. From his understanding of the original plot, Bai Chen knew that the Sun family couldn't just be called one of the 4 great families of the southern region, they should be called the foremost. This is also why gatherings of the great families in the southern region are held in Haicheng, called the Haicheng Summit. It's because the Sun family is in Haicheng. Otherwise, why not call it the Jiangqing Summit or the Yuqing Summit? It's not that the Sun family's visible strength is greater than the Bai family's. The 4 great families are actually quite similar. It's just that the Sun family has a long history and extensive connections. Most importantly, the Sun family of Haicheng is a collateral branch of one of the 8 great families of the capital. Just this connection alone is enough to show how impressive the Sun family is, right? And I just happened to be looking for leverage. I never expected this, truly unexpected. Bai Chen even started rubbing his little hands together. Meanwhile, Chen Baozhong, unaware of Bai Chen's thoughts, kept talking. That illness, I've tried many methods but couldn't eradicate it, so I thought, if you, master, were to intervene, old master's son's health might just be cured on the spot. So, master, can you come with me to Haicheng and help me? Looking at Chen Baozhong's expectant gaze, which even held a hint of pleading, Bai Chen didn't even pay attention to the term master in Chen Baozhong's words. That was the old master of the Sun family in Haicheng. Saving the old master of the Sun family was equivalent to saving the Sun family's life. At that time, his bargaining chip. With this thought, Bai Chen didn't hesitate and directly said to Chen Baozhong, of course. Not going. Ha! Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. When Chen Baozhong heard the first 2 words from Bai Chen, he thought Bai Chen had agreed. His eyes sparkled with surprise. But who would have thought that of course would be followed by not going? Young master, you. Chen Baozhong looked at Bai Chen, confusion filling his eyes. After all, in Chen Baozhong's view, a doctor's duty is to heal and save lives. Moreover, the other party held such a status, if he could heal him, it would also be a way to expand the Bai family's connections. The young master of the Bai family shouldn't have a reason to refuse. But, why did he refuse so decisively? Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. Seeing the strange look in Chen Baozhong's eyes, Bai Chen remained nonchalant, even glancing sideways at Chen Baozhong, and said lightly, first of all, I'm not a doctor. Why would I bother treating someone when I have nothing to do? Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. Chen Baozhong's eyelids twitched at Bai Chen's words. He wanted to refute but couldn't find any point to argue because the other party was right. Secondly, Bai Chen continued, what status do I have? You want me, the young master, to personally go to Haicheng to flatter someone else? I might consider going to flatter him a few times. Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. Ha! Chen Baozhong's eyelids twitched wildly, his expression strange, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Well, this is indeed something that the young master of the Bai family would say, giving the old master of the Sun family a few big compliments. Only Bai Chen would dare to say that. What status does the old master of the Sun family hold in the southern region? You, a junior, shamelessly say you'll give him a few big compliments, that really is. Will giving him a few compliments cure his illness? Chen Baozhong, winky face. Bai Chen, looking at Chen Baozhong's serious face, Bai Chen couldn't help but pat Chen Baozhong's shoulder and said, I've now realized that not taking you as my disciple was indeed a very wise choice. Ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Bai Chen, releasing Chen Baozhong, turned and walked away, leaving a bewildered Chen Baozhong standing in the elevator, scratching his head. Watching Bai Chen's retreating figure, he murmured softly, what does this have to do with whether or not he takes me as a disciple? Ha! Did the young master mean he really wants to give the old master of the Sun family a few big compliments? But the old master of the Sun family is almost 100 years old. Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. Ding! Chen Baozhong split value plus 1%. Detected that Chen Baozhong's split value has reached 40%, gaining split points plus 2000. Well, Did my split points balance just jump to 95,000 points like that? Just 5,000 points away, and I can do a one-click triple combo. He turned back to glance at the elevator with some disbelief. How could Chen Baozhong generate split value like this? The main question is, with Chen Baozhong's intelligence, how did he become the #1 divine doctor? Unclear, unknown. But Bai Chen was clearly in urgent need of that so-called bargaining chip, yet he still refused Chen Baozhong's invitation to Haicheng. He naturally had his own reasons. The Sun family's bargaining chip was something he was determined to obtain. However, if he personally went to Haicheng, it would mean he was begging for it. What Bai Chen wanted was for them to come to Jiangqing to seek him out. Although the outcome would be similar, the effect would be completely different. If he personally went to their door and successfully treated Old Master Sun with the heavenly mysterious 9 needles, the Sun family would express their gratitude. But if Old Master Sun came to his door, pleading for him to treat him, then the Sun family would cherish this hard-won opportunity. Just as Bai Chen said. What was his identity? He was the villain, the young master of a wealthy family. He wasn't the protagonist, running around like a firefighter, showing off wherever there was trouble. Bai Chen didn't have that much leisure. The words he just spoke were meant for Chen Baozhong, who would naturally convey them to the Sun family in a subtle way. However, how effective Chen Baozhong's message would be was uncertain. With Chen Baozhong's intelligence. But Bai Chen wasn't worried. If Chen Baozhong's approach didn't work, he had a backup plan. At that moment, Bai Chen had returned to the hospital room of Manager Li. The black tiger guarding Manager Li immediately stood up. Before he could speak, Bai Chen took the lead and said, "Uncle Hu, I need you to do something for me. Send all your men out." Although Ma Chang only brought his butler when he came to Jiangqing to mess around, there might be others who have also arrived. Find out, not a single person from the Ma family can be let go. Yes. The black tiger showed no hesitation, standing at attention before turning to leave. After he left the hospital room, Manager Li, lying on the bed, revealed a complex expression and shook his head, saying, "Young master, why go through all this?" Manager Li still believed that Bai Chen was acting irrationally because he was upset about his injury. He thought that if this led to a serious blow to the Bai family, wouldn't he become the sinner? But Bai Chen looked at Manager Li and smiled, saying, "What's the big deal? Such things will happen sooner or later, I'm just bringing it forward." What? Hearing this, Manager Li's pupils instantly constricted. At the same time, in front of Bai Jinnan's villa, Bai Chen's cheap old man, Bai Jinnan, stood beside his car, saying to Bai Jinnan, "I should head back to Yuqing now. Then I'll leave my wife to your son. Then I'll leave my wife to your son." What the hell? This was only because Bai Chen wasn't present. If Bai Chen were there, he would definitely check what color Lin Yongtian's hair really was. But surprisingly, Bai Jinnan and Aunt Li, who was not far away, showed no signs of opposition to Lin Yongtian's words. They even nodded in agreement. Bai Jinnan smiled and said, "Don't worry, my son can bring your sister-in-law back from the underworld. He can also take good care of her body." Damn, why did these two old men sound so strange? Yet Lin Yongtian actually expressed his gratitude to Bai Jinnan, saying, "Please thank Bai Chen for me." "Don't worry." Bai Jinnan patted Lin Yongtian's shoulder. However, Lin Yongtian didn't get into the car right away. Instead, he glanced at his wife, then pulled Bai Jinnan's arm, leading him a couple of steps away. The voice and expression became serious as he said, "Since you've made your decision, I'll go crazy with you. I don't know if it will work out, but you can't back out halfway. I've staked my entire fortune and life on this." Hearing Lin Yongtian's words, Bai Jinnan's expression also turned serious as he said earnestly, "Don't worry, once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. There's no chance to withdraw halfway. Besides, even if I wanted to back out, my son wouldn't agree." As he said this, a hint of helplessness appeared in Bai Jinnan's eyes. But Lin Yongtian said enviously, "I really envy you for having such a son. Look at my ungrateful daughter, who has run off who knows where to fool around." Hey, Bai Jinnan waved his hand, surprisingly adopting a tone of someone with experience as he said, "Don't be so hard on Siyu, let go and give it a try. What if it surprises you?" If someone else had said this, Lin Yongtian would have scoffed. But since Bai Jinnan said it, his son is a living example. Lin Yongtian could only look up at the sky, a frown on his face as he sighed, "I hope so." After saying this, Lin Yongtian got into the car and drove away. Bai Jinnan turned to walk towards Aunt Li. Smiling, he said, "Sister-in-law, since you feel a bit unwell and want Xiaozhou to help you with your health, I'm sure Xiaozhou will agree." She actually took the initiative to stay? Hearing Bai Jinnan's words, a hint of uncertainty clearly appeared in Aunt Li's eyes. But she still said, "It's really hard on Xiaozhou." Bai Jinnan laughed heartily, "He's just a young lad, not like that old man Lin." "What's so hard about it?" "This old man has a strange way of speaking. It always feels off, but he just can't pinpoint what's wrong. His voice hadn't stopped. Then I'll contact Xiao Zhou and have him come pick you up when he's free? No need. Aunt Li gently waved her hand and said, since I'm the one troubling Xiao Zhou, I should go see him myself. That feels more sincere. Sigh. I wonder what expression Bai Chen will have when he gets home tonight. Will he be shocked or pleasantly surprised? Anyway, that's not something Bai Chen is considering right now. He has already left the hospital. Butler Li is hospitalized, and Black Tiger has been arranged elsewhere. So, only one person remains behind Bai Chen. Su Wenma. But even with just Su Wenma, Bai Chen felt an unprecedented sense of security. There's no helping it. In the original setting, he is second only to a bug, so of course, he would have such a sense of security. Bai Chen's destination this time is the underground casino hidden beneath the arcade, where he previously dealt with the yellow-haired weasel. Now, Wang Ji has turned that place into his headquarters. Bai Chen's visit is, on one hand, to inspect the work, and on the other hand, to see how Wang Ji is developing. Strengthening his own power is also part of the bargaining chips. However, while driving, Bai Chen turned to look at Su Wanma, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said strangely, this is just amazing. It's my first time taking someone out, and I have to drive myself. Can't you get a driver's license? Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Wanma showed an awkward expression. A bit embarrassed, he said, sorry, young master. I haven't had time before, so I'll work hard. Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. In fact, when Bai Chen said amazing, it wasn't directed at Su Wanma. It was aimed at the unreasonable idiot setting in the original work. Su Wanma possessed such skills, having even crawled out from a pile of corpses. Yet, he couldn't drive? That thought was quite unreasonable. Bai Chen only knew that in the original story, Su Wanma's inability to drive led to many absurd situations. When he read it at the time, he thought that setting was quite clever. But after experiencing it himself, it was truly, is it okay to complain endlessly? However, at that moment, Bai Chen seemed to think of a question and turned to ask, can your sister drive? Su Wanma didn't react immediately and instinctively replied, she's more accomplished than I am. She learned during the summer after the college entrance exam. Just as he was saying this, Su Wanma's expression suddenly stiffened. It seemed he realized why Bai Chen was asking such a question and nervously spoke up, young master, do you mean? You should know, Su Wanma completely didn't want his sister to have too much contact with Bai Chen. Although he had already submitted to Bai Chen, he also knew Bai Chen was a dangerous person and didn't want his sister to fall into danger. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. A beautiful woman is even more so. But Bai Chen didn't care about that, smiling lightly as he said, since she learned, why not let her drive for me? Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. You mean to let Su Shi drive for you, or drive you around? Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. He only felt that Bai Chen's smile had a problem, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. He could only grit his teeth and say, she can't, she just got her driver's license, but she hasn't actually driven on the road yet. It's very dangerous, young master. And Bai Chen waved his hand, forget it, I won't ask you anymore, I'll just ask Su Shi what she thinks. Young master. Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. Ding! Su Wanma's conversion rate plus 1%. Su Wanma still wanted to refuse, but Bai Chen didn't give him a chance to respond. This made Su Wanma silently lower his head, a complex expression in his eyes. Before long, Bai Chen had parked the car. He led Su Wanma deeper into the arcade. Having been here once before, this time it was naturally a familiar route. They took the elevator down to the underground casino. It was broad daylight, yet the casino was still so noisy. Bai Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He didn't understand the world of gamblers. Just as Bai Chen was about to walk in with Su Wanma, a young man in black directly blocked Bai Chen's path and said in a nonchalant tone, is this your first time at the casino? Search him. Routine check. A routine check? Goodness, making it so formal? Bai Chen exchanged a surprised glance with Su Wanma. Then, he turned to the young man and asked, are you new here? Hearing Bai Chen's question, the young man maintained his indifferent attitude. Yeah, so what? So what? A different glimmer appeared in Bai Chen's eyes. His tone shifted slightly. You don't know who I am? The brainless villain's effective opening line. The young man remained unfazed. I don't care who you are. This is the rule. So what? Bai Chen, don't you have pre-job training before you start? Young man, yeah, so what? Bai Chen, what's your name? Young man, my name is Xiao Wuzi. So what? What the hell did I tell you? A crisp sound echoed, smack. Even Su Wanma seemed unable to catch a glimpse of Bai Chen's movement. Bai Chen slapped this little brat right across the face.